Chapter 0. To those who strive to live. Brain storage. No. Even playing a game has to be full of complaints. In a brightly lit room, a somewhat laid-back man wearing a brain machine is lying on a chair, while his consciousness is passionately interacting with the viewers in the live stream. The dog streamer looks down on the poor. Can this game be played without spending money? Conception. The barrage in the live stream flows by one after another, and the man is already a bit hyped up. Not spending a penny. If you can enter the dungeon, you can clear it, as long as you're familiar with the mechanics. The man quickly switches to another game account, which is one he hasn't spent a single cent on and has been playing since the game started. Player Mel Carlo has logged in. In this game called Candling, players need to choose various skills and class changes while leveling up and crafting equipment to defeat monsters in the otherworldly continent of Candling. Spending players naturally enjoy the game, while non-spending players need to work hard to learn various game mechanics that can clear dungeons, but it will definitely take more time. Grind or spend. If you don't spend, you can't even play. With your gear, you'll get kicked from new dungeon groups. It's a new dungeon, right? As long as it's not a forced group dungeon, I can solo it. The man is still leisurely navigating many. Because of his experience with solo runs, he has researched the new dungeon boss mechanics quite well. If he can enter, he can definitely clear it. After starting another run, he equips a set focused on attack enhancement. As he is confident he can dodge all the skill mechanics with extreme attack enhancement, he just needs to be touched once to restart. Even with a not-so-crowded viewership, he still completes the solo run while explaining the boss skill mechanics. I end this boss fight. There are skills that cannot be dodged across the entire map, so we need to keep a skill that cannot be targeted or has invincibility frames to avoid this all-map mechanic. After about 10 minutes, he successfully completes the new boss dungeon without spending any money after all. This is his livelihood, so he naturally has extreme confidence. However, the difficulty of this game is indeed quite high even with his all-attack setup. It took him quite a bit of time, and others might take even longer. This game is really not friendly to free-to-play players that in reality. He is lying on the chair, not particularly tired to live stream, uses a skin suit, and the brain machine already handles broadcasting and all other functions. His room, aside from a pile of drink cans, has only a few books on the desk, which is fairly tidy. The streamer is amazing. You can clear this. If it weren't for the brain machine not being able to connect to external programs, I'd think you were using a script. Filial Sun streamer. Even after witnessing such strong skills, some people still curse angrily. Damn, I eat from this. Bro, you can't break your bowl while eating, right? The man smiles slightly. The streamer says if you can enter, you can clear it. Can tonight's updated carnival event be solo? Carnival event? The man falls into thought that event seems to gather all the bosses together. IT looks like it should be a group dungeon, but since it's an event dungeon, it's unclear whether you can enter solo. Just the boss all-map ground skills make it very difficult to pass relying solely on invincibility frames. Is this really an event designed for casual players? The streamer isn't talking. Looks like it's not clearable. I see the streamer is just watching this game. The barrage becomes noisy again, and with some people leading the rhythm, the comments quickly multiply, mostly filled with insults. After all, there are no barriers online, and life in reality is already frustrating enough. How can one expect people to be calm and composed online? It's impossible once you're online. You can't expect people to be peaceful. Damn, what's all the noise? The past is the past, the present is the present. If your skills aren't good, they just aren't good. Have you familiarized yourself with the mechanics? Have you crafted your equipment? The streamer clearly hasn't studied. I didn't have the chance to study. If I had studied more, would you still be watching me live stream here? The man continues to interact with the audience, his tone growing harsher. His father is in prison. His mother is a gambler. He just entered high school, and his younger sister is in middle school back then. He didn't even know where his next meal would come from. Born in this 18-line small town, the information blockade and his lower societal status made him completely unaware of what he could do to save himself. He wasn't particularly lucky and didn't have kind-hearted people to support him because his grades weren't outstanding, sitting in the middle of the school with about 200 students. So he chose to drop out and work to let his sister continue her studies. But fortunately, his sister is about to graduate now, so it doesn't matter anymore. Thinking of this, he seems to regain some confidence that I dropped out to support my sister's education. I was just starting high school, then it's not that I didn't want to study, but I had no way to. Haha, the streamer dropped out to support his sister's education. If it was really hard, wouldn't you seek help from society? Even 9 years ago, the internet was developed. The man retracts his words, not planning to continue bragging about his past. What's the point of speaking the truth to those who seek fun online? He changes the subject. If you're bad, you're bad. You think you can clear the dungeon without spending money? What are you dreaming about? The streamer looks down on the poor, making money from live streaming, right? If you don't donate, you'll starve. Oh, watching a game live stream, and you're getting triggered. How much richer can I be than you? Why are you so insecure? Why don't you restart your game? Negative attention is still attention since he's prepared to do internet streaming. He needs to seize every wave of traffic. When interacting passionately with the audience, he can keenly sense the increase in viewership. To earn this meal, there must be a bottom line. As long as he doesn't sit sideways and doesn't touch sensitive topics, you should be fine overall, and the live stream room shouldn't be easily banned. So let it be black if it needs to be. At the end of a day's live stream, his stomach is indeed a bit hungry, but the passionate interaction with the audience in the live stream is only increasing. Streamer, I'm so poor. I really don't want to go to work anymore. I'm so tired. I feel so inferior. Various negative emotions fill the live stream room, and this man seems like a trash can for pouring out negative emotions. Great people say you're like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning, but you're all dead inside all day long. Where's the youth in that? If you're really that insecure, just restart your game. After saying this, the man quickly ends the stream. Virtual reality mode has switched to augmented reality mode, brain machine shutting down. He takes off the brain machine glasses from his head, returning from the game world to reality. This integrated live streaming feature is quite convenient, but wearing it for too long can be uncomfortable. His gaze falls on the books beside him. He picks one up and mutters, 1,000 years is too long. I only seek to seize the day. After a day of live streaming and boosting, he is about to go eat when his phone rings. He picks it up to see it's his sister calling him. Now that she's about to graduate, she's looking for a job. She probably needs money again. Hello, what's up? Have you found a job? The man answers the phone. We're cutting ties from now on. You're no longer my brother. Cold words come through the phone. The man's heart trembles, feeling a bit uncomfortable, thinking he misheard. What did you just say? I'm tired of this rotten original family. I want to pursue my own life. She has found a job and can finally escape this nightmare of an original family. What are you talking about? The man replies calmly. Although he feels a bit uncomfortable, he has weathered many storms and doesn't care that much that I will sever ties with everyone in my family. I want to live with more dignity. Gung Zimming, I lived before you with no dignity at all. Upon hearing this, the man finally roared. Do you think I wanted to choose this rotten family? Dignity? I dropped out of high school and supported you for so many years, and in your eyes, that humiliated your dignity. If you have so much dignity, why didn't you just starve to death back then? Why did you take my money? How much older am I than you? When you were helpless, did I have many choices? Beep. The call ended, no matter how angry the man was. When he tried to call back, it was already unreachable, and other contact methods had been blacklisted. He had raised a white-eyed wolf. The man slumped in his chair. He was only 3 years older than this white-eyed wolf sister. After sitting there for a while, he picked up his phone and called another person. Hey, how go? Want to go out for dinner? It's on me. Sure, I just finished my work. The man he contacted was called Hao Gu, a relative without blood ties. When he had nowhere to go, this man gave him a job as a network administrator. It's worth noting that underage work can lead to fines, especially in a place like an internet CAF. This man provided him with food and also noticed his gaming talent, letting him become a substitute player with a higher income. Soon, the two met outside the community. Hao Gu looked at Gung Zimming and said, What's wrong with Xiaoming? You don't seem very happy. Is it lonely living alone after moving out? I could introduce you to a girl. Not that. The man shook his head and told him about his sister's situation. Looks like a real white-eyed wolf. You poor kid. Hao Gu shook his head. He couldn't say much about other people's family matters. Forget it. Let's go have some drinks. Aren't you usually the one who doesn't smoke or drink? Just have a little. Don't overdo it. The two headed toward a restaurant. You bought a house with your savings. Over the years, are you planning to wait for your sister to come back and live together? It's empty now. Why not live in the studio together? Hao Gu suggested. Forget it. The smoke in the studio is too strong, and it usually looks like a dump. You love reading so much. If you had studied normally back then, you'd at least be a college student. They sat down at the table, and the beer arrived quickly, but they had to wait a while for the food. Both filled their cups. Well, at least I've finally gotten rid of this burden. It's easier to be alone now. I bought a house, taken on some orders, and it'll slowly save up again. The man took a sip of his beer. Xiao Ming, your birthday is tomorrow, right? I bought you a set of books as an early gift. Hao Ge clinked his glass and took a sip. He had looked after this little brother for many years, and indeed, someone as resilient as him wouldn't easily fall into despair. What books? The 24 Histories. I wasn't sure which version to buy, so I chose a complete set from the Zhonghua Book Company. How good! I remember that set is quite expensive. Gung Ziming was well aware he had wanted to buy it for a long time, but had put it off due to the cost. After all, reading was one of his few hobbies. Don't worry, it's a birthday gift for you. There's a big order here that might take some of your time. A big boss offered 50,000, asking for a solo clear of the carnival event. If you could do it, he'll give you the order and only take 5,000. Is it confirmed that it's not a mandatory group dungeon? The food arrived, and the two began chatting over drinks and dishes. I have some news. They are currently targeting typical cases, and the live streaming platforms need to clean up for a while. Try to avoid being too vocal to avoid being made an example. Oh, you can even find out this kind of news. How go? You're really impressive. Do you remember the top streamer from the previous platform? He offended a big shot with his words and got banned in a heartbeat. You should be a little more restrained. Don't worry, How go? I won't do anything that could cause a bad influence. At most, they'll just argue back. I understand the downsides of gaining exposure through negative means. Offending most ordinary people usually isn't a big deal at most. You pay a fine and can still compete in revival matches. But offending a powerful figure is different. It can lead to serious consequences. To earn a living in this industry, you naturally can't ignore the rules. The man put down his glass and quickly edited a post. I hope all viewers of the live stream will reduce verbal abuse and help create a good streaming environment. Immediately, a netizen replied, but it wasn't anything nice. Less verbal abuse, more full insurance semi-trailer. This time, he chose not to interact passionately with the trolls, but silently put down his phone. After finishing the meal, he prepared to go back. Seeing an old lady begging by the roadside, Gung Ziming took out a 20 yuan bill and tossed it into her bowl. Hao Ge, standing beside him, looked puzzled. Aren't you afraid that old lady is a scammer, a professional beggar? It's fine, think of it as accumulating good deeds. After they walked away, the old lady put away her bowl, spat in dissatisfaction, and then a young man drove up to her. The young man was the old lattice son, opening the car door for her to get in. Today, I didn't earn anything, just a poor guy gave me 20. Then, Mom, should we change places? No need, this line of work has reached its limit. The economy is bad. Now people with money don't want to spend it. Even if we change places, it's pretty much the same. Besides, we have a car, a house, and money for the kids' school. Indeed, this mother and son were professional beggars. Gung Ziming returned to his house alone. He doesn't smoke, but likes sweet drinks. At midnight, the event was promptly updated. The man didn't sleep. Instead, he started researching how to tackle this big order that he only needed a solo achievement, with no other requirements, and had time to study. All the bosses were piled together. After logging into the boss account, he first used a normal output setup for a run. In this closed ecosystem, there were no scripts, so he had to do it himself. As Hao Ge said, using a normal setup couldn't get through it all, but with a pure tank setup, while he could withstand hits based on the damage output, he estimated that by the time 3 days passed and the carnival event ended, those bosses would still be alive. After repeated failures, he couldn't help but doubt whether this carnival dungeon could even be soloed, as it was likely designed as a group dungeon from start. Hao Ge sent another message. How's it going? Any progress? If he could find a way to clear it, he could continuously take orders, which meant the studio could earn more than being a lone wolf. He joined the voice chat. Hao Ge, I haven't gotten through, yet let me think about it. You've been playing for 3 hours already. If you really can't get through, just let it go. I want to try again. Ending the voice call, he pondered over the game. He had always held a special sentiment towards it, not merely playing to make a living. After so many years, he had not grown tired of it. Instead, he still enjoyed researching it. Back when he first encountered this game, it was because an internet CAF introduced brain machine devices, and the character he created had a name that was randomly generated. He looked at the equipment in the boss's account warehouse. Clearly, he was an old player who had been playing since the game launched, with many collectible items, although many of the items were outdated. Some chose to decompose them, while others prefer to keep them in the warehouse as mementos. While browsing through the equipment knowledge, he suddenly recalled a particular item whose mechanism caused all units in the field to lose 1 health every 3 minutes. It was an entertainment item from the early version. Due to the faster pace of life, the game's pace had also quickened now. It might take less than 3 minutes to complete an entire map, rendering this item mostly useless, with many players disliking it for taking up warehouse space. That I found it. The Fool's Ring April Fool's Day Limited. Luckily, the boss hasn't decomposed this memento. With that, all he needed was a set of equipment that could continuously recover and withstand damage, ensuring his health wouldn't drop to zero. All other suggestions could focus on recovery, while damage could rely on the passive effect of the Fool's Ring. Theoretically, he could definitely clear this carnival event in 5 hours. He didn't rush to start immediately, but logged back into his free-to-play account to check the warehouse, confirming he also had the Fool's Ring. Only then did he prepare to help the boss with his order, planning to do his own single run after completing the boss's order. Perhaps what truly kept him going was not just the pressure of life, but also his love for this game. He had played many similar games and completed many orders in various games, but the one he truly loved was still this one, the continent of Kandwin. Equipped with a full set of recovery gear, upper armor, lower armor, belt, shoulder pads, shoes, bracers, and accessories, earrings, rings, necklace, and bracelet, began the long process of grinding through orders. Although he didn't need to move, he couldn't just go AFK. The brain machine couldn't use scripts to automate, so he had to manually release some recovery skills, along with using red potions and blue potions. He should be able to endure. By the time he completed the order, 5 hours had passed, plus the 3 hours spent testing equipment. Removing the brain machine, it was already bright outside. He had played for a full 8 hours and shared the good news with Hao Gu, who promptly sent him the payment after confirming. After informing Hao Gu of the strategy, he didn't plan to sleep immediately. Since it was already bright, he decided to have breakfast before going back to catch a few more hours of sleep. Just as he set down the brain machine, he turned on a live stream on his phone. He hadn't streamed while grinding orders earlier, mainly to avoid distractions. Brothers, after a night of fierce battle, I successfully soloed the carnival event and completed a boss order. The video has been saved and uploaded. It's currently under review in the back end. Old dog, did you really get through? Nice. At this time, there were only a few scatter comments, but it still showed that someone was watching. I'm going to grab some breakfast first, then sleep for a bit before live streaming more for you guys. I've been grinding all night. As soon as he stood up, he felt a wave of dizziness, followed by a palpitating sensation, and a sharp pain surged through him, causing him to collapse helplessly. Did the streamer just die? Just kidding, right? Wait, he hasn't woken up for so long. Call an uncle, call an ambulance. In that moment of impending death, he entered a life flashback, scenes of unbearable past experiences flashing before his eyes. As a child of unreliable parents, he could only live brutally, survive. Caught stealing and beaten, caught eating and beaten. Why did he have to steal? Because it wasn't just him who needed to eat, his sister was also going hungry. Growing up, dropping out of school, working, doing power leveling, increasing his income, buying a house, his sister graduating was his gradually straightening life about to end. He had never complained about his family, as it was something he couldn't choose, yet he still tried to work hard in his own way. With such a tragic birth and childhood, wasn't it just like the protagonists in novels? He couldn't understand why his sister had turned into an ungrateful wolf. Life, I have no choice. Losing all perception, he fell into a vast darkness, and in the silence, his life was rapidly dissipating. That I always believed that I was meant to be the protagonist of this world, but am going to die. Divider. In a certain space, two systems were conversing. Senior, are you just going to leave it after starting the order? Why bother? This year's business has met the standard. I'm going on vacation. After giving him rebirth, I applied a template. It's a small investment. If he dies, it doesn't matter. It seems I've messed up again. After hearing the senior's words, the system fell into despair again. The debts aren't paid off, and the host is stuck in a different space. That I should have reminded him to commit suicide and rewind. That was a miscalculation. Do your best. I'm going on vacation now. Chapter 1. My name is Mel Carlo. Note, typos can be the author in the comments for correction. That on a dimly lit street, a black-haired boy in tattered clothes lay unconscious on the ground. A pungent smell filled his nostrils, a strange odor reminiscent of dried urine, mixed with various filth. Cough, cough. In the haze, he opened his eyes. Taking a look at the surrounding scene, it felt incredibly familiar. Streets of the imperial capital of the Gald Empire in the Kandwin continent, a setting from the game. He waved his hand to open the game menu, which displayed only one game ID. Mel Carlo, level LV1, with the rest of the game warehouse completely empty. Wait, did I hit a bug? Where are my stats? The 4 stats refer to the basic attributes of strength, endurance, agility, and intelligence in the game in the old version. There was also a mental attribute, making it 5 stats, but after the game updated and simplified, the mental attribute was integrated into intelligence as an algorithm. Slowly getting up from the ground, aside from sniffing a bit, his mind seemed to clear up a little. He remembered that he was soloing the carnival last night. It was a decent order, and the boss had given a lot of rice. The fatigue was worth it. Did I fall asleep while grinding orders? He slid his finger across the menu, but the panel options now included a lottery feature. The warehouse, skill tree, and encyclopedia were all blank no matter how he looked at it. He could only see the health and mana bars, unable to find the exit button. What the hell? Is the server acting up again? Just as he was puzzled, a strong hand lifted him up. A man with a scar on his face wore a threatening expression. Hey kid, did you steal any money today? Are you slacking off again? It wasn't until he was lifted that he realized how small his body was. Glancing at the scar-faced man, he noticed he was dressed in a style reminiscent of the Imperial City's gangsters, wearing a black leather coat like a horse coat, exuding a very rogue aura. But having played this game for so many years, he was sure there was no such NPC in the large map. Have you gone stupid from hunger? The scar-faced man threw the boy down. The instant feeling of weightlessness brought back his last memory of collapsing. Right, I didn't remember wrong. I had just finished my run and was about to rest, only to have a sudden death. Is this situation suggesting that I've been reborn? It seems I've reincarnated into another world, calmly accepting it all. Although there was no truck, he had seen plenty of stories about crossing into another world in novels and anime. This meant he could abandon his old name and live again. Excuse me, what is your name? The boy fell to the ground and calmly looked at the menacing, scar-faced man in front of him. I said, kid, are you brain damaged, or are you just trying to amuse me? The scar-faced man lifted his leg, but didn't immediately stomp down. He was also assessing this little piglet in front of him, who seemed a bit different from his usual cowardly self in the face of danger. The boy appeared too calm and didn't plead for mercy. Such behavior could either mean he was out of his mind or possessed by a demon, or perhaps he was an apostle. The scar-faced man's expression grew serious as he subconsciously touched the scar on his face. Excuse me, what is your name? The boy repeated his question, his calm eyes revealing no hint of fear. My name is Ank. You can call me Uncle Ank. But kid, what's your name? Do you have a name? A hint of confusion flickered in the scar-faced man's eyes. He knew this kid, who usually wouldn't dare say more than a few words. Hello, my name is Mel Carlo. The boy glanced at the menu page and ultimately used his game ID, a name he received randomly when he first played the game, likely pulled from the game database. Did you steal any money today? Steal money? I don't remember. Where am I? What do I need to do? And why am I here? Mel Carlo realized the relationship between him and the scar-faced man clearly. He was a gang enforcer, and Mel was an orphan controlled by the gang. In the side story missions of the game background, it was mentioned that the Royal City gang hid in the shadows beneath the Imperial City of the Guard Empire, using orphans and abducted children for begging and stealing. In that case, he definitely couldn't reveal too much. He had to adapt as quickly as possible. This fantasy world game might be darker than he thought. He had to be grateful that he had carefully read the cutscenes and background text during his leisure time. Rather than skipping them otherwise, he would be completely lost in the current situation. As a gamer, these gang members were just minor monsters in the game, but now this little monster could easily lift him with one hand. He had no idea what the base stats of his body were. All the basic attribute stats were not displayed in the menu, and the only real sensation was the pain from falling, which felt much more intense than the game. It seems you're really brain damaged, but lucky for you, it looks like the fever has passed and you still have some value. Come with me, I'll ask the boss to go easy on you today. The scar-faced man shook his head helplessly. Oh, Uncle Ank. The boy nodded, quickly getting up from the ground, feeling somewhat weak. Now he was Mel Carlo, but he still felt a bit uneasy. What if the boy he reincarnated has had a different name and was treated as a demon and directly crucified and burned? But since he had already revealed his name, he could only follow along for now. Walking barefoot through 2 streets, this place was very different from the game world. He knew it was larger than the Royal City in the game, and the layout of the street had changed. The game had to save resources, so it couldn't create a very large Royal City. But this reborn world was clearly much larger than what the game depicted as the Royal City. Curiously observing everything around him, he constantly pondered his situation. Based on his current guesses, if he truly was an orphan controlled by a gang, escaping would be very difficult. If he ran now, he would likely get beaten up. With his small arms and legs, he couldn't outrun the adult in front of him. Looking up carefully at the Scarface man, who was at level 10, 9 levels higher than him, it was best not to provoke him for now. He should just follow behind. Mel Carlo followed barefoot behind the Scarfaced man, the uneven ground making it painful to walk. Eventually, they arrived near a chaotic slum. A door was opened, and they entered a spacious courtyard where many gangsters sat, resembling the scenes in the game. The sound of a whip cracking made Mel Carlo shiver. If that whip had hit him, it would have hurt a-lot that moment. A child about 7 years old was curled up on the ground, clearly having been struck by that whip. He couldn't even beg for mercy, only crying and screaming. Not a single penny stolen all day, wasting my food, you stupid pig. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a gold tooth was angrily scolding in front of him, his level marked as, indicating that the level difference exceeded 10, making it impossible to view in the system menu. You come here. The middle-aged man's gaze suddenly locked on a Mel Carlo, who had just entered. It's over, damn it. I just got reincarnated and I don't want to restart. Even though he had anticipated this situation, he still had no solution. Logically, there should be a system for issuing tasks in the game menu after reincarnation, but there was no system information and there were no points available for the lottery. Option. Where's the system? Damn it. Chapter 2, Night Fight. As Mel Carlo hesitated, the scar-faced man secretly slipped a handful of copper coins into his hand. 20 oren, hold on to it. Thank you. Although Mel Carlo hadn't fully processed it yet, he clutched the money and walked toward the small gang leader in front of him. I end the game. The currency was gold coins, but now the money in his hand was all copper coins. This was a world very similar to the game, yet not entirely the same. He walked slowly. He couldn't say he was scared. Instead, it felt quite interesting, a peculiar sensation, as the elite monsters that could be defeated instantly in the game had now become the bosses determining his fate. Did you steal any money? Or do you want to eat a whip? The overweight gang leader scratched his belly with one hand while holding the whip with the other, with a boy kneeling in front of him who had just been whipped. Mel Carlo said nothing and simply took out the 20 copper coins from his hand. He wasn't sure how much purchasing power those coins had, or if they could spare him from a whipping. Only 20 oren? Are you trying to fool me? Mel Carlo was kicked aside, but avoided a whipping. Although he stumbled to the ground, it was much more comfortable than being whipped. He could absorb the impact by falling backward. He didn't look up, not out of fear, but to avoid eye contact with such people, as it would easily provoke their ire. He was already prepared to absorb the impact when the other's leg kicked. Then a few more children entered the courtyard, seemingly forced into begging or stealing, each handing over money, while those who didn't were whipped. A little boy was protecting a little girl and ended up taking a few extra lashes, curled up on the ground. Mel Carlo couldn't help in this situation. He was struggling to protect himself. Mel Carlo had now sat down in a corner of the courtyard, trying to make himself less noticeable. Hank slowly walked to his side, and he looked at Hank. The scar-faced man didn't seem as bad as he had imagined. Uncle Hank, why are you helping me? If he wanted to understand this world, he naturally had to start with the people around the original self, at least for now. The scar-faced man didn't seem that bad. I just thought it would be a pity for you to get whipped to death after managing to survive for so long. Oh, Mel Carlo felt a bit touched. It would indeed be a pity to die after getting another chance at life. For those controlled by gangs, there's only one way out. To completely integrate into the gang, becoming the very person they once despised. Is there no other choice? Mel Carlo did not feel that he had to stay in this hellhole. With the memories from his past life, as long as he could save up some money to leave this place, it would definitely be better than staying here. You can also choose to die. Don't even think about escaping if you're caught. It will be worse than death. Hank seemed to see through the hidden thoughts beneath Mel Carlo's calm exterior. Thank you. Mel Carlo stood up. To survive. He had to actively adapt to the rules, like a cockroach, adjusting as quickly as possible, rather than crashing down in this world clinging to his past values. At night, Mel Carlo was locked in a room with other children. There were no beds, just some places covered with straw and empty rice sacks that were somewhat comfortable, but the mixed odors were unbearable. The gang's enforcers distributed dinner. A piece of black bread, not too big, but it smelled sour, and just looking at it made one lose their appetite. In his mouth, it was hard and dry, making it very difficult not to spit out. Looking at the iron-like black bread in his hand, he couldn't help but wonder, is this really food for people? He had done some good deeds in his past life. Why was he reborn as a beggar? However, the other children in the same room didn't seem to care. Even that dry, black piece of bread was considered a rare delicacy in their eyes. Some children who had been whipped were lying on the straw, having not found a way to get money, so they had no dinner. A dirty girl was squatting next to the straw, and the injured boy had taken the lashes to protect her at that moment. Her stomach was growling with hunger. But among the beggars in the same room, no one would share their hard-earned food with others. "Hey kid, here, take this. I can't eat it." Mel Carlo handed the black bread to the little girl beside him. The little girl hesitated before taking the black bread, attracting the attention of others in the room. Some children who had no dinner were now eyeing the food, and it wasn't impossible for them to snatch it away. "Thank you," the little girl said softly. Their relationship seemed unfamiliar, as there were many children locked up here. A slightly bigger boy rushed over, trying to snatch the bread away. Mel Carlo quickly took action, facing an opponent much larger than himself. A direct confrontation would surely lead to loss. The best choice was to choke the opponent from behind. As long as they lost their balance, it would be easy to take them down. "Give me the bread, or I'll hit you," the chubby boy threatened, swinging his fists. But Mel Carlo suddenly acted from behind, choking the chubby boy's neck and using his weight to pull back. Even though he was weak, this technique was still effective in a fight. No matter how much the chubby boy struggled, Mel Carlo easily brought him down and then threw 2 punches at his face. "Stop hitting. I was wrong." "Wrong? Are you still trying to snatch it?" Mel Carlo raised his fist. He could fight because in his past life, with unreliable parents, he had to be a bit fiercer to avoid being bullied. "I won't snatch anymore. I won't." Seeing the leader taken down, the other beggars who wanted to fight for food dared not approach. "Remember, my name is Mel Carlo. Here, I have the final say. The bread I give is for whoever I choose if I don't give it to you. You can't snatch it." Mel Carlo hit him 2 more times before letting go. He did this because many little punks would retaliate after begging for mercy. He raised his voice so that everyone in the room would know he wasn't to be messed with after all. Even the most disadvantaged groups, there would be distinctions in strength. The room fell silent again. Mel Carlo lay back on the straw, while the little girl tore the bread and fed it to the boy. Once she had fed him enough, the little girl finally stuffed the remaining piece of bread into her mouth, chewing it carefully before swallowing. She turned to look at Mel Carlo. "Hello, my name is Lily. Thank you so much." The girl's voice was soft but sincere. "It's nothing, I couldn't swallow it anyway." "That kid took the lashes to protect you, right?" "I saw in the yard." "Yes, he did it to protect me." The girl felt a bit guilty. "What's his name?" "His name is Aki." Lily's hair was somewhat gray, but not completely white, looking more like a result of malnutrition. The boy named Aki had striking golden hair. Such a noticeable color was unsuitable for a little thief, so it seemed he could only beg. He looked to be only about 6 or 7 years old, the age of a first or second grader. Yet he had to endure such hardship. "What about that chubby boy? In this hellhole, how can he be so fat? Does he often steal food?" "Yes, but did you forget?" Lily scratched her head and continued. "Before, we all thought you wouldn't speak. They said you were sick and would soon die. Maybe you wouldn't come back after today." Listening to her, Mel Carlo realized that, according to this logic, he could only be reborn into this body because the original owner died from illness. But now, the only information he could grasp was the red and blue bars and levels that lottery function had no points to use, nor did he know how to obtain points. Chapter 3. The Beggars Under the Imperial City. If this really is a fantasy world like a game, then leveling up and learning skills are essential. The game's worldview is virtual, mixed with many elements modern. Industrial age, medieval technology, education, and culture are uncertain. The game background serves entertainment purposes, while he had reincarnated into a real world. Especially when it comes to magic, if it's not like the fixed skills in games, then magic could be quite marvelous. It seems necessary to gather information about this world in the coming time. Most of it is still similar to the game background, but in detail, this world is much more intricate. The information he could gather from these begging children is too limited after all. He couldn't expect a 6 or 7-year-old child to know much. "Lily, do you know about magic? Are you talking about wizards?" "I haven't seen one, but I've heard about them in stories. Only those with magical talent can become wizards. We probably can't, right?" While denying her own potential, Lily was also yearning for the wonders of being a wizard. In such an environment, it's inevitable to feel inferior. Even if one has talent, it can easily be buried. If conditions permit, escaping with the two little ones is not out of the question. What happens later can be discussed later for now. The most important thing is to ensure he doesn't starve to death and that he doesn't get whipped to death. The next morning, awakening in the murky air, the gang's enforcers drove the piglets out to beg again, but if they failed to complete the task, they would probably face a beating that night. Mel Carlo went to the water tank, stood on a chair, and looked at his young face reflected in the water. He was probably only 6 years old, right? Apart from his jet black hair, his face was thin. Mel, can we join you? Lily cautiously approached with Aki behind Mel Carlo. Sure, but what do we need to do? Mel Carlo jumped down from the chair. In the current situation, they needed to preserve their lives. First, much about this world was unknown to him, apart from some overlapping parts with the game. The rest remained a mystery in the state of being a child. Even if they could escape, what should they do next? It's hard to say being without adults means no support. How are you? Mel Carlo looked at Ake, who was already able to walk normally. It was hard to tell he had been whipped. He looked like he had just had a meal, and after one night, he could move again. Much better. Thank you, Mel, Ake said, twisting his arm. Although the places where he had been whipped still hurt, it was much better than last night. At least he could move normally. Well, what should we do next? You all decide. I forgot a lot of things after I got better. Mel Carlo walked alongside the two. The three of them walked barefoot across the street. It felt strange to walk barefoot. It had been many years since he had gotten used to it. I hope we can get some money today, Lily said with a bit of worry. Yesterday, they had been beaten by the gang leader because they hadn't brought any money back. Ake, do you know how much an apple costs? Mel Carlo crossed the street and looked at an apple stall not far away. It should be 1 oren, Ake replied. Although he had never bought one himself, he had seen others do it. Mel Carlo was quite interested in the currency system after all. To fill their stomachs, they had to be able to recognize money. Oren seemed to be the currency unit in this world, a name that had not appeared in the game. Are all Oren coins like this? No, there are also silver Oren, gold Oren, and magic coins, but I haven't seen those. I've only heard about them in stories. Ake shook his head. Lily raised her finger to her nose, looked up and pondered for a moment, then said, I know this 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins, and 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. It seems that a magic coin can be exchanged for 10,000 copper coins, and it's rumored that only wizards use that currency. Mel Carlo didn't find the lack of common knowledge frightening. The knowledge they were missing could be gained through learning. This world was much more interesting than the game. How much money do we need to bring back to avoid being beaten? Mel Carlo stretched in the sunlight. At least 10 oren per person. So for 3 people, it would be 30 oren. I will go beg, Lily said seriously, as she didn't want Ake to get hurt because of her again. Then he'll go steal. Begging might not work. Mel Carlo decided what to do, and one likes to steal sometimes. It's just necessary, just like in his previous life, where he had to choose between starving or stealing. The young'un had no choice. But compared to these 2 kids behind him, it was clearly more appropriate for him to do this. After all, he had experience, including the experience of being caught and beaten. When he was caught stealing for the first time in his previous life, he learned that no matter how fast a 6-year-old can run, they can't outrun an adult. And at that time, he had only stolen a meat bun. Ake hesitated. He didn't like stealing and didn't want to be a thief because he knew it was wrong. But was begging like yesterday really an option? There aren't that many kind-hearted people in the world. If they couldn't bring back money, they would be waiting for another beating. Why don't we just run away? Ake clenched his fists, his body trembling a bit. His dream was to be a knight who protects his friends, not a thief he absolutely didn't want to steal. Before Lily could speak, Mel Carlo spoke first. We can't escape. There are eyes of the royal city, gang, everywhere in the city. As soon as we get close to the city gate, we'll definitely be caught again. Mel Carlo was different from them. Within his small body was a mature soul. Since leaving the Royal City Gang's base, he had been observing those hidden eyes that pawns. They were assets of the Royal City Gang, and there was no reason to let them run away. So this matter had to be carefully planned. Let's not talk about this for now. If you don't want to steal, just beg with Lily. If there's a chance in the future, we might be able to leave here, Mel Carlo concluded as he noticed some gazes falling on him again. When stealing, the fewer people, the better, especially for kids like them. Otherwise, if they were discovered, it would be easy to get caught. Children controlled by the gang were scattered across different areas. It was impossible to have a bunch of beggars gathered together that would be too conspicuous and could easily attract trouble. For this gang to exist, it must have backing, but the game didn't describe this part in detail. At least they had to work hard to survive first and then find a way to escape the gang's control. While looking for a target, A creature like a velociraptor pulled a cart past them that I in the game. This creature was called a ground dragon, serving the same purpose as horses, but this sense of reality was something the game could never compare to. It seems we have to wait a little longer. The crowd isn't big, and it's a bit difficult to take action. During the idle time, Mel Carlo began attempting to release skills from the game, but undoubtedly, no matter what actions he performed, he couldn't release any skills from the game. It was unclear whether it was due to ineffective casting or because there was no skill tree and job change. Chapter 4. Mother S relics. The number of people in the market had increased, and Mel Carlo began to look for fat sheep to target. There were opportunities to act. But stealing from the lower class people wasn't worth it. They worked all day just to fill their stomachs. Besides, how much money could the poor possibly have? His eyes carefully scanned every passerby in the market, and finally landed on a finely dressed little girl, accompanied by a female guard in armor, with a doll-like appearance. The girl with curly golden hair eagerly pointed at the pastries in the shop, wanting to buy everything. The female guard beside her had clean brown short hair. "I want this. Buy?" the doll-like girl exclaimed, holding a purse in one hand and pointing at the pastries with the other. "Wrap this up," the female guard said to the shopkeeper, then turned to the girl. "Miss, do you want anything else?" "Not for now." The doll-like girl shook her head, wanting to continue browsing. But what they didn't know was that Mel Carlo had quietly approached. His clothes were quite tattered, and he wasn't wearing shoes, making it hard to blend in. His appearance could easily raise alarms. Therefore, he had to keep his composure and walk by like nothing was wrong. The chance to act was only once. It had been years since he had stolen anything, and as he resumed his old trade, his heart raced with excitement. In a flash, he made his move. The female guard seemed to sense something, but the moment she turned back to be alert, Mel Carlo had already vanished into the crowd. She quickly scooped the girl into her arms, scanning the surroundings warily, while Mel Carlo entered an alley and began to run at full speed. After committing the theft, he had to leave the scene as quickly as possible to feel secure. "Miss, are you all right?" the female guard asked with concern, holding the doll-like girl. The girl shook her head, but as she raised her hand, she realized her purse was gone. "It's gone, my purse is gone." The doll began to cry. That purse was something very important to her, the only relic left to her by her mother. At this moment, the female guard became even more convinced that her instincts were right. Someone had indeed approached them and stolen the girl's purse. She quickly calmed down and softly reassured the girl, "Miss, don't be sad. We'll go find your purse." "Oh." The doll sniffled and stopped crying. Activating her skill to investigate, everything around her became clear in an instant, quickly locking onto a trace of someone fleeing. The female guard carried the girl and chased after the trace. Meanwhile, Mel Carlo, who had been dashing through the alley, also stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to run. He simply couldn't anymore. His body hadn't eaten in a long time, and his stomach began to ache, his limbs feeling weak. He had fully adapted to this small body, including its frailty and weakness. All sorts of negative conditions were present. One hand pressed against his stomach, while the other limply rested on the steps beside him. Having run for so long, he should be safe by now. But before he could fully relax, a furious shout rang out in front of him. The female guard stood in front of him, holding the girl. "You filthy rat. Hand over the Mrs. Purse." Mel Carlo calmly raised his head, feeling slightly surprised, but that surprise quickly faded. After all, this might be a world similar to a game, and it was possible that the female guard had tracking skills. But he wouldn't admit it that easily, nor would he hand over the purse. A thief should expect to get caught, and giving the item away would only lead to a beating. "What are you talking about? What purse?" Mel Carlo feigned confusion. His acting skills seemingly honed to perfection, showing no signs of guilt on the surface. "Don't play dumb with me. Do you want me to chop off your filthy hands before you're willing to hand over the purse?" The female guard's expression turned furious. She never expected someone would dare to steal from the miss right under her nose. "But I really don't know what you're talking about." Before Mel Carlo could continue, the female guard had already set the girl down. "Wait here, miss, I'll get the purse back right now." With strong arms, she pinned Mel Carlo down and began searching for the purse. The female guard had chased all the way here and hadn't seen any other traces. The purse must still be on this little brat. There was no way it could be hidden. Once she found it, she would definitely chop off this little brat's hand to teach him a lesson about who not to mess with. But after a violent search, she found no trace of the purse. Mel Carlo's tattered clothes had been thoroughly checked. Such ragged linen couldn't hide anything. Could it be that she was mistaken? But there was only one trace of someone fleeing. If he hadn't stolen, why would this brat run away in such a hurry? Melcarlo had indeed stolen it. But he had already placed the purse in his system space, which was why the female guard couldn't find anything. Did you hide the purse? I won't be mistaken. It must be you. Hand it over, or I'll chop off one of your hands. The female guard drew her knife, scolding Melcarlo sternly. Generally speaking, children like this would obediently hand over what they stole after a little intimidation, and that was exactly what the female guard planned. At least until this brat's suspicion was cleared, she wouldn't think she had wronged him. I really don't know what you're talking about. Please let me go. Melcarlo lay on the ground, his words still flowing. He couldn't admit it, nor would he ever. The money in the purse should be enough for him to live comfortably for a while, allowing him to deal with the gang's oppression and also start preparing to escape the city. The female guard slowly raised her knife, even lying on the ground. Melcarlo felt the coldness emanating from the blade. Surely she wouldn't really bring it down? That would kill someone. Melcarlo maintained his disguise. In such a situation, taking a step back would mean eternal damnation. Ultimately, the blade fell, striking the ground beside him. The female guard slowly stood up, a hint of doubt creeping into her mind about her judgment. Perhaps she had really made a mistake. I'm sorry, miss. Don't. That's mine. The doll-like girl's voice gradually choked up before she began to cry loudly. Melcarlo slowly got up from the ground. Crying wouldn't help him get the items back. Just moments ago, the female guard had threatened to chop off a thieving hand. The sound of crying touched his heart slightly, but having chosen this path, he couldn't waver, whether good or bad. Failing to remain steadfast would only lead to more suffering. As for the purse, the young lady from a wealthy family could just get a new one. She wouldn't starve to death over it. Watching the pair of master and servant walk away, Melcarlo turned and left without any lingering feelings. He wouldn't soften his heart over a few words. Chapter 5. The silver-haired knight Melcarlo arrived at the street where Lily was begging. He was very hungry now, his stomach aching from hunger. And he really wanted to eat something. But he didn't dare to take out the purse recklessly. Who knew if there were eyes in the dark? Or if that female guard would follow him? These were risks that had to be eliminated. If he had run that far in his previous life, it would have been unlikely for anyone to catch up with him. But in this fantasy world, that female guard had caught up with the doll. If it weren't for the 100 grid storage space, he probably would have already lost a hand. Mel, you're here. Although the bowl in front of Lily was empty, she was smiling happily, clearly having received something good while begging. Yeah, why are you so happy? Did you get something good? Mel, come here. I want to tell you something quietly. Lily walked into a side alley and pulled out a whole baguette from under her clothes. This was a golden wheat bread, completely different from that sour and smelly black bread. Melcarlo swallowed hard. He was not short on money now, but he couldn't expose his wallet. For safety's sake, it was better to keep it in the system space. Gurgle, his stomach, also protested at that moment. You must be hungry too, Mel. You ate all your bread last night, Lily said. She broke off half of the baguette and continued to hide the other half in her clothes, obviously saving it for Akai. But where had that kid gone? Wasn't he supposed to be begging with Lily? Melcarlo took the half of the baguette, took a big bite, and chewed it carefully. Although it wasn't very soft, it was delicious. After swallowing a few bites, he felt quite thirsty. The bread was too dry. Thanks, Lily. Aren't you eating? I want to share the rest with Akai. Wasn't he with you just now? Where did he go? After he had filled his stomach a little, Melcarlo finally asked about it. Akai went to steal something, Lily replied softly. Wasn't he unwilling? Why did he go again? Mel felt a headache coming on. Was that kid really going down the wrong path? If he had never stolen anything, it would be best if he never started. He still had some thoughts in his heart, at least wanting to protect the innocence of these two kids. After a brief discussion, they decided to wait for Akai to come back. Meanwhile, Akai, after a long struggle, decided to go against his inner thoughts. If he really wanted to protect his companions, he had to steal some money. He could endure one beating, but what if it was 2 or 3? Lily and Mel didn't seem like they could take a beating, so he had to do it. This was his first time doing such a thing, and his heart was extremely tense. He kept looking around, afraid of being discovered. Even after confirming his target, he still dared not act. He slowly approached, constantly self-affirming that as long as he stole something from the shop and immediately escaped, it would be fine. At the moment Akai reached out, a large hand grabbed his little hand. He panicked and tried to break free, mumbling, "I'm sorry." He didn't dare to open his eyes. Whether it was fists or slaps, he deserved it. But the beating he imagined didn't come. Instead, the grip on his hand loosened considerably. He opened his eyes. The man who had grabbed him was a true knight, clad in silver armor with dazzling silver hair. The man smiled gently, and there was little blame on his face. The silver-haired knight turned his gaze to the shop in front of him and said kindly to the shopkeeper, "Please wrap up those pastries for me. And give me some extra bread. Thank you." He took out a silver coin from his pouch and tossed it onto the counter. The shopkeeper quickly wrapped up a whole bag of food for him. "Here you go, little rascal. Don't do this kind of thing again. It's your first time, isn't it?" The silver-haired knight stuffed the entire bag of bread into Akai's arms. Akai was somewhat dazed, looking at the silver-haired knight, who was indeed a very handsome man. Under the sunlight, his silver hair seemed to glow. He hugged the bread tighter. The knight he had dreamed of in stories was now standing right in front of him. Akai nodded. "All right, let's go. I have other things to attend to, so I won't walk you home." The silver-haired knight was about to turn and leave when Akai called out to him, "Can you help me, Sir Knight? My friends and I are being controlled by a gang. If I don't steal money, I'll get beaten when I go back." Akai lowered his head, feeling very self-conscious. Saying such things felt a bit presumptuous. But if this knight was willing to help them, perhaps he could take Lily away. Anything would be better than begging on the street. The silver-haired knight seemed to have heard him. "The Royal City's gang. Huh? I've heard of them." The man stroked his chin, and just then, a loud explosion echoed through the city, followed by flames rising on the other side of the city. The silver-haired knight didn't have time to think and quickly ran toward the direction of the explosion, leaving Akai standing there in a daze. Dangerous elements had infiltrated the capital. Akai didn't linger either. He hugged the bread and ran toward the street where Lily was begging. With so much food, Lily and Mel would surely be very happy to see it. After a while of running, he saw Lily and Mel resting on the steps. "Lily, Mel." Akai quickly approached, hugging the bread. "Akai." Lily also quickly got up and pulled out the half baguette she had hidden in her arms. When the two stopped and set down the bag of food they were carrying, Mel Carlo was astonished. "Did you rob a bakery?" "No, I met a very kind knight, and he gave me these. Don't say anything, just eat." Akai laughed, scratching his head. His blonde hair and smile really matched well. Lily didn't seem so happy. She originally saved half a baguette to wait for Akai to eat together, but she didn't expect Akai to be much better than her. "It's fine, it's all the same. Let's eat quickly." Akai grabbed a bread and stuffed it into his mouth. This soft and fragrant bread was freshly baked today. Mel Carlo also picked up a bread and started eating. Although a 6-year-old stomach couldn't hold much, they had been hungry for a while. Even though they had filled their stomachs a little during that time, they were still in a state of hunger. Lily also shook off her disappointment, picked up a bread, and started eating. There were many pastries inside, delicious treats she had never tasted before. After the three of them had eaten their fill, there was still more than half a bag of food left. They definitely couldn't finish a meal. But if they just took the food back, they would surely be spotted by the gang members. While the three were resting, the chubby kid who had stolen food last night appeared again, eyeing the food in their hands and itching to make a move. It's hard to keep a clear mind when one is starving. Chapter 6. The Grape Hairpin. It was him again. Akai quickly became alert. Typically, these beggars have their own territories. "Hey." Mel Carlo stood up, his gaze fixed on the chubby kid. Even though they were all weak, some enjoyed bullying those even weaker than themselves. He couldn't stand people like that. Whether in his past life or this one, people's characters didn't change much. Feeling Mel Carlo's gaze, the chubby kid shrank his head but couldn't stop the drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes pleading. He said nothing, yet it felt like he said everything. They weren't really enemies with this chubby kid. They were all trying to survive. "Akai, do you want to take the bread back? Will there be a problem?" Mel Carlo threw out this question first. The gang members were definitely not good people. Those breads would probably just end up feeding dogs. Akai quickly thought of this as well. They had already eaten their fill, and it was impossible to take the bread back. At most, they could only find a place to hide it, but even hiding it wasn't safe. If someone saw it, someone would take note. Why not give him some? He looks pretty hungry too. Lily was still too gentle. Then we won't take it back. "Hey, chubby kid, listen up. Go call all the hungry people you can find. We can't let them starve." Mel Carlo tossed a bread to the chubby kid in front of him. If they couldn't hide it or eat it all, they might as well let the bread serve its purpose. It might still have some effect. The chubby kid started gobbling it down. He quickly finished the one bread without any delay and ran off quickly to gather others who had been hungry for a long time. Some of them hadn't eaten dinner the night before and might not have eaten the day before that either. They were walking unsteadily. "Akai, is it okay to share the bread with them?" Mel Carlo looked at Akai. After all, these breads were obtained by Akai, so how to handle them was naturally up to him. "Mel, no problem. We are already full anyway," Akai readily agreed. "Fatty, help Lily divide the bread. Everyone should get some." 7 or 8 people shared a large half bag of bread, At least everyone had something to eat. They might not eat enough to be full, but they definitely wouldn't go hungry. The children's throats were moving as a group of ragged, barefoot kids stared eagerly at the bread. They heard Mel Carlo's words clearly, so no one fought for it. The chubby boy seemed not to be full yet, stuffing another piece of bread into his mouth before starting to share the remaining snacks and bread with the others. Thank you, thank you. The remaining children took the bread one by one and began to devour it. Mel was worried they might choke, but he said nothing, thinking that choking to death was probably better than enduring this cruel reality. Many children cried while eating. As orphans, no one would feel sorry for them. Aren't you eating? Why are you crying? Mel Carlo looked at these kids, recalling that he never cried when he had something to eat as a child. No, it's just too delicious. I've never had anything this good, one child said, with snot bubbles coming out of his nose. They weren't crying out of sadness. They had just never tasted such good food. Even dry black bread wasn't something they could eat every day. After finishing, the children stood there, seemingly waiting for Mel and the others' orders. Whoever could give them food would be the boss. What are you still doing here? Have you found your money today? Or do you plan to go back and get beaten? You can all disperse now. Mel Carlo certainly wouldn't be soft-hearted enough to distribute the money. What he needed most now was to accumulate a certain amount of funds to create opportunities for escape. After everyone dispersed, the sun had started to set. If they hadn't gotten the money by then, it would be hard to get another chance. In the system space, Mel Carlo had already tried to open the wallet from the system menu, and the coins inside had been cleared out. 2 gold coins and 10 silver coins, totaling 3,000 oren. However, gold and silver coins weren't easy to spend, so he could first exchange the silver coins for copper coins and then take them to settle accounts. They couldn't steal money every day, nor could they beg for over 20 oren each day, so there was no need to offer tribute to the gang every day. Mel Carlo could confirm this without even asking. What to do? Akai, we haven't begged for money yet. We'll get beaten when we go back. It's okay. I will protect you. The blonde boy patted Lily's shoulder. Don't worry, I've got the money, but I need to exchange it for copper coins first. Mel Carlo took out 1 silver coin from the system, which was worth 100 oren, and of course, he couldn't hand it over directly. He looked towards a jewelry shop not far down the street. Most shops had already started to close because the sun was setting. We need to hurry. Ignoring the puzzled looks from the two, Mel Carlo led them closer to the jewelry shop. Excuse me, how much is this grape hairpin? Mel Carlo called out to the merchant who was packing up. Seeing that the three were dressed in rags, the merchant raised an eyebrow but eventually said, If you want it, just give me 5 oren. Okay, we'll take it. Can you give us the remaining copper coins? Mel pinched the silver coin between his fingers but didn't give it directly to the merchant. Instead, he waited for the exchange. One should always be cautious, especially as they were just kids. If this merchant wanted to bully them, they would find it hard to fight back. The merchant quickly counted out 95 copper coins and handed the hairpin directly to Mel Carlo. The exchange of silver and copper coins happened quickly. Mel Carlo stuffed the small bag of copper coins into his clothes, but in reality, he placed them directly into the system space. The storage compartment could easily count the number, and it was safer than keeping it on his body. Lily, this hairpin is for you. Mel Carlo handed the hairpin to Lily. Among the three, she was the only girl, and he had no use for it. Thank you. Lily happily accepted the hairpin. But you better not wear it, at least not now. Otherwise, it will easily attract the attention of those gang members. Those malicious people love to trample on things they consider treasures, Mel Carlo reminded her. They were orphans and beggars now, so it was not wise to do things beyond their status. Then, he handed 20 copper coins to the two. With this, they would be safe from a beating. As just hearing the sound of the whip made one's scalp tingle, the three returned to the gang's territory and entered the courtyard. The situation was somewhat different from yesterday. The leader who was supposed to intimidate them was now drunkenly slumped on the stairs. Seeing that the expressions of the others around were normal, it seemed he was indeed drunk. Mel Carlo hoped he was dead. After all, he was a scoundrel. Chapter 7. Tender Palms at Night. The gang members still distributed shriveled black bread. They could no longer eat, so they stored the bread. Because the gang leader was drunk, they didn't have to hand in copper coins, which was considered a stroke of good luck. Mel Carlo lay on the hay, determined in his heart. He must accelerate his understanding of this world. If it truly overlaps with the game's background, it would turn into his precious treasure. Lily, I met a knight today. Shining armor, silver hair, really cool. Akai lay on the haystack, hands behind his head, recounting his day's experience. He felt grateful for the night. But there had been an explosion in the city at that time. If possible, He wanted to take these kids out of the gang's control, no matter what they did, even if it was a bit hard. Really? Did the knight give you the bread? Lily was also very interested in this topic. Knights were too far removed from their class, and they could only learn about them from stories. Mel Carlo listened quietly, not wanting to interrupt the children's conversation. He couldn't share how he had stolen the possessions of a little girl's mother with these two kids. That would be too cruel. His conscience wasn't that extensive. Everything was about ensuring his own safety. If he had honestly handed over the wallet back then, who knows what the consequences would have been? An explosion? I saw it too, not far from me. The chubby boy suddenly chimed in. He was nearby when the explosion happened, and the Knights group arrived quickly. It seemed to have been caused by cultists. Seeing that the three ignored him, the chubby boy added, I heard that the Knights group is tracking the cultists. We need to be careful. Those cultists are very cruel. Hearing this, Mel Carlo quickly got up from the haystack. Are there cultists in this world too? In the original game, cultists were usually between level 30 and 70, but this world wasn't a game. Anything was possible. Cultists often dealt with necromancy or blood sacrifice rituals, and if luck ran out, they could easily become sacrifices. It seemed best to avoid such desolate alleys in the coming days. Sticking to the main roads could ensure safety. In the pitch-black room, only the moonlight could seep through the window. Lily was looking at the grape hairpin in her hand, aided by the faint moonlight. Chubby, how much do you know about cultists? Are they dangerous? Mel Carlo asked. If I could come into contact with magic, no matter what kind of magic it is, it might serve as a trump card in the future. Even forbidden dark magic, at least in games, is not something terrifying for many middle schoolers. It might even be a cool profession. I don't know. I've only heard about it, that they use human sacrifices to practice dark magic. The chubby boy scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't expect that his words would actually catch Mel Carlo's attention. Mel Carlo confirmed a key piece of information again. Dark magic. This world might have dark magic, but until he sees it with his own eyes, he cannot fully verify it. He wouldn't naively treat this place as a game world. Otherwise, he would eventually pay the price for it, gaining true knowledge through practice. In such a medieval fantasy setting, the worldview is very mixed. If some cross-era technology exists in this world, it might also be mistaken for magic. Glancing at his tender palm, he couldn't help but feel that the world is too big and he is too small, making it difficult to strive to understand it. He swiped his finger across the system menu bar. It was similar to the game menu, but it was empty, only showing his level and red-blue bars, with no specific values or ways to improve. The way to level up in games is to kill monsters. But he is so weak now that even dealing with level 1 monsters is very difficult. The low-level monsters in the Imperial City are just the rats in the sewers, which generally only have a level of 1, and there are many of them, suitable for leveling up a new account. But there is also a problem. The rats in the game are poisonous, and in real life, being bitten by a rat can be even more dangerous. Rabies and the Black Death both have a chance of infection, and he doesn't have the purification skill, so the negative effects could indeed be deadly. That slightly restless heart was once again suppressed by reason. Who doesn't want to achieve something after coming to another world? Although his past life can't be called regretful, it was definitely not the path he wanted to choose. The chubby boy watched Mel Carlo slide his finger in the air, feeling a bit strange, and quickly turned to lie down. What he couldn't see was not his concern. After continuing to study the system carefully, Mel Carlo was thoroughly disheartened. The lottery section above didn't even show what could be won, and besides observing his level, the most useful thing right now was the 100 storage slots. Did I reincarnate a bit too early? Mel Carlo had read many web novels in his previous life, and one common trope is that the original host had already achieved success before the system went online to distribute a beginner's gift package. Or perhaps something was needed to activate the system, or the game plot hadn't entered the right track yet. While Mel Carlo was guessing various possibilities, he never thought that the reason was that the system had met its business standards this year, so he was released without the system following him. Everything had to be explored on his own. There were no issued tasks or deliberate guidance, as if he had been abandoned in this strange world, a true orphan. Lost in thought, Mel Carlo fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, everyone else was already awake. He felt sticky all over, not very comfortable. He hadn't bathed since reincarnating, and it seemed that the original owner of this body hadn't bathed for some time either. But in his current identity, if he wanted to change into a new set of clothes, it wasn't very possible. Although the weather wasn't too cold yet, washing and drying clothes would take a day, which meant he might have to be naked for the whole day. Mel Carlo walked out of the room, went to the water tank, and drew water to wash his body. If he could change into a new set of clothes, That would be best. The stains on this linen outfit had already hardened. Mel, you seem a bit unhappy? Lily followed behind Mel Carlo. I am a bit uncomfortable. I really want to take a bath and change into new clothes, Mel Carlo replied truthfully, continuing his steps outward. But we have no clothes to change into. Akai stood by, accustomed to it, and not bothered. Let's go out. Mel Carlo left the yard with the two of them. Although they still had copper coins, it didn't mean they could do nothing. The coins in the system could support offerings. But if they couldn't explain the source of the money, it would be easy to be noticed by the gang's eyes, so they should do what they normally did. They should steal and beg. When the opportunity arose to escape the gang's control in the Imperial City, they could live like normal people. Chapter 8. The Duke's Fury. On the first day of reincarnation in another world, walking barefoot on the road, I discovered I was a beggar controlled by a gang, and the bread was harder to eat than an old lady's foot skin. On the second day, I stole a bag of money. At least my stomach was full, but I almost lost a hand. Now it's the third day. I haven't bathed, and I'm feeling awful, with lice tormenting me. I'm ready to jump into the river. Sitting by the street, leaning against the wall, with a broken bowl in front of me, I began to doubt the meaning of reincarnation. It's not about being enjoyable. It certainly isn't to beg in another world. Akai, is there anywhere to take a bath? I can't stand it. Mel Carlo was gradually losing his mind. Mel, for safety, don't wash yourself too clean. Otherwise, those perverted adults might buy you, Akai said with a kind but somewhat naive look. For these beggars, a dirty appearance is also a form of protection. If someone takes an interest in them because of their looks, it would be worse than death. From Akai's words, he at least knew that this kind of thing had happened before. As long as someone was willing to pay, those gang members would be happy to sell them. Just endure it. You'll get used to it. Mel Carlo still didn't clean himself. I should go steal something. Begging like this probably won't help. Some food is given away, but the coins are pitifully few. Since I ate too much yesterday, I'm not very hungry today. Mel, are you going to steal again? Akai wanted to stop him, but Mel Carlo didn't stop. Otherwise, relying on these poor fools' dry bread, how can I report back? I'm afraid Lily and I won't survive until next month. Mel Carlo continued walking. The crowd was increasing, and the risk of taking action was much lower. But he was also slightly worried. At least there were guards around. And it was something he should never touch. If discovered, he might be killed on the spot. In this world, it is just a thought for nobles to kill beggars like them. Successfully stealing once, he obtained 30 oren. Even a few copper coins are still something tangible. While he was stealing, he could clearly feel someone watching. It was unclear whether it was the noble who lost his wallet or the gang's informant. But it didn't matter now. The target he chose was not that dangerous. Even if caught, it would only result in a beating. As long as he wasn't killed, there would be no problem. The most important thing right now was to survive. As the sun set, he found Akai and Lily again. They had only managed to gather 5 copper coins all day, which was not enough to report back. You only got 5 oren? That's not enough? Come on. I'll give you each 10 copper coins. Adding to what you had before, at least it won't be so easy to get beaten to death. Mel Carlo said with a sly smile. He wasn't mocking. He had an idea in mind. Just sitting there waiting for kind-hearted people to help is too unlikely. The other party doesn't know what you've been through. It completely depends on their goodwill. So he needed to determine the target user group. If he needed to make money, he had to target literate people, find a wooden sign, write some tragic stories on it, and it would be best to evoke sympathy. That way, the harvest should increase. 3 people divided 30 copper coins equally. For Mel Carlo, this was nothing. He was already wealthy. But that money was meant for his escape plan and couldn't be brought into the light. If the wallet he stole really belonged to a noble girl from a powerful family, then those gang organizations should soon be under immense pressure. Thinking about these things, Mel Carlo returned to the gang compound with the other 2. Just stepping into the yard, he could feel a bad atmosphere. The once arrogant gang leader had a bandage wrapped around his head and numerous bruises on his face, clearly beaten by someone, his entire face marked with fear. What should we do, Ank? I don't want to die yet. Who would be foolish enough to steal the Duke's daughter's wallet? The middle-aged man with a big belly sat on a chair, continuously mumbling to the scar-faced man beside him. Since the incident happened in his territory, he was called in, regardless of whether he did it or if it was one of his men. The higher-ups demanded one result. At least the head of this leader had to roll to placate their anger. If he could recover the wallet, he might have a chance to survive. If not, someone would come to pluck out one of his eyes in a week. Upon seeing Mel Carlo and the others return, the gang leader's anger instantly shifted to the 3 of them. He stood up, his body shaking with rage, and shouted, "Did you steal it? You stole the Duke's daughter's wallet." Akai and Lily were frightened, shaking their heads repeatedly, explaining, "It wasn't us, we didn't steal anything." Melcarlo also put on a panicked expression. Although he had anticipated this, he clearly underestimated the power of that doll. It was easy to guess what would happen next. If the wallet wasn't found, the gang leader's head would roll, as someone had to be blamed to appease the Duke's family. The other members were of lower rank, and this leader was just the right size to take the fall. As for whether killing someone like this would cause guilt, certainly not. He wasn't kind enough to feel remorse for a scumbag. After the three were beaten and scolded, the scar-faced man stopped the big-bellied man's actions, stating that even if he was redirecting his anger, it shouldn't go too far. "Ank, what do you want to do? I'm not dead yet. Do you dare to oppose me?" Ank said nothing more, just touched the scar on his face, glanced at Melcarlo, and continued to maintain his tough stance against the gang leader, saying, "How long do you think you can live? If you can't find the wallet, just wait to die?" Once this man was dead, he could naturally take over the area. Hearing this, the gang leader could no longer keep his composure. He had enjoyed his position for too many years, lacking the fighting spirit of his youth, his belly full of fat as proof. He was filled with fear, yet still couldn't accept it. He couldn't give up. He had to find that wallet. He fell to the ground, his belly flopping, and then got up again, shouting, "Go find it. Everyone go find it. You little piglets, don't sleep. Search the entire city, turn the sewers upside down, and find it for me." Being scolded like this, he became more alert. Even if he vented his anger on these little ones, it would be of no use, as they wouldn't die for him. With this final chance, he had to take a gamble. He had to find it no matter what. "If you can't find it, you all can die." Many beggars standing outside the door stopped in their tracks, hiding outside, facing the furious gang leader. They did not want to go in and get beaten. Chapter 9. The wallet incident. The gang leader began to interrogate each person carefully. But this was destined to be futile. Those who wanted him dead and the real thief would not reveal the truth. He desperately tried to see different expressions on the faces of others, but his abilities could not discern anything he wanted. The beggars outside were also called into the yard one by one, and finally, a timid child, under scolding, said, "That day, Akai and the others gave us a lot of bread. We really didn't eat it." Hearing this, Melcarlo frowned slightly. The three of them had just taken a beating, and now they had to deal with this misfortune. However, as long as the origin of the bread was explained clearly, the 1 silver coin he had used should not be implicated. "It was you three who stole it, right? And then bought bread with the money from the wallet? Where's the wallet? Hand it over." The gang leader cracked his whip. Akai shielded the other two behind him. The whip landed on his face with a loud crack, leaving a noticeable red mark. "Grab them three and search." Quickly, gang members began to search them. Apart from finding some copper coins, they didn't find anything else. "Where did these copper coins come from?" "I stole them." Melcarlo stepped forward. "So you stole that wallet too?" The gang leader pulled the whip, glaring at Melcarlo. However, his intimidation had no effect on the child in front of him, as the child's body housed the soul of an adult. "It wasn't me. I never stole anything." As Melcarlo shook his head, a whip struck him, and a sharp pain instantly surged through him. But he felt little anger because, in his view, this gang leader was already a dead man. How could they possibly find it in a week? The wallet was safely placed in the system space. But to show fear, Melcarlo staggered back a few steps, avoiding eye contact with the man in front of him. "Go find it. You little piglets, if you can't find the wallet, just go die." The gang leader angrily turned away and continued to instruct his subordinates, "Keep a close watch on these little rabbits. It might really be them who stole it, and they must have hidden it now. Also, search the pigsty." He didn't expect there would be such blind people. That was the Duke's daughter, and just by looking at her attire, one could tell she was different. Who would dare to lay hands on her? After all the beggars were driven away, they wandered aimlessly on the streets. Fortunately, the weather wasn't too cold yet. Otherwise, they might freeze to death outside. Meanwhile, inside the Duke's mansion, the doll had locked herself in her room since the wallet was stolen, curling up behind the door. That was the only gift her mother had left her, and now it was stolen. Outside the door, the headmaid approached. "Is the young lady still not out?" "No. It's all that detestable little thief's fault. That wallet must be very important to the young lady." The female guard also came over at that moment, saying, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken the young lady out. If we hadn't gone to the market, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. My lady, you don't need to blame yourself. The Duke's residence has already pressured the gang responsible for that area. It shouldn't be long before the wallet is found." The headmaid slightly bowed to the female guard. Originally, It was her idea to have the guard take the young lady out to relax. The young lady couldn't always stay locked inside the Duke's mansion. That wouldn't be good for her mental and physical health. Since the lady passed away, the young lady seemed less lively than before. Melcarlo, Akai, and Lily walked to a long bench that still had some light. Though this world had no electric lights, it seemed to use some magical mineral to replace street lamps, and the illumination was quite bright, like little suns radiating red light. Mel, are you okay? Why did you stand up earlier? You could have just said I stole it, and now both of us have been whipped. Akai sat on the bench. He thought his skin was tough enough that getting whipped twice wouldn't matter, and a good sleep would fix everything. Mel is different. His body is too weak. After being whipped, he will probably be in pain for several days. It's fine. People who love to whip others usually don't live long. Melcarlo smirked, completely unconcerned about the whip. Really? Lily leaned in, feeling a bit creeped out by their discussion about someone else's death. Well, if he can't find his wallet, he will definitely die. The person who lost the wallet seems to be a big deal. Melcarlo knew the wallet was with him, but he would never take it out. The only thing making him cautious was the scarred man named Ankh. First, he had given him 20 oren to resolve a crisis, and just now, he had looked at him again regarding the wallet. There are many spies in the gang. It's possible that the scarred man saw him stealing. The situation would be complicated moving forward, so he shouldn't return for the time being to avoid being taken by the gang leader to accompany him in death. For now, his interests aligned with the scarred man's. After the leader dies, Ankh is likely to become the new leader, while the beggar remains a beggar. There are still a few months until winter. Do you know that? Melcarlo asked. What's wrong? 3 months from now. It's nothing. We should consider how to survive the winter. If we don't prepare now, winter could be very hard. Melcarlo thought to himself. He had only been in this other world for 3 days, and the information he could gather was limited. If he couldn't escape before winter, he would need to prepare in advance to cope with the cold. It felt quite interesting, like starting a game with very little information. While the three were chatting, the chubby boy mysteriously approached them with an oiled paper bag. Mel, what is it? Do you want to fight? Mel glanced at the chubby boy, thinking he might be looking for trouble, especially since he had just been whipped, and it was normal for the chubby boy to show off a bit. No, it's not that. I'm treating you to something delicious. The chubby boy quickly explained, opening the oiled paper bag. Inside was a huge pork chop, which looked well roasted, with bite marks on it. It was only then, under the light of the stone street lamp, that they noticed the grease at the corner of the chubby boy's mouth. Where did you get this? Did you steal it? Melcarlo looked at the pork chop. Feeling a bit hungry, he hadn't eaten anything since he was full yesterday. No, it definitely wasn't stolen. You guys eat. I'm already full. The chubby boy patted his belly. Seeing that he meant no harm, Akai and Lily began to swallow their saliva, and Melcarlo felt relieved. Chapter 10. Are you an apostle? The three divided the pork chop evenly. Melcarlo stuffed the pork chop into his mouth. It should have been a well-cooked piece, but it seemed to have a lot of sauce and juice on it. The mixed flavors of various spices were quite nice, though a bit strange, but being hungry, having meat to eat was good enough. Are you full? If not, I can take you somewhere, but you can't tell anyone else. The chubby boy stood in front of Melcarlo, smiling happily. Now, Melcarlo hesitated a bit, but this chubby boy had managed to get this. Chapter 11. Gang investigator Melcarlo was pleasantly surprised by the sudden information. There exists a being in this world called an apostle, a lucky one chosen by the gods. Or perhaps an unfortunate one. Have you been investigating the apostles all these years? Yes, I asked some scholars to help me look up related information. But there are no clear sentences. Those records are basically like stories. Do apostles die of old age? I don't know. Melcarlo suddenly smiled. Actually, I am an apostle. Chapter 12. Cleaning the sewers of the imperial capital. Ankh shook his head firmly. It's not me. All right, I hope it's not you either. If I can't find anything in a month, the higher-ups will likely treat this as an accident. Do as you wish. Ankh didn't appreciate the sentiment. Don't relax too much. I want to leave after a month. I will stay here until the end of the year. Those little piglets should beg when they need to and should secretly offer their tributes. Don't let the offerings decrease. You handle it. Understood. Ankh walked back into the room, ignoring the outside world. Chapter 13. The first skill learned in the other world, a child died. And Melcarlo and the others didn't run away. They returned to the back alleys of the imperial city, continuing to live under the control of the gang. The original gang leader was dead, and in the past month, Ankh had not gained power but had instead been locked up, and the gang's higher-ups sent someone new. Melcarlo felt a bit uneasy about everything that suddenly happened because he didn't know what was going on, it was different from the original plan. As usual, begging and stealing. In the second month of arriving in the other world, he successfully committed theft 10 times, and the system finally gave. Chapter 14. Chocolate Chubby Boy, what is your name? Melcarlo asked the chubby boy who was carrying him on his back. Although their first meeting wasn't too pleasant. In that situation, fighting over food due to hunger wasn't a great evil. Now that they had spent some time together, they were naturally more familiar. But he had never asked the chubby boy's name. The chubby boy hadn't mentioned it either, nor had he seen others call him by a name. Now that they had some downtime, Melcarlo was ready to ask. I don't know. Everyone calls me Fatty or Wild Boar. I don't know what my name is. Chapter 15. Skill attempt. The next day, Melcarlo asked Ank if he could take a day off. Ank readily agreed, and even gave all the children a day off. So Melcarlo wanted to test his skills. After completing 10 jumps, he gained a skill, back jump. Back jump, jump backward to dodge attacks. I remember this skill has a 2-second cooldown. It's a warrior type skill, but in the game, it can be used by all classes to evade some attacks. Continuing to try, this skill consumes almost no mana, but his body. Chapter 16. Is the system mistaken about the world? He had tried higher level skills, and none of them succeeded. The menu displayed the skill proficiency. Back jump 110000, strong slash 110000, flying blade 110000, cut 110000, stab 110000, lift 110000, dagger attack 21000, theft 610,000. Adding these points together, he already had 14 points, and he could draw from the reward pool, effort value, 14. Single draw. Chapter 17. Uncle Ank. Can you read? Forget it. Even if it's just some daily necessities, at least he doesn't have to worry about starving to death in the other world. Melcarlo stored the milk candies in the system space. The 100-slot space only took up 1 slot. Based on the current training order of skills, he could first practice back jump and flying blade, which consume little mana, and dagger attack as a beneficial passive also has no consumption. The assassin's breathing technique doesn't consume much either. It just takes time to practice, making it relatively easy. Theft must be placed later in the order since his current mana. Chapter 18. 20 times 10 consecutive draws after a period of study. Melcarlo only learned some basic words, like good morning and hello. The problem isn't Melcarlo. It's that Ank's knowledge level is really limited. A half-baked teacher teaching another illiterate. Now Melcarlo is like an illiterate. He can understand the language of this world, but cannot recognize the written characters and can only learn from scratch, at least in such an environment. Learning to read and write is truly not an easy task. When it was time to leave, Melcarlo Chapter 19, the next generation of gangsters. 5 of them sat at the dining table. Due to the changes in identity and status, they no longer had to eat black bread in a dark room. Their living conditions had also changed. Now, as reserve members of the gang, they had cleaner houses. Although they still slept on the floor, at least they had beds. All right, you guys, after dinner, wash yourselves and change into new clothes. Training continues tomorrow. Ank instructed the others as he walked up behind Melcarlo. Melcarlo said nothing, just silently stuffed bread into his mouth. It was only the first day. Chapter 20. White, green, purple, gold, red. 2 hours later, Mel was awakened from his closed-eye state. Mel, you're bleeding, Lily said anxiously. Melcarlo felt a cool sensation, but his effort points had increased by 200, plus an additional 5 from stealing, which was a significant growth. Stealing proficiency, 2010000. Assassin breathing technique proficiency, 181010000. Current effort points, 2548. The assassin breathing technique indeed helps to concentrate energy, but the physical burden was still. Chapter 21. The smiling merchant Akai also stopped practicing and walked over to the 2. The 3 quickly left the courtyard to play outside. They hadn't had a good time in a long while. Although they no longer had to go hungry like before, it was still a bit uncomfortable. Where to? Akai asked, hands behind his head, as he strode down the street. I want to check out paper and pens first. Melcarlo replied, walking slowly behind. Mel, are you buying paper and pens? Have you been learning to read and write recently? Lily suddenly became interested, looking at him with a very serious expression. Chapter 22. The merchant Melcarlo was confused. It seemed this man also sold some contraband. I want to buy, but I want to ask if you know of any convenient ways to get to Oak City? Because I plan to go, Melcarlo expressed his question. A child your age. Do you want to go alone? Or do you have family with you? That far of a journey isn't suitable for a lone traveler, the man said, retracting his trademark smile and scratching his head awkwardly. Just as Mel was about to lie, he was interrupted by the man. Chapter 23, The Lantern Festival. Some people are naturally not sensitive to words, and Akai is one of them. The next day, it was another day of learning, and Akai collapsed. Akai, did you remember? I'm going to practice swordsmanship. Akai stood up like a wooden doll, stiffly walking towards the door. He picked up a wooden sword from the yard, swinging it while mumbling, "Good morning." No, that's not right. Akai recalled the words he had just learned while trying hard to swing the sword. They say one cannot focus on two things at once, but Akai. Chapter 24, The Bloody Cult. As night fell, the lamps lit up one by one, and people walked along the road carrying small lanterns. Various small shops lined the streets, and the crowd seemed tireless, immersed in the wonderful atmosphere. The night wind was slightly chilly, but Melcaro and the others had shoes. After all, they were reserve members of the gang, not just pure pawns. The aromas of various foods wafted along the street, and there were many fires in the square where skilled performers showcased their talents. Melcaro's attention was drawn to the river flowing through the city. Chapter 25, 2 Silver Coins. In the bustling market, a merchant was selling goods with his daughter, but the sales were quite concerning. If not much sold today, it would be even harder to sell in the future. The man sat back on the cart. His goods were not the most expensive because the imperial city was never short of excellent products, and those nobles would not stop at his stall. Therefore, the goods he brought this time were mostly mid to low end, including paper and pens, targeting scholars who did not have particularly high-quality demands, as long as they were usable. Chapter 26, The Death of the Silver Eagle. The father and daughter chatted like this, as there were really not many people buying from them. Things in the imperial city were very cheap. Logically, the influx of disaster victims should have raised prices. But this time was different. It was a competition among merchants. Father, will those 3 kids die? Maybe, stealing, and being the orphans of the gang. If they don't die, they'll have their hands chopped off. Can we save them? Go to the monastery, Claire. The church and the monastery are very suitable for you. You are very kind. The man smiled and slowly sat back on the cart. Chapter 27, The Legendary Apostle. Originally a peaceful journey for the Knight Order's triumph, it suddenly encountered a change. A highly respected knight had died. If a person is only praised by nobles, they are likely very hypocritical. But if even commoners sincerely respect them, it shows that this person is worthy of respect. Many commoners in the city heard the news of Edwin's death. God, how could such a righteous knight die? This winter was destined to be shrouded in gloom, and the old sword saint had no time to mourn. He had already retrieved the hero's sword, but unfortunately, he. Chapter 28, The Shattered Pride. Haven't others seen it? How can you be sure this isn't your illusion? I'm trying to confirm whether I'm going insane. Your Majesty, the old sword saint spoke heavily. As a sword saint, he had a resilient heart. If it really was as prophesied, and they found the hero who could pull the holy sword today, then the black-cloaked prophet was real. Otherwise, it meant this old sword saint couldn't handle the stress and had gone mad. Is the emperor human? Perhaps. But most of the time he must act like a machine to enforce rewards and punishments. In other words, if. Chapter 29, Humanity found their hero attacked by the apostles, and following another apostle's prophecy, the selection of the hero began. By noon, the clouds over the imperial city of the Gald Empire finally dispersed, and sunlight shone on the holy sword, which showed no signs of rust and still had a mystical gleam. The entire city received this news. Anyone could attempt to pull out the holy sword, and whoever succeeded would become the hero of this nation. The old sword saint was present, wearing a black cloak, with a pair of old yet strong hands standing to the side. On the podium were the Pope and the Emperor. Chapter 30, Humanity lost their hero. Melcaro stood in a courtyard, taking a short rest and getting some fresh air. The atmosphere in the city seemed to have become much more lively. This was not an illusion, nor was it due to the bright sunshine. The streets were indeed much noisier. Just as he was about to turn back into the courtyard, an unexpected guest arrived. A man dressed in leather appeared in front of him, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Melcaro certainly sensed that something was off. The scarred man was not in the courtyard now. He knew this was the gang investigator. Chapter 31, Time is not the only thing. The wind carries. The merchant's cart approached the city gate, but was stopped by the soldiers responsible for inspection. Hiding in the wooden barrel, Melcaro could naturally feel the cart stop. Routine inspection. What are you carrying? Just some goods. The merchant smiled, taking out 30 oren from his money pouch and handing it to the soldier. The soldier took the copper coins without counting them. He just weighed them in his hand and then moved aside. All right, you can go now. 30 oren was just enough for them to buy a meal, these merchants occasionally. Chapter 32. The merchant Freli was once a scholar. Lord Eugene, Sword Saint. Upon seeing the arrival of the old Sword Saint, the two knights stood up and placed their right hands on their chests to salute. No need for me to introduce him. This guy is called Akai, the hero who drew the holy sword. From now on, everyone should teach him well. Isn't the Sword Saint personally imparting knowledge? One knight scratched his head, not believing that anyone in the Knight Order could be stronger than the Sword Saint. There is much he needs to learn, and all I can teach him is swordsmanship. To become a qualified hero, just learning this little bit is not enough. Chapter 33. Claire, different from my perception. Freli told his past completely. Although it may not all be true, at least it is true that he killed the noble and fled with his daughter. More communication can quickly establish mutual trust between both parties. And you? You don't look like an ordinary orphan. Most people wouldn't dare to reach out to the Duke's residence. The merchant drove the cart, swaying as he moved forward. Want to hear the truth? Actually, that day I just wanted to touch a big fat sheep. But who knew I got into big trouble? Haha. Of course, the man couldn't take Melcarlo's words seriously. Chapter 34. Demi-humans. Melcarlo was no longer prepared to continue speaking. But the little girl spoke up, addressing him with a respectful title despite being about the same age. Mr. Mel, is what you said true? Just call me Mel. Actually, I'm not sure because I mentioned that Claire has orange-red hair. Father, if I join the Demon King's army, can I take revenge for Mother? Claire asked her father. No, absolutely not. I've already avenged your mother, Freli firmly denied. Chapter 35. The female swordsman. A month later, they stopped at a small town. Still needing more than a month to reach their destination, and if they went slowly, it might take 3 months. Melcarlo was somewhat puzzled, as they had been traveling normally for the past month, yet suddenly stopped in such a small town. Mr. Freli, when will we set off? The next part of the road is a bit difficult. We might encounter monsters on the way, so I plan to hire an adventurer. Or it would be best if there is an adventurer traveling with us. That way, we won't need to spend extra funds. Freli tied the cart. Chapter 36. Mountain Bandits. Night attack on the night. 3 days later, they arrived at the edge of a forest on a mountain and set up camp outside. They could not continue forward. In the pitch-black night, it was best to stay in an open area so they could react immediately to anything approaching. The dark forest was very dangerous, so they could only rest here for a day and cross the forest the next day. Melcarlo was practicing back jumps by the campfire. Doing 50 times a day was absolutely necessary to quickly reach full proficiency in his skills. Chapter 37. Kate Green. It seems they might have other accomplices. Melcarlo stood up. He analyzed this because the loot he found on the 5 individuals was not much. To avoid attracting attention, Mel secretly stored a knife using the system space. The way they moved and occupied positions showed that they were not new to attacking others. With only 300 oren, if they often kill in this area, they should have more than that. Backing away seemed a bit too far. If they wanted to cross the forest during the day, they needed to. Chapter 38. Encountering a snowstorm. Good morning, Mel. Claire had adjusted her emotions. As a traveling merchant, one must have strong self-regulation abilities because one always encounters various troublesome matters. Good morning, little girl. You little brat, aren't you just a kid too? How dare you call others little girl? Kate slapped Mel on the head. Although they had only known each other for a day, their atmosphere had already drawn much closer after facing life and death together. The breakfast didn't taste very good. A kind of paste like food, not sure what it was called. Chapter 39. Goblin footprints. Moments later, Kate emerged from the cave and waved to the others. Come in. There's no danger in this cave. Melcarlo dragged his tired body into the cave, the faint firelight flickering in the wind and snow. The cart was dismantled at the cave entrance, and Freli brought the earth dragon inside. The cave was neither too big nor too small, and it didn't seem very deep, basically ruling out the possibility of goblins existing here. There were remnants of a campfire on the ground and unused wood around, indicating that someone had rested here before, but... Chapter 40. Trust me. Kate returned to the cave and told the two about the discovery of the goblins. Melcarlo was still awake, but he didn't have much feeling about the goblins from another world because in the game, they were just easy-to-kill beginner monsters, the only annoyance being their attack frequency. Once piled up by these little monsters, the health bar would be quickly depleted, so one must never let goblins get in position. What are the goblins like in this other world? Just like in the game, with sticks, knives, archers, armored ones, shamans, and great shamans. In the game, goblins also had. Chapter 41. The broth of the ruler. A day passed, and night fell again. They only needed to stay in the cave for one more night, and they could set off early the next day. Although the temperature was still very low, at least it wasn't snowing, which wouldn't affect their actions the next day. With the sun out, the snow on the road would melt, but there would still be snow accumulation on the mountains. They had a peaceful night without any attacks from the demon race. Frelly let out a sigh of relief. Although goblins were not powerful monsters, they were indeed quite troublesome. He had seen. Chapter 42. The Blessed One. Even though the system had never seriously looked at the needs of its host from beginning to end, the result was good. Mel Carlo obtained medicine. Do you still know magic? Kate asked Mel Carlo through gritted teeth. A little bit. Mel did not deny it. Anything that could be classified as magic was best. What kind of magic do you use? Space magic. You must be joking. Space magic is ultra-ancient magic. At your age? Let alone learning it. Even if you were careful to master it, it would be impossible. Chapter 43. My adventure begins. The journey was over. It took 3 months in total. After all, it wasn't a forced march. Kate's arm had healed, and after escaping from the goblin territory, they hadn't encountered any other dangers. The medicine Mel Carlo provided was very effective, and Kate's arm didn't get infected. Mel, if fate allows, we'll meet again. I will also train in the Adventurers Guild in Oak City, and I'll take this and used medicine powder with me. Goodbye, Kate Green. Mel Carlo didn't feel particularly happy. His eyes remained calm. And only after she left did he let out a sigh. Chapter 44. Adventurers level. Can I use flying blades? Yes, the training ground at the back has targets. If you don't want to go, you can let me use the appraisal skill. The young lady tilted her head, her long hair falling on the counter. She hoped this child would turn around and leave. 6 years old, or 7. Anyway, there have been no adventurers at this age. Let's go to the back. Mel Carlo thought for a moment. It was better to go to the training ground at the back. If he had all his skills appraised, it would definitely bring him big trouble. Chapter 45. The fourth calamity. After calming everyone down, the counter lady continued to register Mel Carlo. May I ask your name? Mel hesitated slightly, wondering whether to use his real name. However, he had to try to see, even if he used a fake name. The person in front of him might not be able to discern it. It should be fine not to say his full name, just saying Mel. There are so many people named Mel in this world. Mel. Okay, Mel, your skill is flying blade, and your profession is thief. Alright. Chapter 46. Hunting slimes. This room isn't very big, and it even feels a bit cramped, but the advantage is that it has a window. And there's a small table by the bed to place some items. The only thing I'm somewhat dissatisfied with is that this city is filled with a foul smell. Similar to the back alleys of the royal city, it smells like urine that has dried up. Even after enduring the winter's ice and snow, that odor still hasn't disappeared. The inns in this area are relatively particular about the disposal of waste for business reasons, with dedicated stone pipelines leading to the sewer. There are public restrooms on both the first and second floors, but they're still somewhat off-putting. Once I have more money, I must find a better place to stay. I didn't reincarnate in this other world just to suffer. At night, I planned to ask the inn for a pot of hot water to prepare some instant noodles. But I should be careful about eating such things. Hello, do you have hot water? Little boy, do you want to take a bath? The inn has a dedicated bathroom. No need to go to your room. No, I just want to use hot water to prepare something to eat. Do you have drinkable hot water? Mel didn't explain clearly but indicated the purpose of the hot water. The innkeeper's wife was quite accepting, as many adventurers like to brew something to drink. Some prefer tea, while others simply enjoy making sweetened water. The inn provides free hot water for guests. The innkeeper's wife took out a medium-sized kettle, and Mel carefully observed it. The craftsmanship of this kettle doesn't seem like it could be produced with the industrial level of this world. The craftsmanship is very neat, and it has a certain insulation effect, likely filled with some sort of insulating layer. Excuse me, where can I buy this kettle? They're sold all over the town. It's a product forged by dwarves. If it's from the volcanic nation, the quality should be even better, but also more expensive. Thank you. Mel took the kettle back to his room. He had indeed underestimated the industrial level of this world. Dwarves are generally known for their forging skills in various stories. With a passionate personality and short, sturdy limbs, it seems necessary to interact with dwarves in the future. Taking out a bag of instant noodles from his system space, he faced a dilemma. He hadn't brought a bowl. Never mind. He decided to brew it directly in the bag. After the noodles were cooked, he realized he had no chopsticks. Fortunately, he didn't add much water, and most of it was absorbed by the noodles. He grabbed the bag with his hands and bit into it to start eating. After finishing, he put the bag back in the system space and returned the kettle downstairs. Little boy, are you alone? Yes, I'm an adventurer from the Adventurers Guild, so I need a place to stay long-term. It seemed like a non-answer, but Mel had already responded. If others with ill intentions learned that a small child was alone here, they might think of something sinister. Clearly stating his profession could reduce that possibility. Haha, an adventurer? I've never seen such a young adventurer before. The innkeeper's wife clearly seemed a bit skeptical. You hadn't seen one before, but now you have, right? Mel didn't refute her and instead responded with humor. Well then, I wish you become a great adventurer. After returning the kettle, Mel went back to his room. The weather was still a bit cold today. A simple wipe down of his body was fine, but if he were to take a bath, it would probably be freezing. He slept soundly through the night. The next morning, Mel got up and took a bath. The hot water washed over his body, and a new day began. His primary task today was to complete the bronze level certification and see what tasks he could undertake. In the game, the Orc City area is home to many low-level monsters, and slimes are his current target. They have no offensive power, making them perfect for leveling up without putting himself in a poisoned state or similar abnormal conditions. Mel pushed open the guild's door, and unlike the bustling scene from yesterday, today was exceptionally quiet. Of course, it might also be that others were still drunk and hadn't gotten up yet. However, one early rising adventurer spotted Mel. Oh, it's that little thief from yesterday. Impressive to become an adventurer at such a young age. Although Mel could hear the comments about him, it didn't affect what he needed to do. He quickly approached the bulletin board, which had many task announcements posted. His gaze swept over it quickly, and he confirmed his beginner task. Task: slimes have appeared in a nearby village. Hunt 10 slimes and collect slime gel. Reward: 30 orin. Requires submission of the core slime gel. Of course, there were also tasks for hunting goblins, but hunting low-level goblins at level 5 isn't that easy. Even Kate, a seasoned adventurer, had accidentally taken an arrow before. Picking a beginner task, he certainly wouldn't choose goblins. I'll choose this task, but I'm not very familiar with the location. Mel took the task notice to the front desk. The receptionist glanced at it. Hunting slimes? This task is very suitable for beginners, but because the reward is low, most people are unwilling to choose it. Slimes are monsters that ordinary people can kill, right? Another newcomer pushed the door open and walked in. He was about 13, with messy hair and clearly visible freckles. It was evident he was a very confident person. Mel ignored him and listened to the receptionist explain, for slimes, it's better to use a longer weapon. If you attack with a dagger, you might get suffocated if the slime covers your face. Of course, I'm just suggesting. Then, the receptionist explained the specific location of the village to Mel, as well as how to get there after leaving the city. If there were any farmers returning to the village, he could go back with them. Mel noted everything down. Okay, thank you. If there are any other precautions, please let me know. Mel appeared very humble, as any information was helpful to him. The freckled boy, seeing Mel ignore him, turned away in annoyance. After Mel prepared to leave, he glanced back at Mel's silhouette, thinking that such a small kid would probably be scared to death by monsters. Although he thought this, he felt somewhat displeased that Mel had stolen the title of the youngest adventurer in Orc City. The freckled boy approached the bulletin board and picked another task to hunt goblins, then came to the receptionist. Miss Ainer, I want to take this commission. Are you sure? You're alone today. I recommend you take the task related to slimes. Don't worry, I've hunted goblins before. The intel says these goblins are only level 5, and they should be unarmed goblins. With my strength, I can definitely handle them easily. Alright, I've registered you. After completing it, just cut off the goblin's ear. Be careful of the number of goblins. If it exceeds the task description, leave it aside. Okay, got it. I'm not a little kid. The freckled boy impatiently left the guild hall. Ainer shook her head slightly. Reckless adventurers don't last long. Chapter 47. Slimes can also kill. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Mel headed straight to the market. If there were any country folks who came into the city last night, he could take the opportunity to head to the task point together today. From the map, he learned that it wasn't a very far location. It was just along the way back. Due to the nearby river, slimes, such monsters, were born. The weapons he currently had were a dagger and a knife, and he would prioritize using the knife, as it was relatively longer. He didn't know how it differed from the slimes in the game. These small monsters were usually 2 hits to kill in the game. Power/proficiency 810,000. Steel proficiency 50510,000. Back jump proficiency 381,100,000. These 3 skills need to be prioritized as main training targets, and points must be cherished. Once proficiency is maxed out, no more effort points can be gained through training. Skills like stab, upward slash, and cut are still at level 1. I can choose one to train later when I have time, as they are all upper body skills. Elite purple flying blade, precision, penetration, and of course, the quick throwing trained up, which is not mentioned in the skill description but is a technique accumulated through training in reality. Master Gold Assassin breathing technique, movement release, effective for stealth in combat. If I learn the rogue stealth skill later, it should have great effects. Elite purple dagger attack, double damage. This only adds to dagger type weapons. If I transition from rogue to assassin, I can achieve a high damage conversion rate. Skills, weapon equipment, and potions all use the same color scheme, just with slightly different names. Quality: white, green, purple, gold, red. White is ordinary, apprentice. Green is good, proficient. Purple is excellent, elite. Gold is rare, master. Red is artifact, legendary. Melcarlo has already noted these details, and the specific feasibility still needs to be tested. As for equipment crafting, the materials needed for those recipes cannot be obtained by myself in a short time. Effort points: 91, which is a bit miserable. Melcarlo analyzed while walking and stopped only when reaching the market. Sure enough, farmers had already organized their carts, and it was evident they had slept in the carts last night. Although the weather here is much more comfortable than in the north, it still gets quite cold at night. Melcarlo approached a farmer. "Hello, do you know if there are any slimes lurking around nearby?" The farmer scratched his head, looked at Mel's thin clothing, similar to his own burlap outfit, and felt relieved. "There are plenty around here. The monsters have been a bit rampant lately. We've had quite a bit of trouble selling grain and vegetables in the city. May I join you? I'm from the Adventurers Guild, sent to deal with the slimes." "Kid, are you joking? You look about the same age as my son. Can you really handle slimes? Although we ordinary folks can deal with them, they can be a hassle, so we usually avoid them." "Sir, please believe me. Let me give it a try." Mel spoke earnestly. After all, he was new here and no one knew him. Adventurers with slightly higher levels wouldn't take slime requests. The farmer thought for a moment, then rolled up his sleeves. "All right, you can get on the cart with us. When we arrive, I'll let you off. Just be careful, slimes can kill." "Okay, thank you." Melcarlo quickly got on the cart. However, his attention was still on the slimes. Slimes could kill. In any description in works, slimes were always soft and bouncy, with no offensive power, unless someone reincarnated as a slime and became an overpowered entity. However, with his level of cleverness, if he really saw such a being, he would probably have slipped away from 800 meters away. "Sir, can you tell me how slimes can kill? What are their specific methods of killing?" Information. What he needed most now was to collect information. If the demon race was really that easy to deal with, why didn't these level 1 ordinary people just grab a hoe and eliminate all the slimes? Looking at his own level, he was also only level 1. He wondered if it was due to insufficient experience from the previous kill, or if killing didn't grant experience for leveling up. The cart swayed as it left the city, pulled by ordinary horses, although the horses had horseshoes nailed to their hooves. According to the game's story background, it was more akin to a medieval fantasy adventure. But many elements within it were not so medieval. For instance, the hidden class of gunner felt like a modern product. Yet the game's description referred to it as ancient technology. Everything had to be understood gradually. Knowledge gained from the game would only mislead him if not verified. If someone crossed over and assumed they had entered a game world, they probably wouldn't live long. The game background was one-sided and thin, serving the gameplay, while the real world was much more complex. For such a long time, Melcarlo felt that the most relevant experience to the game was combat. Even without the auxiliary system, the feel gained from hundreds of practice sessions was real. Rather than saying those skills were etched in muscle memory, it was more accurate to say they were engraved in his soul. The main limitation was still his physical condition. The gap between his childhood body and the adult body from the game account was too great. On the slowly swaying cart, listening to the farmer explain the dangers of slimes, they would jump and collide with people. If one wasn't careful, they could be knocked down, and their heads might hit rocks or trees. Once someone passed out, the slime would cover the prey's breathing hole, suffocating them to death. The digestion process was quite lengthy. But there was also a rarer type of slime known as the acid slime, which could corrode swords and could not be killed or captured by conventional means. Listening to this information, Melcarlo also noticed some similarities with the game. The acid slime was a rare monster that respawned randomly, not a fixed monster. In the game, if one wanted to avoid weapon durability loss, they needed a specific item, plant ash, which he could find a way to make. Soon, they arrived at a small road leading to the village, with vast grasslands and a few forests nearby. A stream flowed out from the forest, crossing the grass and eventually merging into a river. Kid, this should be around here. Be careful. I'm heading back to the village. Okay, thank you, sir. Without thinking, he quickly jumped off the cart. The surrounding environment was great, and there were basically no monsters in sight. Perhaps because they were hiding deep in the stream or in the bushes beside the grassland, making them not easy to spot. Chapter 48. The First Hunt for Slimes. But as long as the number of monsters reached a certain level, there would definitely be monsters on the road or affecting the normal farming of the village. According to the previous task's intelligence, he should be able to find slimes easily by searching along the stream. Killing 10 slimes and collecting their slime would allow him to return to Oak City. As for the container for collecting slime, he planned to use a mineral water bottle, which was originally meant to hold pure water. Temporarily storing slime in it wouldn't be a problem. When he went to the guild for settlement, they had specialized containers, and he could just pour it in then. Step by step, he walked along the stream. The moss on the stones was very slippery. If he wasn't careful, he would definitely fall badly. He tested the water temperature with his finger. It should be water flowing down from melted snow on the mountain, and it was particularly cold. This weather was not suitable for falling into the water. There was a slight smell of decaying leaves in the air, along with a faint chill from melted snow. Aside from a bit of snow that had not completely melted dripping from the treetops, the entire forest was very quiet, with no other sounds. The monsters in each area were basically fixed. Occasionally, a monster would wander into another area, but the likelihood was low. If encountered, just retreat in time. Activate Assassin's breathing technique. Everything around suddenly became quieter. In this state, not only could one better hide oneself, but one could also concentrate their attention to feel the movements around. As I delved deeper, the light before me grew dimmer, with leaves and branches intertwining. Not all tree species shed their leaves in winter. Some trees drop their leaves after the ice and snow melt, and as the weather warms, new buds quickly sprout. Step by step, I moved forward, one hand tightly gripping the dagger at my waist. Relax, just treat this as a hardcore version of a game, I kept reminding myself. If I didn't know so much, perhaps I wouldn't be so nervous, but the more I understood, the scarier it became. I heard something moving through the bushes, rhythmically hitting the ground and bouncing back. From the sound, I could tell it was the slime I was looking for. I slowly relaxed my grip on the dagger and took out a long knife from the system space, continuing to approach. I could use a reverse jump to strengthen my strike for a one-hit kill. Dealing with such low-level monsters in the game was easy. It usually took just 2 strikes. I activated the jump, leaped back, and then delivered a powerful slash to the slime. The proficiency was at 1, effort at 1. The slime was like a blue gummy. The blade cut through the skin but didn't penetrate deeply. It was tougher than I expected, not that soft feeling. I used the jump again to create distance, avoiding the slime's collision. With a thud, the slime crashed into a nearby tree, feeling like a solid rubber ball hitting the trunk, causing a large amount of snow and leaves to slide off. If that thing hit me directly, it might break my ribs. After repeating my previous actions several times, I finally killed the slime with my 5th powerful slash. The blade cutting through felt nothing like slicing jelly. It was more like chopping a solid rubber ball. I wiped the sweat from my brow. I finally understood why slimes were considered magical creatures capable of killing humans. If I had approached this with a gamer's mindset, I would have been in serious trouble. The reverse jump and enhanced slash were truly a newbie's godly combo. I didn't expect it to be just as effective in this other world. I pulled out the dagger to collect the slime's goo, which was useful. But only a small part of the goo from the slime core, which looked a deeper blue, was distinctly different from the light blue of the outer layer. After killing 1 slime, I gained 5 points in strong slash proficiency and 5 points in effort. The goo could be directly stored in the system space, but ultimately it all needed to be transferred into a container. Using a water bottle, I could easily see how many milliliters of goo a slime contained. A level 2 slime was already so difficult to deal with. Compared to such a creature with no obvious weak points, dealing with humans was much simpler, as they had many vulnerabilities. A slime could fill about 13 spaces in a water bottle, meaning I could collect about 200 milliliters of goo from 1 slime. I continued deeper into the forest, but gradually realized I had just been lucky to encounter a slime so quickly. For most of the next searching time, I couldn't find another slime, and the muddy ground in the forest was very wet and slippery, only slightly better than a swamp. Slimes were not social creatures, which made things difficult, and I lacked tracking skills. It seemed I would have to stay here all day. I continued searching, wasting a whole day, but I finally killed enough slimes for what I needed. It was exhausting, all for just 30 copper coins. Slime goo, 10 effort, 100 storage. Wallet, instant noodles 49. Cola 50, chips 50, bottled water 50, bandit S knife, alcohol 9, first aid bandages 9, healing potion 4, disposable anesthetic syringe 4, chocolate beans 29.50. For bottles of slime goo. Strong/proficiency, 850 10,000 reverse jump proficiency, 385 110000 current effort value, 191. My shoes were already soaked, and my clothes were drenched in sweat. It had been a terrible day. I didn't want to practice reverse jumps anymore. I planned to go back, eat, find someone to practice stealing from, and then sleep. Dragging my tired body, I left the forest, walking step by step toward Oak City in the glow of the sunset and the melting snow. There was still a long way to go, and without a carriage, it would take some effort. Moreover, there might be other monsters along the way. I had seen a quest on the guild's bulletin board about hunting goblins, which was nearby. But just dealing with slimes had exhausted me. I didn't even dare to think about goblins for the time being. After all, even level 15 adventurers had almost been taken down by them, as goblins were social creatures. I wondered if the goblins in this world would capture women to breed the next generation, as many stories described. My physical fatigue made my mind wander to other thoughts to relieve the stress. To put it elegantly, this should be called emptying one's soul. I need to hurry back. I want to take a hot shower, I murmured. Earlier, I had been accidentally hit by a slime during the fight, and if I hadn't rolled on the ground to dissipate the force, I might not have recovered. At least there was one good thing. The temperature was starting to rise, and it wasn't getting colder, so I didn't need to buy a winter coat. Meanwhile, on another part of the same road, a freckled boy was fighting against goblins. He already had several wounds on his body, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. The information was wrong. These goblins were armed and at least level 5. Those damn villagers must have lied to reduce the bounty. Chapter 49. Saving the freckled boy. The freckled boy struggled to fend off the goblins, who were growing more excited as time went on. Seeing the 2 remaining goblins in front of him, he felt a sense of dread and looked for an opportunity to escape, but the goblins blocked his way. After a day of searching, his stamina was severely depleted. To flee, he had to first deal with one of the goblins. With green skin, a small body, pointy ears, clawed limbs, and a sharp, mocking laugh. The goblins seemed to ridicule the boy's weakness. The misinformation was deadly. The boy hadn't tea prepared adequately and had no teammates to assist him. He thought he could take on the bounty alone. Gripping his sword tightly, he charged at the goblin, striking at its neck, but his sword got stuck. Another goblin swung a blade at him, knocking his sword away. He didn't pull it out in time and chose to abandon it instead. In a moment of danger, he stumbled and fell to the ground. A goblin slashed at his right arm, and in a panic, he crawled forward, desperate not to die. Help! Someone save me. I don't want to die. At that moment, a dagger flew in from the distance, striking the goblin in the back. The goblin hurriedly fled into the nearby forest. The boy, who had closed his eyes waiting for death, slowly opened them to see the child he recognized, the newcomer who had taken the slime quest in the morning. The boy didn't seem inclined to help him, just watching silently. What the heck? I expected at least a beautiful girl. It seems my luck isn't that good. Hey, I threw a dagger to save you. What do I do now? Finally focusing on him, I noticed the boy had a deep cut on his right arm. If he didn't stop the bleeding, he might easily die. Healing potion, bandages, no matter what, I had to stop the bleeding first. Since Mel used the otherworldly medicine on Kate, he no longer had to constantly think about whether to take the medicine out. After all, using it always carried the risk of exposure. The freckled boy stared foolishly at Mel, feeling a wave of shame. He had mocked this child in the morning, and now it was the other party who saved his life. Staunching the bleeding, the freckled boy endured the pain and cut off the goblin's left ear, which served as proof for the reward. The 2 of them returned along the way home. If Mel hadn't heard the cry for help and decided to intervene, this freckled boy would probably have been dead by now. Thank you, I really appreciate it. My name is Ravi. May I know your name? I'm Mel. I don't want to talk too much right now. I'm all wet and want to go back and take a hot shower. If you really want to help me, could you lend me some clothes? Mel certainly wouldn't be so polite. He was feeling quite resentful, as today's losses far exceeded the reward. Now he had no money, and that was the only set of clothes he had. If he hadn't been washing himself regularly, they would have probably started to smell. The month of traveling was the hardest. Okay, I have some clothes, but they are leftovers from what I used to wear. Just don't mind them. Seeing Mel's indifference, Ravi felt relieved. The other party hadn't outright rejected him and even made a request. This request wasn't a big deal for him. Mel, may I ask where you live? In the inn on Adventurers Street. I'll bring the clothes to you as soon as I get back. All right. Mel quickened his pace. When he first heard the cry for help, he thought it was some beautiful maiden story, but it turned out to be a freckled boy. A bit of a loss. But the only consolation was that he had saved a life in this other world. As the sun set, the two returned to Oak City, and Mel immediately went back to the inn. The innkeeper greeted Mel warmly. Big adventurer, how was your first day of adventure? The slime's request is considered completed. But I'm soaked through. It was terrible. Then go take a hot shower to wash off your fatigue. We still have hot water in the inn. Thank you. Mel headed towards the inn's bathhouse. The bathhouse was a small compartment with a wooden tub where one could lie down and soak. But can they really recover the cost of heating so much water? However, it might be possible. People in the other world aren't necessarily like him, who loves to bathe. At least in this country, water isn't seen as evil. After adding hot water, Mel stripped off his clothes and sank into the hot water. In an instant, the fatigue of the day was alleviated, and he could lie back in the tub and float. The distance had been a bit far at the time, so he had directly attacked, hitting the goblin's back, and he couldn't manage to kill it, despite having the passive bonus from his dagger attack. Ultimately, it was still that his current strength was too small. A 7-year-old body is hard to exert much force. It's like a game account, where the basic attribute panel is too weak. Even if the skills have strong boosts, if the basic attributes can increase, the boosts won't amount to much. Are there attribute points? That depends on whether he can level up. If he can't level up, it feels like this system really doesn't have much use. Melkalo level. 1. Why does it feel like the blue bar has become a bit longer? Is it my imagination? Closing the system menu. He closed his eyes again to enjoy this moment of peace. When the water temperature started to drop slightly, he stood up and glanced at the clothes nearby. They were completely soaked and unwearable. Ravi had also brought the clothes as promised. The innkeeper looked at Ravi with some confusion. She remembered every guest. And this person seemed like an adventurer, but he probably had a place to stay in the city and had never stayed in the inn. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Mel. He lives here, and I'm bringing him clothes. Oh, he's taking a shower. You can go in and find him. The innkeeper glanced at the freckled boy's bandaged arm, where blood was still seeping out. No wonder Mel said today was terrible. It seemed a lot had happened, as slimes wouldn't cause such injuries. Ravi quickly arrived outside the bathroom door and gently knocked. Mel, I brought your clothes. Thanks. Just bring them in. I'm waiting. The clothes were sent into the bathroom, and Ravi stepped back outside to wait. He was a person who valued his pride, but in front of Mel, he felt a sense of sincerity. It was Mel's sincerity that influenced him, because no matter what he said, Mel wouldn't care too much. So he didn't deliberately say arrogant things like he usually did. After Mel changed into the clothes, he immediately came out, looked at Ravi's injured arm, and saw that it seemed to have stopped bleeding. The medicine's hemostatic effect was good. But doesn't this world have red and blue potions like in games? Chapter 50. The Judgment of the Stealing Skill. Ravi. Are there any potions in this city that heal wounds immediately when you drink them? Yes, but they're expensive. Unless you're exploring a dungeon, ordinary adventurers wouldn't buy them. Even for apprentice-level potions, one would cost a silver coin. Most adventurers prefer to spend their money on drinks. Ravi didn't know why Mel was asking this, but he answered seriously. Thanks for the clothes. Is there a place in the city that can help wash clothes? Mel, you aren't a noble, are you? Don't nobles wash their own clothes and then hang them to dry? No. Is there or isn't there a place to help wash clothes in the city? Mel didn't want to explain too much. He wasn't a noble, just used to washing machines. Suddenly having to hand wash would be quite troublesome. When he was with the gang, he could spend a little money to have those kids wash for him. There is a shop in the city center that specializes in washing clothes, but it costs 5 oren for one piece. If you want to use magic to dry it, that will cost 10 oren. Ravi was quite knowledgeable about these matters in the city, but ordinary people usually tried to save money. Only the wealthy would go to laundries. Nobles usually had their servants wash their clothes, and if they needed something urgently, they would send it to the laundry for drying. Mel looked at Ravi again, his scrutinizing gaze making Ravi uncomfortable. In fact, Mel was just thinking that a level 5 person could be so careless, nearly getting killed by a goblin. It seemed he needed to accumulate some strength before taking on higher level tasks. At this rate, he could only kill 10 slimes a day. If things went poorly, he wouldn't even be able to practice his back jump. He didn't know how many slimes he needed to kill to level up. Considering the current situation, it was no longer the same as in the game, where you only needed to kill 1 or 2 slimes to go from level 1 to level 2. The experience required would only increase from there. Alright, it seems I'll have to hand wash for now. Mel didn't ask any further questions. The two parted ways. Ravi needed to go back and recover. Although the wound wasn't particularly deep, it was still a flesh wound. If it had hit the tendons or bones, it would take 100 days to heal. Mel, as he did yesterday, ordered a pot of hot water, returned to his room, and prepared to eat something. He borrowed a wooden bowl from the innkeeper, which had a fork and spoon but no chopsticks, so he chose the fork. After eating, he had to wash the bowl clean, as any lingering smell could easily attract attention. If you soak two bowls at the same time, you won't be able to finish them, so you can only eat one bowl and then soak another one. I'm really tired today after a whole day of hunting slimes. During the process, I only drank 1 bottle of water, 1 bottle of cola, and ate 2 bags of chips. To store the slime liquid, I even poured out 3 bottles of water. I really don't want to report today. I'll submit the task tomorrow and look for new commissions. If I complete one task, the Adventurers Guild should issue a bronze badge. After eating and drinking enough, Melcarlo returned the wooden bowl clean to the innkeeper. Lying on the bed, although I wanted to fall asleep immediately, I still hadn't practiced my stealing skill. I need to find someone to practice with. No. Can this skill be used on things other than people? Mel suddenly woke up. He had never thought of it this way because, in the game, the stealing skill only works on living beings, and he had only used it on people when he first acquired the skill, never considering its application beyond that. Perhaps just having a target is enough. There are unwashed clothes on the table nearby, and in the system space, there is a knife. He took out 2 chocolate beans and a bag of chips, placing everything on the table. This should count as a target, right? Stealing activated. Mel focused on the chocolate on the table. After all, this skill is fundamentally different from the act of stealing. He had previously used it to take a weapon from someone, and that act shouldn't be classified as stealing. He was misled by the game's habitual thinking, clearly deciding not to fully trust the memories from the game. Yet after playing for so long, his subconscious had already been altered. In this regard, if he didn't think deeply, he might not have considered this angle, especially since he had always practiced this skill with someone else. Stealing judgment successful, proficiency 1. Effort value 1. Melcarlo looked at the chocolate beans in his hand, realizing that the skill could be used not just on people. As long as it was a target he wanted to steal from, he could make a judgment. The items on the table wouldn't have eyes, so there was no chance of failure. When he practiced with Lily before, he had always succeeded, thinking Lily's level was lower and her perception weaker, never considering the essence of stealing. When he was able to lock onto an item, the success rate indeed increased, but for hidden items, failure was likely, or he might randomly steal something else. Now, a flash of insight hit him. Everything made sense. He continued practicing stealing 4 more times, stopping when his magical power was nearly exhausted, as he began to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Not intentionally resisting fatigue, he held onto the chocolate beans and fell asleep right away. At this moment, Mel was not aware that if he couldn't reach a higher position in this world, some people might not meet again for a lifetime once they parted ways. Travel was slow. Ordinary people in this world would sink like stones into the sea. Even if someone wanted to find them, it would be impossible. Those destined to meet will eventually do so. Waking up from a deep sleep, Mel felt a bit of a headache, not a side effect of magical exhaustion, but due to being soaked the day before. Even after taking a hot shower in time, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. He should go downstairs for breakfast. He couldn't eat instant noodles all day, although the food here probably wasn't that delicious. Good food certainly wasn't cheap. Mel muttered to himself as he went downstairs. It's hard to feel good when your body is uncomfortable. Do you want something to eat? You look quite tired, kid, the innkeeper said. Is there anything to fill my stomach? I don't have high demands. 3 oren for a bowl of batter with salt. This again? I'll have a bowl. Are there any other dishes? In this season, we only have cabbage left. If you want, I can make a portion for you for 2 oren, just enough for a meal. All right, thank you. Mel didn't fuss. At least he could get some vegetables to avoid serious malnutrition, but he definitely needed to eat meat, which would cost about 10 oren for a portion. The innkeeper clearly noticed his limited finances and didn't recommend meat. He had to work hard to earn money. Chapter 51. False information after eating and drinking enough. Melcarlo realized he had no money on him. He couldn't even pull out 5 copper coins. His head was a bit foggy. Too focused on eating to remember he hadn't submitted his commission. Can I go to the guild first and pay for the meal when I get back? Melcarlo stood up, feeling quite helpless. He couldn't even take out 5 copper coins despite having treasures, but he was afraid to sell them. All right, go ahead. The innkeeper didn't make it difficult for him. After all, the kid was still renting a room, so he wouldn't just run off without paying. She probably guessed that he hadn't submitted his commission yet, hence not receiving payment from the guild. Mel headed towards the Adventurers Guild, passing through streets that had a bit of a filthy smell until he reached the neat road leading to the guild. Just as he arrived at the Adventurers Guild entrance, a heated argument broke out inside, with Levy's voice, the receptionist trying to mediate, and some other indistinct voices. Carefully pushing the door open, he stepped inside, still unsure of the situation, but the discussions within the guild were quite loud. You should set a higher bounty for goblins with weapons instead of spreading false information to save money. Levy's voice was loud, his arm was still hurting, and he couldn't control his temper, nearly dying. According to the Adventurers Guild's reward algorithm, the calculation for goblins usually multiplies the goblin's level by a base number, which could be 3 or 4. A level 5 goblin has weapons, whether it's a wooden stick or a knife, and should be paid 15 or 20 oren per goblin. However, the village was clearly lying about the rewards. The money given to the guild was insufficient, leading to conflict between both sides. I'm really sorry. We clearly saw that they were low-level goblins without weapons, thinking it would be easy to deal with, but we can't afford to pay a higher price. Although he appeared honest on the surface, the village chief could be quite cunning. However, there was no evidence to prove the chief was lying. It was possible that goblins acquired weapons later, as goblins themselves couldn't forge weapons, so their source would only be plundering what humans owned. Recently, there had been no reports of adventurers being harmed. Mel ignored the dispute, walked to the reception area, and took out the bottles one by one. The packaging for the mineral water had been torn off, each filled with the slime liquid. If a portion of slime liquid was worth 3 oren, he should be able to receive a reward of 30 oren, though he was unsure about the market price for selling this liquid directly. Soon, the settlement was completed. The receptionist looked at Mel Carlo's containers for the slime liquid with some confusion. The material of these containers was strange, looking like highly pure crystal but feeling soft and not like glass. Excuse me, how do you open this container? Just twist the lid on top. The receptionist began to follow Mel's instructions to twist the bottle cap, but couldn't help but ask, is this container crystal? No, I don't know exactly what it is. But it only costs 10 oren each. I bought 4 from a traveling merchant. Mel started to lie, but his expression remained unchanged. He couldn't let anyone think this thing was expensive. Such a good thing only costs 10 oren? Kid, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? A rear adventurer put down his wine cup and bent over to examine the transparent mineral water bottle in Mel's hand. How about this? I'll give you 20 oren for one. Sure, but you'll have to wait until I finish calculating the rewards for the slimes, Mel nodded. Originally, he hadn't planned to sell this item, but since the adventurer had offered, and it wasn't particularly valuable to him, he agreed. After weighing the slime in the mineral water bottle, it was transferred to a small porcelain bottle. Mel successfully received a reward of 30 oren. And after trading the mineral water bottle with the male adventurer, he earned another 20 oren. However, the remaining people didn't seem interested in buying the mineral water bottle. After all, it was a new thing, and not everyone could quickly accept new items. Just as he was about to leave, Ravi called out to Mel, clearly needing a witness regarding the goblin issue. Mel can testify for me. He saved me yesterday. Come on, there's a limit to lying. How could such a small child save you? The village chief began to refute. Mel approached the group and calmly said, I did save him. At that time, he was attacked by 2 knife-wielding goblins. Although he managed to kill one with all his strength, he got slashed on his right hand. I then hit the goblin from behind with my throwing knife, and that's why it ran away in a panic. Then where's the knife? The head of the Adventurers Guild began to inquire about the knife's whereabouts. After all, the knife was rusty, and I didn't take it back. Ravi probably didn't recover it either, Mel replied, preparing to leave. He really didn't have the habit of collecting scrap. A knife in that condition could still injure someone. But no one would want to buy it. Upon hearing Mel's testimony, the guild leader became more assertive. He knew the adventurer was not lying, which meant the issue lay with the information provided by the village. It seems your village needs to increase the rewards, otherwise, we may not take your commissions in the future. Is that so? The old village chief scratched his head, looking helpless, as if he truly didn't know the goblins had weapons. I need to go back to the village and discuss it with the villagers. Ravi's commission could finally be settled. In the morning, he had killed 4 level 4 goblins, which would amount to 64 oren, and at night, he hunted a level 5 goblin for another 20 oren. The front desk staff seemed to have a specialized identification process. They only needed the left ear of the goblin to determine its level. Wait, wasn't it agreed that there would be 1 silver coin as a reward for this commission? Ravi grumbled as he took the oren. I got slashed for no reason. I can't just walk away without any money. Because 1 goblin escaped, This commission couldn't be considered complete yet. You haven't cleared the goblins around the village. And since goblins reproduce quickly, you can't receive your reward until the situation is clarified. After looking through some specialized extermination tasks, Mel realized that besides receiving loot exchange rewards, there were also specific bounties for task issuance, which incentivized adventurers to take risks. After all, they were putting their lives on the line for money. His own task seemed to lack any extra rewards, which explained why no one was willing to take it. But it didn't matter. Who told him to have such a low level? Mel was more concerned about the misinformation situation. How did the Adventurers Guild handle it? They couldn't possibly have no penalties, as that would jeopardize the safety of adventurers' lives. Chapter 52. Testifying for Ravi. Incorrect information can easily lead to someone losing their life. The main profit model of such guilds, besides taking a certain percentage from the rewards in advance, should also include profits from selling beverages. But could they really sustain so many adventurer guilds solely relying on these? Besides the large cities, there were also small towns with a significant number of people, which would have small adventurer guilds. These small guilds were not independent. They likely had some connection with the adventurers in the larger cities. Ravi, by the way, can you still get that silver coin? Mel curiously asked. What? You think I won't return you a dagger? I will definitely repay you what I owe. Even without this commission, I still have some savings. The freckled boy seemed to misunderstand Mel's words. Mel typically didn't say much, so it was no wonder Ravi thought differently. It's nothing. I'm just curious. How does the guild usually handle these matters? It depends. You should still be able to get the money, but it might take some time. The guild will likely send someone else to deal with the escaped goblin. If that village can promptly add some rewards, that would be best. Otherwise, the guild will refuse to accept commissions from that village in the future. Even if they don't completely refuse, the rewards from that village will definitely increase. Is it possible that the goblin received its weapons only after they submitted their information? No, that possibility is very low because goblins have a strict internal hierarchy. Low-level goblins are not qualified to receive weapons, and goblins themselves don't forge weapons. They only plunder. Ravi pointed at his bandaged arm and continued speaking to Mel. You saw it earlier. That goblin's knife was already rusty, so it couldn't have been taken recently. Our adventurers' knives are regularly maintained. Mel nodded, finally understanding the situation. From this perspective, it was likely that the village had lied to reduce the payouts and lower the reported level of the target monsters. Thank you for explaining so much. I have some things to take care of, so I'll head back to the inn. Mel left the Adventurer Guild and returned to the inn where he was staying. Now he had 50 oren, and after paying the 5 oren spent on breakfast, he still had 45 oren left. Next, he planned to continue hunting slimes. He had killed 10 slimes yesterday, but his level hadn't changed at all. The current speculation was that he hadn't killed enough, while another guess was that leveling up had no relation to hunting monsters. But now, to solve the housing problem, he needed to continuously take commissions to earn money. It was hard for a child like him to find work. With this in mind, Mel left the inn once again and went to the guild to take a commission for hunting slimes. Repeating tasks might seem boring, but it was something that had to be done. This time he was headed to a different area. Although they were all nearby villages, the locations were different, indicating that monsters in the same area wouldn't respawn in a short time. But since this type of commission existed continuously, it suggested that monsters likely wouldn't be completely eradicated. Isn't this just like a game? Mel muttered. And he couldn't help but wonder if anyone in this world had studied why monsters always existed. Upon arriving at the market, he spent 5 oren to buy a water bag, leaving him with 40 oren. He couldn't sell the mineral water bottle again. Otherwise, he would be targeted sooner or later. There was still much to learn about this world, and it was a good idea to take these tasks to familiarize himself with the surrounding areas while also gathering information about the specifics of this world. Based on the divisions in the game, there were the Gald Empire, the Klen Kingdom, and the Southern Exel Divine Kingdom, but from what he learned from the traveling merchant, there seemed to be many small nations as well. However, in this world, it wasn't surprising to have noble territories and various small fiefdoms. According to what he currently understood about the Demon King's army's progress, the official plot of the game hadn't even started yet, and he didn't know if there would be any storylines from the game. In the game, the eternal protagonist is undoubtedly the player. After a period of time, the player will parachute into this world. Melcarlo might directly give up on treatment and find a place to chill. He knows how terrifying a fully equipped player account can be. One skill can clear an entire health bar, and for a moment, it's hard to tell who the real threat is. Hence, there came the concepts of value inflation and activity restriction maps. Upon arriving at the destination again, with yesterday's experience, this time searching for slime seemed faster, but it would still take about a day, and then he would have to return. However, during the kills, both the powerful slash and back jump skills received stable training. To hunt 10 slimes, he needed to complete a total of 50 powerful slashes and 50 back jumps. After killing the slimes, he also needed to personally extract the slime, which was quite troublesome and time-consuming. This system couldn't just do a one-click extraction, which was the annoying part. After all, he could directly withdraw money from the wallet in the menu, so why couldn't he do the same with slimes? It seemed he would need to study this thing when he had time. After the hunt, he returned to Oak City, spending a whole day to complete the commission. However, this time he could settle it on the same day and then go back to take a shower. 30 Oren was credited again. Later, he would wash his clothes and take them to the laundry to dry. 2 pieces of underwear, a jacket, and a pair of pants, but no underwear. Of course, no one would lend their underwear to others. Even if Ravi really offered, he wouldn't dare to wear it. He only had 2 sets of clothes. One was the gang's standard coarse linen outfit, and the other was the hunter's outfit borrowed from Ravi. Although it was made of fur and fabric, it was clear that the quality was not bad. After taking a shower, he cleaned the clothes. For a total of 4 pieces, drying them would cost 20 Oren, and he had to go to the east of the city, holding the washed clothes. He walked step by step through the streets. The sun hadn't completely set yet, and he indeed returned much earlier than yesterday. After the drying was done, he would be left with only 50 Oren. A day's hard work only earned him a day's pay, and 23 Oren was spent on washing clothes. He couldn't keep going like this, or he would just be working for others. But after thinking, if he took on these low-risk tasks every day, he could still save up about 300 Oren in a month. No, wait, I don't wash clothes every day, that's not right. Besides instant noodles, I definitely need to eat normal food, which also costs money, and buying clothes costs money too. In the end, Mel still arrived at the laundry, no matter what. He wanted to see how the drying magic worked. Chapter 53. Drying magic. As he reached the door of the laundry, he could see the lights were already on. But not like the street lamps outside. It looked like heated furnace lights. He could feel waves of heat, as if a fan was blowing out hot air. The door wasn't closed, so he walked in. A stout, short man was drying a pile of clothes. He wasn't using a machine or a furnace. He simply hung the clothes on a railing and used his hands to cast magic. A goblin. No, a dwarf. Kid, you can call me Volcano Man. Goblin is not a good title. The dwarf stopped his magic, adjusted his suspenders, rolled up his sleeves, and looked at Mel. He thought this kid was reckless. But after all, he was just a child, so there was no need to get too angry. Sorry, it's my first time seeing a dwarf. I'm here to dry clothes, 4 pieces in total, Mel said, holding the clothes and looking at the dwarf in blue overalls, with white hair tied into a bun on his head, which looked somewhat stylish. The outfit was very harmonious, with no abruptness, and it suited him well. He placed the clothes into a basin basket, and, if he wanted to take them back today, he would just sit aside and wait. The dwarf took down the already dried clothes one by one and stored them in a basket. Mel stood there. He was really interested in magic, as this was something that hadn't appeared in the game, the magic of drying clothes. Monsters in the game wouldn't have such skills. The dwarf lifted a basket of clothes, and under the acceleration of wind magic, the clothes started to dehydrate, with water being flung out and flowing into a cross-shaped groove. This was similar to a washing machine's spinning cycle, using centrifugal force to remove moisture from the clothes. Then he hung the clothes one by one on the railing. No one could hear the dwarf mumbling something. This should be the incantation required to cast magic, but he couldn't understand it at all. His brows furrowed in confusion. Is this the language of dwarves? You seem very curious, huh? Just like that apothecary in the city. Do you want to steal my magic as well? I'm really interested, but I haven't learned magic. Can I learn this magic? Hard to say. I can use this magic because I have a good affinity with both wind spirits and fire spirits. Besides, how could I casually teach you my meal ticket? The dwarf grinned. Right? Someone who makes a living from it wouldn't teach it so easily. Mel sat there, waiting for the dwarf to dry his clothes. Dear, I'm late and missed today's special items. A middle-aged woman with a blue headscarf walked in from outside, carrying many items in her basket. But she still looked a bit regretful. First cook, I still need to dry this kid's clothes. It's so cold out, and he's wearing so little. After answering, the dwarf took Mel's clothes to dry. This magic didn't directly strip moisture from the clothes, but used wind and fire to dry them. It was indeed a bit interesting and different from what he had imagined. Excuse me, is this magic self-created, Or can others use it? Talkative, kid, of course. It's my own creation. No one else can do this magic. I'm the only one in Oak City who can. The dwarf continued working while chatting with Mel. If you really want to learn magic, you should first understand the basics. I can't teach you these because I'm not a great mage. This is more like elven magic, and the chances of humans learning it are quite low. After saying that, the dwarf showed no intention of stopping. Also, when you see a dwarf in the future, never call us goblins, because those green-skinned brats are also called goblins, and that's a complete insult to us. Goblins. I really didn't know. I'm very sorry. Well, it's a good thing you ran into me. If it were another dwarf, you'd probably get smashed into a meat pie with a hammer. The dwarf used the drying magic again, and hot wind blew out of the room. Feeling warm and cozy. If I could learn this magic, that would be great, Mel thought, reaching out to mimic the same actions, but after trying several times, he couldn't replicate the magic. He wasn't sure if it was a level restriction, if his movements weren't standard, or if he also needed to chant. Besides elven magic, are there other types of magic? What are they? In the game, it's all about skill trees. Just clicking skills is fine. Who cares about this stuff? Haha, it's hard to learn like that. Unless you gain the spirit's recognition, but you haven't learned magic. So you wouldn't know how to contract a spirit. The dwarf laughed at Mel's actions, recalling how his son used to imitate him like that when he was little. He just wondered how that kid was doing now, if he was studying well. It had been a month since he last received a letter, even though he had told him not to skimp on communication fees, as it would worry his mother. Thank you. Is there a place in the city where I can learn magic? I want to learn. Kid, without money, you can't learn magic. With your situation, it's probably quite difficult. If you really want to say, that apothecary kid living in the west of the city might be able to teach you. I heard she studied at the Royal Academy. Thank you very much. Let's talk. 20 Oren. The dwarf handed the dried clothes to Mel. The clothes were completely dry and still had a bit of warmth, which was much faster than waiting for them to dry slowly. Mel took 20 Oren from his pouch and handed it to the dwarf. Experiencing magic for the first time in another world was truly different from the feeling in games. It was amazing, and he really wanted to learn magic to go crazy with it. One hand held the clothes while the other shook the now lighter pouch. It seemed the days of hunting slimes had to continue, and he couldn't take a day off, not even on weekends. Back at the inn, after greeting the landlady, Mel immediately prepared to return to his room to sleep, practice stealing 5 times, and then sleep until dawn. Stealing proficiency, 5 effort value, 5 stealing proficiency, 515 10,000 power / proficiency, 910,000 back jump proficiency, 390 110,000 current effort value, 296. Alone, yet feeling fulfilled. There was always something to do every day. Knowing the terror of monsters made Mel more nervous when facing them. Each time he accepted a quest, he would investigate the distribution of nearby monsters. If there was a high chance of encountering other high-level monsters, he wouldn't take that kind of quest. Monsters seemed to have their own territories, and it was rare to find multiple types of monsters in the same area. After a good night's sleep, Mel went downstairs. The landlady had prepared breakfast, and there were other travelers in the inn. While it wasn't particularly delicious, it was acceptable for this level of dining. Mel, aren't you having breakfast today? No, just some hot water. I'll eat a little, and then go take a quest. Chapter 54. After finishing a pack of instant noodles, Mel officially prepared to take on a quest. He needed to find an opportunity to burn all that plastic trash. It couldn't just pile up in the system space. Arriving at the guild hall, Ravi was already there early. One of his hands was still wrapped in bandages. It seemed he would need some time to heal. Your dagger. Ravi approached Mel and returned the dagger he had previously discarded. Wow, the guild acts so fast. That goblin was killed just a day later. Normally, it wouldn't be that fast. It was just good luck that the goblin happened to encounter other adventurers. Mel didn't hesitate and quickly took the dagger, then prepared to check the quest board. Ravi took out another dagger, which was sharper and appeared unused, even without scratches on the blade. This is for you. Why? Mel turned back in surprise. As a thank you for that potion. It worked well, and this dagger didn't cost much, just 1 silver coin. For this commission, I also received an extra 2 silver coins in compensation. With that, Ravi turned away, no longer looking at Mel. Mel took the dagger and quietly said, thanks. What a pity, if only it were a beautiful girl. That Sundara personality would be great, but sadly it's a guy. Ugh. He walked slowly to the bulletin board. Although there were many slimes in some areas, goblins might also exist there, so it was better not to approach those regions given his current strength. He quickly locked onto a quest. The following days were a repeat of this, daily slime hunting, earning rewards while training his power slash and back jump, and practicing stealing when he returned to the inn to rest. Finally, on the 10th day of completing quests, Mel leveled up to level 2. He had killed 100 slimes, and his level finally increased by 1. Both his blue and red bars showed some improvement. Most importantly, his 5 attributes were displayed: strength, endurance, agility, intelligence, and energy. And he indeed gained 1 attribute point and 5 skill points. However, all the values for the 5 attributes were 0. Even a dead person probably wouldn't have a 0. So it seemed there might be an issue with the system menu. Even a child wouldn't have 0 strength unless this system and world were independent. And his physical attributes didn't fully reflect in the system. After all, strength is such an abstract concept that it's hard to visualize. This isn't a game. Strength, endurance, agility, intelligence, energy. Strength increases physical attack, physical defense, and armor penetration. Endurance increases health points, basic recovery, and control reduction. Intelligence increases magic attack, magic defense, and magic points. Agility increases movement speed, attack speed, and evasion. Energy increases critical hit rate, and skill duration. In games, these are the benefits that basic attributes provide, and each type of attribute corresponds to a different proportional increase. Mel had memorized all of these, and now he needed to test whether these attributes would reflect the same in this other world as they did in the game. In the game, points could be redistributed at any time without needing to reset. First, he tried adding to strength. After increasing strength by 1 point, he didn't seem to feel any significant change. When he lifted the table with his hand and then removed that point of strength, the table suddenly felt heavier. So it was useful. He had indeed gotten stronger. Next, Mel added the attribute point to endurance, and his health bar visibly increased by a small segment. The basic recovery was real. He didn't know how to test it. If basic recovery increased, he could either use stealing once or cut himself with a knife to see if the wound healed faster. He tried tonight. He added to intelligence. Redistributing the attribute points indeed gave him 1 more skill point. As for whether he had become smarter, he didn't know, but his magic points had increased. And he could clearly feel the feedback of magic in his body, as he had very little magic within him. He added to agility. Perhaps the effect of just 1 point was too small. Mel didn't feel any change. He added to energy. In an instant, his thoughts became more cohesive, and his eyes could precisely lock onto certain things. Was this the feedback brought by energy? In a short time, he had almost figured it out. Mel decided to put that 1 attribute point into intelligence. This way, he would have 1 extra skill point, totaling 6 skill points to directly increase 1 skill's proficiency by 15, which would be very helpful for him right now. Based on the experience needed to level up to level 2 by killing 100 slimes, if the experience required for each level was the same, he would only need to kill 500 slimes to reach level 5. However, if the experience required increased with each level, it would be difficult, and he would likely need to kill more. At the same time, another question arose. Had those adventurers really killed that many to level up, or was it his slow leveling due to the influence of the system? Whether fast or slow, Mel couldn't say for sure, as he hadn't practiced yet. Everything would have to wait until he reached level 5 to see how much time it took. Those adventurers certainly couldn't level up to high levels in just 1 day. However, the system shouldn't hold him back. After all, he was a transmigrator, and such a golden finger should be a strong aid. If he hadn't had this, he might have lost a hand. As Mel pondered these things, he dealt with the slimes. With today's task completed, he would first return to collect his reward, then take a good bath, and if possible, treat himself to a meal. He walked towards Oak City, retracing his steps as before. Today his pace was indeed much lighter. Good news came one after another, and the pressure in his heart eased significantly. If leveling up didn't show a significant change, he could only rely on continuous practice to accumulate skills for hunting demons. Otherwise, he would eventually die on the path of adventure. Upon returning to Oak City, Mel first submitted his commission at the guild, as usual, receiving 30 oren. During this time, I also learned about another use of slime mucus, which is to drink it directly. By mixing the slime's mucus with strong liquor in a certain proportion, it becomes slime wine, which has a fresher taste. At first, Mel thought that no one would drink such wine, but he quickly discovered that these adventurers seemed particularly fond of it. It's good to have a guild. It's unclear who exactly established the Adventurers Guild, but with its expansion to so many cities, the guild must have more ways to make money. Mel, how about we take on some commissions together? Ravi came up behind Mel, clearly having just completed a commission. Forget it. My level is too low compared to you all. I would only hold you back. Once I level up, I should be able to adventure with you. Mel had recently become quite familiar with these adventurers. In fact, most of them were just trying to make a living and weren't all ruthless villains. Chapter 55. The apothecary in the west of the city. After 10 days of hunting slimes, it was time to check the remaining supplies. Storage, wallet, water pouch. 40 instant noodles, 45 mineral water, 40 chips, bandit-s knife, 9 alcohol, 8 first aid bandages, 3 cloud white medicine, for disposable anesthetic syringes, 2,900 chocolate beans. During these 10 days, various items were consumed. When cravings hit, it was hard to resist eating that paste all day, which only filled the stomach and required a lot of self-restraint. Daily commissions related to slimes could earn 30 oren, while drying clothes every 2 days consumed 20 oren. After the first 2 days, there were 50 oren left. Now, after 8 days, 240 minus 80 means I should have 210 oren, but in reality, I only have 200 oren. Because I occasionally need to eat some regular food, instant noodles cost 3 oren per serving, and vegetables cost 2 oren per serving. Based on this income, even with some other normal expenditures, I should earn 150 oren every 10 days, which totals 450 oren a month. After paying 100 for rent, I should have 350 oren left to spend freely. Keep it up, Mel. The good news is that there was no consumption of medicines. Pumping myself up, I began to check my menu panel. Stealing proficiency, 555 10,000 powerful / proficiency, 130 10,000 back jump proficiency, 430 110,000 current effort points, 1141. Intelligence, 1. I allocated all 6 skill points into back jump, which will help me avoid attacks more easily. More importantly, not getting hurt is more crucial than attacking the target. Just a few days have passed, and Ravi's wounds have almost healed. After all, as an adventurer, one cannot always be nursing injuries and has already started taking commissions again. Although the other party invited him, Mel was quite clear about his position. He would only take on commissions that matched his strength and would not take on more risks for a little extra reward. If I'm going to start hunting goblins, I should at least wait until I reach level 6. Then I'll need to find ways to learn some other skills. Tomorrow, I'll head to the west of the city and see if I can learn magic from the apothecary. Mel returned to the adventurer's inn, took a shower as usual, sat in the inn for a while, and then prepared to go upstairs to rest. Mel, are you a sea person? The innkeeper suddenly asked. What is a sea person? I'm not sure. It's someone who lives along the coast. Because you shower every day, it seems more like those from the southern coastal regions. I've seen such merchants before. They also shower daily. Oh, I see. Well, I guess I'm not one. I just feel uncomfortable if I don't shower. If I don't wash off the sweat, I might not be able to sleep, Mel explained. To be precise, he didn't belong to this world. The habit of showering was already formed in his past life. People by the sea might have to wash frequently to remove the salt from their bodies. As sleepiness set in, Mel walked upstairs. He had already found an opportunity to burn the plastic waste, as such things probably don't exist in this world. He practiced stealing 5 times. Stealing proficiency, 560 10,000. After consuming magic, it seemed less uncomfortable than before. After leveling up, his magic capacity increased. And the only attribute point was added to intelligence, so the consumption wasn't that severe. It felt like he could reach a limit of 7 times. Perhaps future daily training could be increased to 6 times. The only problem is that Mel couldn't determine whether daily magic consumption affected the maximum amount of magic, because logically, continuously using magic generally increases magic capacity, as it's a continuous training process. But the issue is that he hadn't truly felt the effect of magic consumption on the total amount of magic before his level increased. And leveling up would definitely boost magic capacity. With these doubts in mind, Mel fell asleep again, and when he woke up, it was already the next morning. After a quick wash, he took the only 150 oren he had to head to the apothecary in the west of the city. He had previously learned about this female apothecary from the dwarf owner of the laundromat in the east of the city. He heard she had a bit of a bad temper, but if he wanted to learn magic, there didn't seem to be any better options. At least this apothecary had studied magic at the Guard Royal Academy. The streets in the west of the city were very tidy. Those living here should be either wealthy or noble. Mel also observed this city carefully. The roads in the west and east of the city were very neat, while the south and north were more chaotic. Even the streets used for commercial purposes were not as clean as here. Arriving at the apothecary's door, he saw a sign with an owl hanging outside, and a small copper bell was attached to the door. Whenever someone pushed the door open, it would ring. Ding dong. Mel pushed the door open and walked in. Sorry to disturb, is anyone here? What came into view was a girl with purple hair. He had originally thought the apothecary would be an older woman, but she was younger than he expected, looking like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. She wore a large witch hat and a black witch robe, standing on the stairs as if she was about to take something from the shelf. Hearing Mel's voice, the girl turned around, her dead fish eyes sizing up Mel. Just pick what you want. There's no better potion in Oak City. Her calm tone revealed no emotion. And she didn't seem like someone who was in business. Only those dead fish eyes were really cute, which struck him right in the feels. After being stared at by Mel for a long time, the apothecary seemed a bit angry. Are you looking down on me? No, not at all. I just think you look very young. Mel certainly wouldn't say something like you're so beautiful, as that would definitely get him kicked out for causing a scene. Heh, you little brat, how dare you comment on my age? The apothecary took off her witch hat, and her purple hair sprang up instantly. She sized up Mel, noting that his magical energy content was extremely low, unlike a magician. Besides buying potions, she couldn't think of any other purpose for him. Only then did Mel realize he was completely misunderstood. He had lied to avoid being misunderstood. To be honest, his current age was even younger than the apothecary's. Truly a little kid. I'm sorry, I just think you're very pretty. Mel scratched his head, thinking that since he was still a child, he could freely express what he wanted to say. The next moment, instead of seeing the shy girl with dead fish eyes, Mel was blasted out onto the street by a spell, with her scolding ringing in his ears. Get out. The sudden gust of wind felt like an invisible hand, causing Mel to lose his balance and be flung out onto the street. Chapter 56, Golden Slime. The apothecary inside the potion shop adjusted her witch hat again. Though she was not very tall and her chest was not large, her magical skills were exceptional. The magic she used earlier was not lethal. It was merely to drive away some troublemakers. After finishing her spell, she realized it had been purely instinctive. The boy had likely fallen badly. She let out a faint sigh. Mel was dazed for a moment before slowly getting up from the ground. He had been caught off guard. He shouldn't have voiced his thoughts so directly. Thankfully, he had not been killed. Should he continue to learn magic? Would he be thrown out again? He stood outside the door, his feet frozen in place for a long time, ultimately deciding to cautiously approach the entrance of the potion shop. Excuse me. May I come in? Mel leaned against the wall beside the door. It was better to hide to avoid being directly flung away. Come in. The apothecary's weak voice came through. After confirming it was safe, Mel pushed the door open and walked in. No matter what, he had to learn magic. Such a fascinating thing could not be ignored. What potion would you like to buy? I don't want to buy a potion. I want to learn magic. Can you teach me? The purple-haired girl paused slightly and looked Mel over again, shaking her head. You don't seem to have the talent to become a magician. Why? Mel was confused. You have too little magic power in you. Even if you work hard on the path of a magician, your achievements in this lifetime will ultimately be limited. It's better to focus your energy on other things. Each person's magical talent is determined at birth. I want to try? Please teach me. If there's a tuition fee, I will pay. Mel was still unwilling to give up. After all, he had a system to back him up. He couldn't back down just because of a single statement. Can you read? The girl didn't brush him off, just tilted her head and gave Mel a deadpan look. I know a little, very few since I haven't studied for long, but I'm willing to learn. Mel's eyes were extremely serious. Even if he couldn't learn magic, being able to learn to read here would be great. The girl didn't speak, but her thoughts were different. Did my teacher look at me like this back then? No. I'm a genius. This little brat has pitifully little magic power. The boy in front of her looked like an adventurer. Adventurers of this age were quite rare, and the calluses on his hands were likely from wielding a weapon. Mel failed. The apothecary did not accept him as a disciple. However, he did not give up. After resting for a day, he returned to the potion shop. The next morning, he pushed the door open again. The purple-haired girl looked at Mel with a helpless expression. She knew that if she didn't agree, this little brat would probably come back every day, so she could only say dismissively, if you really want to learn, you can borrow some books from me to read and at least get to know some characters. I don't plan on taking on disciples for now, and your talent is really too poor. If one day you manage to collect some golden slime, I might make an exception and accept you as a disciple. After saying this, the girl didn't want to say more. The golden slime was displayed in a golden color due to its strong acidity, but it was extremely rare and nearly impossible to encounter. The little brat in front of her would likely know to back off after hearing this. The biggest problem was not encountering the strong acid slime, but capturing it. The strong acid would corrode swords, and without specific methods, it would be impossible to capture. Generally, it was necessary to work with a magician to catch it, but therein lay the problem. Since there were already other magicians helping to capture the strong acid slime, why would one still want to become their disciple? Mel didn't think that much. He just started learning to read earnestly. He borrowed a book on learning characters from the apothecary, which was covered in dust and had likely not been opened in a long time. Since he had learned some before, he could take it slowly. There should be others in the guild who could read as well. Besides his daily training, he now had additional learning tasks. After another 80 days, Mel had not bothered the apothecary again, as she seemed to dislike being disturbed. Every day, he continued to hunt slimes. As he grew more familiar with this task, the time it took to complete it decreased. He could finish in half a day and use the other half to study reading. After killing his 1,000th slime, Mel Carlo's level rose to 5. His previous guess was correct. As levels increased, the experience points required for leveling up grew larger. Attribute points. For skill points, 20 since he had no initial attribute points at level 1. This meant that his attribute points would always be 1 less than his level, while skill points would always be 4 less. Both the red and blue bars had increased, which was a benefit of leveling up. He unlocked a title, his first title, Slime Slayer. Unlocking by killing 1,000 slimes grants a 30 damage increase to slime-type monsters. When he reaches 5,000 and 10,000 kills, the title will change to Slime Nemesis and Slime Arch Nemesis, with damage increases of 50 and 100, respectively. Mel felt that this title was not very useful. It would have been better if he had it from the start. Now, he had almost killed enough slimes to earn it. Looking at his proficiency panel, stealing proficiency increased by 400, from 560 to 960. Strong/proficiency increased by 400, from 1,300 to 5,300. Back jump proficiency increased by 400, from 4,301 to 8,301. Effort value increased from 1146 to 9546. By calculations, he should have 1050 Orin now, but in reality, he only had 1,007 Orin. He couldn't remember exactly where it all went, but overall, he had managed to be frugal, saving up some money. Some adventurers really didn't have a single coin left by the end of the year because they spent any money they had on drinks and contributing to brothels. The weather was gradually getting hot, and the breath of spring was dissipating. Summer had arrived. During this time, he had not given up and had even inquired with many adventurers about the golden slime. He was well prepared. After all, he was thinking like an adult, with only his child's brain capacity limiting his speed of learning to read. During this time, Mel truly felt the limitations of his physical condition. He was just an ordinary human child with nothing special. His supplies were also running low. Aside from medicine and chocolate beans, he had nearly eaten everything else. Eating too many chocolate beans at once was overwhelming, so they were quite filling. These high-sugar snacks were considered very nutritious for him, and he realized that it was not easy to supplement sugar and fat in this world. Storage, wallet, water pouch, 49 mineral water bottles, 50 soda cans, bandit-s knife, 9 alcohol, 8 first aid bandages, 3 cloud white medicine, for disposable anesthesia injectors, 2,000 chocolate beans. Chapter 57. How can a priest not know how to catch? 3 months after arriving at the Adventurers Guild, Mel pushed the door open again. Look, our slime slayer is here. Have you found the legendary golden slime? An adventurer drinking raised his glass and looked at Mel. Unrealistic, kid. We haven't seen a golden slime in over a decade. It's probably extinct. Mel, are you continuing to learn reading today? Aner came over to Mel. Today, Mel did not come to accept a task, nor to learn text, as he already recognized basic characters. If he were to seriously study, he could master it quickly. 3 months would be enough, and the rest could be slowly applied and learned. No need, thank you. Mel found a table to sit down. He was already level 5 and could attempt to take on higher-level commissions, but he wasn't here for that today, as he had enough money to spend. He was here to wait for Ravi, who had previously said he had gathered information about the golden slime, to gain the opportunity to learn magic. Even if it was just a possibility, he had to try. That alchemist seemed to be a very powerful magician, though his personality was a bit strange. Now, with all 4 attribute points allocated to intelligence, he had gained a total of 24 skill points. It only took 30 points to max out a skill, which meant he could directly raise the proficiency of 1 skill to 80. Mel allocated points to cutting, as his back jump skill already had a proficiency of 83. After a moment of waiting, Ravi appeared in front of Mel with 3 teammates. A tall male adventurer carrying a huge shield on his back and a short sword at his waist. Likely the front line of the team, classed as a warrior or knight, level 6. Following him was a female priest, probably the healer of the team, also level 6. There was also a long-eared archer, clearly the team's ranged attacker, at level 7. Ravi was the rogue of the group, responsible for lockpicking, and only level 5. It seemed that in this world, people's professions weren't classified. The adventurer guild assigned jobs, but many people had multiple skills from different professions, just like Mel, who had mastered various skills. Lockpicking was also a skill he had heard about, but after trying, he found he couldn't pick a lock with a wire, making it difficult to complete the task of locking 10 times. This skill had to be set aside for now, as he had already acquired the basic skill of stealing. He understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. It was better to max out the skills he had first. Mel, sorry to keep you waiting. Ravi's injury had completely healed, though there were still some scars on his arm. He looked just like usual. It's fine, I just got here. Do you really have that information? Yes, possibly. We're preparing to clear out a goblin nest. According to the intel, there's a water pool at the bottom of the ruins where someone has seen a golden slime. Ravi lowered his voice. Such matters couldn't be overheard by others. Although the value of golden slime itself isn't very high, rare things always attract high prices. By the way, is that alchemist really not making things difficult for you? Golden slimes aren't easy to catch. It's fine. I'm already prepared. Mel had pre-made plant ash. As long as he could counteract the slime's corrosiveness, he should be able to collect the slime's goo normally. In theory, Mel only needed to kill the slime to directly collect it into the system space, and the subsequent processing could be entirely left to the alchemist. All right, let us set off. The knight in the team laughed heartily and slapped Mel on the shoulder. It was a bit annoying, being too familiar, but he still needed their help for this adventure. Okay. Mel got up and followed the 4 of them as they left. They were heading far from the city to a ruin that resembled a collapsed pit, but with a winding path leading down to the bottom. The main task was still to eliminate the goblins, as Ravi and his team's commission was to clear out the goblin nest in the ruins, which hadn't been there before, suggesting the goblins had appeared recently. These monsters seemed to appear out of nowhere. Mel had once doubted that the slimes could ever be fully exterminated. He had already killed 1,000, yet slimes still existed, as if they crawled out of the ground. Mel, right? I often hear Ravi talk about you, a strange kid who keeps hunting slimes. Can I ask why you keep hunting them? The priest asked, already imagining a backstory filled with blood and vengeance, as if Mel were a child whose family had been destroyed by slimes, thus desperately hunting them down. Just thinking that way felt strange to her. How could someone have such a grudge against slimes? Because the only monsters I can defeat are slimes. Mel replied briefly to the priest's question. The white long dress was probably the standard attire distributed by the church. Her chest was a bit small, suggesting she might not have enough healing power, indicating she was a novice priest. Mel took the initiative to break the awkwardness. Excuse me, priest. Can you use the throwing skill? I'm sorry, but I don't have that combat skill. Only battle priests learn such skills. I'm a healing priest. After hearing the priest's explanation, Mel nodded. This was expected, though a bit different from the game. But how could a priest not know how to throw? Even archers needed to be able to fight up close. Hey, were you just adjusting your breathing? The archer in the team looked at Mel with a slightly wary gaze, noticing that Mel's breathing seemed to have changed. The archer had a level 5 skill called Adjust Breathing, which made their shots more precise by controlling their breath. And it seemed Mel had displayed such a technique. However, it was said that Mel was a lone rogue, and the only one he knew well here was Ravi, which made them a bit concerned. Yes, I learned a kind of breathing technique from my master. I just instinctively activated it just now to focus my mind. Mel did not deny it, knowing that a level 5 archer might have some skills. He didn't have much time to learn level 5 skills now since his basic skills weren't maxed out yet. He'd try them all when he had time. Adjusting breathing was an instantaneous skill, while the assassin's breathing technique was a sustained skill. Although they had some similarities, they were ultimately 2 completely different skills. Looking at Ravi's team, this was probably the usual group he teamed up with, 3 men and 1 woman. If anyone in the group fell in love, they would probably disband on the spot. Comparatively, the archer was the most handsome, while Ravi and the knight looked average, and the priest was also good-looking. Mel certainly wouldn't voice these inner gossip thoughts. When he tried to express his true feelings at the potion shop before, he almost got blasted by a magic spell. Feeling a bit helpless, he reminded himself that he was just a kid, still growing up. After some time of trekking, they arrived outside the ruins. The surrounding trees were dense, the air was fresh, and the originally hot weather was dispelled by the coolness from the ruins. Chapter 58. Goblin Ruins. A distinct cold wind blew up from below. Is this the ruins? Mel observed closely. At the entrance of the ruins, there were 2 goblins armed with spears standing guard, both at level 6. Do you have any identification skills? The archer in the team looked at Mel in confusion. Although he could guess they were probably level 5 or 6 goblins, he couldn't pinpoint their exact level without identification skills. No, Mel certainly wouldn't say he was checking through the system. As long as they were under level 10, he could see their levels, along with their health bars. Unfortunately, he couldn't see any other basic numbers, making it impossible to estimate damage accurately. However, it was likely that damage couldn't be calculated since he might deal critical hits or strike the goblin's vital points. After careful study, Mel found that the vital points of goblins and humans had a high degree of overlap, basically the throat, heart, head, and similar areas. I'll handle the left side. You take care of the right. If I don't manage to kill them right away, please finish them off for me. Mel began to discuss the battle plan with everyone. How about I give you all a layer of physical attack blessing first? That should ensure we can take down the goblin sentry, suggested the priestess. No, you should conserve your magic. We might get injured later, Mel replied confidently regarding his own damage output. The flying dagger had piercing damage, and the dagger attack could double the damage. If he hit a vital point, it would be like a critical hit. He had killed a level 5 creature when he was level 1, so it should be easier now, and even without hitting a vital point, he could still kill. The archers around him were level 7, and goblins were even a level lower. As long as they were accurate enough, they should be able to deliver a fatal blow. This wasn't like slimes, which had no vital points. Can you do it? Mel asked the archer again, the youngest among the 5, yet the most confident. Isn't it just like playing a game? To be honest, the vital points here are much stronger than in games. In games, there aren't any one-hit kill vital points. You have to grind monsters honestly. Sure. The 2 began to breathe simultaneously, Mel gripping his dagger while the archer slowly raised his bow. Once the bowstring was fully drawn, they held their breath. Mel started counting down. 3, 2, 1, go. The dagger and the arrow were shot simultaneously towards the 2 goblins guarding the entrance of the ruins. The dagger accurately hit the goblin's throat, piercing through, instantly emptying the goblin's health bar. The nearby goblin moved just as the arrow was released, causing the arrow to miss its throat and lodge into the side instead. The goblin instantly realized it was under attack and reached for the horn at its waist to blow it, but was hit again by another dagger, instantly emptying its health bar. The archer in the team hadn't even had time to shoot a second arrow before Mel had already dealt with the situation. That was close. If there were 3 goblins on watch, we would have been in trouble. Why? The archer asked, putting the arrow back in his quiver. Because I only have 2 daggers. If the horn is blown, we'll be exposed, and we'll have to escape then. It was a pity he couldn't stealth, otherwise he could have increased the critical hit damage even more. Let's go and take a look, Mel said. But his feet didn't move because the front line should lead the way. The frontline warriors' shields were not just for decoration. Tanks needed to be at the forefront. Be careful, the priestess reminded, as the knight's armor was the easiest to make noise, while the others wore lighter clothing. After all, the knight had the task of withstanding damage, so the armor had to be a bit thicker. AKA seems to be always shouting about wanting to become a knight. I wonder how they are doing now. Lily is so smart. She should be able to turn danger into safety. Mel sheathed his dagger. The 5 stepped forward, with goblins scattered among the ruins. They needed to follow the winding path downward. If they could eliminate all the goblins without making a sound, that would be the best outcome. There were only 5 of them, and they couldn't face goblins that outnumbered them by 10-fold. Mel held his dagger, and the archer continuously shot at the goblins appearing on the path, while Mel only needed to finish off any that the archer missed. There were no unexpected incidents along the way. The group coordinated well, and as they continued to advance, they descended layer by layer. The air was filled with the smell of moss, and occasionally, the sound of dripping water fell from above. Some columns, whether for support or decoration, still stood without collapsing, propping up the edges of the path. The pungent smell of feces began to emerge, indicating that the number of goblins below was increasing. Their sharp and noisy cries always tugged at their nerves. The goblins had not noticed them, merely entertaining themselves with howls, similar to human laughter. In the 10-layer ruins, only 2 layers remained now, and along the way, there were goblin corpses everywhere. Mel had counted, including the 2 at the entrance. They had already hunted down 20 goblins. This meant that the 50 goblins mentioned in the intel were likely concentrated in the remaining 2 layers and at the bottom. There should be some kind of undercurrent flowing at the bottom, as a pool of water had formed there. Ahead, the path showed a gap. With half of the distance having collapsed, one could only pass through the remaining distance on the side, which felt quite unstable. If one were to fall, although they wouldn't die from the first layer's height, it would certainly hurt a lot. Mel and the archer stayed at the back as Ravi had already gone ahead. Now they were waiting for the priestess and the knight to cross. But the more they feared something, the more it happened. Just as the knight had walked halfway, whether it was due to the heavy armor or not, the path collapsed, sliding him down the wall to the next layer. The loud noise drew the goblins' attention, and they quickly ran from the pool towards the second layer. As soon as one goblin spotted them, all the other goblins would too. But with such a straight distance, it was impossible to climb back up. They'd have to take a long detour to return. And even if they used a rope to connect the 2 sides of the gap, it would take time. The sounds of the goblins grew sharper, with one goblin happily jumping around with a wooden stick, having spotted Mel and the others. The number of goblins increased as they all headed towards the knight. "We're dead." The knight felt a jolt of fear, quickly standing up, one hand gripping his shield, the other holding his sword, nervously watching the 30 goblins rushing towards him. Chapter 59, Mel's first dungeon raid. Oh no. The archer pulled another arrow from his quiver. The worst-case scenario had occurred, as the path was broken, leaving the priest and rogue on the other side while the archer and another rogue remained in place. The main issue was that the knight had fallen alone to the next layer. Now they had to choose either to abandon the knight. There was definitely enough time for that. They just needed to use a rope to connect the broken ends and bring the priest and rogue back, or sacrifice the knight, needing him to hold off for enough time. But if they wanted to face 30 goblins head-on, they would all need to slide down the wall to the next layer for a collective fight. If they made a mistake, they would all die here. The archer's drawn bowstring remained unshot. His thoughts were complex, waiting for Mel. If Mel ordered to abandon the knight, then he wouldn't have to bear that pressure. But what right did Mel have to order an abandonment? Before Ravi introduced them, Mel had never even met them. On the other side of the broken path, Ravi also realized that the situation wasn't good. But what else could be done? Should they go down and see if a miracle would happen? Their plan was originally to slowly clear out the goblins, not to engage in a large battle with them. If they were to blame anyone, it would be the path's instability. "Luke, are you okay?" The priestess called to the knight on the lower level. "I'm fine for now, but the goblins might have spotted me. They're coming at me." At this critical moment, a voice broke their hesitation, and it was Mel. "From now on, follow my commands. Archer, stay put." "Ravi, are you willing to go down?" Mel asked Ravi. He was confident in himself, but wasn't sure if this freckled boy was equally confident. 5 people against 30 goblins sounded difficult, and it would be hard to execute. But if they could manipulate their physical limits in a game dungeon, why couldn't they do it here? It seemed that the monsters here were easier to crit. "Yes, then follow me down." The formation of the 2 rogues is supported by the archer, while the priest can stay on the upper level to provide cover. In this case, the only ones who really need to bear the pressure are the 2 rogues and the knight. All right. The 2 of them slide down along the wall to the next level. Mel's voice sounds again. "Archer, you don't need to deal with the melee goblins. Focus all your attention on the archer goblins. Even if you can't kill them directly, at least attract their attention and prevent arrows from coming your way." "Got it." The archer quickly agrees, feeling that as long as they don't have to face certain death, there's nothing to be afraid of. "Priest, can your healing spells reach the lower level from up there?" "Yes," the priestess responds quickly. "All right, you must stay close to us at all times, keeping yourself directly above us. If you can't see us, try to peek out to observe our position. Until I say to release a healing spell, just staying close is enough. The healing position is crucial. If we get even slightly injured and the healer has to use a healing spell, the magical energy won't keep up, and it'll be a dead end. The key healing skills must be preserved." "Ravi, do you have cut and backstep?" "Yes." "Can you do 2 normal attacks, and then immediately backstep to create distance?" "I can do 2 attacks followed by 1 cut, and then a backstep. But are you sure you want us to be in the front line?" Confirming that Ravi's rogue skills are fine, they can use the dual rogue strategy, an early game tactic when the monsters were still quite strong. "Knight, you are responsible for following behind us, keeping your distance. When we attack for the 5th time, can you use your shield to block and allow us to retreat?" Mel's palms are sweating. This is the first real battle. Whether the game's tactics can apply in this other world still needs to be tested in practice. At least the goblins' attack and movement patterns are similar to those in the game, with the same high frequency and annoyance. With Mel's proficiency in backstepping and the monster-killing tactics ingrained in him, he feels absolutely confident. The only thing he lacks confidence in is his own body. It's too young. With weak base attributes, even with percentage damage boosts, the attacks aren't that strong. If the archer is confident enough, it would be best to treat it as a 3-rogue tactic since the archer can also use dagger attacks. However, Mel has already observed that if the archer comes down, that guy will probably just run away. Knight, put away your short sword for now. Otherwise, it will slow down our retreat speed. Mel speaks very succinctly. If surrounded by goblins, their health bars could be emptied in an instant, as goblins have the characteristic of high attack frequency due to their numbers. Seeing the goblins rush towards them, Mel activates the assassin's breathing technique to calm himself down. This is just a game, so relax. At the moment the goblins approach the rubble, Mel and Ravi strike simultaneously, attacking 2 fast-moving knife-wielding goblins, landing 2 normal attacks on their bodies or arms, with the cut aimed directly at their necks. After dealing with the 2 goblins, they quickly backstep to create distance, but Ravi seems a bit strained. During the 2 normal attacks, he appears somewhat flustered and almost can't keep up with Mel's movements. Is Mel really not a long-lived species? At this age, he possesses such combat skills, as if it's instinct. There's no time to think further. He must connect 2 attacks again and then follow up with a cut. After the second round, the goblins have surrounded them, and there are even more than before. It's difficult for them to backstep now. No wonder Mel asked Luke to step in front to block the goblins on the 5th attack. The knight raises his shield and charges forward, executing a block. In an instant, the goblins' attacks are blocked by the knight, while Mel and Ravi quickly backstep. Don't relax. Hit them again on the sides to relieve pressure on the knight. As Mel speaks, he and Ravi attack from the left and right, executing 2 more normal attacks followed by cuts. The incoming goblins are once again pushed back, seemingly intimidated and starting to retreat. Ravi wants to pursue, but is pulled back by Mel. Back. At the moment they backstep, arrows fly from behind the goblins. The 2 hide behind the knight, hearing the arrows clink against the shield. This is also the factor Mel is most wary of in the game. Taking an arrow might just reduce health a bit, allowing them to continue fighting. But here, taking an arrow means instant death. With one group only capable of taking down 2 goblins, after finishing 3 groups, they have already eliminated 6 goblins. Even if there are truly over 30, they've already defeated 15, and the remaining scattered ones should be easier to deal with. Knight, lower your shield and retreat. The 3 begin to back away again, increasing the distance. Chapter 60. The archer is hit by an arrow. The archer above continuously pulls the bowstring to shoot at the archer goblins. The goblin archer is level 10, while he is only level 7, even though he is doing his utmost to harass them. Many times he can't manage a one-hit kill on the goblins he hits. He can only do his best to attract the goblin archer's fire, hiding behind the ruins and feeling the arrows flying from below. Once again creating distance, the previous tactic is replicated, and the goblins drop 6 more corpses, once again filled with fear. Mel's excitement is just beginning. When he first encountered group dungeons in the game, it wasn't against such weak monsters. The indescribable thrill he felt back then is now replaced by his experience. He is no longer a novice. After the 3rd round, Mel gradually feels the pressure building, panting heavily. This is the fatigue from continuous combat. This world is not going to be exactly like the game, where game characters don't tire from battles. Ravi's body also seems to be slowing down. The sustained fighting initially triggered his potential, but this stimulant will wear off quickly, and the overexertion will lead to fatigue. The knight's endurance is still holding up, though somewhat difficult. He isn't as exhausted as Mel and Ravi. As a warrior, he trains his body daily, or else he wouldn't be able to move in this heavy armor. After 9 rounds of the formulaic tactic, Mel and the others have pushed back to a distance far from the gap, having taken down 18 goblins, leaving about half. Ravi, can you count the exact number of goblins? Mel looks at the goblins that have retreated again, starting to breathe heavily. Just a few more rounds will do. Regardless of whether there are more goblins, at least there shouldn't be many left. The goblins don't charge at them like before. Instead, they stop in place, which makes Mel feel uneasy. Monsters in the game don't just stand still waiting for players. But now, aside from being vigilant, there is nothing else to do. Suddenly, Mel seems to realize something. Those guys want to take out the archer first, then let the goblin archers deal with them. With half their numbers down, these goblins with the lowest level of intelligence realize they can't break through from the front. But now that some distance has been created, Mel isn't sure if the archer can still hear his voice. This isn't a game, Mike. In the open ruins, sound can travel from below, and sound travels at 340 meters per second in the air. Archer, don't show yourself, Mel shouts, his voice nearly hoarse. The goblins neither advance nor allow the archers to attack them directly. The archer hears it, but his body can't stop the motion. His hand holding the bow has already half his body sticking out, and 10 arrows fly toward him, one of which strikes his shoulder, causing him to fall awkwardly to the ground and crawl back into the rubble. Seeing the archer hit, the priestess is extremely anxious. Mirka? But now the distance is too great. Her healing spell can't reach Mirka, and the goblin archer is aiming at Ravi and Luke below them. The priestess quickly poked her head out to observe the positions of Ravi and the others, then swiftly followed. Below, Mel and the others were also having a tough time. Facing 10 goblin archers, all at level 10, which was double Mel's level. If he were hit by an arrow, he would likely perish on the spot. This allowed them to clearly see the positions of the archers and melee goblins. There were only 6 melee goblins remaining. But that didn't mean that once they dealt with the melee goblins, only the ranged ones would be left. Those goblins would pick up the weapons of their fallen comrades, which was completely different from the game. The main issue was that this level was very open, without collapsed walls or ruins for cover, leaving them to passively endure the attacks. An arrow was already lodged in the knight's shoulder, and his shield seemed to be under strain. One person couldn't accurately block every single arrow. Mel and Ravi were hiding behind the knight. This couldn't go on. If it did, they would die. Ravi lowered his head, not expecting the situation to turn so dire. Knight, can you still charge? Hold the line, and we'll take down those 6 goblins. Once we get within 10 meters, we can fight back. We can give it a try. And Mel, call me Luke. Remember my name. If you die, I'll definitely remember. Mel gritted his teeth and smiled. He hadn't asked for anyone's names during the journey, perhaps because they weren't familiar yet, or maybe he just didn't want to. The knight charged at the goblins. This wasn't a skill, but rather him rushing forward with his shield raised. Mel and Ravi tightly followed behind him, gripping their daggers. The goblin archers continued to shoot arrows at them, while the priestess kept pace with their steps, no longer needing to peek out. As the sound of heavy armor running was enough. Clang! An arrow pierced through the armor, embedding itself in his chest, but he continued to push forward with his shield. Mel noticed the knight's pained expression and the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Priest, heal the knight. Yes. The priestess ran while casting healing spells. She didn't need to lock onto them with her eyes since they were familiar with each other. Besides Mel, the other 2 were teammates she often grouped with. Luke reached out a hand and pulled the arrow from his chest. If he didn't remove it beforehand, it would affect the healing spell's effectiveness. After a brief moment of pain, a warm flow enveloped him, magical energy flowing into his body, healing his wound. To Mel, it was just Luke's health bar rising again. They needed to expose themselves to the risk of arrows and quickly execute a 3-2-1 strategy, coordinating as they had before to ensure they wouldn't be harmed by the goblins. 1-2 cut. Back jump. Memories deep within his soul slowly awakened in this body. As the second group of attacks was completed, a clattering sound came. The knight's shield fell to the ground, seemingly shattered. He drew his short sword and lunged at the goblin in front of him. Mel quickly reacted, pulling out his dagger and throwing it at another jumping goblin, the blade hitting its throat. They had nearly lost a teammate. There were still 10 goblins left, all level 10 archers. 3 goblins had already transformed into the front line, picking up the weapons of fallen goblins, while the others continued to aim at them. However, they were only 10 meters away now. Who was afraid of whom? Above them was the gap from earlier. Mel tightened his grip on his dagger, his movements growing bolder. They had no defensive means left, unless they let the knight act purely as a shield. The transformation of melee goblins took time. They couldn't afford to let the goblin archers pick up weapons. The assassin's breathing technique can give me a calm mind, and the dagger attack can give me a 100 damage boost. Now I just need to get close to them for absolute victory. Can you hold off those 3 goblins with weapons for a moment? The priest can heal both Luke and Ravi. As the words fell, the 2 charged recklessly at the 3 armed goblins. All 3 were level 10. As the goblin archers had picked up melee weapons to form the front line, all attribute points were allocated to wisdom, earning a total of 24 skill points. His back jump proficiency was at 83, just 15 away from maxing out, needing 6 skill points to reach full proficiency, leaving the remaining 18 points for cutting, which would raise cutting proficiency to 60. Mel kept his body sideways, allocating skill points to back jump and cutting. Using the points to fill in the last proficiency gap for back jump, aiming for a no cooldown effect. His movement was zigzagging, constantly using back jumps. It was his only mobility skill and the only means to quickly close the distance. Ravi was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe back jump could be used this way. It was indeed the same skill, but it required immense skill to connect so smoothly. No, human thought couldn't process this. It had to rely on feeling, on instinctive muscle reactions. Before the previous back jump even landed, he had already decided the direction for the next one, moving backward. Your friend named Mel is really something. The knight, wielding his short sword, engaged with two goblins, but was quickly pushed back, a gash forming on his armor. Ravi's situation wasn't great either. The level difference was too significant, and even with all his strength, he was still slashed across the chest, the goblins before them overpowering them in strength and speed. Healing spell. The priestess knelt at the gap, continuously healing the two. At that moment, an arrow tied with a rope shot into the ground beside the priestess, forming a lifeline connecting both sides. Nana, come quickly. The archer covered his wound. He had already broken the arrow shaft, but the arrowhead remained lodged in his body. He had forcibly kicked the bow away. Now he had to get Nana to his side. If the people below failed, the goblin archers would surround them, and Nana wouldn't be able to retreat. But the priestess glanced at the two struggling below, then at Mel, who was already engaging with the goblin archers. She might not be able to help Mel, given the distance, but Ravi and Luke needed her assistance. Without healing spells, they would soon lose their fighting ability. In her hesitation, Luke was hit again by a goblin's blade. After all, it was 3 against 2, with a level difference of 4. Not being killed outright was already the best outcome. No, Milka, if you want to leave, I won't blame you, but by the time I crawl over, Luke and Ravi won't hold on much longer. Nana gripped her holy staff tightly and cast a healing spell. Luke and Ravi had no energy left to listen to what was being said above. All their focus was on combating the 3 goblins before them. Pain, blood, healing. Mel weaved through the 10 goblins, attacking instinctively as if in a game, relying on those attack methods he had repeated countless times. He wouldn't let those goblins pick up the nearby weapons. Close-range arrows were hard to use, and using back jump to maneuver was enough to block the goblin archers' attacks. Only 7 left. The initial exploration required dealing with more than this, and he was still soloing. Mel's dagger continued to slice through the goblins. He wished he could aim for the neck every time, but the chaotic scene didn't allow time for careful aiming. He was attacking purely based on instinct. This was the instinct of a player. If it were a physical attack, perhaps a dozen stabs would not be enough to bring down a goblin. But as long as one stab hits, it would definitely trigger a bleeding effect. A cut to the goblin's neck would quickly empty its health bar. Even if it couldn't be killed immediately, a goblin with its throat cut would completely lose its combat ability and could only wait to die. Hearing the incessant screams around him, Mel's movements became smoother and smoother. The only difference from the game was whether there was a resurrection or not. In the game, one could make countless mistakes. Here, not even once. 7 goblins fell one after another, and Mel quickly cleared out the goblin archers, leaving only the last 3 that had switched to melee. As the team's priest, Nana had exhausted her magic. The goblins' attack frequency was too high, and the people below were getting injured too quickly. She could only do her best to cast healing spells. But the fatigue from the magic consumption made her vision gradually blur. She could only rely on her familiar magic to continue healing the 2. Was it still not working? The female priest murmured, her spirit already somewhat strained. She didn't know if Milka was still there or if he had already escaped. But she heard the sound of heavy armor hitting the ground below. Luke had fallen and needed healing. The magic was running low. Choked words, blurred tears, hands that were gradually losing strength, and the staff in her hand fell, dropping to the next level. Luke's stamina had reached its limit, and his armor was in tatters. Although Lavi still had some strength left, he could barely manage to fight back. Suddenly, he saw a fast-moving shadow coming from behind the goblins. Was it Mel? He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that anyone could eliminate 7 goblins in such a short time. Goblins were not slimes, after all. The leaping child, as if sprouting wings, landed directly on the goblin's shoulder and plunged a dagger into its throat, not using a skill, just a playful provocation. Just like a parkour master who likes to step on zombies' heads for fun, Mel enjoyed toying with monsters. The other 2 goblins suddenly turned around and realized that the other goblins behind them had been dealt with. The fear made them want to flee, a trait that the small monsters in the game did not possess. Mel jumped down, using his dagger to sever one goblin's Achilles tendon. The feedback was incredibly real, and that goblin instantly lost its ability to move, falling to the ground. The other goblin tried to escape, but was directly killed by Mel's flying blade. Originally, it might not have been possible to kill from behind, but this goblin had already lost some health due to Lavi and the others, so it was achievable. This was a confident final blow. Without the dagger, he could only use a knife, which had only one strong slash skill and could not trigger the dagger's 100 damage bonus. Luke, are you still alive? And what about freckled Lavi? Mel reached out a hand to Lavi, who was slumped on the ground, continuously jumping back, consuming almost 34 of his magic. But he was already accustomed to this state of magic deficiency. He was far from his limits. Hearing Mel's banter, the others finally relaxed. Lavi took Mel's hand, but then pulled him down instead. What are you trying to show off for, you little brat? Lavi admired him in his heart, but still didn't let him off the hook with his words. Luke lay on the ground, not wanting to say a word. He had almost died, and he didn't know if the reward this time was enough to repair his armor, which he had saved up for so long to replace. Chapter 62. Finding the golden slime. After a brief rest, they took out healing powder and bandages to treat Luke's wounds. The priestess met up with Mel and the others along the path, and the team's archer had abandoned them to escape. The atmosphere seemed a bit strange, clearly. They had survived a disaster, but Lavi and Luke felt somewhat uncomfortable. Nana said nothing, just smiled as usual while picking up her staff. Forget about him, that coward Milka. With Lavi's help, the knight struggled to stand up from the ground. Mel didn't say much. After all, how could everyone be brave and rational? In that situation, prioritizing one's own life was not wrong, was it? Should they really expect a 7-year-old child to kill 10 level 10 goblins? Keep your ears open. You should be able to go back and turn in the quest now, right? I want to see if there are any golden slimes at the bottom. Mel wiped the blood off his dagger with the cloth in his hand. He was indeed a bit unaccustomed to it. Switching places, the priestess helped the knight, while Lavi pulled out his dagger to collect the goblin's left ears. Mel wasn't in a hurry to continue going down. He needed to let his physical strength recover for a bit. Mel, who is your master? They're really impressive. I've never seen anyone stronger than you at your age. The knight slowly approached Mel and sat down on the ground, his words full of curiosity. Mel originally wanted to say he had no master, but that would make him seem even weirder, wouldn't it? Having not received guidance from a senior, yet being able to fight goblins that were double his level. If the academy found out, they would probably tie him to a pyre and burn him alive. Can you keep it a secret? We can keep it a secret. The priestess was very interested in this news, and even Lavi, who was currently collecting ears, came over immediately. My master is the strongest thief on this continent, bar none. He is almost proficient in all the skills of a thief, and even has mastered many skills from other professions. Mel began to boast to the three of them. After all, if he didn't say a name, no one would know. I can't say much. All right, I want to see if there are any golden slimes. Mel stood up and walked forward again. The winding path just needed to go straight down to reach the bottom. Lavi collected the goblin's ears as quickly as possible, and the knight, with the priestess's assistance, also headed towards the bottom. After experiencing so much, they might as well go see what the legendary golden slime looks like. However, they still didn't know whether golden slimes actually existed. They had only heard a little rumor. Mel also slowed his pace, arriving at the very bottom of the ruins with the three of them. In the center was a huge pond, which seemed to connect to some dark river, and there were traces of goblin life all around. Sunlight shone directly down from the top, so the area around the pond was overgrown with grass. And there were even frogs. What the heck? There's no golden slime at all. Lavi looked around in disappointment. It was all empty, just some useless things. Did they have to dismantle the goblin's nest to see what treasures were inside? Mel's gaze fell on the dark river connected to the pond. At this moment, it seemed that part of the top had emerged from the water due to the drop in water level. He felt a strong urge to go in and take a look, but that meant he would have to go down and might even risk suffocation. The water quality didn't look good. It seemed like stagnant water, but it could actually be a dark current swirling beneath. If he got caught in a narrow cave, it would be a dead end. Lavi, do you have any rope? I want to go down to take a look. There is rope, but it feels a bit too dangerous. It's fine. If I pull on the rope, you can pull me back with all your strength. Mel wasn't sure. Even if he tied the rope, once he was in the water, he might not be able to pull on it. But this was the place where a golden slime might appear for the first time in months. This type of strongly acidic slime would thrive in the damp environment and ecology around. The dark river's water level would at most allow him to stick his head out. Fortunately, it hadn't rained recently, or he might not even see this dark river. It didn't take long for Mel to tie the rope around his waist. This was to ensure that if something went wrong, they could pull him back. The knot was a slip knot, in case the distance wasn't long enough, allowing him to loosen the rope. After taking off his clothes, Mel entered the water. Luke also came to the edge of the pool. As a knight, even though he was injured, he could still exert himself to pull someone out if necessary. Mel swam towards the dark river, slowly keeping his head above water, the rope being let out bit by bit, while the other two watched nervously. Even in summer, the temperature of the water in such a deep pool was still quite cold, contrasting sharply with the hot weather outside. Mel had to swim a little faster until the three of them could no longer see him. It seemed the rope had reached its limit. Now he had to either untie the rope and continue forward, as he could see a faint light not far ahead. But he couldn't be sure if it was an illusion. If he was wrong, it might be difficult to turn back. Never mind, I want to learn magic. Mel loosened the knot and dove into the water, swimming towards the light. When he surfaced again, Mel found himself in another cavern, with light streaming down from a gap above, straight like a vertical well. The surrounding vegetation was sparse, but among the weeds, Mel saw charred marks on the ground. Not normal burn marks from flames, but carbonized traces that seemed to be spreading, along with several oval-shaped imprints. At this moment, Luke, who was holding the rope, noticed something was wrong. The tension in the rope had disappeared. Had Mel untied it? This was too dangerous. How could he do that? Ravi felt a bit anxious. If things went wrong, Mel could die in there. I'll go in and take a look. You keep an eye on the rope. Ravi began to take off his clothes to prepare to enter the water, his body being the smallest of the three. Luke was heavily injured and too large, making it easy for him to get stuck in the underground waterway, and Nana couldn't swim. Ravi jumped into the water and swam forward along the waterway until he found the end of the rope, and only then did he see the light not far away. From the outside, this distance was already invisible. He gathered his courage and swam towards the light. When he surfaced again, he found a vast space similar to the previous ruins, but there was no path above to follow, just a cavern. The surrounding vegetation was not tall, but still lush, and Mel was crouching behind a patch of grass. Ravi finally felt relieved. What is wrong with you? This is very dangerous. Ravi walked over to Mel, but Mel raised a finger, signaling him to be quiet. The two crouched by the grass. Not far away was a slime. The sunlight streaming down from the top of the cavern illuminated the slime's golden hue. Gold? No, it should be called a strong acid slime. Mel curiously examined the rare monster before him. In the game, this type of monster was considered a rare find among low-level monsters, and its attacks could damage weapon durability. Mel took out the dagger tied to his leg and activated the skill Flying Blade. But the moment the dagger touched the strong acid slime, strong white smoke erupted from the metal dagger, which melted away right before his eyes. Luckily, it was an old dagger he had, or else he would have wasted a silver coin. Chapter 63. Strong acid slime. Normal physical attacks wouldn't work at all. The flying blade did penetrate the strong acid slime and entered its body, but the dagger melted instantly. Moreover, the strong acid slime had already noticed them. Strong acid slime. Level 10. It was clearly the same level as the goblin archer, yet felt particularly difficult to deal with. The slime lunged towards them, and the two could only quickly jump back to evade, their reactions surprisingly in sync. However, they still accidentally splashed some acid onto Ravi's hand. The burning sensation made Ravi want to wash it off immediately with water, but Mel held him back. Don't touch water right away. Use something to wipe off the acid first. Quickly picking up a dry twig nearby, he wiped the acid off Ravi's hand. Without a dry towel, they could only use the relatively dry twigs and leaves to deal with it. If the acid encountered water directly, it could release even more heat. I'll distract the slime. You quickly wash the wound with water. Here, use this ash to wipe your hands. Ravi took the ash, submerged his arm in the water, pulled it out again, and then applied the ash. He didn't have time to think about where Mel got the ash from because his attention was not on these details. He just felt that the golden slime was very dangerous. Just a little contact felt like a burning sting, even though it was liquid. Mel was holding a large handful of ash, which was slightly alkaline, hoping it could neutralize the acid. If that didn't work, he would bury the slime with the ash. He had killed 1,000 slimes just to catch this one golden slime. After the ash was spread out, the slime came into contact with it and clearly stopped, starting to thrash around. Mel Woon-T let it get close to the water source and directly opened the system, pouring the ash from the system onto the ground, covering everything near the water source. This indicated that the ash was effective. The slime's health bar decreased, And although the slime initially resisted violently upon contact with the ash, its vitality clearly diminished afterward. Mel used a backward jump to get closer and scattered more ash until the slime stopped moving, then completely wrapped it in ash, like a sticky rice ball covered in ash. At the moment the slime's health hit 0, he used the system space to collect it. Strong acid slime 1 finally solved. Turning back to look at Ravi, he saw that he had already washed off all the ash on his hands, but there were still burn marks from the acid, leaving him wondering if they would turn into blisters. "Why did you come in?" Mel finally asked. "Of course, I was worried you'd die in there. So I came to take a look. It hurt like hell." "What the hell was that? Where's the golden slime? Didn't you want to catch it?" "It's fine now. I already got what I wanted. Let's go back." Mel submerged in the water, and Ravi closely followed him. They could continue along the dark river's waterway. But Mel clearly didn't have that adventurous spirit. The oppressive, suffocating underground dark river was definitely not a place he liked, let alone venture into. At least they had both achieved their desired outcomes. Mel obtained the golden slime and just needed to take it to the apothecary to learn magic from her. Ravi and the others had also completed their commission, having hunted several high-level goblins, which would likely yield a substantial reward. The two returned to the ruins along the rope, dried off, put their clothes back on, and then prepared to go home. "I didn't expect the first adventure with Mel to be so thrilling," Nana said, holding her staff horizontally in front of her, slowly walking forward. "It was a bit terrifying. I thought I was going to die. It was all because that path was too unstable." The knight spoke while moving his feet, recounting the previous dangers. "I feel like we were too careless. That path was already half collapsed, yet Luke, this big guy, just walked right over. He should have taken off his armor first, gone over, and then let me carry the gear." Ravi began to analyze the previous issues, realizing they had been too smooth along the way, relying mostly on Milka and Mel to clear out the goblins. They had become a bit complacent as they approached the lower levels. At that time, no one had expected that path to collapse like that. If Mel hadn't decisively jumped down, it could have been Luke who would have been sacrificed. He was certainly angry. Adventurers will eventually die on the path of adventure. "All right, let's hurry back. I can't wait to eat hot fried pork chops. That traitor Milka actually left us behind." Luke's emotions at this moment were contradictory. He was talking about the food he wanted to eat while angrily cursing his former teammates. How should he face Milka when he got back? No, it should be Milka who needs to think about how to face them, right? Clearly, they were partners who had adventured together for a long time, yet they silently walked out of the ruins. The sunset shone on the land, filtering through the forest, still appearing warm. Speaking of which, it seems that there have been quite a few times when they had to abandon teammates for unavoidable reasons during their adventures. Nana brushed her hair back and looked up at the sky. "But aren't we still on an adventure? Milka, are you good friends with them?" Mel finally asked, otherwise. He had been feeling uneasy. Ravi kicked his feet, his hands behind his head, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. At first. Everyone came together for different reasons, like money or adventure, just like when Mel first arrived. No one introduced themselves except for Luke. Gradually, after a long time of adventuring together, they got to know each other. Mel took the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere. "Don't worry too much about my attitude. If it were you, wouldn't you also find it hard to believe I could kill those goblins?" Ravi nodded. "At that time, I really thought I was going to die. I believe it. I've always believed in Mel." Luke, however, voiced the opposite opinion, saying that it was precisely because he believed that he could charge forward with his shield, fully following Mel's commands to manage his stamina instead of swinging his sword while holding the shield. "Luke, if you can't say anything nice, then don't say anything." Nana could already tell that Mel was trying to mediate. Yet Luke was stubborn and still angry. He was the one who left us behind. "So, are you all prepared to lose this friend? Mel, are you going to kill him?" Nana was suddenly taken aback. Mel truly felt a bit at a loss. "Do you think I'm that scary?" "It's just that once a gap or misunderstanding arises between friends, if not resolved in time, they will only drift further apart. I really don't want you to lose a friend like this." Chapter 64. Misunderstandings and conflicts. Mel had a friend in his past life, but he wasn't sure if that counted as a good friend. He was an ordinary guy, just like Mel. Shortly after Mel dropped out of school, that person somehow found him and insisted that he should go back to school, saying, "Go back, studying is the way out. What are you doing here?" At first, Mel didn't want to pay him any mind because it's hard for people to understand each other. They argued and shouted, releasing their pent-up emotions. "How can I go back? My sister has just started middle school. My parents are unreliable. I have no money. I need to eat. My sister needs to eat too. Tuition, living expenses. It's not just me. While working odd jobs, can I still study? I'm not a genius. My grades won't get me school aid. After venting a series of pressures, that person just looked at him without saying anything. His eyes seemed shocked, as if suddenly breaking through a barrier of protection. That person must have thought a lot too. After all, they were both students, and it was hard to understand each other. After that argument, that person left him 300, and then he never showed up again. Mel never took the initiative to look for him, and they hadn't seen each other in many years since. Were they friends? Mel now felt a bit regretful. Those pressures that should have been borne by himself were suddenly transferred to his friend. That person must have thought about helping him too. But they also had no way to face the pressures of reality and could only numb themselves. Not being able to help his friend must have been hard for him too. The words of those around him pulled Mel's thoughts back. Mel, I thought you would hate Milka since he ran away. Ravi walked beside Mel, somewhat surprised by his attitude. What do I have to hate? I've only known you for a day. I didn't even know your names before. If anyone should hate him, it should be you, right? Mel's logic was that simple. Moreover, that guy didn't run away directly. He was shot in the arm and couldn't draw his bow anymore, so he couldn't help at all. The group continued walking towards Oak City in the sunset when they heard hurried footsteps, as if something was coming towards them. Mel quickly became alert, looking at the forest in front of them and listening to the approaching footsteps, unable to distinguish whether it was a person or a monster. Until Milka appeared before them again, followed by another group of adventurers, all of whom were at least level 10. Nana, Ravi, I'm so glad you're okay. Milka's wound hadn't been bandaged yet. The arrowhead was still in his arm, blood already covering his hand. Thanks to Tomer. Ravi looked indifferent, not even glancing at the handsome guy in front of him, whom Nana just nodded slightly. Luke still wasn't willing to forgive that easily. But after glancing at the people behind Milka and then at Milka's unbandaged wound, he realized he had misunderstood. Milka had just chosen to find reinforcements. Given the circumstances at the time, if Mel hadn't dealt with those goblins, they would have all been in danger. Moreover, Milka had tied the two ends of the collapsed area with a rope before leaving, and they had returned by crossing that rope. But how did Milka manage to draw the bow? With his legs? All right, let's go back. I thought you had abandoned us. Luke's inner conflict finally dissipated, and the relationships among the few seemed to revert to how they were before. Mel just watched their friendship with a hint of envy. How could I abandon you? It's just that at that time, I couldn't help with anything else. While they were talking, the other group of adventurers seemed displeased. Since you're okay, we'll be leaving first. We'll consider your 2 silver coins as our drinking money. After all, we followed you for so long. Be more careful next time. Don't lose your life, rookie. Make sure to bandage your hand properly. Thank you. It's the least I could do. Milka was very grateful. He had called for help, and these people were willing to come with him, so giving 2 silver coins was the least he could do for wasting their time. Originally, he had planned to give 3 silver coins after rescuing them, but since Nana and the others were fine, that was the best outcome. First, bandage your wound. Pull out the arrowhead. Mel, do you still have that medicinal powder from before? Ravi remembered the medicinal powder Mel had used on him earlier. I do, 50 oren. Mel held out his hand, understanding that just because he was helping didn't mean he had forgiven. After all, the archer had thought of running away when the night fell. So expensive. Ravi was a bit shocked. Once it's used up, there won't be any left. I don't have much of this medicinal powder. Hurry up and give me the money. Yes, yes. The archer obediently handed over the money. This kid was quite sharp. Mel also gave half a bottle of medicinal powder and bandages, but didn't give any alcohol, originally wanting 100 oren, but offered a half-price friendship discount. After parting ways with the other adventurer team, some of them prepared to return to Oak City. They were already tired enough for the day. Mel also began to actively communicate with the others. By the way, Ravi, do you have a priest among your friends? Then why didn't you let Nana heal you when your arm was cut? Huh, Ravi, you were injured before? Nana seemed a bit surprised, as if she had no idea about it. At that time, we took on a task that needed half a month, and you didn't go. So you took on a commission by yourself? Luke felt deceived again. Ravi had clearly said he was feeling unwell and couldn't go with everyone. Lavi's face turned red. He originally wanted to hunt goblins alone to prove himself, but due to misinformation, he almost lost his life. It was precisely because of this that he met Mel, but he was too embarrassed to mention it, so he kept it to himself, waiting for his wounds to heal. All right, my fault. I just wanted to see if I could hunt goblins alone. As he said this, Lavi glanced at Mel again. As a fellow thief, Mel was much stronger. Mel, however, was completely unconcerned. He had already caught a golden slime, and could learn magic from the pharmacist once he returned. Can the slime's mucus be used to make slime wine? Mel wondered, curious. Although the outer layer of the acid slime was corrosive, he was unsure if the core mucus had the same property. The cleric, having regained some magical power, began to heal Milka, who had just dug out an arrowhead. Luke, who was next to him, also received treatment. This amount of magic wasn't enough to fully recover anyone, but it did improve their injuries. The rest would heal with time. Lavi, carry me. The cleric, having exhausted her magic, directly lay on Lavi's back. Among the group, only Lavi was uninjured and able to carry someone. The group slowly returned to Orc City. Chapter 65. Mel's dreams and reality. After returning to the inn, Mel took a shower and went straight to bed without eating. He was utterly exhausted. His worldview likely began to take shape after he dropped out of school. Before that, he had no idea what a worldview was. After his friends met him, they went out to eat with Hao Gu, imitating adults and drinking a lot of beer. Xiaoming, cherish your friendships, Hao Gu suddenly said, perhaps a bit tipsy. Hao Gu, that sounds a bit childish. As soon as Mel finished speaking, Hao Gu slammed his hand on the table in anger. Cherishing friendships? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with you young people? Just saying something righteous has to be so awkward. Mel sat frozen in his chair. He knew Hao Gu might be a bit drunk, but he was serious. At the time, he couldn't fully comprehend this phenomenon. The disconnection between a statement that was clearly correct and the contemptuous response. Ultimately, he had read too few books. In his 20s, he began to understand some things. There was no need to be selfish, as no matter how selfish he was, he could never be above others. Since he was just an ordinary person at the bottom, why not be an optimistic and positive person? Being an upright person, even if it meant crashing and getting smashed, how much pain could there be in that? Holding on to this belief, his life felt like it had been renewed. Over the years, he read all sorts of books, and he read more and more. Mao Zedong's quotations, Capital, the 24 Histories, Advanced Mathematics, Linear Algebra. The live-streaming environment was still noisy, but he was being himself and enriching himself. The external environment no longer disturbed him. He knew what he was doing. The more books he read, the less he would be swayed by a single statement or a book, changing his worldview or shaking his beliefs. If reading a book made one feel they had seen through the essence of the world, it indicated they had read too little and practiced too little. When studying, one should study hard. When working, one should work hard, striving to do their own thing well. The direct purpose of effort is to improve oneself. Sometimes, there are no choices. One must seek benefits and avoid harm. Just like Mel, who came to another world. He hadn't done any good yet, but had already done something bad. Evaluating a person's goodness or badness is mostly about discussing their merits and faults. Bright sunlight once again woke Mel up. It was already the next morning. Stretching and yawning, it was time to do today's tasks, wash up, and then head to the potion shop in the west of the city. The weather was nice, and he wanted to take a comfortable nap before it got hot. Thoughts aside, it was time to seriously begin apprenticing today. Crossing various streets, he arrived at the pharmacist's door once more. It seemed that adventurers rarely came to the potion shop. After all, who would frequently buy magic potions when there's usually a priest in the team? Pushing the door open, the bell chimed again, and the purple-haired pharmacist, wearing a witch's hat, was organizing her books. Are you ready to give up? Kid, I told you that you don't have the talent to become a magician. The pharmacist, with her back to Mel, spoke confidently, though she wasn't very tall. No. I mean, I've caught a golden slime. How do I give it to you? Mel stood confidently in place. The pharmacist finally turned around, unable to believe that this child really caught a golden slime. From a pile of miscellaneous items, she pulled out a magical cauldron, which was nearly half her height and looked like it hadn't been used in a long time. I hope you're not lying to me. Put the slime mucus into this pot. The golden slime appeared out of thin air in the cauldron, although its outer layer was covered in ash and now looked entirely gray-black. But after the pharmacist used magic to sense it, she confirmed that it was indeed a golden slime. She just needed to extract the mucus. You passed the assessment. From today on, you are a disciple of Creely Pandram. So kid, what is your name? Creely asked, but she also noticed the slime appeared out of nowhere. No child of his age could possibly master spatial magic, so it must have been a blessing. My name is Mel Carlo. Mel smiled. Having finally spent so much time to start learning magic, would his first spell be Fireball? After all, the level 1 game skill was Fireball. Mel, what a plain name. That's because your name is a bit strange, okay? After this exchange, Mel asked again, what should I call you in the future? I can't just call you by your name, right? Teacher or master, whatever you like. Creely returned to her usual deadpan expression. The excitement she had shown due to the golden slime vanished instantly. What can I learn today? Take these 2 books and read them. Come back and ask me if you don't understand anything. 2 books floated in front of Mel. Mel took the books. These were not the books he had seen before. Not about learning writing, but basic principles of magic and history of magic development. Can't I just directly learn a fireball or something? How about I teach you a flying spell instead? That works. Mel nodded in agreement. Flying magic was a skill that hadn't even appeared in games. The only one was the enhanced version of high jump. Sorry, but no one on this continent has developed true flying magic yet. With your magical power, you probably can't even lift your own weight. Is that so? Get out. Creely used a wind magic to blast Mel outside. He felt like he had done something foolish again, like a poor disciple aiming too high. He decided to first look at these 2 books, at least to understand the magic of this world. Mel returned to the Adventurers Inn with the books. His newly appointed teacher wasn't very welcoming. He flipped through both books. After all, he had only just learned to read, so he was skimming through them. Elemental magic, elven magic, nature magic, ultra-ancient magic, dragon magic, human-created magic, origin magic. There were so many types of magic. Just looking at them made his head spin, especially since the text inside didn't explain the magic in detail. Much like some textbooks he had seen in his past life, where without a complete explanation, one couldn't understand anything. The self-study mechanism skipped steps. That was the feeling Mel got. After reading through, he had gained a certain understanding of magic. Magic flows through the body like blood. And there is a cautionary note. Do not frequently overdraw your magical power, as it can cause serious damage to the body. Fortunately, I always leave a portion of my magical power reserved, because severely overdrawing it makes me feel unwell. When I was able to practice 6 times, I would only practice 5 times and then rest. Now the number of times has increased, but I still maintain the intensity of practicing 5 times. By a twist of fate, I actually did it right. If I had overdraft my magic every day, my body would probably be full of scars by now. All natural substances in this world contain magical power. Magic exists in nature. It's somewhat like energy. Energy cannot be created from nothing, nor can it disappear into nothing. It can only be transformed from one form to another. Could magic be like this as well? After a moment of thought, Mel scratched his head. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I'll ask this question next time I meet Cleary. Chapter 66: Magic and Magical Power. After arriving at the inn, Mel looked at his proficiency panel in the empty courtyard behind the inn. Stealing proficiency, 960 10,000 power/proficiency, 530 10,000 back jump proficiency, 840 21,000 cutting proficiency, 301 1000 effort value, 9676 intelligence, for attribute points skill points, 24 money, 1007 orange storage, wallet, water bag, 49 bottles of mineral water, 50 cans of cola, damaged bandit knife, 9 alcohol, 6 first aid bandages, 3 cloud white medicine, for disposable anesthetic syringes, 2,000 chocolate beans. After finishing the mineral water, I didn't just throw the bottle away. Perhaps I can sell the bottle slowly in another place later. During this period of adventure, I hardly used the alcohol, but I did give some bandages and medicines to Luke and Mirka. The food was already consumed earlier, and I was a bit tired of the chocolate beans, though eating some occasionally is fine. It seems I need to pause my adventures for a while to consolidate these skills and think about my future development. If I really want to learn magic, I have to take it seriously. In the short term, wanting to master magic seems a bit unrealistic. During this non-adventuring period, I could increase my stealing practice to 2 times a day. 3 times would still be a bit too much, but it seems possible. The only concern is that overdrawing magical power could damage my body. After all, I am still just a child, in the stage of growth and development. Alright, let us start with 200 back jumps. Mel began practicing back jumps. Due to long-term practice, he had become accustomed to this amount of exercise. Even if the practice volume suddenly increased 4-fold, it wouldn't affect him. He just needed to rest well after the day's practice. Back jump proficiency, 200 effort value. 200 after a round of jumping, Mel felt his body was exhausted, breathing heavily. The fatigue from physical exercise felt about the same as the fatigue from using magical power. Magic flows within the body, just like blood. From the book Basic Principles of Magical Power, it can be understood that humans are less sensitive to magical power than races like goblins and forest spirits. So learning is a bit more difficult. Mel knew that he still couldn't perceive the flow of magical power. He only had this kind of feeling, at most. like a monkey that can use tools. There is still a long way to go from using tools to making tools. After a brief rest to relieve the pressure on his leg muscles, Mel stood up again, and the next task was to perform 1,000 power slashes. Once this skill reached full proficiency, he could shift his focus to cutting. Picking up a nearby stick, he began practicing again. As long as he used this type of weapon, he could gain proficiency, so he naturally chose a lighter weapon to practice with. Swinging repeatedly, he gradually got into the rhythm, and the courtyard was filled with the sound of the stick cutting through the air. Huff, huff. The hot weather made Mel sweat profusely. He found a shaded spot under a tree to continue practicing. Even in the shade, the hot wind was still irritating. Hunting magical creatures in this season is truly a torment. 111 After 1,000 swings, Mel finally stopped, returned to the inn, and started drinking water. He wasn't sure about the water quality at this inn, but as long as it didn't taste strange, he could barely accept it. If he had time, he would check where people in the city go to fetch water, as there was no well in the inn's courtyard. Power slash proficiency, 6,300 back jump proficiency, 8602 effort value, 10876. His body was already quite tired, and he didn't want to do anything else. A shower. Then wash his clothes and hang them to dry, read until evening, eat, practice stealing, and then sleep. Mel had already planned his day. He just needed to follow through step by step. After showering, he washed his clothes. The summer weather was hot, even though it was close to evening. The scorching air still caused the moisture on his clothes to evaporate quickly, taking out basic principles of magical power and history of magic development. He keenly noticed a problem. It seemed that the older the magic, the more concise the explanatory language. Either the ancient magic has been lost, or magic has evolved to the point where the old magic has been outdated. In games, casting magic is far too simple, as there is a support system. You can release it with just a thought. But now, it is completely different. In fact, it's quite simple to say, after all. Magical power is the foundation of this world. If there is a magic discontinuity, it indicates a significant upheaval occurred during that era, leading to the loss of many ancient magics. The opening of History of Magic Development states that magic originates from human needs and is closely related to human imagination. The opening of Basic Principles of Magical Power states that magical power is the cornerstone of the world and is everywhere. Previously, I learned from Cleary that there seems to be no flying magic in this world, but do humans not need it? Or do humans not want to fly? That is certainly impossible. Even in my previous world without magical power, humans still found ways to conquer the skies. For Mel, magical power is truly something extra. Something that can change the structure of productivity, akin to air, or more like sunlight, a ubiquitous source of energy. Patiently reading bit by bit felt similar to self-studying advanced mathematics in my past life. In the end, I still had to buy the complete textbook solutions to understand it. When I couldn't form a thought process, it felt entirely like reading a foreign language. In my past life, I at least had access to online resources, filled with various learning materials, but in this world, it isn't so easy. I'll ask Cleary tomorrow, even though she might find me annoying. I'm not a genius. It's not that easy to learn. After struggling through an afternoon of reading, Mel felt a bit tired. Dinner cost 5 oren. Returning to his room on the second floor, he opened the door and window. The weather was still hot, making it somewhat difficult to sleep. But if he slept with the door open, it felt a bit unsafe. Isn't there anyone in this world who invented air conditioning? Or some kind of ice attribute? Or, like those street lampstones outside? Feeling restless, Mel went downstairs again and headed to the courtyard at the back, where the innkeeper's wife was sitting in a chair to cool off. Mel, you're still awake? Yeah, it's a bit too hot. I really can't sleep. There's a chair next to me. You can sit down and lie down for a bit. Wait until it cools down before going back to sleep. The innkeeper's wife lay on her armchair, gently fanning herself with a fan. Mel also sat down beside her, slowly lying back in the chair. Much more comfortable than in the room. With his eyes closed, he didn't want to say anything, but in this cool environment, he started to feel a bit drowsy. After a tiring day, it was indeed time to rest. Thinking this, Mel fell asleep in the chair, without even practicing his thievery. When he woke up the next day, he had returned to his own room. He thought little of it, estimating that the landlady must have carried him back while he was asleep. At his age, he really slept deeply and didn't feel a thing. After washing up, he spent 10 oren on a luxurious breakfast with meat, which meant he probably wouldn't need lunch. Mel, are you going on another adventure today? The landlady asked. No, I want to be going on adventures for a while. I've taken on a master in the west of the city, and I need to learn from her. Oh, That apothecary, right? How did you know? Mel was very clear that he had never mentioned this to the landlady. Could it be that she saw him reading? Just as he was getting lost in thought, the landlady spoke up. I heard from the woman at the laundry that there's a little kid asking where one can learn magic all day long. I thought it might be you. I didn't ask all day long. I only asked once. The rest of the time, I was drying clothes, Mel immediately retorted, insisting that he really had only asked once, and it was to that dwarf. Older women really do love to gossip. Well, go ahead. There are very few kids as eager to learn as you. You practiced really hard in the backyard yesterday. The landlady smiled, encouraging Mel. Of course, Mel was happy inside. Being recognized felt good. He continued on his way to the apothecary shop in the west of the city as planned. The morning air wasn't too hot yet, but the sun was already out, and he could feel the air starting to warm up, no longer as refreshing as it was at dawn. The city gate was open, and there were already carriages coming and going on the road. Mel stopped in front of the apothecary shop, knocked on the door, and called out a couple of times. But no one responded. He then pushed the door open and walked inside. Cautiously looking around, the potions were still on the shelves, and a mess of books was piled on the floor, but he didn't see Keely. Could she be on the second floor? Mel carefully walked upstairs. Sure enough, he found Keely dozing at a table in a room on the second floor. Feeling a bit awkward, he wondered whether he should wake her up. If he did, would she blast him out of the second floor with a spell? Master, teacher, Mel called softly while taking 2 steps back. Keely must have heard him, but she only shifted her purple hair and turned her face to the other side to continue sleeping. I have some questions I want to ask you. Mel guessed Keely was awake now. What is it? Keely rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly turned around, her whole body floating in the air due to her magic. Is that flying magic? Didn't you say there's no flying magic? This isn't flying. It's just floating. If you can only do this much, you can't reach the heights of the sky, and you certainly can't fly fast, Keely explained as she pulled over a nearby pillow and lay down on it, floating in the air with it. Although Mel didn't quite understand the difference between the two, he nodded. After all, in his view, being that far off the ground was flying. It seemed that this kind of magic couldn't really fly into the sky or move quickly. It could only float slowly. Mel followed Keely down to the first floor. Do you have any more questions? Hurry up and ask. I was researching something yesterday and didn't sleep until late. So I'm really tired. Magic doesn't appear out of nowhere, nor does it disappear into nothing. It only transforms from one form to another or transfers from one object to another. Teacher, what do you think of this viewpoint? Mel expressed an idea he had in mind. He couldn't explain it in detail yet, but it was somewhat similar to what he had learned before. So he wanted to see her reaction. Hearing Mel's words, Keely was so surprised that she rolled off the pillow, her eyes wide with shock and apprehension. She hadn't written anything like that in the book she gave him. What's wrong? Noticing Keely's suddenly fierce gaze, Mel guessed he might have stepped on a landmine again, so he was even more careful, bracing himself for a magical blast. He hoped that if he got thrown out, it wouldn't hurt too much. Did you say that to anyone else? Keely reached out her hands to grab Mel, her tone very serious. But not because she was surprised by the viewpoint. She had heard similar ideas before. No, this is the first time I'm saying it, just to you, Master. Never say this viewpoint to anyone else, no matter who it is. You must remember that. Keely bit her finger, her emotions revealing a sense of sadness and anger. Her expression very vigilant. After a moment, she calmed down and continued. The viewpoint you just mentioned, I heard from a friend before. He is a southern magician, a genius in the field of magical theory. After Keely finished speaking, it was Mel's turn to be shocked. This was the law of conservation of energy, right? No. In another world, it should be the law of conservation of magic, but someone in this world had actually researched this theory. And it was on a continent that wasn't even in the industrial age yet. Indeed, one shouldn't underestimate these natives. Geniuses exist everywhere. He must be an outstanding magic scholar, right? Has this theory been recognized? No, he was burned at the stake by those idiots from the Southern Church. Because those fools believe that magic and magic power are gifts from the gods. Mel quickly understood why Keely didn't want him to mention this viewpoint. If it reached the ears of the church, he would likely be labeled a heretic and burned at the stake. Theories and ideas that are ahead of their time are not tolerated by the secular world. Perhaps this theory could indeed hold true in another world, but the pioneers no longer had the opportunity to promote it. However, Mel didn't want to suddenly have church officials burst into his room one day and burn him at the stake. He needed to stay low-key. Where did you see this viewpoint? It shouldn't be in the book I gave you, right? Keely circled back to the question. Mel's age and knowledge base weren't enough to form such insights. But where did he learn this idea? This was a viewpoint classified as heretical by the church, and it was unlikely that many people knew about it. Mel's emotions were also complicated. After all, this wasn't his previous world. Here, there was even magic. So even if there were truly gods, it wouldn't be too strange, while his original world had none. No, I just thought of it by coincidence. Coincidence? Healy didn't quite believe it. Unless he had encountered similar viewpoints before, a normal person wouldn't suddenly think of this. It was too much of a leap. Unless Mel was a true genius? Could it be that you are a theoretical genius like that guy? Healy thought to herself, but her eyes didn't change at all. Just keep reading the books properly, and continue practicing your magic in your own way. Your magic power is really too little. And I don't have much to teach you for now. But compared to when I first met you, at least you've made some progress. When we first met, you had almost just a bowl of magic power, but now you at least have a small basin of magic power. You are a blessing giver, right? I saw you summon a slime out of nowhere before. Space-type blessings are rare. Chapter 68. Happy Mel nodded in acknowledgement of the gift, and, seeing that Creary was not very concerned, continued to ask his doubts. Teacher Creary, I would like to ask, what principle does the levitation magic use to make people float? Is it magic power? Does it directly use immense magical energy to lift a person? I have studied the flying methods of birds before, and it seems related to airflow. But humans cannot grow wings like the Habi tribe, making it very difficult to fly into the sky. Habi? Yes, the feathered or winged races. They are subhuman species born with wings, generally living in sky cities or high mountains. With this said, Mel had some impression. There was indeed such a race in the game, but it only existed as a game element and monsters, and players could not take this race as a profession. Speaking of which, this levitation magic is actually a rather crude method of using magic power. Yes, it is indeed quite crude. Mel nodded. He originally thought levitation magic was something very magical, but now hearing that it was merely using powerful magic energy to directly lift oneself was a different story. It was like an invisible hand supporting him forward. Doing this was not difficult. What mattered was having a vast reserve of magical energy. If you want to see any other books, you can borrow them from me. You can come and ask me any time if you don't understand. No need. I haven't really understood these two books yet. I'll continue to study them. You've read them both already? Creary sat on a pillow, extending his hand to grab herbs from the shelf while continuing to communicate with Mel. I've probably skimmed through them, but I didn't read them very carefully. I just wanted to see the specific content and have a preliminary understanding of the basic books. Then you must remember it all, right? How could that be possible? Just reading through it once to remember it? Of course, Mel didn't deny that there were geniuses in the world, but he really couldn't consider himself one. Well, there's nothing else. You can go back. Creary was slightly disappointed but continued to focus on his work, no longer paying attention to Mel. Mel cautiously retreated, and only after exiting the potion shop did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Good. He wasn't blasted away by magic. Today's training couldn't be relaxed either. He would start practicing the stealing skill, then rest and wait for his magic to recover, followed by powerful slashes and back jumps, and practice stealing again in the evening. With his current magic power, completing 15 thefts in a day was possible, though it was quite a limit. Completing 5 thefts would leave him with 13 magic points, which would be much more comfortable, especially since he still needed to handle the high physical load of training. After 4 days of practice, Mel Carlo's powerful slash skill reached full proficiency, stealing proficiency reached 1000, and back jump proficiency was at 9402, since the stealing skill was divided into morning and evening practice, with only 5 attempts each time. During the recovery periods from magic and stamina, he could also read books about magic. Powerful slash elite doubled weapon damage and gained armor-piercing effects. Effort points, 15416. However, there was no need to place too much importance on effort points. This time's proficiency brought a new feature, armor-piercing, which seemed somewhat similar to penetration, but not entirely the same. This should be a special attack against armor. Since the penetration feature did not apply to all situations, it was only a special attack against flesh. At Mel's current level, he could actually try to learn some higher-level skills, but since he hadn't fully mastered his current skills, there was no need to drag it out. If a skill had reached full proficiency, would investing all skill points into it yield more bonuses? If it could provide bonuses, it would be very effective for damage-dealing skills. Powerful slash elite double damage, armor-piercing. Flying blade elite precise, penetrating. Assassin breathing technique master movement release. Dagger Attack Elite doubled damage. Critical hit effect increased by 50. Apprentice White. Proficient Green, Elite Purple, Master Gold, Legendary Red. Now he had 3 purple and 1 gold. But unfortunately, he currently lacked the ability to identify equipment and potions. Even the potions sold in Kriiri's shop, he couldn't distinguish their quality for the time being, unless he could learn the identification skill. 3 more days. And back jump would also reach full proficiency. Next would be cutting, stabbing, and uppercut. As for the last remaining thief skill and 2 gunner skills, in terms of priority, he should definitely master the cutting skill first since it had the passive bonus of dagger attacks. Upper body skills conflicted. They couldn't be trained simultaneously. Only one at a time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle it physically. Of course, he could also choose to reduce the training amount for each skill, but that would slow down reaching full proficiency, making it difficult to see benefits in a short time. After confirming his training plan, Mel continued to practice. This period just happened to be the hot summer. Rather than going out on adventures, it was better to work hard on skill training. Skills at full proficiency had cooldown times that were nearly non-existent. After another 3 days of training, Mel's back jump skill was fully proficient. Back jump elite had no cooldown connection, saving stamina. Stealing proficiency, 1030. Cutting proficiency, 3030. Uppercut proficiency, 1. Stabbing proficiency, 1. Effort points, 19044. Although the effort points had accumulated a lot, Mel still had no plans to use them. Right now, he was not at risk of starving. Nor did he need emergency potions, so he needed to keep as many effort points as possible. If the skills that could gain proficiency through this system were only those that existed in the game, then there would eventually be a day when his effort points would run out. After 7 days, cutting elite enhanced bleeding effect, stealing proficiency reached 1100 effort points, 26084. The proficiency gained from cutting was bleeding. This skill could originally cause the target to lose blood. The difference lay in whether it hit an artery or the neck. Hitting a vital point was nearly a guaranteed critical hit, and coupled with continuous blood loss, it could achieve over-level kills against many targets. This feature was applicable to almost all humans and subhuman species because human arteries work this way. It could also be used on humanoid monsters like goblins. Using magic power was just like exercising. The more you used it, the better the effects of the training. His magical reserve was slowly increasing, but the rate of increase was very small, almost imperceptible. Over time, it would eventually lead to a qualitative change from quantitative accumulation. Another 20 days passed, and the remaining 2 gunner skills were also fully proficient. Uppercut elite burden could lift targets far exceeding his own weight. Stabbing elite short-range penetration, armor piercing, can gain speed bonus. Stealing proficiency, 1,310,000. Effort points, 46282. Over a month had passed. During this time, Mel had been continuously improving himself, but his magical growth rate was still very slow. It was time to plan for level 5 skill learning, and he should also see if Kriiri could teach him something new. If not, he should consider swapping to read 2 other books. Of course, it was impossible for him to master 2 books within a month, but he had already absorbed the knowledge contained in them. The rest depended on talent, and it was difficult to gain a deeper understanding in a short time. Now it was midsummer, and the weather had reached its hottest point. Even in the city, Mel did not want to step out of the shadow. The blazing sunlight was glaring, and waves of heat distorted the air. Mel, aren't you going to continue training today? Are you planning to go on an adventure? The weather is really hot, but the rewards have increased during this time. The innkeeper's wife greeted Mel warmly. No. Today I'm going to see if my teacher has anything new to teach me. I was going to remind you to pay attention to safety, but it seems that's unnecessary. The innkeeper's wife smiled at Mel. Mel hadn't been out for a while, and he had become quite familiar with the inn's landlady. Due to his young age, he always received more care. Chapter 69. Chanting words when he first arrived at this inn. The landlady didn't believe the child was an adventurer until Mel returned wearing an adventurer's badge. During this time, she had noticed Mel's efforts. All she could do was try to make the food in the inn taste better. After all, children are in their growth phase and need to eat more meat. However, Mel didn't seem to be so patient anymore. Perhaps due to the commissions he had taken, he had more money lately and had been eating more meat. After sending his clothes to the laundry, Mel didn't want to tire himself out any longer today. He had 630 oren left. Having spent quite a bit on food during this time, and the next biggest expense was laundry. Most of the time, his clothes could simply be dried in the sun, and he didn't need to send them to the laundry unless he was truly exhausted. Mel, what made you think of sending your clothes to the laundry today? In this weather, you probably don't need to dry them, right? The dwarf wiped the sweat from his forehead. The sunlight outside was quite glaring, making one want to find a place to lie down. I still need to go to the potion shop in the west of the city, so I won't wash them myself today. I'll leave it to you, Uncle Dwarf. No need to be so polite. It's not like I'm washing them for free. The dwarf took the clothes and placed them in the basket. In cold weather, drying clothes was the main business of his shop, but now, in the hot weather, not many people came to wash clothes. His main clientele consisted of the middle class. The real aristocrats all had dedicated servants and wouldn't send their clothes to him, while the common folk didn't have much money and had to budget every oren. Mel didn't seem particularly wealthy, so why did he always come to his laundry? Could it be that the kid was hoping for his drying magic? Even though he was an apprentice to an alchemist, it was impossible for him to learn it. After all, even Cleary, the genuine article, hadn't learned this magic from him. Turning back again, Mel walked westward under the scorching sun, soon arriving at Cleary's potion shop. Knock, knock. He knocked on the door of the potion shop as usual, but when there was no response, he pushed the door open himself. When the bell rang, Cleary inside surely knew someone had come. So cool. The moment Mel stepped inside, he felt a difference. It was a very refreshing feeling, as a huge block of ice was melting in the magical cauldron. Cleary was sleeping soundly on a pillow nearby. She already knew it was Mel who had come, so she lazily didn't bother to open her eyes to respond. Master, is this ice you made with magic? Or is it synthesized from some magical herbs? Such a large block of ice. Even if you only wanted to make ice, wouldn't it be easy? And this ice was irregular, not like the whole block of artificial ice that S cut and sold. Cleary turned over impatiently, not wanting to engage. Cleary, can I stay here for a while? It's really too hot. After practicing every day, I can't fall asleep until midnight and get woken up by the heat in the morning. Mel sincerely made his request. Once a person gets used to living in an air-conditioned room, it's hard to endure the scorching air again. Cleary rubbed her eyes, yawned, and wearily looked at Mel. What are you up to this time? You've memorized those 2 books. After a month of reading, I've understood most of what I can in a short time. The rest, I probably still can't comprehend, and besides, those 2 things aren't really related to learning how to cast spells. So you want to learn magic now? Cleary looked Mel up and down again. His magical power was still pitifully low, but it was evident he practiced every day. After more than a month, he had finally reached the threshold of low-level magic. If she didn't teach him, this little brat would probably find it hard to settle down and study seriously. Teaching him might help him realize his shortcomings, and perhaps make him quieter. Cleary thought this and sighed. I want to ask you first, why do you want to learn magic? You know most people give up once told they lack the talent to become a magician, but why do you persist? I want to improve myself. Is that it? What else? Then why do you want to improve yourself, Mel? Do you have any goals you must achieve? No. I just want to be able to face any risks that may arise in the future with enough ability and resources, so I work hard. Mel still answered seriously. Cleary rubbed her forehead with one hand, showing a dead fisheye again. That doesn't sound like something a child would say, but it makes sense. Learning magic to face the unknown, it seems magic is as important to you as literacy. So can I learn magic now? Mel could naturally understand Cleary's thoughts. Some things didn't need to be expressed through expressions or eyes. Language was the best bridge for communication between humans. Yes, your magical power is just right. I can teach you a basic spell first. What do you want to learn? Fireball. Mel didn't hesitate at all, as this was the most fundamental skill of a mage. Good choice. It seems you're not too arrogant yet. Next, I'll teach you the chant for Fireball. Chant. Mel thought of the priest named Nana, who also seemed to chant when casting healing spells, but her speed was very fast, and her voice was low, as if in mourning. Looking back, that time was really life-threatening. If Nana's chanting technique was not proficient, the casting speed of the healing spell would be very slow. Have you seen it before? Yes. During an adventure, there was a priestess in the team. The knowledge of the church is monopolized, but it's a pity I can't experience it properly. I heard their chants have been continuously improved and are very concise now. Cleary spoke with a slightly unfriendly tone. She didn't like the church very much. After the topic passed, Cleary directly began to chant. The burning heart ignites in my palm, condensing eternal flame. Bloom, destructive power. Fireball. As the chant progressed, a blazing fireball condensed in Cleary's hand, raising the temperature in the air, and Mel's pupils were gradually filled with the fireball. Such a cool chant. I like it. But it's a bit long. Do you have any questions? Why not give it a try? Cleary interrupted her magic, and the fireball disappeared instantly. I feel the chant is a bit long. Mel scratched his head. Although the previous chant wasn't particularly long, he indeed hadn't memorized it. Is it long? For low-level magic, it's already considered very short. After generations of optimization, it uses the shortest vocabulary to resonate with magical power, achieving the most effective magical feedback. Precasting motion. Mel stroked his chin and suddenly thought of a term. In games, mage skills are not instantly released, but have certain pre- and post-casting motions because this is a high-damage profession. If all skills were zero-frame initiation, it would be a bit too overpowered. Chapter 70. Magical Expansion. Give it a try, kid. Cleary called Mel back to his senses. Mel asked about the chant again. Although Cleary was somewhat impatient, she still explained it to him again. He wrote it all down. The burning heart ignites in my palm, condensing eternal flame. Bloom, destructive power. Fireball. Mel honestly recited the chant, but there was no reaction. He appeared stiff. It didn't work, right? Under Cleary's calm dead fish eyes, there seemed to be a hint of amusement, as if she had anticipated this situation. Yeah, that's because you didn't correctly guide the magical power. The chant is just a means to trigger a magical resonance. Teach me. Mel really didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to learn how to use magic right now. Kariri extended a hand, grasping Mel's palm. Next, I will guide the flow of magic for you. Just remember this feeling. Combined with chanting, it can create a resonance with the magic. Humans are ultimately not like those highly sensitive subhuman species who can master magic without a teacher. Those are true geniuses. The flow of magic appeared on Mel's arm, showing a light blue color. He could feel the magic within him gathering towards his palm, a feeling so clear, yet so strange. It was the first time he felt the existence of magic. It was indescribable. Was it like water? No, magic was lighter and more natural. Mel began to actively try to guide the magic. Before anyone taught him, it would be difficult to master this skill. Now, there was an experienced grand mage in front of him guiding the magic. I will let go of your hand now. You try it yourself. Okay. The moment Kariri released her hand, Mel felt that the concentrated magic began to rapidly dissipate. No matter how hard he focused his will and energy, he couldn't guide the magic back onto the right path. The flow of magic vanished instantly. How could this happen? I can't guide it. I can't control my magic. Just as Mel was about to continue trying, Kariri's voice interrupted him. Are you an idiot? Chanting while guiding the magic is the best tool for resonance. Okay. Mel finally reacted, heart of flame. As he chanted, he could feel the magic flow within him forming a pattern, gathering pure magic towards his palm, quickly transforming into flames. The magic condensed and burned like fuel, different from any conventional material fuel. Rotate towards the center, let the magic condense more. The fireball in his hand seemed like it was about to slip out at any moment, and it was rapidly consuming his magic, spinning like an uncontrollable sphere in his palm. I can't control it. This is bad. But with Kariri there, it should be fine. Kariri was also watching Mel with a headache. Clearly, she hadn't taught him how to control the rotation of the fireball. Yet he had taken it upon himself to add that in. If she forcibly interrupted his spellcasting, it could damage the little guy's magic circuit. But if it continued, the magic would definitely go out of control, and firing it in that direction would destroy the potion shop's door. What a frustrating day. Kariri took off her witch's hat and began preparing to chant, at least to set up a protective spell so that when the fireball hit the door and exploded, it wouldn't harm Mel. She could also use a defensive spell to block the fireball, but the distance was too short, and it could very well blow up the inside of the shop. She had spent a lot of time making those potions. Sacrifice the door, Kariri thought to herself. In the next moment, the fireball slipped from Mel's hand, and Kariri, who had prepared the defensive spell in advance, instantly protected both Mel and herself. The fireball crashed into the door without creating a huge explosion, but directly penetrated it. It was only when the fireball hit the street outside that an explosion occurred. Did it penetrate? I hope it doesn't hurt any pedestrians. The explosion will probably attract the guards, and then we'll have to pay for it. Kariri felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, Mel lay on the ground like a dead dog, his magic completely drained. He only had enough magic left in his body to release one fireball spell. While gasping for air, he also had to face Kariri's reprimands. Who told you to add rotation? Did I tell you to add rotation? Did I teach you that? I'm sorry, I just thought it would help control the magic better. Mel lay on the ground, his limbs completely powerless. Others could still speak, but his magic had been drained by the fireball, because when the magic began to flow and rotate, the kinetic energy involved had completely exceeded his control. If you're going to keep doing things on your own like this, You might as well find someone else to teach you. After all, you're bound to die sooner or later. I'm sorry, it's just my first time using magic, and I got a bit too excited. Mel sincerely apologized. After a while of resting, Mel regained some magic and stamina and began to ask Kariri about the reason for the magic going out of control. Kariri was patient, explaining, "This is magic expansion. External magic resonates with your own magic through the fallback, which can save magic while also disturbing the internal simulated environment of the body. Adding rotation directly opens the floodgates of your body's magic, causing the fireball to continuously draw magic and rapidly expand. Doesn't that mean the fireball spell can absorb infinite magic? Not just the fireball spell. Theoretically, all magic can do this, but the premise is that your control must be strong enough, at least not to die before the magic takes effect. The magic that had already reached outside the body could still influence the internal body. Adding rotation directly was like making calm water swirl. When a vortex appears on the surface of water in nature, it's usually because there's a leak at the bottom, and the vortex will suck in everything around it. Magic behaves the same way. Kariri-sensei, I have one more question. Is there a magic that can be used without chanting? Of course, you can use magic without chanting. The key lies in extreme sensitivity to magic and strong control. But humans are born lacking sensitivity to magic, which is why the technique of chanting was developed. Most subhuman species are also in a state of lacking magic sensitivity. Only a small number of purebloods possess extreme sensitivity to magic. Of course, there are some geniuses, but that kind of genius is rare. Kariri explained to Mel. Although this was all common knowledge to her, Mel didn't know these things. It turns out teaching a disciple is so hard. No, it should be that this little guy in front of me is too stupid. It's precisely because he's so stupid that I'm struggling so much. People need to be confident. Avoid internal conflicts, and learn to find faults in others and shift the blame. Get lost. You still have a lot to learn about magic. These 2 books are about chanting techniques. Kariri handed Mel Bard and Bards and chanting and basic magic guidance. With Mel's current magic level, he couldn't learn more magic. His main task was to solidify his fundamentals. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the city guards arrived, having gotten used to explosions happening at the potion shop. At least it wasn't anything dangerous. Chapter 71. Goblin Army Pandram. You should at least be a bit careful. You can fix the street yourself. We won't stay long. But you still have to pay the fine at the town hall. Sorry. Kariri took the fine and sent the guards away, but she was still a bit angry. Her gaze fell on the now-recovered Mel, and then with a wind magic spell, Mel was once again sent flying. Sorry, master. Do I need to pay for the door and repair the street? I do have some money. Get lost. Kariri looked at Mel as if he were an idiot. Mel quickly got up from the ground, then bent down to pick up the books, escaping the scene as if he were fleeing. Kariri's temper was really strange, but also quite cute. It seemed she had some status. The guards didn't make things difficult for her. Pandram, that was her surname. Mel returned to the inn's backyard. For a short time, he couldn't practice anything else, and there wasn't much to practice anyway. Instead, he could plan the skills he needed to learn at level 5. After all, he had already learned most of the level 1 skills he could learn. The level 5 skills were Warrior's Blade Drop, Stab, and Block. The Mage's Magic Shield, Whirlwind Magic, and other skills can be temporarily disregarded. My magic power is insufficient, and my control is poor, so I can't learn them in a short time. The Rogue's Rising Dragon Slash and Stealth, and the Priest's skills are only for the clergy to learn. Since I'm not a member of the church, it's one thing not being able to learn them. It's another thing not being able to acquire them. As for the Knight's Taunt, I might ask Luke for advice. But I definitely can't be a frontline fighter in a short period. My health is too low, and my physical defense is weak. The Gunner's Sweeping Return and the Archer's Breathing Adjustment are also on the list. For the fighter, skills like Knee Strike, Sand Throw, and Body Slam have the lowest practice cost and are the most effective in a short time, but the only one I might practice is the Sand Throw. The level 1 skill hasn't shown significant effects on me yet, so I haven't learned it. The main issue is that I've tried and found I can't acquire fighter skills through practice. The Hidden Class Gunner only has a Sliding Step skill, which I also can't acquire through practice. After sorting out my thoughts, the skills that are ultimately useful to me are Blade Drop, Thrust, Block, Rising Dragon Slash, Stealth, Sweeping Return, and Breathing Adjustment. In terms of skill priority, it's definitely better to learn Stealth first, as it gives a bonus to the assassin's breathing technique and makes it easier to perform assassinations and achieve critical hits. Next, I will choose from the warrior skills. Since I already have the Gunner's Thrust, I will postpone the Warrior's Thrust, even though it's a quick start skill with mobility. Blade drop attacks from high to low, dealing more damage the higher the height, with a knockdown effect, but it's not very suitable for my current situation. What I really want is to master the block skill. If I max out my proficiency in blocking, I can't even imagine how strong I could be at the same level, as it will create a qualitative change in my capabilities. The gunner's sweeping return can only be arranged after I've learned the other skills. It's also an upper body skill. As for breathing adjustment, it conflicts with the assassin's breathing technique, so I can't use both at the same time. However, the difference is that breathing adjustment can quickly gather mental energy, while the assassin's breathing technique is a continuous process. I've decided upper body skill is block, lower body skill is stealth, and breathing adjustment. Although I still can't shoot arrows, I already have proficiency with daggers. After practicing Fireball for 10 times to acquire that skill, I'll switch to practicing stealing. Mel has thought about his training tasks for the next phase. Once he finishes these, he can prepare to practice other skills, as the skills further down the line become increasingly complex. Today, it's clear that he can't practice anymore, so he decides to check out the guild since it's been a while since he last visited. After his break, Mel walks through the street towards the Adventurers Guild. Since it's summer, the guild's door is open, and he walks right in. Miss Aner, another glass of iced honey wine. All right, coming right up. But you should drink less. If you keep this up every day, your body will fall apart. How could that be? If I can't drink wine to my heart's content, then what kind of adventurer am I? There's no meaning in adventure without drinking. Drink. A man beside him raises his glass to clink with his. Upon entering the guild, Mel first feels a strong smell of alcohol, but it's not the kind that stinks. Rather, it has a fragrant alcohol scent. Secondly, it's quite cool inside, as many adventurers without commissions use it as a free summer retreat. Oh, our fourth calamity has arrived. A man spots Mel and greets him with a hearty laugh. Mel simply responds and begins to search for Levi and the others in the hall. It has been nearly a month since he last saw them. If he doesn't take the initiative to show up, they will probably think he has left the city. Mel, are you looking for Levi? Aner asks after serving the drinks and coming over to Mel. She has a deep impression of this kid. There's no other adventurer in Oak City younger than him. Not long ago, this kid was still looking for golden slimes, and it was said that he hunted down 1,000 slimes, earning him the nickname Slime Slayer. However, it seems he has found the golden slime recently. Originally, it was thought that this kid would not show up again, but it appears he hasn't left the city. No, I just feel like it's been too long since I last showed my face, so I came to the guild to see if there's been any change. Have Levi and the others taken on any commissions? Mel had already scanned the room, but didn't see Levi and the others. After such a long time, even without healing magic, they should have recovered from their injuries. It's not like they got shot in the knee. Yes, there's a big commission recently, but the funds for it are still being negotiated. What commission? I heard there's a goblin army, at least over 100, though the exact number hasn't been counted. If the goblin army attacks the village, it would be devastating. Then many adventurers should go together. Is there a problem? Well, the village can't come up with that much reward, so they are seeking help from the Lord, which is the Lord of Oak City. That village and the people inside are the Lord's property, so he should be the one to pay for this reward, Aner explains. Then there's only one problem. The Lord hasn't paid yet, so the adventurers don't want to risk their lives. Moreover, with a task of uncertain numbers, whether it's 100 goblins, 300, or 500, it's unclear how many people should go. Should they proactively attack the goblin nest or plan to defend and prepare for the goblin's attack? The lack of information is deadly. So many adventurers would rather stay idle than take on such a job. Chapter 72. Meeting Kate again while Mel was talking with the guild's barmaid. A roar came from a corner of the tavern. An angry woman stood up, slamming her hands on the table with a fierce expression. What kind of joke are you making? The female swordsman seemed to have exploded, her short hair looking somewhat disheveled, likely due to not having been taken care of for a while. The people inside the Adventurers Guild were all drawn to her voice. Mel looked in the direction of the sound and recognized her. It was Kate Green, the female swordsman who had escorted him to Oak City. But how could such a female swordsman, with a noble background, end up looking so haggard? Her light armor was already damaged and had not been repaired. Feeling the strange looks from the crowd, Kate gradually lowered her head, clenched her fists, and tears welled up in her eyes. I'm sorry, I was too much. Kate, you're Kate, right? Mel stepped closer to confirm again. The difference from her previous shining state is too stark. Now Kate looks like a cat that fell into a sewer, the once bright luster gone, replaced by a sense of irritability and gloom. How long has it been? Can a person change this much? Or was she captured by goblins and just rescued? Many strange thoughts unconsciously crossed Mel's mind, but his intention was still concern. Kate rubbed her forehead, turned around, and only then realized that the person behind her was Mel, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. "May I ask what happened? You seem quite agitated." "Mel, you want to believe me, right?" Go ahead." Mel knows that Kate is currently agitated because no one is willing to believe her words. She must have gone through something and surely possesses some important information. "My team and I took on a commission that would take a long time to complete, exploring an undeveloped dungeon with many adventurers. However, we encountered a goblin army, with at least over 1,000 of them. So only I survived. Those goblins are already preparing to come from the dungeon to the surface, and there are trolls, as well as goblin high priests inside. I am no match for them. But the Adventurers Guild people refuse to believe me. They think I'm joking." Kate's fingers trembled slightly. "It's okay, I believe you," Mel said, grabbing Kate's hand to calm her restless emotions. Finally being believed, she felt a sense of relief. "I will find a way to help you. How long have you been at the guild?" This was the first time Mel had encountered Kate. Even though they had come to the same city and were doing the same job. "I've been back for 2 days. Hearing this, Mel frowned. That could mean bad news. He had heard rumors about a large number of goblins appearing around the village, and Ravi and the others had just taken on that commission. "This is bad. I have a few friends who have already taken the commission. I hope they don't run into goblins too soon." Anal was of course aware of the goblin situation, but the information had not been investigated yet, and the funds had not arrived. It was difficult to get adventurers to act based solely on words. A cruel fact is that when such a large number of monsters appear, a response is usually only chosen after serious consequences occur. What are the city guards doing? Of course, they are protecting the noble's castle. Are they supposed to protect those country bumpkins? Eliminating the demon race is something only adventurers can do. We are not at war yet. Mel approached the counter, where a group of adventurers was drinking chilled mead. "Excuse me, why are you unwilling to hunt goblins? There may really be a lot of them. Even if you exchange ears for a bounty, there should be a reward, right? You're just a kid. You don't understand. That little reward is hardly enough. This is life-saving money. Of course, the noble needs to pay up. How much money do country folks have?" Most of those present were adventurers who made a living by hunting monsters. They were trading their lives for money. "Don't worry, little brother Mel. Once the bounty arrives, we will naturally set out." Another person patted Mel's shoulder. Mel couldn't ask these people for anything. Weighing his coin pouch, he realized he only had so little Orlin, making it impossible to hire these adventurers. "If the Green family is noble, can we use noble connections?" Mel looked at Kate again. Kate seemed to understand Mel's thoughts and shook her head helplessly. "This is not my family's territory, and I didn't bring much money when I left home." "Aren't you nobles supposed to know each other?" "No. Only heirs are suitable for making connections. The rest are at most for marriage alliances." "All right, I was thinking too simply." Mel was starting to feel anxious. The safest course of action now was to stay in the city and wait, while the correct course would be to rush out of the city and call Ravi and the others back. With such a number of monsters, a small number of adventurers would be useless. "Calm down. Let's first ask Miss Anal. Where is Ravi's task location? Are there other adventurers going with them? How many exactly? It's a bit far. If we go now, even by carriage, we might not arrive until evening. It would take a whole afternoon to travel." Anal scratched her head. She couldn't decide anything, as she was only responsible for the Adventurer Guild Hall. Only the guild leader could make real decisions. And he was probably waiting for the money too. Even a bare-handed troll is level 20, let alone hammer trolls, armored trolls, and rampaging trolls. Goblin shamans are also level 20, and goblin high shamans are even level 30. Generally, a goblin group has only one shaman leader. But now there are more than one shaman appearing, which likely means that the high shaman has unified all the nearby goblin tribes. One very troublesome issue is that goblin shamans are magical creatures. Without mages, adventurers would easily fall into a disadvantage. The Adventurers Guild does have some low-level mages, the highest being level 20, and while higher-level ones may exist, they have never been seen. Mobilizing now would make it difficult to gather enough to respond. It was a complete deadlock. The only issue was money. If only he had money, he could easily recruit many adventurers. "I'll go ask my master." Mel decided to take another trip to the west of the city, even though he might get scolded, but it didn't matter anymore. "Your master?" "Yes, because I am learning magic. To be honest, I can't help much right now. I feel powerless." Mel directly stated his situation. He wouldn't place impossible hopes on himself. Chapter 73. Normal. He was only level 5. This level was truly difficult to face a goblin army. Previously, he had only dealt with 36 goblins. And that was in a team battle, which had almost taken his life. Your master wouldn't be Creely, would she? Why do you know her? I once wanted to learn magic from Creely, but she said I didn't have the talent for it. And then? Mel was slightly curious. Because Creely had said the same about herself, but now he had learned a spell and just needed to continue practicing to convert Fireball into his inherent skill. Isn't it like this? I indeed don't have the talent to become a mage, but I have some talent for swordsmanship. Kate adjusted the hilt of her sword, continuing to follow Mel. Oh, not long ago, Creely also told me something like that, but I didn't give up. She wanted me to catch a golden slime before she would teach me, so I caught one for her. So you really are learning magic? Kate squeezed out a hint of shock from her sad emotions. Yeah, otherwise, do you think I'm joking? Also, do you want to see my strong slash? Lend me your sword. Mel walked into an empty alley, extended his hand, and it was time to show Kate his max-level strong slash. Is there still time to do this? It won't help to be anxious. I can't think of any way and probably can't do anything. If we rush over now, it will be even more dangerous when it gets dark. If we can't save anyone, we might be in trouble too. Mel continued to beckon. Kate helplessly handed her sword, which was hanging at her waist, to Mel. She didn't think Mel's slash would be that impressive. She had practiced for many years to fully master this skill. Mel drew the sword, steadied his legs, and then made a powerful slash downwards. The strong slash elite damage doubled and broke armor. This purple skill was what Mel wanted to see in terms of elite proficiency from a professional's perspective. Kate stood still, clearly seeing this skill. It was a very perfect strong slash, already on par with her own, but she had reached this level after years of practice. Mel was only a few years old, right? Even though she was shocked inside, she maintained a calm facade. Normal. I've seen stronger slashes than yours. Those are truly master-level slashes, the sword blade falling like moonlight. Is that so? Easy gains aren't that great. Mel took Kate's words seriously. After all, white, green, purple, gold, and red, there were still gold and red behind. His skill proficiency was only elite level, and he didn't have any legendary skills yet. He did have a master-level skill, the Assassin's Breath, but he didn't feel it was that strong. Either their basic attributes are too weak, or they have too few skills to leverage their advantages, or there are indeed quite a few talented individuals in this world. The two arrived at the potion shop at dawn, and as usual, Mel pushed open the door. The pair of dead fish eyes immediately noticed Mel. Why are you here again? Then he saw Kate, the girl from the Green family, following Mel. Didn't you decide not to learn magic anymore? What are you here for? Of course, I'm here to see you, Mage Pendram. You must have been in this city for quite a while. Why are you only coming now? You should go home quickly. Your family is very worried about you. I received a letter from them before. Well, I really appreciate it. It's trouble for you to take the time to find me. Kate was very respectful. Her hands placed in front of her, head lowered. Mel stood aside, slightly surprised by Kate's attitude. It seemed that her master had quite a noble status, as even a noble young lady showed such respect, and they should have known each other before. However, her master was so young, even many years ago. She must have still been a little girl. No, her master should have been a baby back then, and Kate was obviously quite a bit older. Is her head going to break? Mage Pendram, is Mel also an immortal? Kate still asked the question she was concerned about. If she wasn't an immortal, it was hard to understand how she could have such mature sword skills at such a young age. She had seen sword geniuses before. Even that old sword saint of the kingdom. No, she's human, but she should be a blessed one. Could it be that the teacher is an elf? That's the only thing Mel could think of, whether it was a forest spirit, a goblin, or a mixed-blood long-eared race. But her teacher obviously didn't have pointed ears, right? No. Stop asking. If you ask again, just get out. Cleary was already a bit impatient. Two annoying people came at once. Hurry up and finish the main business. Then get lost. Why are you dragging your feet and talking nonsense? The inner irritation couldn't be expressed through her expression. Mel shut her mouth. Then Kate explained the situation with the goblins. She hoped Cleary could directly eliminate the goblins. Unsurprisingly, her request was directly rejected by Cleary. If one day the Demon King's army comes here, I might take action. But Mel was still a bit worried about the friends she had just made in this city. Just as she was about to speak, a gust of wind magic struck, sending both Mel and Kate flying, rolling twice on the street before they slowly got up. Perhaps she could only think of a way herself. Mage Pendram's temper was still as bad as ever? Had she always been like this? Why? Mel didn't quite understand. Even though she had become a disciple, she still found it puzzling many times. Who knows? Kate stretched and then grabbed her messy hair. I should go take a shower. Seeing that Kate's mental state had improved, Mel also planned to leave. She was already a bit tired and needed to go back and have a good sleep. Just as Kate lifted her foot, she quickly turned back towards the store. Since the Grand Mage won't take action, then please support us with some potions. Undeterred, Kate tried to push the door open again, but her hand had just touched the door when it slammed back, sending her flying onto the street. This time she gave up. No hope. Are you trying to avenge your teammates? Mel couldn't help but ask, as Kate didn't seem like someone who would easily lose her temper. No, it's because there might still be survivors among my teammates. One of my female teammates is missing. Kate shook her head. Even though they had only known each other for a short time, she wanted to rescue her. You know about goblins, right? Those monsters kill males, but keep females captive as breeding machines until they die. Yeah, I know. I destroyed a goblin nest before. Although I haven't seen that kind of scene, those cunning monsters are a bit hard to deal with. What should we do? Chapter 74. The Goblin Army appears. Think for yourself? I'm going back to the inn. In the short term, I shouldn't be able to help. Mel was ready to leave. The initial anxiety calmed down after recognizing the situation. He had a clear understanding of his current strength. Even if he helped, he couldn't change the overall situation with goblins of that scale. If something couldn't be solved, it was better to wait for the result. Mel, thank you. I feel much better. Maybe those people don't really distrust what I said. They are just waiting for money. Everyone has different reasons for becoming adventurers, but no one dislikes money. Seeing that Kate's mental state had slightly recovered, Mel felt relieved. When he first saw her, she was completely different from her usual self, anxious, uneasy, irritable, and disheveled. That's how Kate looked when they met again. Wanting to help was one thing, and through their conversation, Mel learned that Kate only thought that perhaps some of her teammates hadn't been killed by the goblins. She would probably contact her family next. But by the time her family received the message, it might already be too late. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Ravi team had already appeared in the village. A small stream flowed through the village, and there were only some low wooden fences around the village, while there was a section of stone wall near the forest. But it was also severely damaged. Luke, the knight in the team, was maintaining his armor and shield, while the archer Milka was resting under the shade of a large tree, and Ravi jumped into the stream with the children, playing in the water under the hot sun. Nana, go remind that fool Ravi not to tire himself out too much. Otherwise, it will be hard to deal with the goblins at night. Milka opened her eyes. Nana placed her staff by the tree and walked to the stream. Ravi, come up and rest. If you exhaust your stamina, it will be hard to deal with the goblins. Upon hearing this, Ravi reluctantly came ashore, wearing only shorts and grabbing his clothes as he walked to the shore. This weather is really unbearable. They returned to the shade of the tree together. Ravi glanced at Luke. You really can sit still on such a hot day. I thought you would come into the water with me. You think I don't want to? I'm afraid my armor will be stolen. I've been saving for a long time. The last time it got damaged, it cost me a fortune to have the dwarven craftsman in the city repair it. Of course, Luke was the hottest among them. But he didn't dare to completely take off his armor. If the goblins suddenly attacked, and he had to slowly put on his armor, that would be too slow. However, having a good set of armor can really save my life at a critical moment. It seems more adventurers are coming. Nana looked towards the village entrance, where another group of adventurers had arrived to take on the commission. Ravi complained a bit. He wanted to earn more rewards so he could enjoy a good drink of cold honey wine when he returned. Are there so many goblins? Are they here to take our rewards? Ravi sat down on a bench in the shade. It was called a bench, but it was just a piece of wood propped up by stones. Wait, something seems off. There are too many people coming. Should I go ask what's going on? Milka began to doubt this mission's commission. The village merely said that goblins had appeared nearby, but the specific situation had not been verified. Coupled with what that crazy woman from the Adventurers Guild had said, he had to be cautious. At that time, he only thought the woman had been frightened by goblins and didn't pay much attention, because that female adventurer looked like her mental state was not very stable. He didn't inquire further. Milka actively walked towards the team that had just entered the village. Excuse me, what commission did you come here for? The man leading the group replied to Milka, we accepted a goblin's commission and thought we'd stop by home for a visit. I'm from this village. Hearing this response, Milka finally felt at ease and sat back down in the shade. Goblins rarely choose to attack during the day, unless it's a large-scale goblin horde that would do so. Another group of adventurers continued into the village until they encountered someone familiar. An elder in the village called out to the male adventurer, what brings you back? Aren't you out adventuring? Village chief, have there been any signs of an increase in goblins outside the village recently? I've heard rumors that a goblin army has appeared in this area. The elder scratched his head and thought for a moment before quickly answering. It's the same as before, just one or two occasionally, not many. They probably built their nests deep in the forest. How could there be a goblin army? This isn't the front line against the Demon King's army. That's true. I plan to stay in the village for a night. These are my friends who adventure with me. Can you arrange some rooms for them? That's fine. Just discuss it with the villagers. Another group of adventurers has already taken a commission from our village. The male adventurer had just met them outside the village. After finishing his conversation with the elder, the male adventurer began to look for a place for his teammates to rest. He still couldn't let his guard down completely. If there really were a goblin army, he knew what would happen to the village, because it had happened before, when nothing was wrong. The nobles above wouldn't care about these matters. Only when the village was destroyed would they feel their property was threatened. He also had his own selfish motives. When another adventurer had asked him earlier, he hadn't revealed all the information he knew. If the number of goblins was really high, their small team couldn't hold them off. The more adventurers, the more hope. If these rumors were just that, they would hunt some goblins and then return to Oak City to continue their adventures. First, let us check if the nearby water source has been contaminated. If there are indeed a large number of goblins, the area near the water source is where footprints would be easiest to find. The scorching sun made it hard to keep one's eyes open. Even sitting in the shade, the waves of hot wind made people restless. Until evening, when a few of them were preparing to eat, a child playing outside the village rushed in. Goblins. The goblins are coming. How many? A whole bunch. The mountains are full of them, and there might be some in the woods too. The village boy answered in a panic. He had never seen such a scene and was terrified, wanting to find a place to hide. Before the others could ask more questions, the male adventurer had already run off, looking somewhat flustered. On the way to investigate the water source, he had discovered a large number of goblins. There were many footprints, and the long-standing waterhole had been drained. By the time he completely conveyed this message back to the village, the goblins had already begun to move. Those who had just returned from gathering firewood looked helplessly at the dark mass on the distant mountain. Village chief, get the villagers to escape. All of you flee. Take a detour, and then head to Oak City. We can't hold them off. The male adventurer shouted loudly to everyone in the village. What about my cows? Some villagers want to take some things with them. Forget about those things. Take only valuable and useful items, and also bring food. If we can't reach Oak City successfully, we won't have food. After saying this, the male adventurer bowed to his teammates. Please help me buy some time for the village to retreat. You don't need to be so polite. If we didn't want to help, we wouldn't have come here. On the other side, Ravi and the others, who had just run outside the village, were dumbfounded. They couldn't even count the number of goblins in front of them. The hills were densely packed with them, along with trolls and shamans. This was beyond what they could handle. It should be dealt with by the army. Ravi, should we run? Nana's hand trembled around her staff. Even Luke, a knight, quickly made a decision. They had to retreat. If they chose to hold the village in this situation, it would mean waiting for death. While the village exit was not yet completely blocked, they needed to escape quickly. Retreat. Milka turned around without hesitation, and the others quickly followed. The two teams collided at the village entrance, and they could only apologize to the group of adventurers. Sorry, we really can't help you. It's fine. Can you take the villagers to Oak City? We really can't spare anyone. Okay, leave it to us. Milka agreed. Since they were already retreating, taking some people with them was fine, as long as the villagers didn't slow them down. If they were like some fools who insisted on bringing their cows, they couldn't blame anyone else. Some villagers didn't have many savings. They grabbed a few items, carrying their pots and knives as they prepared to escape. Some women quickly ran away with chickens and ducks, as the path ahead was completely blocked. Go. Drop the burdens. You can't escape with those things. You fools. The village chief scolded the villagers pulling their cows under the big tree. It's fine, my cow runs fast. I'll just ride it. He didn't want to give up such an important asset, and quickly climbed onto the back of the cow, heading towards the back of the village. Please help us. Adventurers, don't be so polite. If that guy slows us down, we want to save him. Milka was not polite at all, in a life or death situation. Those who brought heavy belongings were clearly not taking their own lives seriously. Since they didn't care about their own lives, why should the adventurers care so much? The men carrying sacks of grain also followed the retreating group. The battle had already begun ahead. Another adventurer team had encountered the goblin vanguard. They chose to fight for a bit and then retreated, setting fires to block the road. Although this season wasn't the driest, the scorching sun made everything around seem less humid. The flames quickly illuminated the village, They could only use this method to delay the goblin attack. The village would eventually fall, but they had to buy time for the villagers. A single person's escape was completely different from the retreat of the majority. No, we must retreat again. The trolls are coming. We can't face the trolls directly, or we won't be able to escape. The male adventurer quickly ordered. Set the houses on fire. This was, after all, the village that raised him. Even after adventuring outside for so many years, he would occasionally return to this place. But now, he had to burn the village. If they let the goblins rush in without any obstacles, that would be a huge problem. Goblins, like humans, need food to survive. Burning all the edible supplies would effectively weaken the goblin strength. After returning to the guild, spread this news immediately. Goblins want to find food in this village, and they will surely target the next village. They might even attack the city directly. I don't believe those nobles will just sit by. A team covering the rear also chased after the village's group. Once there were more people, the speed of escape was not particularly fast, as the road was only so wide. The crowd was congested, forcing everyone to keep order and move slowly. Everyone wanted to go faster, but the country road was only so narrow. If one slipped, they could easily fall into the nearby ravine. The road ahead was indeed much wider, but they could only take the small path behind the village now. Luke, you and Ravi clear the way ahead. Be careful of goblin ambushes on this narrow path. The possible reason why the road has not been walked for years is that the surrounding branches have grown out, which greatly hinders the team's progress. When they encounter some that are truly difficult to cross, they can only use short swords to cut them down. So the adventurers naturally move to the front of the team. Milka maintains the overall situation. No matter how panicked the people behind are, he cannot let them rush forward. He selected 2 strong young men from the village to help him maintain order. On such a narrow road, once chaos and crowding occur, even if they are adventurers, they will definitely be pushed off. Although the mountain stream beside them still has some water flow, it cannot ensure that one won't fall directly onto the rocks and die. Don't push. Everyone line up honestly. The path ahead is already being cleared. Ravi and Luke moved swiftly and decisively. The small branches covering the long road were not very long and could be easily cut down. Some that did not affect their progress could simply be walked over. Just as they were about to cross the mountain stream and enter the grassy area above, a horn sounded, the unique horn of the goblins. The sound of the horn echoed in the mountain stream, causing everyone to panic and rush forward indiscriminately. Stop. Everyone stop. We will deal with the goblins. Milka still wanted to maintain order, but the crowd surged like scattered sheep, and even he was pushed aside. Seeing that order could not be maintained, they could only think of a way to deal with the goblins first. Listening to the direction of the horn, he gripped his bow and quickly identified the hiding spots of the goblins. There were definitely not many goblins here. If there had been more, they would not have sounded the horn but would have attacked directly. However, in the chaos, many villagers had already been pushed off the mountain, and it was unclear if some were doing it intentionally. We retreat. The villagers can only fend for themselves. They have no combat capability, and we need to deal with the goblins on the road, Milka said to the other 3. The 3 agreed. These villagers could not form any combat power. Which was the problem? They were not natural leaders, and the only ones they could trust were their teammates. Drawing the bow, Milka aimed at a goblin not far away in the grassland that had blown the horn. Chapter 76. Goblin Shaman. The arrow shot out, accurately hitting the goblin's pupil, and the bony horn rolled off the grassland as the other goblins charged at the 4. After being startled by the fire arrows shot from above by the goblins, a villager leading a cow fell into the valley along with the cow. The goblins were clearly premeditated, with frontal attacks and ambushes on the small path behind the village. This cunning group of green-skinned brats was proving to be more difficult to deal with than expected. Luke, block the front. I'll clear the goblins on the cliff so the villagers can retreat to the grassland. Many have already fallen. Understood. Luke charged forward with his shield. Ravi was unsure what he could do, so he could only choose to deal with the goblins attacking in front alongside Luke. The villagers were completely unable to withstand the fear. This will kill many people. There was no way. After all, they were not warriors or adventurers, just ordinary people. Luke drew his short sword and used his shield to block the attacks of 2 goblins in front of him. Many villagers had already rushed past the grassland at the front. Even if they held farming tools, they dared not face the monsters. Nana, prepare your healing spell. There are too many goblins. Ravi yelled at the priest behind him while using his dagger to attack the approaching goblins. Nana began her incantation, which required some time to release the skill, acting as a casting wind-up. The two fought hard to eliminate the goblins charging at them, leading the team to continue moving forward. Milka had also dealt with the goblin archers on the cliff, and they now needed to keep advancing. As long as they did not have to face the goblin army, they could retreat with the villagers, needing only to deal with a few goblins along the way. They continued forward across the grassy area, climbed the high mountains, and then ran down the mountain path to reach another main road, which would allow them to bypass the goblin army near the village. Just as the four were about to rush towards the mountains, Milka suddenly stopped. Wait, something seems off. In that brief moment, he confirmed he saw something bony behind the stones at the end of the grassland, appearing for an instant before quickly hiding away. This situation was very bad, completely unknown. According to the information from the Adventurers Guild, those who wore bony helmets were generally goblin shamans, at least level 20. If they encountered one, they could very well die here. Their breathing became heavy, and the villagers were still rushing forward, as if crossing the mountains would bring safety. Not long ago, in the city of Oak, Melcarlo had once again found his dead-eyed teacher, and as expected, he was blown onto the street by a magic missile. With the familiar scolding still ringing in his ears. Aren't you supposed to rest at home? Just recovered a bit of magic power, and you're bothering me again? No, but the information about the goblins has been verified. A goblin army of over 1,000. Surely that warrants your intervention, master? Why are you so anxious, kid? What does that have to do with you? Because I have friends who took that commission, and I don't want them to die like this. The dead-eyed teacher stared at Mel, and after a silent pause of over 10 seconds, she finally covered her head. Those fools don't even understand the information about the commissions they accepted. They're bound to die sooner or later. Why waste time saving them? So Mel got up from the ground, waiting for Cleary's response. He had originally planned to go back and rest well, but after a trip to the guild, he received confirmation of the goblin army's existence. Even for nobles, it was not a quick matter to send money and rush over. What makes you think those adventurers can't get there while I can? Cleary asked, complaining. Because I believe in you, master. You are a powerful mage and must have a way. Just as they were silent, a bald old man walked out from the side. Pandram, as the president of the Adventurers Guild, may I commission you? I will prepare a reward that satisfies you. The failure to confirm the information is our guild's responsibility. Big bald guy, I hope you don't deceive me, or your fate will be very miserable. Cleary said this, and it was already considered an agreement. Slowly walking to Mel's side, he grabbed Mel and effortlessly lifted him up using magic. Kid, after all, you're the one bothering me. So you have to come with me. The resentment was still strong. Yes, Mel did not dare to refuse. He began to think about how he would get there. If flying magic did not exist, would it be a more direct teleportation magic? Just as the words fell, a magical shield formed a sphere wrapping around Mel and Cleary, and a huge mass of magic energy gathered behind the shield. Then the magic was detonated, and they were sent flying into the sky like a baseball struck hard with a bat, soaring out of the city. We're flying? Master, didn't you say there was no flying magic? This isn't flying magic. It's just crudely using a magic explosion to blast us in a specific direction. Next, we need to continue reinforcing the shield and keep exploding to gain speed. But according to the book's theory, a normal person's magic power cannot lift their body to fly. Yet you maintained the shield and kept detonating magic. My magic is just a little more than that of an ordinary person. Cleary was too lazy to explain. For her, magic that required a huge amount of magic power to activate was not a good enough magic because the conditions were too harsh. True flight was much more flexible than what she was doing. The magic shield isolated all external sounds. Mel could see but not feel any impact, which indicated that Cleely's control over magic and her magical energy had reached a very high level. What a lucky break. Above the mountains, the Ravi team had approached the giant rock at the end of the grassland when suddenly Luke's body was restrained. Not good. It's a binding spell. I had suspected it was the goblin shaman, but I didn't expect to fall for it. The arrows shot by Milka couldn't even break through the opponent's magic shield. No wonder there were so few goblins in this direction. It turned out they had left a level 20 shaman here to ambush. Just as Nana was about to chant, she was silenced by a spell, unable to make any sound. The goblin shaman was intelligent. It knew how to interrupt chants. Another team of adventurers, who were supposed to set fire to the village, was currently stuck at the cliff. They knew chaos was happening ahead, but had no way to bypass this narrow path. So they could only anxiously stay at the back of the line, following closely. Ravi tried to learn Mel's backward jump technique to get closer, but his skill connections were not smooth enough, and after a brief pause, he was also restrained. They had lost the ability to resist. The goblin shaman began to slowly gather magical energy, and a blue energy ball started to coalesce in its hand. Once launched, this magic ball would instantly pierce through a person's body like a hot knife through butter. Cold sweat soaked their backs. They couldn't make any resistance. And Milka's arrows were completely ignored due to the vast level difference. Such bad luck. Milka threw aside her bow and rushed at the goblin shaman with a dagger. Chapter 77. A savior from the sky, but in the moment she raised her hand, she was knocked away by a staff strike. The goblin's staff was made of wood and bone, topped with a hard skull, resembling a mace more than a staff. Milka rolled on the ground several times, but ultimately couldn't fight back, taking advantage of the goblin shaman being occupied with the adventurers. The crowd chose to flee towards the mountains from all directions. The goblin shaman sensed their intent to escape and redirected the already gathered magic ball towards the crowd. At the moment of firing, the green grass on the ground was broken, and the energy ball stretched into an arc, flying rapidly. After piercing through one or two people, it exploded, shattering those closest to the center of the explosion. Some were so frightened they collapsed to the ground, yet others still charged forward recklessly. Luke was desperately trying to break free from the binding, but the level gap was too great. Even though his nails had dug into his flesh and he gritted his teeth, he couldn't move an inch. Damn it, move. As the crowd scattered, the goblin shaman turned its gaze back to Ravi and the others, its magic beginning to coalesce once more. The words it spoke were in the goblin language, incomprehensible to humans. Nana stood numbly in place, watching the azure magic ball aim at her. Her mind went blank. Was she about to die? The final destination of adventurers is death. The magic ball was launched, constantly enlarging in Nana's pupils. Fear caused her to close her eyes, but the expected explosion didn't happen, and she felt no pain. The magic shield had deflected the magic ball, which then flew into the sky until it completely dissipated. The two people in front of her were recognizable. It was Mel and the temperamental owner of the potion shop in the west of the city. Mel. Nana couldn't help but call out, feeling relieved to be alive. If you want to thank someone, thank my master, the great mage Pendram. Mel said this without any insincerity. He was completely in awe of his master. I'm not here because of your request. It's because the guild offered enough reward. Don't get it wrong. I know. Mel stood by, not daring to breathe. He knew there was still a very dangerous magical creature in front of them. And if his master threw a tantrum and ran away, everyone would be in trouble. The goblin shaman, not wearing a bone necklace, should be a level 20 shaman. But for him now, even a level 20 shaman would be difficult to handle. Even if he could predict all the attack patterns, it would still be a slow grind. However, seeing his master show no signs of pressure, it should be a sure thing. But is it really okay to underestimate the situation? While Cleely was looking at the burning village, the goblin shaman suddenly launched a surprise attack, shooting another gathered magic ball at Cleely. Mel intended to warn her. But unexpectedly, the seemingly powerful magic ball was casually swatted away by Cleely. What a mindless creature. Cleely turned her head and slowly raised a hand. Fireball. No need for unnecessary words. Chanting omitted. A bright red, blazing fireball instantly gathered and was launched, shattering the goblin's magic shield, turning the goblin shaman to ashes and scorching a large area of grassland. Mel stood frozen, drenched in sweat. Was this the power of a level 1 fireball? It was practically on par with a small meteor spell. Indeed, games are games, and other worlds are other worlds. If he underestimated everything in this other world, he would probably end up dead sooner or later. All right, I've done what I had to do. The rest is not my concern. Have a good chat with your friend. I won't be taking you back. Good luck. Cleely formed a magic shield again and propelled herself away, leaving the remaining magical creatures behind. Ensuring the villagers and adventurers could retreat was enough. Seeing Cleely leave, Mel didn't say much. After all, his master had already given them face this time. Not long after, Cleely controlled the magic shield to crash down in Oak City, then walked towards the Adventurers Guild, clearly displeased. With a bang, the door of the Adventurers Guild was kicked open, startling the adventurers inside who hadn't set out yet. What is wrong with this person? The door wasn't even fully closed. The purple-haired girl wearing a witch hat stormed angrily towards the president's office on the second floor of the Adventurers Guild, then kicked open the office door. Bring me what you have. What can you offer this time? If you don't satisfy me, prepare to die. I can definitely satisfy you. This is high-quality spirit sand obtained from the northern snow plains, a treasure worth 10,000 oren in the market. Even if you can afford it, you might not be able to buy it. It should be useful for a mage like you. I hope this doesn't happen again. If it weren't for my disciple, even if you knelt down and begged me, I wouldn't help you. The Adventurers Guild never cares about the lives of adventurers. Cleely took the spirit sand and turned to leave the adventurer's office. The Snow Plane Spirit Sand is obtained from hunting the level 60 magical creature. The Snow Plane Spirit, so it is indeed a precious item, which calmed Cleely's anger. I know. The bald old man didn't dare to retort, only watching Cleely leave helplessly. After Cleely left, he helplessly rubbed his bald head, muttering to himself, Master Pendram, I am working on changing the guild. But it seems it's still not enough. Is it my problem or the noble's problem? Meanwhile, Mel, left on the grass, witnessed the power of magic for the first time, further solidifying his determination to learn magic at all costs. At least he had come to a conclusion. Through constant practice, magical power would indeed grow. Even if his current magical power was still very limited, and its growth was minimal, without taking small steps, one could never reach 1,000 miles. Thank you so much. Mel, I really thought I was going to die. Luke patted Mel's shoulder heartily. Ravi and Milka also expressed their gratitude, saying they would support the potion shop's business in the future. Although those potions were expensive, they would still buy some. Nana followed quietly behind the few of them. Mel walked to the high point of the mountains and took a serious look at the burning village. It seemed that the village was indeed lost, but at least many people were saved. The densely packed goblins and trolls were truly terrifying. Why was the master unwilling to take action to eliminate the goblins? This scale could already be considered the army of a demon king, right? Let's head back. We should be more careful in the future, Mel sighed. We've already been very careful. This is clearly a problem with the guild's intelligence, Ravi replied. Chapter 78, Learning to Block. Mel thought carefully. It did seem like a problem with the guild. Miss Kate had clearly relayed the information about the goblins to the guild. Yet most people in the guild didn't believe it, and even the guild administrators were still waiting, knowing that there might be surviving adventurers. They didn't send out a rescue team. The guild was more like a place for issuing tasks. As long as no one paid, no one would do the work. Even in an emergency, they could only wait. Ravi, what is the difference between adventurers and mercenaries? Mel suddenly asked while walking ahead. Of course there is a difference. We don't have to go to the battlefield to die. We can choose whatever commissions we want. Mercenaries go to the battlefield, and then there is no choice. Mercenaries make money fast, but they also die a lot. On the battlefield, it's really a matter of trading life for money. When adventurers encounter monsters they can't defeat, at least they can choose to give up and retreat. They didn't encounter any other dangers on the way back. The village was destroyed, and Mel returned to Oak City with the crowd. The nobles in the city didn't allow the villagers to enter immediately. Instead, they chose to settle them outside the city first. If so many people suddenly flooded into the city, it would easily cause chaos. Mel and the others were also blocked outside the city. No one had the leisure to verify their identities. What is going on? I want to go back and take a shower, Luke said, feeling both tired and hot. He hadn't taken off his armor all day in case of goblin attacks, and he was sweating all over. Now they were stuck outside the city, and Mel felt uneasy. If the goblin army were to move toward Oak City now, those inside might not let them in, and they could very well end up sacrificing themselves. In the darkness, only the faint glow of torches could be seen. The fleeing crowd was very exhausted, sitting on the ground at the bridgehead to rest. As adventurers, their demands weren't that high. Some people found a piece of land and lay down directly. Mirka, aren't you going to rest? Nana looked at the archer in the group. Since earlier, Mirka had not sat down to rest properly. Instead, he sat on a tree. Sitting on a branch, he could get a better view. Goblins were different from humans. They had certain night vision abilities. Even if the clouds obscured the moonlight, goblins could still move normally without torches. In the past, when hunting goblins in some underground mazes, they had suffered from this. Because goblins could also use torches, they initially thought goblins had no night vision and, like other reckless adventurers, disregarded the accumulated experience of their predecessors. Nana, you all should rest first. I need to keep watch. If we have to wait until the second day to enter the city, we need to be on guard against goblins. Mirka had no intention of resting. As a trained archer, his stamina was very strong. He could go without rest until he felt completely safe. Mel walked over to Luke, who had already taken off his armor. At this moment, Luke probably wanted to go to the river to wash up directly, and Mel indeed had something to ask him. As the first training goal, it was definitely the upper body skill of blocking, which Mel found very useful as a level 5 warrior skill. Luke, can you help me practice my blocking skill? Mel asked. Luke turned back in surprise. Mel, aren't you a thief? Why do you want to learn a warrior skill? With so much to learn, can you practice it all? My master said that a person should excel in one skill for a lifetime. If you try to learn too much, in the end, you won't master anything. I know, but please teach me. I want to practice blocking, Mel insisted. Blocking couldn't be done alone unless one could create a wooden dummy that automatically swung. But that was difficult. This other world didn't have more detailed job classifications, and there were no restrictions on skill learning. Knights could be considered a kind of job transition for warriors. In the game, there were also exclusive skills, such as taunts. It seemed that in this world, there was no job transition. Whatever skills they learned defined their profession, and they could even learn skills from other professions. Most people were limited by their talents from the start, and it was rare to find someone like Mel, whose magic power was quite low yet still insisted on learning magic. Seeing Mel so earnest, Luke agreed directly, "Sure, after I wash up, I'll practice with you." "Then won't you just sweat again?" "It doesn't matter. I've been uncomfortable all day, and I need to wash my body." After saying that, Luke walked toward the river, leaving his precious armor behind, trusting his companions to watch it. Taking it to the river would make it easier for someone to steal. Nana, exhausted from the day, had already lain down and fallen asleep, while Ravi was still cleaning his dagger. At this moment, Mel couldn't practice stealing because he was in an unsafe environment. He wouldn't count on the nobles inside the city to have a conscience. In the dark, for safety reasons, the people inside the city wouldn't dare to let them in just like that. They would definitely have to wait until dawn. When Luke finished washing up, the two picked up some sticks nearby and began practicing blocking. The campfire illuminated the surrounding area, allowing them to at least see each other. "I'm coming, Mel." Luke gripped the stick with both hands and took an attacking stance. After all, Mel was still a child, so he had to control his strength to avoid hurting Mel. Blocking an attack wasn't that easy. "Okay," Mel nodded. Luke quickly swung his stick. Without the restraint of armor, his movements were faster than usual, and the muscles on his arms were clearly visible. The sticks clashed, and Mel felt the force behind it. Luke must have controlled his strength. Otherwise, it would have been hard for Mel to take on a warrior's attack. From the current basic panel and physical attributes, the profession that suited him best was a thief, but he wasn't satisfied with just learning a few skills. After successfully blocking 10 times, Mel gained the blocking skill. Blocking proficiency, 10,000. Current effort value, 46282. In that moment, Mel blocked again. Effort value, 1 so fast? It seems you don't need my explanation, Mel. You've already grasped some tricks. Luke continued to attack. Mel continued to block. Effort value, 111. After completing 100 blocks, Mel stopped. Today's training was about done. Blocking proficiency, 110,000. Current effort value, 46382. The two lay down to rest. The ground still retained the warmth of the day, and even in the middle of the night, it was not cold at all. Chapter 79. Gaining stealth when they woke up the next day. The gates of Oak City were already open, and they were allowed to enter the city. The goblin army hadn't attacked the city for the time being. They must have gone to attack other villages. Autumn was the harvest season for humans, but it was also the hunting season for goblins. As various fruits withered in autumn, goblin attacks on humans would become more frequent. Since it was still summer now, the goblins' desire to attack wasn't that strong. They clearly encountered some exceptional factors here. Since the revival of the Demon King, the number of monsters on the continent has increased and become more active, corresponding to the revival of magical power. At this moment, Mel has not yet understood much about this world, so he appears to be hurriedly making efforts without significant progress. "I'll head back first. I have other things to do. Now that I finally have some free time, I still have 610 oren left, having spent a bit on meals. Next, I need to seriously study the 3 books, Bard, Singing and Chanting, and Basic Magic Guidance. I am quite lacking in my control over magic. The amount of magical power I can store and knowledge of magic studies. After all, I've just begun to learn about the magic of this world. The special magical system does not allow magic to be cast as simply as in games. Even reading books does not yield effort points. But if I truly master a magical skill, could I not release it directly? This would save me from the chanting step. I would just need to practice Fireball 10 times to master it, and after practicing 1,000 times, my proficiency would be maxed out. This would require me to spend 10 days because each time I cast Fireball, I basically exhaust my magical power. This is much more draining than practicing other skills. Back at the inn, Mel first took a shower, then ate something before returning to his room. After a meat meal, he spent another 10 oren, leaving him with 600. This amount of money can last for a while, and I must first master my existing skills to increase my survival rate in adventures. I flipped through all the books. The book Bard mainly discusses various forms of poetry and is related to the language of another world, teaching how to write poetry that flows smoothly. Singing and chanting lists some commonalities and similarities between singing and chanting, simplifying similar syllables to achieve quicker chanting. Mastering this could allow me to release magic faster. Basic Magic Guidance discusses the most fundamental aspects of guiding magical power, teaching how to construct magical circuits within the body. Having a fixed magical circuit could turn the resonance of magical power into muscle memory. For Mel at this moment, these are all very useful books. Cleely chose them very accurately. Although he seems to be slacking off, it appears that Cleely, as a master, cares quite a bit for his disciple. When I eventually marry 10 or 8 wives, I'll let Cleely be the biggest one. After reading for a long time, I occasionally lose focus and relax a bit. It seems Nana has received relevant training because her chanting speed was quite fast before, but as long as the chanting process exists, instant magic cannot be performed. I'm a bit curious about how sensitive and controllable magical power is for the demon race and different subhuman species. Should I ask Master Cleely? Forget it. I don't want to seek scolding. I've already troubled Cleely too much in a short time. That day, Mel did not do anything else and just took a good rest. The practice of stealing could proceed normally, 10 times a day, after exhausting magical power. I just need to rest. There's no space in the inn's backyard for me to practice fireball. Stealing proficiency, 1310. Effort points, 46292. Another day has passed. Logically, I should practice hard after returning to the city, but I still occasionally slack off. It's normal for people to slack off sometimes. A bowstring that is always tense will eventually snap. Mel woke up again from the inn bed. Due to exhaustion, he managed to sleep well in this hot environment. Though the sheets were slightly damp with sweat. Blocking can only be practiced with others, but now I have time to practice stealth first. Normally, if I tiptoe and sneak forward, that should count as stealth behavior. I must consult Milka about breathing adjustments, but I'm a bit reluctant to owe her a favor. It's not that Milka is particularly bad, just a little off-putting. Mel gently tiptoed down the stairs, sneaking out, and the innkeeper was busy cleaning with her back turned. Not noticing him. What else can I do? I walked straight to the guild like a thief. If someone spotted me, it would be hard to explain. And I can't just say I'm practicing stealth. Although a bit worried, Mel still wanted to try in a crowded place. He quietly moved across the street, walking openly, yet in a somewhat strange manner, light and slow. Just as he was about to enter the Adventurers Guild, the system notification came. Acquired skill, stealth. I'm not sure if it was because I passed by people 10 times or if I walked far enough. In any case, the stealth action was completed. Next, I can verify if I need to pass by people or just walk a sufficient distance. Mel began to try passing by others while ensuring he did not attract their attention, but his stealth proficiency did not increase. He ended the stealth and walked out of the Adventurers Guild. Next, he needed to find a deserted, open space. The city was not suitable, so he had to go outside the city. Mel quickly walked out of the city and activated stealth again. He wanted to move forward. After only a few steps, proficiency went up by 1. He tried to continue walking, and after some distance, proficiency increased again by 1. He was sure there was no one around. From the previous stealing skill assessment, he realized that the actions required to acquire skills and those needed to gain proficiency might be different. He advanced again while estimating the distance. After walking about 10 meters, stealth proficiency increased by 1 again. For every 10 meters of proficiency, he would need to stealthily walk 100,000 meters to max out the skill, which did not seem too difficult. 100,000 meters equals 100 kilometers. This distance is neither too long nor too short. However, compared to skills that consume a lot of magical power, this is already a good way to gain proficiency. He could set a daily walking distance of 1 kilometer for his legs, but he could increase it appropriately. If he overexerted himself, his leg muscles would be sore, preventing him from practicing the next day. It would take 100 days to max out the stealth skill. In games, stealth skills provide bonuses to stealing, and it should be the same in another world since they are both skills from the thief class. Chapter 80. Spending 15 ore in a day. Blocking proficiency, 110,000. Stealth proficiency, 510,000. Stealing proficiency, 1310,000. Effort points, 46387. Storage, wallet, water pouch, 49 mineral water bottles, 50 cola cans, broken bandit knife, 9 alcohol, 6 first aid bandages, 3 cloud white medicines, For disposable anesthetic injectors, 1,900 chocolate beans. Money held, 600 oren. Breathing adjustments have not been learned yet. Fireball has not been acquired as a skill but can be used. However, the consumption is too severe for him, so he will save it for later. Mel has saved his effort points. Since considering that effort points might be a limited resource like attribute points, he has tried not to use them as much. It was indeed tough at first. It took him some time to get used to the food in another world. If he hadn't become an adventurer and had money to eat meat, he might have already been unable to bear it. Soon he would have to pay a month's rent, and he only has 500 oren available, which is a bit of a headache. Continuing to train skills would deplete his money. I have reached level 5 and can now take on some low-level tasks to hunt goblins. Those unarmed goblins are relatively easy to deal with, but now I've encountered a major event involving a goblin army, making even the low-level tasks quite risky. Regardless, I will focus on training my magic and practicing my skills for now. From now on, I will limit my expenses to 15 oren a day and try to wash my clothes by hand. This 15 oren will mainly go towards food. Having a vegetable and dough meal in the morning, and then eating meat when I get hungry, which basically solves my daily diet. Eating 3 meals a day would lead to continuous financial losses, and before I know it, I might end up begging if the goblin chaos doesn't subside. Luke, Milka, and the others are all adventurers with their own matters to attend to, so they can't always accompany me for practice. This means the order I had planned may not be very efficient, but these skills are indeed the most practical ones I've chosen. After a day of practice, Mel took a rest. In the early morning, after a simple meal, I headed to the Adventurers Guild, partly to gather information about the goblins and partly to learn about breath control for Milka or other archers. This is a fundamental breathing technique for archers, but its operation is completely different from the assassin's breathing method, making it difficult to draw conclusions from my own experiments. Ravi, Nana, Luke, Milka, and the already recovered Miss Kate are all in the guild hall. The nobles have issued a commission regarding the goblin army, with very generous rewards. In addition to the usual level rewards, everyone who participates can receive a silver coin. It's clear that the nobles in this area have finally started to take this seriously, especially after 2 villages were destroyed. More villagers have gathered outside the Adventurers Guild. After Mel and the others escaped, another village was attacked because the goblins needed supplies. With the original village burned down, the goblins had no choice but to continue their assaults. Mel, are you going to participate in this task? I heard the rewards are quite generous, and the one who kills the most can choose a weapon they like from the dwarven weapon shop. No, my level is too low. I feel that joining such a task is a bit dangerous, and with our adventurer levels, we definitely won't be able to claim the kill rewards. That's true. After all, the backbone of this team consists of golden level adventurers with an average level of 30. We can at most help alleviate some pressure. Ravi scratched his head, happy about the prospect of making money. As anyone would fantasize about being the one to kill the most goblins and then pick the most expensive weapon from the dwarven shop. What are your plans for participating in this operation? Mel continued to ask, as they were indeed short on money, needing to eat, drink, and pay for lodging every day. And they couldn't even afford a new piece of clothing. If they could minimize the risks, participating wouldn't be out of the question, especially since there's a guaranteed silver coin for everyone. It mainly depends on Milka. He is an archer and can take out goblins from a distance. We just need to protect him, and then we can split the earnings among the team. Bows, huh? Mel stroked his chin. Archers have a level 1 skill called bow attack, which he had never learned. Simply because it was difficult to draw a bow with his 7-year-old body unless he could gather materials to craft a composite bow. The mechanical structure isn't hard. He still remembers it, but finding suitable materials and crafting it would likely cost a significant amount of money, so the idea of becoming an archer was temporarily dismissed. Thinking of this, Mel decided to go back and sketch the design of a composite bow onto paper to avoid forgetting it later. Many things are useful, but if these memories aren't activated for a long time, they will inevitably be forgotten. Having been in this other world for less than a year, he might have already forgotten quite a bit, and if asked what he had forgotten, he wouldn't even know. If someone knows what they've forgotten, can it still be called forgetting? It's only when one doesn't know that it can be considered forgetting. If he encounters an unsolvable situation, can he escape? Mel asked the question he was concerned about. Money must be earned, but he couldn't afford to lose his life. Of course, you can escape. Adventurers are human too. Ravi glanced at Mel, his expression suggesting, do you really need to ask that? They are not real soldiers. Even mercenaries will flee when things fall apart. They are merely adventurers making money, and when it comes to escaping, they would be faster than soldiers. However, due to the fierce border battles, the nobles are following the emperor's orders, pulling personnel from their territories to the front lines. While there are magical creatures in the rear, the threat is nowhere near as great as that posed by the Demon King's army. Do you want to give it a try? Ravi invited again. Okay, let us check it out. Should I team up with you? No, that swordswoman over there should be someone you know. She is waiting for you. Ravi pointed to Kate, who was gathering a party not far away. Ravi then patted Mel on the shoulder. Actually, I really want you to join our team. We could continue to use the dual thief strategy like last time, but that swordswoman has already made arrangements in advance. It seems she trusts you quite a bit. All right. Mel walked towards Kate. Kate is quite high level, at least a level 15 swordswoman, so they have a frontline attacker now. He could only adapt to the thief strategy for the time being. Even though he had learned the swordsman's powerful slash skill, his body was just too weak. No matter how standardized the skill is, even with double damage, if the base stats are too low, it would be nearly useless. Meanwhile, the skills from the thief class allow him to target vital spots for a one-hit kill. Even if he can't kill immediately, the goblins would still bleed out over time. Chapter 81. Battle Priest. Unlike in games, here, bleeding is almost enhanced. Once an artery is cut, goblins are basically doomed unless they are those goblin priests who might have healing skills. Miss Kate. Mel, you're here. Kate finally noticed Mel behind her and quickly greeted him. She was indeed waiting for him. Now she was very curious about everything about Mel, because he had once said, "When I practice 10,000 times, the gap between you and me will truly stand out." How could she not be curious? In fact, Mel had accomplished that. His standard powerful slash, if not surpassing her, at least matched her. Of course, her pride wouldn't allow her to admit that easily. She had witnessed the slashes of the old sword saint, which were a perfect embodiment of sword intent, almost primal in nature. When she was young, the swordsmanship of Sword Saint Eugene had a profound impact on her, which led her to choose to become a swordswoman. Fortunately, she was quite talented. I heard there is a more talented genius in the Imperial City, also a disciple of the Sword Saint, Edwin S. Guy, but unfortunately, he is already dead. I heard this news from a merchant who came from Gold City. So, are you going to team up with us, Mel? Kate extended a hand towards Mel. Weren't you already waiting for me? Just so you know, I can't handle goblins over level 10. And if there are no tank-type warriors in the team, I don't want to be the target of arrows, Mel said while glancing at Kate's arm, where the old wound had healed but still left a bit of a scar. Seeing that Kate had fully recovered, Mel felt less worried because those who lack rationality can easily burn themselves out in the flames of revenge. Aren't I a warrior? Kate pointed to herself. Swordsmen are also frontline warriors, but they are a more balanced profession, not suitable for taking damage, nor can they withstand it. If it were an ordinary dungeon, Mel might have let it slide, but this is facing a dungeon filled with 1,000 goblins, mixed with trolls and shamans. And who knows how many goblin archers there are. The threat level is much higher than those archers in games. The front line's meat shield is indispensable. It's difficult for swordsmen to withstand the goblins' attacks unless they opt for a quick strategy. In that case, I definitely can't join you, with my little arms and legs. Who can I outrun? Mel shrugged, saying he would at most just not participate. At that moment, a large hand from behind patted his shoulder. What an interesting little kid. I'll take the front line. Mel turned around and saw a muscular man in a white robe, sporting a neatly trimmed beard but still retaining a rugged charm. The man wore a cross around his neck, typical of a church priest, and held a large cross staff that seemed to be made of pure metal. He appeared to be a battle priest, whose basic skills were not healing spells, but grappling and striking. If he were a battle priest, it wouldn't be out of the question to take the front line, especially since there was already Kate as a swordsman. If it's you, it should be fine. Mel nodded honestly. Demons won't be swayed by the tears of a saint, and similarly, people won't believe in religion without reason. Mel had gained a preliminary understanding of the church in this world, which had church knights, well-equipped, powerful armies. This muscular uncle, if he changed his white robe for shiny armor and swapped the large cross for a great sword, would definitely seem like a tough frontliner. Of course, that could only exist in imagination, as the game mechanics wouldn't allow such a scenario. The game data adjusts bonuses for different professions and equipment, and without adjustments, the unrestricted field would be full of meat shields. With frontline tanks, frontline damage dealers, and agile attackers, all they needed was a ranged attacker, either an archer or a mage. Kate had likely already invited her teammates and was just waiting for them to arrive. Mel felt he had come early enough. Mel certainly hoped the next teammate would be an archer, as archers have a higher margin for error and can quickly draw daggers in emergencies to act like dual thieves. If the ranged attacker were a mage, their strategy would be more defensive. No matter how skilled a mage is, casting spells takes time. And even if they simplified the incantation to the limit, there would still be a casting time during which teammates need to protect the mage to output confidently. Also, as the mana depletes, the mage's actions become increasingly difficult, making quick maneuvers impossible. A woman in a long robe walked toward them, and she appeared to be. No, she seemed to be a very mature, experienced mage with natural black curls, exuding a mature aura. Her black robe, paired with leather black boots, made her taller than Kate. It seems not every mage has to wear a witch's hat. You're here. How could you not be? It's astonishing that so many goblins are hidden beneath that ruin. I wonder if there are more hidden elsewhere. The war between humans and demons is becoming increasingly difficult. The mature woman traced her finger over her bright red lips, glancing at Mel. Oh, you must be that kid called the Slime Slayer, right? Uh-huh. Mel didn't know what she meant and could only respond softly. The fourth calamity, that's quite an imposing title. The woman said with a sarcastic laugh, making Mel want to find a hole to hide in. At the time, he didn't know what he was thinking. He just felt the title and reason sounded cool, especially since they were currently fighting against the Demon King's army, which didn't allow for names like that. Logically, the newly formed team should introduce themselves to each other, but not a single person did, and they just set off. A muscular priest wielding a large cross hammer. A seemingly promiscuous witch, and Miss Kate was relatively normal in the group, Mel thought. The female mage in the team shared the same thought. A muscular, handsome uncle. But unfortunately, he looked like a pious cleric, and then there was a kid who hadn't even fully developed. Miss Green sure picked some strange teammates. Kate could only walk silently. At least the team hadn't fallen apart immediately since they didn't know each other yet. And of course, there was no talk of trust. They would gradually adjust when facing goblins. The weather hadn't turned scorching yet. The morning air outside the city was still refreshing. And all the adventurers willing to participate in this action had gathered outside the city. Operations were organized into small teams. Facing hordes of goblins without a certain order would make any number of people ineffective. This scale of conflict could already be considered a war. Chapter 82. Riverside Battlefield. The Goblin Legion was now heading toward the village south of Oak City, and we needed to eliminate them before they destroyed the village. This time, a goblin shaman and trolls have appeared, so please follow unified command and avoid facing demons beyond your level. The guild leader was loudly explaining the situation to everyone. As adventurers, most of the people outside the city had already figured out the rewards and danger of this mission. But the guild still needed to go through the necessary procedures. Will the guards and knights in the city act with us? One adventurer asked. No, due to the war. Oak City has pulled out many of its guards to the north and is currently facing a severe manpower shortage. Got it. It's just that the noble lords want to keep the army to protect themselves and Oak City. We understand that. Just make sure the bounty this time doesn't get delayed. Or we'll take your head off, haha. Many adventurers looked more like ruthless thugs. They were here for the money, and protecting the village was just an afterthought. Mel followed behind Kate and the others. Most of the people present were strangers, with only a few he had seen at the Adventurers Guild. Miss Kate, what do you think of this operation? I feel like our levels are a bit too low. The average level of the goblins might be around level 20. Don't worry. Mel, just fight in your own way. I guess the difference in hitting vital points isn't that significant, Kate reassured him. She had already heard about Mel's exploits from other adventurers. One person killed 10 goblin archers. The teammates he found were relatively reliable. This muscular priest might not be very familiar with blessing skills, but when it comes to combat, even a warrior would have a hard time against him. The female mage in the team, although a bit frivolous in personality, was among the best in terms of magic power among adventurers. Mel was still too young and physically weak, but it seemed this kid understood rogue skills. His small body could leverage the advantages of rogue skills and deal sufficient damage. Initially, Kate considered inviting other rogues, but her inner thoughts led her to choose Mel. She wanted to see just how strong this kid was. Whether he was as formidable as that scar-faced braggart claimed. At his age and level, even killing a goblin of a similar level would be enough to boast about. But he had killed goblins that were more than twice his level, and not just one. The crowd set off, everyone following the main force, and finally stopped by a riverside when the sun began to scorch. On the other side of the river was the village, and there was a stone bridge connecting both sides. They needed to keep the goblins on the other side of the riverbank. The sound of galloping hooves approached quickly. The scouts sent to gather information leaped from their horses. The Goblin Legion has reached the mountains ahead. We need to start preparing. Should we retreat to the other side of the river? Then we only need to hold the stone bridge, a daring adventurer suggested. No, if we do that, the adventurers won't be able to showcase their strength at all. Moreover, the other side of the river is a vast farmland. If the fields are destroyed, the noble lord won't need to commission you anymore. The guild leader explained, shaking his head. Once they retreat to the other side of the river, those fields could very well turn into a battlefield. The crops aren't ready for harvest yet. We must stop the goblins at the riverbank. Suddenly, an explosion lit up the distant mountains. It must have been the ambushing adventurers making their move. Hearing the explosion, the core group of adventurers stepped out. Their average level around 30. They needed to deal with the trolls and goblin shamans. Leave the regular goblins to you. We'll handle the trolls and shamans. You rookies, do your best and don't die, or your reward will turn into compensation. The well-equipped core team stepped through the shallow grasslands, moving forward, needing to break through the goblin ranks to directly confront the goblin high priest. The rest had to hold off the regular goblins to prevent the core group from being focused on. Melkalo's level is also considered a peripheral team. The Ravi team was also set to restrain the goblins on the flanks, as they all knew their strength was not enough to face high-level shamans and trolls. A dark mass surged out from the mountains. All goblins and the adventurers present instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Someone was directing them, but the only ones they could truly trust were their own team members. They couldn't concentrate their forces for large-scale combat. They weren't an army. They didn't have such strict discipline. In the end, they had to rely on their own abilities. As the core advancement team charged towards the center of the goblins, Melkalo closely followed Kate and the others, their pace not particularly fast. Protect me, little brother. I need to use magic to disrupt the goblin archers. Otherwise, the advancing team will suffer. Okay. Mel followed closely behind the mage. Kate and the muscular priest rushed ahead, quickly dispatching any goblins that tried to get close. A whirlwind appeared in the center of the battlefield after the mage chanted, lifting up all the goblins trying to draw their bows. Even if it didn't kill them, at least it made it harder for them to shoot their arrows. The battlefield gradually descended into chaos. The team members maintained a certain distance from each other. They couldn't spread out. Spreading out meant death. Goblins armed with short knives charged towards the mage, and Kate and the priest couldn't spare the time to deal with them. Mel gradually tightened his grip on his dagger. He jumped back and swiftly dispatched the approaching goblin. They were assigned to the left flank, while Ravi and his team were assigned to the right. Different adventurers would naturally help each other, as no one wanted to die here. You're quite capable, little brother Mel. I underestimated you, the female mage said, breathing heavily. She had no intention of casting more spells. As the team's mage, her magic power was extremely precious, so she had to use each spell judiciously. Those who unleashed their magic at full power from the beginning often died in adventure due to magic exhaustion. As a skilled mage, she certainly knew how to control her magic power. You're impressive too. That large-scale spell must consume quite a bit of magic power, right? Mel said, a bit envious, as his mana was depleted after just one fireball spell. The combination of elven magic and elemental magic could reduce magic power consumption. If it were pure elemental magic, the consumption would be significant. Chapter 83. Battling the Goblin Shaman. The team fought and moved at the same time. Their pace wasn't fast, but being on the edge of the battlefield, they weren't worried about being surrounded by goblins. Just as they prepared to launch another attack, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the goblin horde. It wasn't a goblin's scream, but a human's. Even in a chaotic environment, humans could distinguish the screams of their kind, which signaled danger. Many adventurers present heard it, including Mel, and in that moment, his heart trembled, not from fear, but from instinctive reaction. It seems someone has already died. The female mage calmly glanced at the center of the battlefield. The core team was still pushing forward, but the regular teams had already suffered casualties. That scream had a negative impact. Some adventurers were already feeling hesitant, even though the battle had just begun. What happened just now? Someone immediately asked. A poor fellow accidentally fell and was hacked to death by goblins. His teammates retreated. Should we retreat? Retreat my foot. It's not like we can't win. Retreating would mean it was for nothing. The rewards this time are quite generous. Each goblin's reward has tripled. The adventurers quickly adjusted. They just needed to deal with the numerous regular goblins. Whether goblin archers, knife-wielding goblins, or leather-armored goblins, they were essentially the same kind of creature. But trolls and shamans were entirely different beasts. A magic projectile flew into the goblin horde, blasting a section of goblins into pieces. It was an attack method of the goblin shaman, which Mel had seen before. It seemed the core team had already engaged with the shamans. There was more than one shaman and troll, but there was only one great shaman. They just needed to take down the great shaman. And the other goblins would be easy to eliminate. Hurry up, don't hesitate. Different teams weaved through the goblin horde, doing their best to eliminate the goblins close to their own team. Mel followed the female mage closer to the goblin cluster, while Kate and the priest held the rear to prevent ambushes. Now that goblins were mixed with humans, using large area attack spells was not ideal. It seemed they could only use fireball. Little Mel, don't let them interrupt my chanting. Got it. Mel always stayed close to the mage. He knew that his method wasn't reliable for clearing a large area of goblins. If it were the mage, she should be able to do it. Many adventurers had already rushed into the center, but the edges still had a large number of goblins. They could definitely use a straight-line attack magic to deal damage to the goblin cluster on the edges. However, the explosion of fireball seemed to be circular. Thinking of this, Mel became curious. Previously, when he added a spin, it did create a penetrating effect, but the consequence of that was magic expansion. If the magic had exploded in his palm at that time, he probably wouldn't have died, but would have been seriously injured. Soon, Mel saw what was called fireball. It looked more like a fire lance. The fireball elongated until it resembled a long spear, shooting out with a long fiery tongue that pierced through the left flank of the battlefield. The intense flames drew the attention of other adventurers. What an impressive female mage. I wonder how I can ask her out. Don't get distracted. Hey, do you want to die here? A teammate shielded a dazed adventurer from a goblin's attack. Sorry. The adventurer smiled and continued attacking the goblins. Mel dispatched 2 more approaching goblins, ensuring the mage's output environment. I have a question. How will the bounty be counted later? Mel asked the mage beside him. In such a chaotic battlefield, they wouldn't have time to cut off the goblins' ears one by one. So, once all the goblins were dead, how would they determine how much bounty each person would receive? It's divided by team. The guild has people observing the battlefield. They are professionals. Even if they can't count every single penny, the rewards received will definitely be more, not less. The female mage continued to walk slowly forward, calming the magic power within her while explaining to Mel. She understood that children like Mel, at his age, were likely encountering a large commission for the first time. So it was normal for them to not know many common things. Miss Green's choice of strange teammates turned out to be unexpectedly reliable. All right, little one from the 4th calamity, we're about to have some trouble. Looking at the goblin with a skull in front of her, the female mage realized she had been targeted by the goblin shaman. Although it was only a level 20 demon, she could not let her guard down. The goblin shaman wore a leather outfit, had a necklace made of wolf teeth around its neck, and its body was smeared with patterns of various colors, with lines drawn all over. Friends in the back, can you help us hold off the ordinary goblins? We need to deal with the goblin shaman over here. The muscular priest's loud voice pierced through the battlefield. A response quickly came from behind. Okay, just make sure not to let that thing come over here. We don't want to deal with it. The formation quickly tightened, and the team behind needed to act as a human wall to block the ordinary goblins, allowing no interference with the front line. If the goblin shaman broke through, they would likely be instantly overwhelmed. There were indeed other mages on the field, but most did not exceed level 15, and the core team's mages had to deal with the great shaman, so they couldn't turn back to help them. Do you have any plans, great mage? Mel looked at the female mage beside him. He didn't want to confront a level 20 shaman directly. Although his gaming skills allowed him to solo without taking damage, his physical condition was not that safe. His current back jump distance was not on the same level as that of an adult. If he jumped back and didn't escape the goblin shaman's attack radius, it would mean certain death, as even a brush from such a level of attack could kill him. So, he handed the decision-making to the more mature member of the team, who clearly had rich practical experience and remained calm until now. Kid, just protect yourself from now on. Rely on us, and remember to protect me when my magic runs out. After hearing the instructions, Mel quickly distanced himself, ready to retreat from the battlefield at any moment. A swordsman, a battle priest, and a mage attacking a goblin shaman was clearly sufficient. He just needed to grip his dagger firmly and ensure nothing else went wrong. If anything unexpected happened, he could use his dagger to attack the goblin shaman. The goblin shaman was not as resilient as a troll. His flying blade had a piercing effect on flesh, and even if it couldn't kill in one hit, it would at least inflict heavy damage, provided he didn't attract its aggro. Chapter 84. Let's go. The female mage cast a layer of magic shield on herself and began using wind magic to enhance her speed. Elven magic and elemental magic have essential differences. Elemental magic involves the transformation of magic power, while elven magic is obtained through the acknowledgement of elementals by humans. These elementals are usually invisible in a normal state. But when the concentration of magic reaches a certain level, they can be seen by everyone. This elder mage clearly mastered elven magic and seemed to have received recognition from more than one elemental, though it was unclear how strong the contracted elementals were. Generally speaking, the more abundant one's magic power reserve, the higher the adaptability and sensitivity to magic, making it easier to gain the recognition of elementals. The priest, holding a large cross, had already charged forward, with Kate closely following as a swordsman. Mel, due to the significant level difference, could only temporarily retreat to the edge. Otherwise, his health bar could easily be emptied. Facing a goblin shaman with a magic shield, his attack methods were largely ineffective. He stood on a nearby tree, observing from a distance while trying to learn from others' combat techniques to make up for his lack of experience. In terms of game mechanics, no one here was stronger than him, but these demons were not identical to the game. They were very similar, though not the same. It's time to go. The female mage tightened her grip on her staff and became serious. Mage, don't worry, I'm a priest. These evil monsters won't easily harm you. The muscular priest swung his large cross like a heavy hammer, smashing toward the goblin shaman. In an instant, the heavy impact struck the magic shield, creating a crack in it. Kate attempted to follow up with a slash, but was suddenly immobilized. Not good. This goblin had set up a binding trap in advance. Kate, with no magic sensitivity, completely failed to detect the magical traces on the ground and stepped right onto it. In fact, it wasn't just her. The mages in the team, being too far away, also did not notice. Goblins are not completely mindless beasts. They are cunning and treacherous creatures. A spear of fire attacked the goblin shaman again, but failed to kill it because the magic shield had not fully dissipated. This strike could only push the goblin shaman back. As the goblin shaman began chanting, a magic bullet quickly condensed and shot directly at the muscular priest. Even though the priest had blocked this magical attack with his metal cross, he was still knocked back by the powerful impact, rolling twice before stabilizing himself. Mage, if you don't get serious, we might die here. The muscular priest wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly regained his combat stance. I'm observing. We can't afford to waste time with it. You all find a way to break its shield, and then I should be able to take it down in one hit. The female mage, holding her staff, moved behind the muscular priest. Her eyes remained calm. They needed to find a flaw in the goblin. A direct frontal assault could take down the goblin shaman, but it was likely to result in injuries or even fatalities. Achieving a no-damage kill was unlikely, but as long as they didn't suffer serious injuries, it would be a viable plan. The light blue magic shield once again gathered around the goblin shaman, and the chanting continued. Kate swung her sword to interrupt the goblin shaman's chant, but the goblin shaman dodged it effortlessly. A magic ball exploded again. Although it hadn't been refined through magic, the smoke generated by the explosion still blinded Kate, forcing her to jump back instinctively. The situation was not optimistic, but it should be manageable. Mel stood on the tree branch, always vigilant of his surroundings. If there was a need to intervene, he would certainly choose to do so, but given the current situation, staying away from the battlefield was the greatest help to Kate and the others. Recklessly joining the battlefield would only mean they would need to take time to care for him later, which would be troublesome. The battle line had stretched, and the goblin formation had been disrupted. The situation on the right wing was no longer clear. The three of them, Kate included, continued to battle, and just like before, while they couldn't directly kill the shaman, they were still having a depleting effect. The central battlefield became even more terrifying, with flames from magic illuminating the entire area. It was the magic of human mages, though the specific types couldn't be discerned. It resembled a holy light spell. But since holy light spells were skills of the clergy, only church members would use them. The core team had already engaged the goblin great shaman, and they intended to draw the battlefield away from the goblin horde, while lower-level adventurers worked hard to separate the battlefield, ensuring that the goblin archers could not interfere with the core team's battle. It was then that Mel realized that most of the adventurers here were of relatively low level, nearly all like Ravi's team, with only a few strong teams like Kate's. Thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, it is an inland city. So the strength of the monsters isn't that high. If an adventurer wants to continuously improve themselves, once they reach a higher level, they will definitely seek out more dangerous and rewarding quests. Watching quietly, observing Kate and her team as they deal with the goblin shaman. After they finish this, their small team should temporarily withdraw from the battlefield. Continuous fighting has already taken a toll on the magic user's energy in their group. Suddenly, in the center, the goblin high shaman, being besieged, let out a sharp howl, and the goblins instantly moved, adjusting the positions of the trolls and goblin archers rapidly. Goblins have their own language, and they were redeploying according to their battle plan. Heavy footsteps gradually approached, and Mel saw a troll charging towards them. This troll intended to break through the defense line, eliminate Kate and the others first, and then let the goblin shaman return to assist the high shaman. The troll's height and massive body made anyone shudder just by looking at it. It was almost more than twice the height of an adult, and its limbs were thicker than Mel's waist. If caught, one could be crushed to death with a single hand. "Quick, retreat. We can't hold off the troll any longer," shouted another adventurer who had been knocked aside. They had to convey the message accurately, or it would lead to the collapse of the entire battlefield, resulting in many deaths. After all, they were all adventurers. They didn't want to die later because they hadn't received the message. In this regard, no one was hiding anything. Before the fight, some wanted to retreat. But once it started, they had to hold on at all costs. Should I retreat? Mel, with one hand resting against a tree trunk, felt somewhat anxious. Since arriving in this other world, he had never truly faced a troll. Even when playing games, he felt nervous the first time he encountered such a big monster. It was only later, after becoming familiar with the mechanics and improving his equipment and damage, that he gradually overlooked this newcomer killer. But if he walked away now? Kate and the others hadn't retreated yet. Then let us go? Chapter 85. I have my own principles, to be honest. Mel didn't want to watch his friends die. Just thinking about abandoning his friends and fleeing, leading to their deaths, made him feel nauseous. Everyone has their own bottom line, but I have my own principles. He drew his dagger and jumped down from the tree. He allocated all 4 attribute points to strength. Moving as quickly as possible, he maxed out his proficiency in cutting, and since his base damage wasn't enough, he could only rely on this to temporarily increase his fixed damage points. The 3 people currently entangled with the goblin shaman suddenly heard a heavy roar from behind. But they were just about to finish off the goblin shaman. If they didn't eliminate it, they would be attacked from both sides. Damn it! How could these guys let the troll come over? The female mage was somewhat frustrated. This left them with no time to escape. No, it should be that the high shaman's earlier cry adjusted the goblins' deployment. Concentrating their forces to break through here, the muscle priest calmly analyzed. As he had specifically studied goblins, the most dangerous aspect of goblins is that they possess a degree of intelligence. They may not be able to establish a civilization as easily as humans, but it is very easy for goblins to destroy a civilization. What should we do now? Kate's sword had already struck the goblin shaman, and she knew this was not the time to retreat. They had to kill the shaman first before figuring out how to deal with the troll. If only someone brave could hold off the troll. Even for just a little while, it would be enough. But in the current situation, no one was willing to risk their life to help them. Everyone was starting to retreat to the edges. At that moment, Mel's voice came through. "You all continue. I'll do my best." At the same time, a dagger flew out, aiming for the tendons at the back of the troll's legs. Facing a monster that overwhelmingly surpassed him in size, level, and all aspects of stats, Mel could only think of this method, attacking the vital points to create enough delay. The flying blade pierced through. In an instant, the dagger embedded itself in the troll's back leg. With a backward jump and a slicing motion, Mel pulled the dagger out of the troll's leg, leaving behind a cut. The feeling was strange. It was not like a hot knife cutting through butter, but rather like using a dull knife to slice through a bundle of rubber bands. Effective. But the effect wasn't very pronounced. The troll, in pain, fell to one knee, giving Kate and her team time to deal with the goblin shaman. But they still needed to buy time. Taking advantage of his agility, Mel stepped onto the troll's back and aimed to make a cut on its neck. Everything happened in a split second. Mel had already reached the goblin's shoulder and raised his dagger to strike. The moment the dagger broke through the troll's neck, Mel felt a stiffness in his hand. It felt strange, completely different from the sensation earlier on its leg. How to describe it? It felt like a knife had become lodged in a big tree, and then the dagger was completely trapped. As he thought of this, Mel realized something was wrong. He had to abandon the dagger and escape quickly. It was impossible to cut through. Before he could act, a large hand slammed onto him. In an instant, he felt as if he were about to die, his body flying through the air. If he landed headfirst or hard, even if he survived, he would likely end up a vegetable. Crack! It felt like his hand bones had shattered. Roll! He had to roll, to turn the impact into scrapes. Mel hit the ground, rolling like a top in the dirt, unable to stop himself. He didn't feel pain, just a bit dazed, a little tired, and not wanting to move. Mel. Kate had just finished off the goblin shaman when she saw Mel being swatted away. Kid, are you really that reckless? The female mage turned back, quickly starting to chant. Gathering a powerful spell, she aimed to pin the troll down with a single strike. A crimson flame spear pierced through once again. She was gasping for breath. Her magic power was somewhat depleted, but luckily this big guy didn't have a magical shield. The troll was pierced and charred. Don't just stand there, priest. Go check on that kid. The muscle priest urged as he supported the female mage. Kate had already run towards Mel. Carry me. Where's the church as healer? There should be one in the village. The muscle priest lifted the mage onto his back. Kate also picked up Mel, handling him carefully, and only then did she realize how light he was. Children are indeed this light. She felt a bit regretful. She shouldn't have let Mel do such a dangerous thing. No matter how powerful he was still just a child. Let us go. Hurry across the river to the village. We've done what we can. The rest is up to the core team. They were careless enough to let the troll out. The female mage's tone was somewhat annoyed, more out of anger. These guys in the Adventurers Guild were still unreliable. Even the golden-ranked adventurers were no exception. No matter how thorough the plan was, there would always be oversights. As the core team dealt with the High Shaman, the goblin army was completely defeated, and what remained was a one-sided pursuit. They couldn't let these goblins escape, or they would quickly reproduce again. Goblins have a different reproduction cycle than humans. Scholars have studied these monsters, and it takes only about 10 to 30 days from conception to birth. Since goblins themselves do not have females, they capture humans and other subhuman species as breeding vessels. These creatures seem endless, just like the monsters in this world. Even if an army is gathered to conduct a large-scale sweep of the monsters, after a while, the monsters will definitely reappear, as if crawling out from underground. Newborn goblins are not that difficult to deal with. The truly challenging ones are the goblins that escape. The surviving goblins will continuously absorb experiences and lessons, becoming increasingly difficult to handle. When Mel wakes up again, he is already in the village. He feels a warm flow and opens his eyes to see a nun using healing magic on him. Once he confirms that he has awakened, the others begin to bandage their arms, which have splints on them. Since there are other injured people needing treatment, the few priests available are not enough. So they can only save lives and try to prevent disabilities. Mel, you're awake? I thought you were going to die. Miss Kate sits nearby, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Are you okay, Mel? Ravi and his 3 teammates squeeze in from outside the room. Mel remains silent. He just feels a bit tired and has a slight pain in his arm. He wants Nana to use healing magic directly, but she is also in a state of unconsciousness, likely due to magic exhaustion. Mel, you are really something. You actually dared to challenge a troll. I heard it from other adventurers. Yeah, Mel nods slightly, his tone slow, thinking that he should sleep a bit more. Chapter 86. Captain of the core team, lying down again, Mel can still feel the pain in his arm. The moment he was hit by the troll, he almost had his health completely drained. His thoughts were quick, but before he had the chance to react, he was struck by the troll's instinctive response. He doesn't want to think about anything. He just wants to sleep well. In his deep slumber, Mel cannot awaken, feeling as exhausted as if in a dream. When he wakes up again, he has returned to Oak City, carried back by Kate. This time the reward should be substantial, as it is not divided among the entire party but accumulated as a reward base for all kills, and based on this base plus performance, they can evaluate how much extra reward each can get. Originally, each level had a reward of 4 times, and now with the Noble Bounty, it adds an extra 3 times, making it roughly 12 times. For a level 20 monster, multiplying by 12 gives a base of 240. And then multiplying by the fixed bounty of 3 results in an average baseline of 720. This time, the reward is 1 silver coin for each person. And with other rewards, it is estimated that each of the 4 can average over 1,000 oren. They didn't just deal with a goblin shaman. They also hunted a troll, using magic to restrain goblin archers on the front lines, all of which counts towards the rewards, unlike the usual situation where only kills count. Because this commission was very special, Facing a goblin army, extra rewards are normal. According to the usual mechanism, there would only be the goblin level base bounty and the bonus attached to the commission itself. Although it is said that participation can earn money, some people still died. Nana has recovered some stamina, but is still weakly lying on Ravi's back. Don't worry, this time the money is more than what we usually earn from many commissions. I wonder how much we can get. Once I get the money, I must properly rest my armor. Haha, this time I'm going back to drink good wine. Milka is also very happy. They didn't encounter high-level goblins on the right flank, so everything has gone smoothly. However, Mel wasn't so lucky. He reportedly encountered a troll and has already been treated by someone. At least he didn't die. Nana's magic power hasn't recovered yet, so she can't cast healing magic. Even if she wants to speed up the healing of the wounds, she has to wait until tomorrow. Ravi says nothing, just looks at Mel ahead as Kate carries him forward. Miss Kate probably feels guilty for bringing Mel into such a dangerous commission. Ravi, aren't you happy? Quite happy. After all, we made money. It would be great if one day we could also get the highest reward. The kill rewards will definitely go to the core team. That means we can go to the dwarf shop to choose our favorite weapons. Ravi says while carrying Nana. If it were me, I would definitely choose a good dagger. Luke walks beside them, patting his armor, saying nothing, yet it feels like he has said everything. If he had that opportunity, he would definitely choose armor. As everyone is moving forward, the core team bursts into cheers, and several people in the team laugh happily. Haha, are you serious? A 7 or 8-year-old kid dared to charge at a troll. They are not mocking. They just find it hard to believe. They hadn't observed whether there were any children in the team. After all, so many adventurers had come, and it was impossible to know them all. Even adults have a huge size difference compared to trolls, let alone a child. I'm not joking. When I was healed by the nun, I saw a female swordsman carrying a child in, saying they were knocked away by a troll. The adventurer says while pointing to Kate ahead, "Look, that's the child on the back of that female swordsman." Another adventurer adds, "Right, I saw it too." When the troll broke through the defense line, a child did make a move because only a child would dare to slow down the troll's pace. So I saw it clearly. The move was very decisive. First, the flying blade struck the troll's ankle. Then with a back jump and slash, the dagger was pulled out again, and then it attacked the troll's neck. But unfortunately, the dagger was a bit too poor. The captain of the core team, a male, is now stroking his chin, deep in thought. After a brief contemplation, he smiles and says, that really was thanks to him. At that time, the great shaman was already gathering other shamans back. The troll probably suddenly turned to attack to call back the extra goblin shamans to the central battlefield. Were there others blocking the goblin shamans? The other team members also feel puzzled, because in their view, the goblin shaman that appeared at the edge of the battlefield was completely unexpected. Their battle plan was to eliminate all goblin shamans and trolls in the central area. If there had been another goblin shaman at that time, the tactical arrangement would have been instantly disrupted, as their response capability was already at its limit. Even a sudden riot allowed a troll to break through. I want to give my reward to that child. The captain of the core team suddenly speaks up. The opportunity at the dwarf shop isn't something you get every time. Aren't you going to pick something expensive? Why give it to that little brat? Facing the team's confusion, the man just scratched his fluffy curly hair. I think there will be good swords in the future, but a brave heart is rare. Alright, anyway, it's your opportunity as captain. Do as you please. The troll's level is 5 times that of that child. Yet, even so, he still chose to fight for his teammates. That is how an adventurer should be. Is that child an orphan? The captain asks again. To become an adventurer at that age is really tough. I don't know. I haven't looked into it much. The team member isn't very clear, but has heard some rumors. I heard that child seems to have a deep enmity with slimes. He was always hunting slimes before. But why has he suddenly started hunting goblins recently? Let us ask him directly. I'm a bit curious too. The core team quickens their pace to catch up with Kate and the others. Hello, I heard this child hunted a troll. The captain approaches with a smile, his fluffy curly hair making him look like a man overflowing with hormones. What are you doing? Kate, the female mage in the team, suddenly turns around, looking displeased at the captain of the core team. It's obvious that the two know each other and have some acquaintance. So it's your team? No, it's Miss Green's team. I was just invited to help. The troll is the female mage I killed, she said while glancing at the still sleeping Mel. However, this child indeed helped us a lot. When the troll charged in, I was already thinking about how to escape with severe injuries. Quickly say, what do you actually want to do? This child should avoid such dangerous commissions for a while. The female mage put her hands on her hips, glaring at the curly-haired captain. Chapter 87. Encouragement of the brave. No, miss, I think you misunderstood. I just want to give the highest reward I received to this brave little brother. He might be able to exchange it for a better weapon at the dwarf shop. While cleaning the battlefield, they saw the troll's charred remains, with a dagger stuck in its neck, the dagger not sharp enough to cut through the troll's flesh. At least you still have some humanity. Ask him yourself, Mel kid, it's time to wake up. Mel had already opened his eyes, but since the team hadn't stopped, he was half asleep and simply closed his eyes again. Is there something? Mel got off Kate's back, one hand still wrapped in a splint. The man repeated what had just happened. Mel felt a bit at a loss at this sudden kindness. By rights, only those who hunted the most and contributed the most to the entire battle should be eligible for this reward. To accept or reject. If he accepted, he would owe someone a favor, and even if the other party didn't mind, he would surely care. If he refused, he would have to save money to buy a better weapon himself. Are you afraid I'll eat you? I said I'm giving it to you, no conditions. I just think your bravery deserves proper encouragement. The man smiled, scratching his head with one hand and patting Mel's shoulder with the other. Thank you. I will keep it up. Mel accepted it. If he didn't, it would only embarrass this kind adult. He encountered good people. Let us go inside to collect the bounty. This time the reward is quite generous. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the guild. And when it was time to collect the money, they weren't in a hurry anymore, with some already leaning on the counter, starting to drink. Brave little guy. This is a gift from me to you, to help you heal faster. The priestess of the core team gently placed her hand on Mel's arm. As the warm glow flowed into Mel's wound, the broken bones quickly healed. He could feel the pain and heat in his arm disappearing, leaving only a warm sensation. All right, take off the bandages and splint. Your arm is healed, but don't exert yourself too much for a while. It still needs time to stabilize. Thank you. The priestess left. Mel was waiting for the settlement. He needed to see how much the reward was. Seeing the returning adventurers being so lavish indicated that this reward would definitely not be bad. After all, it wasn't a regular commission. It was like the difference between daily quests and limited-time reward events in games. The rewards were not on the same level. When the final settlement was done, Mel received 1,200 Orin, while others in the team got more, with the extra Orin mainly due to their contributions to the entire battlefield. The troll breaking through the defense line was already an uncontrollable situation. It was not something low-level adventurers should deal with. It seems you still need to train well. I hope we can adventure together next time. You're still not strong enough. Kate laughed and patted Mel's shoulder. In fact, Mel's rate of progress had already shocked her. At this age, let alone facing trolls, just goblins could make her cry. But this little guy still charged forward. The Pendron mage had found a good disciple. Kate thought so, but Krieri completely disagreed. In Krieri's eyes now, it was just taking in a troublesome fool. His magical power and sensitivity weren't suited to become a mage, yet he insisted on learning magic. In the days that followed, Mel once again fell into a period of leisure, paying half a year's rent with the Orin he received, spending 600 Orin, leaving him with 1,200 Orin. He didn't have to worry about housing. Perhaps he could buy himself some clothes. Adventurers should first consider durability, if he wanted armor. He could only consider leather or light armor for now. He found time to ask Milka about breathing adjustment techniques, spending a day practicing carefully, and finally mastering the trick. After 10 breath adjustments, he successfully obtained the skill. For now, he wasn't in a hurry to practice. He still needed to continue learning about magical theory. He really knew too little about this world. When hunting goblin shamans, the magic used by the female mage was definitely not a skill from the game. Magic in this world is varied and unique. Even the same spell can have different effects when used by different people. Magic can be changed, not just in nature, but also in form. And the foundation of magic comes from magical power. In any case, magic ultimately relies on magical power. Mel had also thought about creating magic like an airplane. He knew the principle behind airplanes. The Bernoulli principle. The wings of an airplane are designed with a larger curve on top and a flatter shape below. When air flows over the wings, the airflow speed above the wings is faster, resulting in lower pressure above than below, thus generating upward lift. He couldn't just create an arc on himself and then use wind magic to take off. Not to mention whether this would consume more magical power compared to directly lifting himself with magical power. Another option was to use magical power to fill something like a hot air balloon to send himself up. He would only need to use magical power to heat the air, gaining height, but not speed. He wrote down these strange ideas and the knowledge he had already learned in his notes to prevent forgetting one day. These would eventually become his valuable assets. Accumulating magical power was essential. His current magical power was far from the normal level of a mage. A mage who could only cast a fireball spell would be drained of magical power. He hadn't seen a second one yet. Meanwhile, far away in the royal city, the others were in different situations. Ike was training in the Night Order. He still found it difficult to handle real combat. Originally, the old sword saint wanted to take him into real battles to grow, but he was dissuaded by the others in the Night Order. He was still too young. Going into real combat at such a young age, not to mention whether he would improve, he probably hadn't reached the standards the old sword saint wanted. And this child might just fall down. Your hands aren't steady. Kane, stand firm. Use your waist to power your whole body. Swing the sword. Not enough? Keep going. Ike swung his sword again and again. He was learning relatively quickly, but the old sword saint had clearly seen more talented individuals. How about taking a break? Kane is still just a child. The others in the Night Order couldn't bear to watch anymore. Could pushing a child to the brink really lead to rapid improvement? No, I can keep going. Ike didn't give up. He was like a masochist, constantly practicing hard, just wanting to catch up to someone's shadow. Chapter 88. The people of the royal city. At the church near the royal city, Lily was practicing under Sister Kleber. Teacher, my talent seems to be very poor. I can't even learn the basic healing blessing. Lily felt a bit down. Those studying with her had gradually mastered the healing spell, but she hadn't even touched the threshold. Essentially, healing magic is also a form of magic, but it is a special system mastered by the church, which they refer to as blessings. Don't be discouraged, my little Lily. You don't need to worry about your talent. Those who go further are never the exceptionally gifted ones. Sister Crabble is still as kind as ever, her already pale hair neatly arranged, gently pushing up her glasses and flipping through the pages of the book in her hands. Among the newcomers in the church, there are indeed quite a few geniuses, and some are nobles forcibly placed in the church. Even nobles must adhere to the church's rules. Geniuses can indeed receive more tolerance, but not everyone is a pious ascetic strictly following the precepts. Believers can also love and marry those they like. Not everyone is meant to enter the monastery. The gray-haired girl sits quietly at her desk. She has made friends in the church. Commoners like herself from the lower social strata. Perhaps due to their backgrounds and pride, there isn't much interaction between the noble children and commoners. There is a blonde girl in the church, a child of a duke, whose talent is so exceptional that they can only look up to her. She has only seen that child from a distance. Everyone says that the next saint of the church might be that blonde girl. It is well known that with a confirmed hero, there can only be one priest in the team, and that priest is the saint designated by the church. If things continue like this, how can she fulfill the promise made with Akai? They had clearly agreed to fight against the Demon King's army together in the future. The little girl is not anxious about her talent. She is just troubled by the possibility of not being able to fulfill her promise to her friend. Lily, do you have anything you want to do? Sister Crabble closes her book and kindly asks. No, I'm still reading. Lily shakes her head. No, I am asking you what you want to do in the future. You can't just stay in the church for your whole life like me, can you? You should go out to adventure and meet different companions. The world is wonderful. The old nun seems to be reminiscing about her past. Back then, she, Eugene, and some others had embarked on adventures, but unfortunately, those people are no longer around, leaving only her and Eugene. Will she leave this world first? Or will Eugene leave first? It is always uncertain. Lily feels unable to express what she wants to do. She has never thought about such things. At least Akai still wants to become a knight. What does she want to do? The confusion is evident in the little girl's eyes. Instinctively, she takes out a grape hairpin from her pocket, which she has hardly worn. It was a gift from Mel, and she must cherish it. Mel seems to have never mentioned what he wants to do in the future either, yet he is always full of energy, with very clear goals, and able to achieve things that others cannot. Haven't you thought about it yet? Teacher, I don't know what I want to do in the future. What should I do? Lily shakes her head. Even now, she believes that the reason the teacher accepted her as a disciple was entirely because of Akai. Akai is the hero, so she must have benefited from that. Take your time to think. You have plenty of time for your future. There's no need to rush. The old nun pats Lily's head and stands up to walk towards the courtyard. In the back alleys of the royal city, Chaco is diligently rummaging through trash bins. Ever since he had the noodles Mel brought during the Lantern Festival, other food has not tasted as good as before. Where did Mel steal those noodles from? The royal city doesn't have noodles that delicious. During this time, He has even rummaged through the trash bins of noble restaurants, risking getting beaten up. But nothing compares to Mel's noodles. Thanks to Grandpa Ank, he doesn't have to beg or do any work. But living like this for too long is still quite boring. Akai has joined the Night Order, and Lily has gone to the church. Those are places he dislikes. So it's impossible to find them to play. His only friend also passed away not long ago after being bitten by a rat in the sewer. He found a place to bury him properly, but unfortunately, he didn't even have a name or a tombstone. I won't give up. Choco roars to encourage himself. The other kids are afraid of him because he is stronger than the others, and no one wants to be friends with him anymore. He is very lonely. Children do not have the concept of loneliness, but he is surrounded by it, and every bit of stubbornness is a weapon against loneliness. Even if he has to die, he wants to eat Mel's noodles one more time. The little chubby boy strides back to the gang. The incident of the gang investigator being killed has passed. Although the higher-ups are very angry, after careful investigation and questioning, it was confirmed that Ank didn't act, and everything has been labeled as an accident. Ank knows that Mel must still be alive, somewhere in this world. Perhaps one day when they meet again, that guy will have become a true apostle. Just like his childhood friend, who he hasn't seen since becoming an apostle, the world is vast, and some people, once missed, may never meet again in their lifetime. Ank, I'm back. The little chubby boy walks into the courtyard. Choco, did you go looking for food again today? Didn't I give you bread to eat? Are you still not full? No, I just got used to it. I wanted to see if there was anything delicious. The little chubby boy scratches his head, saying he won't do it anymore. The hot air seems not to affect the royal city. Even with the sunshine, the temperature in the royal city still feels pleasant. No one brings up the matter of the Duke's wallet anymore. It has gradually been forgotten from conversations after meals. However, the scars in their hearts will not be smoothed over by time. In the Royal Night Order, a red-haired girl is practicing swordsmanship, swinging her sword repeatedly, seemingly chasing after the same person's footsteps, that boy named Akai. She despises the current sword Saint Eugene and detests his former teacher. As a master, he couldn't even protect his own disciple. What kind of master is that? The girl angrily swings her sword. The Royal Night Order is different from the Kingdom Night Order. The Royal Night Order is the most outstanding guardian in the Empire, with most of them being Hall-level adventurers. And even the lower levels are platinum. As for why the girl can appear here, it is certainly not because of her exceptional talent. There is only one reason. Her last name is Edwin. Miss, why not take a break? Don't bother me. Even without that old man Eugene's guidance, I will definitely become the strongest swordsman in the kingdom, far surpassing him. The red-haired girl continues to practice. She will use all means to make herself stronger. Chapter 89. The difference between demons and fiends. The perspective returns to Oak City. During this time, Mel has not seen Miss Kate again. It seems that after the goblin incident, Miss Kate has once again gone with her teammates to the underground city to search for possibly surviving companions. For safety reasons, Miss Kate did not invite Mel again. After all, the level difference is significant, and a bronze-level adventurer can do very limited things. Since he still has money, Mel occasionally spends a few coins on drinks to invite other adventurers to help him practice. These adventurers treat it as playing with a child and are very willing. Ordinary drinks cost about 5 oren per cup, and if one wants to buy bulk wine, they could get a kilogram for about 10 oren. However, adventurers seem to prefer the atmosphere of the guild bar, drinking and chatting with others. Slime wine seems to cost about 8 oren per cup, mostly served in large mugs with handles, though there is also good wine for 10 oren a cup. Oh, the fourth calamity can't stop you now. You are the slime slayer. A man, sword in hand, smiles while practicing blocking with Mel in the training ground. Who says I can't block? Keep going. Mel was not willing to give up. After all, he was the one who had paid for the training partner with his drinking money, and it couldn't just end easily. He had to train until he couldn't move anymore. During this time, he could first solidify his basic skills. Once his skill proficiency reached the maximum, he could face the goblins. If he needed to kill 1,000 goblins, he should also earn the title of Goblin Slayer, right? Outside the training ground, many adventurers were watching the spectacle. Hey, at least go easy on him. Don't bully a kid. Does a kid's arm look like yours? I'm only using one hand. How can this be considered bullying? You guys don't know how stubborn Mel is. As he spoke, he charged at Mel again. Both of them were using practice wooden swords, so there was no worry about accidental injury. Mel truly felt the helplessness brought by the size difference, something that attribute points couldn't compensate for. His basic stats were too poor. After all, he was still around 7 years old. After the practice ended, Mel failed to block and fell to the ground. while the man put away his wooden sword and prepared to continue drinking. The onlookers had not left yet and were all looking at Mel, the fourth calamity. Didn't the core team leader give you a chance? What did you choose? Why should I tell you? I'm not saying anything. Mel sat on the ground laughing like a rascal. He was used to interacting with these adventurers and didn't need to take things too seriously. Everyone was usually quite relaxed. After all, they were doing a job that risked their lives. If they didn't relax a bit, the psychological pressure would have long driven them mad. Originally, Mel thought about choosing the most expensive equipment and then selling it, but the dwarf craftsman weighed his hammer and thought that he couldn't let himself, a greedy merchant, waste such goodwill. Moreover, this opportunity was given to him by a senior adventurer. Mel gave up on the idea of exchanging it for money and chose something he urgently needed that was also usable. To treat someone else's goodwill as a tool for making money was truly despicable, something he couldn't do. As long as he was alive, there were always ways to earn money. Back at the guild, Mel ordered a cup of sweet water. Although it wasn't refined white sugar, the dark brown coarse sugar dissolved in water had its own unique flavor and tasted quite good. After a day of practice, sitting down to listen to the stories and experiences of various adventurers was also a good choice. From the mouths of other adventurers, he learned an important piece of information. The guild had once organized a large-scale extermination of demons in a certain area, basically achieving a level of thorough cleansing. However, later on, monsters still appeared out of nowhere in that area, and even though seniors had long said that monsters could never be completely eradicated, they still couldn't figure out the underlying reason. Before the Demon King awakened, the number of monsters in different regions was relatively fixed, as monsters would also attack each other. But after the Demon King appeared, there were signs of an increasing number of demons. The power of the Demon King was something they had all heard about, even if they hadn't been to the battlefield. The Demon King's army was currently engaged in 3 fronts, simultaneously waging war against the 3 major human powers. Though the kingdom of Karen on the western continent was separated by sea, it was still invaded by demons. Some large islands and small fiefdoms had already been occupied. The Central Gald Empire was also at war with the Demon King's army on the border, with the situation at a stalemate. The Southern Ixa religious kingdom was engaged in battle with the Demon King's army on both land and sea. With most of the islands outside its homeland already on the verge of falling, and the former church-controlled area was being eroded by the Demon King's army. In games, this kind of thing could be farmed at will, but in another world. The threats in the background story and the minor monsters in the game were both deadly threats to humanity. Although the scope of war was broad, it was clear that both humans and demons were not yet fully prepared for all-out war. If it came to a fight to the death, the Demon King would definitely take the field personally, and at that time, humanity would probably have to send their elites as well. After returning to the inn and taking a shower, Mel began to read. He had borrowed a map from Cleary and studied the current situation carefully. The Demon King's army was in a state of just rising, using a large island overseas as a base to expand outward. Their speed was not fast because they needed to cross the sea and require a continuous supply of resources. He initially wanted to research the nature of demons, but there were basically no well-written books on the subject. Most books depicted demons as irredeemably evil enemies of humanity, which felt superficial and lacked precise theoretical support, with some descriptions even being contradictory. However, it could be confirmed that humans and demons were mutually hostile, likely since the undocumented ages. Were demons and devils not the same thing? From the descriptions in most books, demons seemed easily confused with devils. But a small number of books did mention the differences between demons and devils. Devils came from hell and required humans to exchange their souls for what they wanted. Hell could be understood as another space or world, or even another dimension. In contrast, demons seemed to be a species that had always existed on this continent, a subhuman species with high intelligence. Many intelligent races in this world could be classified as subhuman, usually exhibiting high intelligence while not having reproductive isolation from each other. However, Mel did not find any descriptions regarding the offspring of humans and subhumans, whether offspring might suffer from genetic diseases or other defects. It was like the hybridization of horses and donkeys producing mules, which excelled in many aspects but had a clear problem. Mules generally lacked the ability to reproduce. Maybe he should ask Cleary when he had the chance. Chapter 90. Hybrid and new subhuman species. The summer heat seemed to be dissipating. Mel no longer had to worry about slow progress. He spent more time learning knowledge. Unlike visible skill points, the improvements brought by knowledge were subtle and gradual. If possible, he wanted to become a scholar in the future preferably one with a high salary and a certain status. Arriving at Cleary's door, Mel rang the doorbell and walked in. Master Cleary, I want to ask, regarding the offspring of humans and subhumans, or the offspring between different subhuman species, can the later generations, apart from the first generation, continue to reproduce normally? Cleary raised his head, her dead fish eyes under the witch hat staring at Mel. What kind of question was this? Did this little brat have such a leap in thinking? Every time he asked something different. Where did he get so much insight at such a young age? A person's questions wouldn't exceed their understanding, which is related to the limitations of subjective consciousness. Since Mel could ask such a question, he must have such a knowledge reserve. Not necessarily. The first generation of hybrids between humans and most subhumans are usually very excellent, but generally have no offspring, seemingly losing the possibility of reproduction. But you said not necessarily. Mel seized the key point and continued to ask. Yes, there may be a very small number of hybrids that still possess reproductive capability, and then continuously grow their population, becoming new subhuman species. This is only what I've inferred based on historical clues. Which ones are the new subhuman species? As far as I know, the volcanic people are very likely to be one. They live on an island across the sea to the south, a true volcanic nation. The common subhuman species there is dwarves. While volcanic people can generally grow taller than dwarves, but most of their habits are similar to those of dwarves. Cleary took a book from a nearby shelf and continued. The volcanic people are likely the new subhuman species that appeared after humans and dwarves reproduced, and they can be easily distinguished by their relatively larger eyes and noses. The long-eared tribe is likely a hybrid of humans and forest spirits. Their lifespan, while not as long as that of forest spirits, still far exceeds that of humans. However, I have some doubts. Forest spirits may very well be a result of the dilution of elven blood. Is there any basis for this? Mel's curiosity was piqued, and he wanted to clarify this matter. Just a suspicion. Have you ever considered why the descriptions of elemental spirits and elves are so similar? Elves are subhumans, while elemental spirits are conscious, pure energy bodies. Is it akin to the descriptions of demons and the demon race? Your learning ability is quite strong. You've read many books recently, even those about the demon race. Unfortunately, those are all garbage written by the church. You need to learn to discern the information within them. Keely sighed. This was the first time she faced Mel's question and didn't appear so impatient. She could sense the child's desire to learn. He was genuinely eager to study magic, not just doing it on a whim. She originally thought that once he realized his lack of magical power, he would voluntarily give up. But Mel persisted, and his magical power showed visible growth. Overall, his magical power was still pitifully low, but the child still had time. As long as he persevered, he would one day become a qualified magician. Talent is a good thing. It essentially determines a person's lower and upper limits from birth. For those with high affinity for magic, it is easier to cultivate, and their magical power increases faster, allowing for more choices in their path. For those with scarce magical power, becoming a magician offers little opportunity for choice. They can only keep moving forward. Mel, if I tell you now that your lifelong efforts may not even compare to the lower limit of some people's talent, would you give up on learning magic? Keely looked at Mel seriously. No, I'm not studying magic to compare with anyone. My only goal is to improve myself, Mel said nonchalantly, then began searching the bookshelves for books that were more realistic and detailed about the demon race. Keely watched Mel's back and felt a bit gratified. This was the disciple she wanted. She smiled without even realizing it. But Mel's next words caught her off guard, making her feel as if she had swallowed a fly. And I believe in myself. One day, I will become the most outstanding magician in this world, bar none. Clenching her fist, she delivered a punch to Mel's head. Mel rubbed his head and turned around, unsure of what he had said wrong this time. What's wrong with me, a transmigrator? Aiming to be the strongest magician in the future? Who can predict the future? Why are you hitting me? You little brat, you deserve it. It's true that there are outstanding magicians, but the most outstanding magician in this world has long been established, existing in the legends, the great Magus, who even sages are only fit to be disciples of. Mel was really a naive kid. It's best not to say that in front of others in the future. Is it because people will be jealous? No, you will be burned at the stake. After Mel read for a while, Keely felt a bit hungry. She glanced at Mel. This disciple she didn't know why she accepted, and said, "Want to go eat something together? Master Keely is treating? Sure, you choose the place. Then let us go to the most expensive restaurant in Oak City that serves nobles. I want to make you go bankrupt." Mel smirked. Okay, Keely agreed directly. This made Mel feel a bit bored. He originally thought Keely would argue about the restaurant's prices or just use a spell to blast him away. But it seemed he underestimated his master. Keely was quite a capable, wealthy woman. The two walked in silence until they entered the restaurant. The decor inside was extremely luxurious. The red and gold carpet looked brand new, likely cleaned and replaced daily to maintain that length. The tables and chairs were made of marble, with a whole crystal panel covering the top, the edges polished smooth and rounded. There weren't many people inside. The two found a quiet spot to sit, and the waiter quickly approached Keely. "Mage Pendram, what would you like to eat today?" After the waiter presented the menu, Keely directly asked Mel, "What do you want to order?" Although Keely didn't say it outright, her behavior indicated that she was in a good mood today. Such an opportunity to treat someone wasn't always available, and Mel naturally wouldn't let it slip. It had been a long time since he had eaten a real feast. Black pepper steak 500 oren, marinated cod roe 1,000 oren. Truly a poverty-limited imagination. Mel didn't even dare to look at the items below the menu. One bite might cost a year's rent. The lives of these nobles were indeed extravagant. A completely different world from ordinary people. Mel didn't want to let Keely spend too much, so he ordered a steak first, thinking he could order more if he was still hungry, mainly because he wasn't sure how much money Keely actually had. Chapter 91. Magical Rain. However, being able to open a potion shop suggests she wasn't short on money. Those potions were expensive, and ordinary adventurers wouldn't buy them unless they were tackling dangerous dungeons. The steak arrived quickly. It wasn't the giant piece he imagined. The surface of the beef was grilled to a golden brown, while the inside still showed some red. Mel cut a piece and put it in his mouth. The crust was fragrant, but the meat was tender and smooth. After swallowing, it was just okay. He thought to himself that when he wins the lottery from the system, he would treat Keely to some technological delicacies. It was tasty, but not as amazing as he had imagined. Perhaps it was due to the limited variety of spices and ingredients. Keely also ordered a steak. She was a bit hungry and needed to fill her stomach first before considering dessert. After they finished eating and drinking, they settled the bill and left the restaurant. Mel walked ahead when Keely suddenly spoke from behind. "Actually, the taste was just so, right? Don't you think it shouldn't be so expensive?" "No. I think selling it at such a high price is very reasonable. They cater to a different clientele. People dining there seek attentive service and a comfortable environment. If it's just to stimulate the taste buds, getting a top chef might yield better food." "What exactly is your background? Are you really an orphan as you said?" "I'm quite suspicious." Keely looked at Mel with a resentful gaze, clearly unhappy that Mel had finished her thought for her. The original pattern should have been Mel complaining that the restaurant was too expensive, and she would explain the reasons for the high prices. But Mel had already said everything she intended to say. "Go away, before I think of hitting you." "Yes, Master Keely." Mel dashed off, having enjoyed a free meal. Marking another happy day, the weather grew a bit muggy, and low clouds hovered over the city, with raindrops starting to fall, pattering on the bluestone pavement. The scent of hot mud mixing with rain evaporated into Mel's nostrils. "Is it going to rain?" "That's fine. It will cool down a bit, making it easier to sleep at night." Mel looked up. "It's so quiet. Is it because it's about to rain that everyone has returned to their rooms?" Mel jogged towards the inn. As usual, he stepped onto the familiar street, but after running for a while, he gradually sensed something was off. This street wasn't that long, and he should be able to see the adventurers in after passing through two alleys. A chill ran down his spine, but he quickly calmed down. After all, this was another world, and with magic, creating illusions wasn't impossible, right? "Master Keely, I know it's you. I know I was wrong." "Master Keely." The rain gradually intensified, a thick curtain of rain enveloping the entire city like strands of silk. But something felt very wrong. No one was shouting about collecting clothes, nor were there panicking pedestrians seeking shelter from the rain, as if only he remained. Mel stood under an eaves, afraid to move forward. What should he do now? Should he turn back to find Keely? "Don't mess with me," Mel thought, his mind in chaos. He decided to return the way he came. Something felt off. How could someone like him, a level 5 mage with little skill, encounter such a big scene? Suddenly, a pair of cold hands pressed down on his shoulders, icy like a corpse, devoid of warmth. Mel tentatively turned his head. It wasn't Keely, as the person in front of him was much taller, draped in a dark cloak that seemed to block out the rain. Despite no visible barrier beneath the cloak, Mel couldn't see the person's face, blurred by the rain. While he stood under the eaves, the figure stood outside. This was insane. Mel's first thought was that. The cloaked figure spoke, their voice genderless yet filled with rage. "Who are you? Why are you here?" What is your purpose in approaching Creeley? The hands gripping his shoulders suddenly tightened, feeling as if they were about to crush him. Mel winced in pain and quickly broke free. Hey, let's talk it out. I'm a disciple of Master Creeley. I'm just following her to learn magic. No, you're lying. Creeley has no disciples. She never has. Mel could sense the other person's emotions were extremely agitated. This was clearly a madman who couldn't be reasoned with. Did he want to kill me? With that thought, Mel prepared to escape. His initial fear had dissipated, and he gradually regained control of his body. The figure in the black cloak fell silent, and Mel took a step back, careful not to expose his back to this madman. This was unusual, but he had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, the black cloak grasped the sword at their waist, looking at Mel with determination. Although he couldn't see the face clearly, Mel felt the weight of their gaze. Were they going to kill me? Why? No, the power gap is too vast. I will die here. Magic? Can my magic even reach out? Master Creeley seems very sensitive to magic. Master Creeley, help me. The heart of flame burned in his palm, condensing eternal fire. Unleash, power of destruction. Mel chanted as quickly as possible, adding a spin, squeezing out all his magic power, determined to create a commotion. Fireball. The magic instantly expanded. The vortex of magic drained every bit of magic from Mel's body, and the crimson fireball spun rapidly, isolating the rain from it. The fireball shot out. Mel fell to the ground, and amidst the exploding flames, the cloaked figure slowly approached him, sword in hand. Mel clawed at the ground, trying to escape, but his body had no strength left. His instincts told him he couldn't escape, not even with a cooldown free back jump, so he chose to fight for his life. Creeley, who was about to leave, had just reached an eve due to the changing weather. Suddenly, she sensed something, the surge of magic, Mel's magic. Had that foolish boy gone mad? Using magic in the city, I'd have to smack him. But wait, the magic fluctuation seemed weak, only for a moment. After hesitating, Creeley decided to check it out, not to find an excuse to hit Mel. As she stepped into the street area, she instantly sensed something was off. There was a barrier present. Such a large barrier, and she hadn't noticed it until now. Creeley reached out to catch a falling raindrop. Magic rain. An ultra-ancient magic. What kind of trouble had this boy gotten into? This type of ultra-ancient magic had basically been lost. Unlike visible blocking barriers, if the correct solution couldn't be found, one could rush in and still not find anyone. Do you think you're facing whom? You're facing the genius mage Creeley. Even without having seen the original form of ultra-ancient magic, she was confident she could enter the barrier. Thanks to her accumulated magical knowledge and years of research and restoration of ultra-ancient magic details. Unravel. The magical patterns dispersed into the air, and the rain in front of her seemed to freeze in place. Chapter 92. Abnormal magic phenomenon. At the moment the blade fell, Creeley's magic shield blocked the attack. However, to her surprise, there was no trace of magic on the opponent's sword. The blade pierced right through the magic shield. A swordsman capable of such a feat must be at least a sword saint level. But aside from that old Eugene from the Imperial City, she couldn't think of a second person. Master Mel lay on the ground like a dead dog, motionless. Creeley had arrived, which meant her method of using magic to attract attention was correct. What's going on? Is he your enemy? No, he seems to know you. Master Mel lay on the ground, struggling to speak, but his voice was too soft for Creeley to hear. Before Creeley could ask further, Mel had already passed out. Creeley looked intently at the cloaked figure. It seemed there was a magic barrier, and she couldn't see the person's face. Even though she was trying hard to analyze the magic's composition, she still couldn't see. The mastery of this magic surpassed her own. Who are you? Creeley started to mobilize her magic while inquiring about the person in front of her, preparing to chant quickly and use simple attack magic to fight. Is he your disciple? The voice from the dark cloak was indistinguishable in gender, and the rain seemed to have stopped. Yes, but you still haven't said why you want to kill him? Creeley was very alert but wasn't ready for immediate conflict. She didn't have full confidence in defeating the opponent in front of her. If it came to a fight, she would need to be prepared for a desperate struggle. You should be careful of everyone. The voice from under the black cloak spoke again, and the person sheathed their sword and turned to leave. In an instant, the rain curtain vanished. The barrier and the enemy disappeared together. Creeley still hadn't grasped what had happened. Was everything just now magic? Or was it something beyond human understanding? In reality, the raindrops in the sky had not increased in intensity, merely falling sparsely. Mel remained lying on the ground, motionless. What a strange person. Does he know me? Do I know him? Who is he? Creeley searched her memory for anyone who could possess such swordsmanship and physique. It was impossible for him to be someone she had met before. Let's head back. I'll ask Mel when he wakes up. Creeley used magic to lift Mel and carried him toward the potion shop. Upon returning to the potion shop, she immediately grabbed a blue potion from the shelf and poured it down Mel's throat. After choking on a couple of swallows of the potion, Mel finally opened his eyes. His magic power had recovered, but his head still felt hazy. Master Creeley, did you save me? What happened? Was that person your enemy? He didn't seem to have any intention to fight me. Creeley looked seriously at Mel. She needed to understand more. If such an enemy existed, it would be very dangerous. No, I thought he was your enemy. Or maybe someone secretly in love with you mistook me for a rival. Mel sat on the ground and, without much thought, voiced his guess. Analyzing things afterward was obviously much simpler. When faced with a life-threatening situation, his brain couldn't think calmly. The only instinct was to escape. It was human nature. Do you want to die? Creeley's expression instantly turned cold, thinking Mel was joking again. I'm serious, that's what he said. Mel recounted the cloaked figure's question to him in full. After hearing this, Creeley's mind also struggled to keep up. In her life, she had never had such an admirer. And very few people cared for her in such a manner. Get closer to me, you. Creeley rubbed her forehead, feeling a slight headache. Unable to figure out where to break through, she asked Mel, haven't you ever refuted him? Or explained to him if he hadn't shown hostility from the beginning? Of course. She explained. Mel began to recall seriously. When he put his hand on her shoulder, he couldn't feel any body heat at all, as if he had just been dug out of an ice cellar. At first, Mel thought it was Creeley's prank. It wasn't until those icy hands appeared that he dismissed his thoughts. I found it strange that the alley was impassable. I originally wanted to go back to find you. Listening to Mel's account, Creeley became more confused. The only existing clues were the large-scale magical barrier phenomenon, the extensive magical energy, and the subtle traces of ultra-ancient magic. Especially the extreme swordsmanship that could even pierce through her fully concentrated magical shield. With so many factors combined, she couldn't think of anyone who could meet these requirements. But when she thought of all these elements, she subconsciously glanced at Mel, who also seemed to be studying magic and practicing swordsmanship, and he also knew her. But a person wouldn't kill their own, nor would they fail to recognize themselves. He knows me? Even observing me, why didn't I notice? Creeley believed she was very sensitive to magical energy. If such a magical source was nearby, even ultra-ancient magic would always leave some traces. Master, am I staying here tonight? Mel interrupted Creeley's thoughts. It's best to stay here to avoid that person coming out again. Who knows if they are even human? The appearance was accompanied by large-scale abnormal phenomena, which fits the description of demons in some books, pulling targets into their domain. The survival method you chose is good. Using the impact brought by magical energy expansion, you successfully transmitted the magical signal to the outside. Otherwise, even if you died inside, I might not have known. Creeley said, pausing slightly to pick up one of her notebooks, and according to my research, those who die in such abnormal phenomena disappear directly. And not even their bodies can be found. If they have disappeared, then why do some people know they vanished in the abnormal phenomenon? Mel still didn't understand. If those who entered the abnormal phenomenon are already dead, then people outside couldn't possibly know what happened inside. Unless, in this abnormal phenomenon, there were survivors. Looks like you've guessed it. You're not too dumb. Creeley could easily guess Mel's thoughts from the changes in his expression. In scholarly research, such phenomena are generally referred to as magical disasters, most of which are accompanied by magical anomalies, just like the rain earlier, rather than saying it was raindrops. It would be more accurate to say it was liquid magic falling. So, are there other survivors in the world? Mel also wanted to understand what was going on. If he were to die inexplicably in a rainstorm in the future, it would be too much of a waste. There must have been survivors in the past. But they may have died by now. Human lifespans are just a short 100 years. Chapter 93. The Mill Region. After a brief exchange, Mel began to feel sleepy, yawning and wanting to sleep for a while. After all, his body was still that of a child. After Mel fell asleep, Creeley continued to browse through various books. This matter must be related to her, as she understood from earlier conversations that the other party had chosen to act against Mel out of protection for her. Creeley considered herself a genius and an outstanding mage. She would never belittle her own talent, but if it was her talent that put her in danger, that was still not enough to convince her. The most recent magical anomaly occurred 20 years ago, rumored to coincide with the emergence of the new generation of demon lords. But no one knew when the demon lord had revived, so they could only make rough inferences based on the level of revival of the magical creatures. The location of the magical anomaly was in the northern mill region of the foreign territory, which seemed to be the border area between the foreign land and the northern snowfields. Creeley picked up a map beside her and circled a spot with a pen. According to survivor descriptions, it was a village situated on high ground that had been destroyed by an avalanche. At the time, others thought it was a normal avalanche. Only those who experienced the disaster knew it was no avalanche at all because their village was at the mountain's peak. Avalanches only bury from high points downward, and their village's location was very high. If such a large avalanche had truly occurred, the entire foreign territory would have been buried. Later, representatives from the church and the empire went to investigate and gradually realized that it wasn't just this one village that had disappeared, but rather others as well, with not even a single survivor. After the snow melted, people seemed to have melted away with the snow. This is something that current known magic cannot achieve. Even if a person fell into the snow, at most their body would be frozen stiff, and even if it rotted away, there would still be bones left. Moreover, freezing and rotting are inherently conflicting. A frozen corpse does not rot easily. 20 years, if the survivors were young at that time, they should still be alive now. Thinking this, Creeley glanced at Mel. She wanted to go to the foreign territory herself, but she was still a bit worried about this little brat. She didn't know if the person in the black cloak would act against Mel again. By normal reasoning, if the other party acted against Mel out of protection for her, then after she publicly acknowledged Mel as her disciple, there should be no problem. But she wasn't sure that the person in the black cloak was definitely a living person. She was more afraid that it was an order spirit bound by powerful magic, one that would not die and lacked human emotions, completely following certain rules as an obsession. Once someone touched those rules, the spirit would act. Could the black cloak be the dark prophet? Creeley's fingers kept tapping on the table. In the church's stories, among the 10 apostles, the prophet, although the church often liked to fabricate stories, it didn't prevent some real elements from being mixed in. The contact time was too short. The black cloak did not display any prophetic characteristics, but from the attire, it seemed to fit the descriptions in the stories. I really am incredibly stupid. There are so many people in the world who wear cloaks. Creeley stopped mid-sentence, as if she had convinced herself. A person simultaneously mastering extreme swordsmanship, anomalous magic, and ultra-ancient magic was just as powerful as the apostles described in the stories. This is possible. Creeley noted this down. Once she gathered enough clues, everything would be revealed. So, it seems that she had indeed involved Mel, but she had never met such a person or such a powerful existence in the past. During her time teaching at the Guard Royal Academy, the strongest mage she had met was merely the headmaster of the academy. But the Royal Academy wasn't just a magic academy. It gathered various knowledge and was a comprehensive noble school. The only one who could reach the peak of swordsmanship was old Eugene, who could split magical shields with just a sword. It would be better to observe Mel first and see if she could find any clues from him. Creeley closed her notebook. She never liked troublesome matters. If possible, she didn't want to create trouble for herself, but trouble had indeed found her. In the future, if she confirmed that this little brat Mel was safe, she would definitely make a trip to the foreign territory. Currently, the foreign territory had been controlled by the demon race, and humans and demons were constantly at war. It was not suitable to take a child to seek death. Just as Creeley was preparing to rest, the doorbell rang. So late, who could it be? Moreover, it was raining outside, and after just experiencing a bit of turmoil, Creeley wasn't worried at all about it being fake. She began to channel her magic in advance, ready to quickly chant and release spells if things went wrong. Is the manager in? A curly-haired man walked in. He was the captain of the previous core team. May I help you? It's quite late, and I was about to close the shop. I want to buy a healing potion. My teammate is injured, and the priest in our team needs to return to the church for a while. I can't find any other high-level priests in Oak City. No need to explain. Just choose what you want. Based on your level, I recommend a good quality potion, but if money is not an issue, you can also buy an excellent one. Thank you. I'll take an excellent one. 1,000 oren. Will you pay with silver coins or gold? Cleary casually took out a bright red potion, which was of a higher quality than the ordinary and good ones. Gold coins. The curly-haired handsome man placed a gold coin on the counter. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Mel beside him. Is that Mel? Why is he here? Yes, my disciple. What? Mel is your disciple manager? You're the Pandalam mage. Isn't he just a thief? Is there a problem? No, I just feel it's a pity. If I had known he was so wealthy, I wouldn't have given him the kill reward. The curly-haired handsome man slapped his forehead and took the excellent potion. Cleary had heard the story about the captain of the core team giving the kill reward to a newcomer from other adventurers who came to buy potions. But she didn't know that the newcomer in the story was her own disciple, as Mel never mentioned it. Is it really a pity? I'll give you a potion of magic power as well, also excellent quality. You might need it in the future. No, I was just joking. No need to take it seriously. The curly-haired handsome man shook his head repeatedly. However, Cleary directly stuffed the potion into his hand, and he couldn't refuse. So he accepted it. Previously, he had heard others mention Mel studying magic, but he thought it was just a child's curiosity and didn't take it seriously. He never expected Mel's master to be such an impressive figure. Don't mind it, my wealth is my own business, and Mel's poverty is his, Cleary added, trying not to let her identity affect Mel and to avoid giving him a chance to bother her. Chapter 94. Fallen Mel after the adventurer who bought the potions left. Cleary closed the door, set up a magical barrier, and prepared to rest. She used magic to place Mel on the pillow and went upstairs to rest by herself. For the time being, Mel would be living here, and besides daily training, he would continuously study magic knowledge. He still hadn't acquired the fireball skill, having only used it twice in total. The focus of his magic training remained on stealing. During the past month, Mel had become somewhat bored being in the potion shop as autumn set in. Cleary could teach him some magic-related knowledge, but Mel found her quite inscrutable, as she often got angry over trivial matters. Block proficiency, 110,000. Stealth proficiency, 510,000. Theft proficiency, 1,100. Breathing adjustment proficiency, 310,000. Powerful/proficiency, elite doubles damage, armor penetration. Flying blade proficiency, elite accuracy, penetration. Cutting proficiency, elite bleeding effect enhancement. Assassin breathing method proficiency, master movement release. Dagger attack proficiency, elite doubles damage, critical effect 50. Back jump, elite no cooldown connection, save stamina. Upward thrust, elite burden, able to lift targets far exceeding one's own weight. Stab, elite short-range penetration, armor penetration, speed bonus obtained. Effort value, 4638755 money, 1,200 oren. During this time, Mel had been eating and drinking Cleary's, and he had hardly spent any money, slightly feeling the joy of being supported by a wealthy woman. Leaning against the pillow, one hand holding a book and the other supporting his chin, Mel struck a very relaxed pose. Cleary suddenly looked at Mel and said, "In my opinion, stealing is a very advanced form of magic. Although it's just a low-level skill of thieves, it allows objects to directly ignore space and come to your hand. Does Master want to learn stealing?" Mel sat up straight, looking at Cleary, who was studying the materials. "No, I used to consult the Assassin Guild about it, but I don't seem to have a talent for it. I can never learn successfully." Which magic family does space-type magic generally belong to? Super Ancient Magic or Origin Magic? Super Ancient Magic at least has some research materials available, while Origin Magic is practically legendary. I have never seen it. Oh, I see, Mel said seriously, reaching for the fruit plate on the table, which contained fruits Cleary had bought. Just as Mel's hand was about to touch it, Cleary slapped it away and said, "You brat, how long are you going to stay here?" "Master, am I not your disciple? What if I go somewhere else and get killed? Didn't you let me stay here? I only said to observe you for a while. Now it seems there's no need for further observation. That mysterious existence probably won't act again, so you can leave. Tomorrow? Leave right now." Cleary handed Mel a bracelet engraved with strange patterns, saying, "Take this. It's a magical item I obtained before. It can withstand one fatal blow." However, due to the size of the bracelet, Mel could only wear it on his arm. Taking a bite of a fruit he didn't know the name of from the table, Mel quickly rolled out from in front of Cleary. The weather was gradually getting cooler. As it was autumn now, did he have to go out and work hard again? He felt a bit reluctant to leave here. Was there any job that could earn a lot of money without working? The reward from the last Goblin Legion was very generous. Even after paying half of it as rent and adding his remaining money, he still had 1,200 oren. But if he continued to be lazy like this, he felt it wouldn't be long before he would be out of touch with the adventurer profession. After the last incident, everything seemed to return to normal, and there were no more abnormal magical phenomena. Block proficiency, 3,100, stealth proficiency, 3,005, theft proficiency, 1,610, breathing adjustment proficiency, 6,000. So many skills, and not one was maxed out. However, these skills could all be trained in actual combat. At his current level, the most suitable quests he could take were to kill some low-level goblins. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild, Mel looked at the task board and twisted his neck. Wooden Stick Goblin, 5. Knife-Wielding Goblin, 5 to 10. Goblin Archer, 10. Armored Goblin, 15. Goblin Shaman, 20. Goblin Great Shaman, 30 rare. Drop materials, Goblin's Left Ear, Bounty Voucher, 3 Goblin levels, which is the price. The Eyes of Goblin Shamans, used for potion brewing, typically 1 shaman per nest, priced at 1 silver coin each, and the price for a Great Shaman doubles. The Pendant of the Goblin Great Shaman, an item that increases magical power, sold for 1 gold coin. During this time, I have also been busy brushing up on goblin knowledge, some of which differs from the game. My target is goblins between levels 5 and 10. Generally, goblins in this level range do not have weapons. Even if they do, it's just a wooden stick. This is different from the game where low-level goblins can pick up the weapons of fallen goblins. Goblins are not classified as subhumans simply because they cannot communicate normally with humans, driven by primitive instincts of killing and plundering. However, there is no reproductive isolation between these creatures and humans. The task is to hunt 5 goblins. Autumn is the harvest season, and the bounty coefficient for goblins is 4, meaning that killing a level 5 goblin will yield a bounty of 20. It would be great to buy a hand crossbow, but common shops don't sell small hand crossbows. It seems special channels are needed to acquire one. The main difference between a crossbow and a bow is that a crossbow acts as a charging device, allowing direct use without extensive practice. In the game, crossbows are special weapons that can only be equipped after a class change to Ranger at level 15, while in this world, crossbows seem to be regulated and not mass sold. Instead, often seen on the guards within the city. Mel, it's been a while, hasn't it? I heard you've been staying at the potion shop. Has something happened? Ravi immediately asked upon seeing Mel at the guild. There have been strange rumors circulating that the owner of the potion shop is a witch who likes young boys, and that the so-called 4th calamity has abandoned her soul. Chapter 95. The woman's severed arm. It's nothing. Just encountered some trouble, so I've been hiding with my master. But it should be fine now. Mel still trusts Cleary's judgment. After a brief exchange, Mel set off. Lying around in the potion shop had given him a bit of a belly. He didn't even need to go out actively. Food would be delivered right to his door, which felt like real living. After some time spent together, it was clear that Cleary wasn't very fond of socializing, and even seemed a bit annoyed. At the city gate, Mel boarded a cart heading out of town. After a quick inquiry, he found out that they were heading to the same place, a supposedly abandoned village that had recently seen a small number of goblins. Since these goblins had just emerged, their levels were generally not too high. Mel certainly wouldn't let his guard down. He would retreat at any sign of trouble. Now, he could allocate all his skill points to stealth, allowing him to approach his target more discreetly, at least before he struck. It would be hard to be ambushed by goblins lurking in the shadows. At a fork in the road, Mel got off the cart. The surrounding trees were sparse, but had become overgrown with grass, and a faint path could still be seen. This should be the place. Mel put away the map and carefully observed his surroundings. He could see a strange dead tree at the village entrance. This village had likely been abandoned for a long time, though the specific reason was unclear, as in a world where goblins could destroy a village, it could be anything. Activating stealth and the assassin's breathing technique, he had effectively raised his stealth rate to 100, but stealth wasn't invisibility. Being discovered still depended on the environment and one's attire. It wouldn't do to wear heavy armor while using stealth. After all, the enemies weren't deaf. And if every step he took clanged loudly, that wouldn't be considered stealth. Due to the dense underbrush, even in stealth mode, there was still friction that produced faint sounds. For unavoidable situations, Mel could only be more cautious. Besides dealing with goblins, he also had to worry about stepping on venomous snakes in the grass. He should have taken an antidote from Cleary beforehand. Continuing to approach, he arrived at a pile of stones outside the village, which seemed to be remnants of an old wall, now completely collapsed due to years of neglect and washed out by rain, leaving stones scattered on the ground. Beside it was a completely dead tree, its massive trunk and short branches appearing somewhat eerie, the entire tree exhibiting a pallid hue. He certainly didn't have any purification spells. Although he had never seen what the undead looked like, he had seen related books with Cleary, which mentioned not only the undead but also spirits. And specialized matters should be handled by professionals. Some things, even with high physical attack, were difficult to manage. It was strange for goblins to emerge from such a remote area, Mel mused. After climbing over the wall and scavenging some decayed rooftops in the village, he finally spotted the goblins. 3 were sleeping in a grass nest in a dilapidated house across from him, and 2 were standing on a high stone platform keeping watch. However, the goblins on watch didn't seem very serious, as two of them were playfully pushing each other, behaving like human children at play. Why is a race capable of intelligence unable to communicate with humans, and even inherently hostile? Mel quietly gripped his dagger, needing to wait until the two goblins separated a distance before he could move forward. He quietly hid under the eaves of the building, waiting for one of the goblins to pass by him. Instead of taking out the goblin heading towards the village, he aimed to eliminate the goblin on watch atop the platform first, then deal with the sleeping goblins one by one. Creeping to the base of the platform, he quietly climbed up the edge. As he neared the goblin, Mel's heartbeat quickened. He wasn't afraid, just didn't want to get hurt. With a swift cut, Mel acted decisively, slitting the goblin's throat from behind with his dagger and dragging the body back slightly to prevent it from being discovered by any goblins returning from outside the village. He then crept back down the platform towards the earlier wooden house. The roof had holes in it, and grass had grown inside, making it a perfect nest for the goblins. As Mel stepped over the threshold, he almost made a sound. His pupils constricted, and his heart raced. There was a human arm beside him. Judging by the structure and shape of the arm, it appeared to belong to a woman, and it was a bloodied, severed arm with no other parts of the body present. A ring was on the ring finger, indicating it belonged to an unfortunate married woman. With his dagger falling repeatedly, 3 goblins were killed. Mel wasn't in a hurry to collect the spoils. He planned to wait until he had killed all the goblins before coming back to cut off their ears. The abandoned village was scattered with various debris, wood, stones, and overgrown grass. Not directly attacking was the right choice. Back jumps wouldn't work well here due to the complex terrain, which was too uneven and could easily lead to hitting or getting stuck on something while jumping back. Once again approaching the village entrance. As he climbed over the stone wall, the loose stones caused the goblin to turn back and spot Mel, but it didn't matter anymore. With a flick of his dagger, the unarmed goblin was pierced through the throat without resistance. Today's commission was coming to an end. He had to consider whether to take the severed arm back or just bring the ring as evidence. While he could directly store the hand in the system space, occupying just one item slot, it was no different from transporting a corpse. Once he did it once, there would likely be a second time. After some deliberation, Mel decided to take the ring back. Bringing the severed arm would only serve to provoke the victim's family without any practical significance. If they wanted it back, he could just inform them of its location later. The wounds on the corpse were still a bright red, and since the information did not mention that the goblins had captured a woman, it indicated that the woman had recently fallen victim to foul play. There were no signs of dragging along the way, especially not in this village, where no large bloodstains were visible. Based on the situation, it could be inferred that this arm had been brought from somewhere else. This was not the first crime scene. Mel certainly would not delve deeper like a curious child. Most adventurers met their demise that way. If there were circumstances outside the commission, it was only necessary to relay the information to the guild and let them handle it. He stored the ring in his system space and glanced at the hand, frowning, then decided to put it away in the system space as well. Leaving it here might lead to it being taken away by some beast, which would be disrespectful to the deceased. He quickened his pace to rush out of the abandoned village, taking small steps until he reached the main road. Then he sprinted until he was far away before gradually proceeding at a normal speed. Enemies not mentioned in the information should not be approached recklessly, as their levels could not be determined. Chapter 96. The Mad Goblins returning to Oak City. Mel spent 20 oren to buy a wooden box to store the arm. Although his system space was considered a blessing, not many knew about it. Only Kate and Cleely. He did not want to be taken away by the church one day. Those who possessed excellent blessings were naturally easy targets for various factions. You mean that at the commission site, you found a severed arm? And the arm was likely brought from elsewhere? This suggests that there are still more goblins or other monsters. Yes, for safety's sake, I did not conduct an in-depth investigation. That village was already very desolate, and the road behind it was overgrown with grass. Mel nodded. The guild had not yet received any reports of women being attacked, and since the last large-scale battle, no large numbers of goblins had appeared. The receptionist looked at the goblin's left ear that Mel had submitted and then asked, "Did you bring back any evidence?" Without proof, it would be difficult for the higher-ups in the guild to believe these matters. After all, no information could be released out of thin air and needed to be investigated first. A person's words carry little weight, especially for low-level adventurers like Mel. Even if they discovered something, the guild would not immediately make the information public. They would need to send someone to investigate or have substantial evidence. Mel placed the long wooden box in front of Aner. Aner examined the box. She had been very curious about its contents since Mel usually did not bring a box when he came to the guild. Suddenly, it seemed she thought of something. Could it be that inside is that severed hand? Mel brought the hand back. Hesitating, she still reached out to slowly open the wooden box. Ah, it was indeed that severed hand. Aner was still a bit startled. She was not an adventurer and had never seen such a brutal sight. She was just learning identification skills and was responsible for handling commissions at the guild's front desk. I'm sorry, I was afraid to leave the hand there. In case something took it away, Mel apologized while pointing at the ring on the severed hand, which was still on the ring finger. It might have been from a recent marriage. If her husband or family was still alive, they should come to the guild. The worst fear was that the people with this woman had already died. Even if they disappeared from this world, no one would know. No one knows means it has disappeared. I will inform the president about this matter. For now, I will keep it. Later, I will contact the church to let her soul find peace. Why would the goblins cut off a woman's limbs? Mel raised his question. Even after reading many books about goblins, none described goblins cutting off women's limbs. Of course, the absence of such descriptions does not mean they do not exist. Perhaps those scholars never encountered it or omitted such cruel details. But this behavior is contradictory. Goblins capture women of other races for reproduction. Goblins have a breeding cycle of only about a month, and their reproduction rate is very fast. Once captured, it is not easy for the breeding bed to die. Some goblin shamans even use primitive healing magic to keep captured prisoners healthy for continuous expansion. This behavior is akin to breeding. Mel was truly confused. He had been adventuring for too short a time and had seen too little, with most of his knowledge coming from books. Perhaps there are madmen among those goblins. A scruffy bearded adventurer approached from behind and placed a hand on Mel's shoulder. He had practiced blocking with Mel before, with the payment being a cup of mead worth 10 oren. Wouldn't the other goblins stop this? After all, captives are considered their property. That's an interesting point. I encountered a woman during my adventures whose limbs were all cut off in a goblin den, but she did not die. The goblin shaman stopped her bleeding in time and executed the perverted goblin. Why? Aren't goblins all led by shamans? Mel was very sure he hadn't misread. Clele's apothecary had many books on various subjects. The book described that goblin shamans have absolute authority over lower goblins. The goblin that was executed was smaller than a normal goblin. I guess it was ostracized among its kind and had no opportunity to reproduce. So it acted out of a if I can't have it, I'll destroy it mentality. The male adventurer stroked his chin. He was not a scholar and could only speculate based on his own experiences since he had no time to study such matters. Even skilled adventurers sometimes slip up against those cunning little creatures. Thank you. Mel sincerely appreciated it. This time he learned something real that he could not find in books. But this also means that the woman who was captured might still be alive, just unclear where. Mel certainly wanted to save her, but only if he could find her location and ensure his safety. Aren't you angry at all? You really don't act like a child. You seem like an experienced adventurer. As if you've seen it all. Of course, I'm angry. When I encounter goblins, I will definitely find a way to kill them. Mel collected his bounty from the counter. He earned a total of 200 oren for 5 goblins, which was much quicker than hunting slimes. Have you received your reward? How about treating me to a drink? Sure, but you have to practice with me. That goes without saying. Miss Aner, please bring me a cup of mead. Can't you see I'm busy? There are obviously other people responsible for drinks. Is it because I think Miss Aner is beautiful that the wine she pours smells sweeter? Stop being cheeky. Aner neatly stored the wooden box containing the arm, which was very good evidence. Mel followed the male adventurer to a nearby bar and then paid 10 oren. Aner's personality is quite serious, isn't she? She's a really good woman. The male adventurer took the poured drink and leaned against the bar to sip. By the way, scruffy bearded uncle, if you like Miss Aner, why don't you pursue her? Ahem. The male adventurer choked on a mouthful of drink, the heat and spice causing tears to flow. You little brat. What do you know? Also, call me big brother. I'm not that old. Isn't it true? Are you afraid of being rejected and therefore don't dare to pursue her? Or are you just pretending to be carefree while being shy in reality? This was how Mel saw it. This person just doesn't dare to take things seriously, only daring to look at them frivolously with words, pretending to be a rogue. Not taking it seriously means they won't fail and can still enjoy the joyful process. Chapter 97, Bearded Uncle. Who says I don't dare? The male adventurer downed the drink in his cup and said, Come on, let me accompany you to practice today and see if you've made any progress. The two walked towards the training grounds behind the guild. After changing into wooden swords, they prepared to start practicing. Mel wasn't backing down either. He estimated this guy would hit a bit harder, but not to the point of seriously injuring him. Taking advantage of his childlike identity to poke at someone else's lungs was quite amusing, feeling the beauty of life. The wooden swords clashed repeatedly, and Mel's blocking skills improved again. Now the training didn't seem so strict. When he had more time, he would practice more, and when he had less time, he would practice less, as long as he maintained the overall training volume. Daily training would always be delayed due to other matters. It was impossible to follow the plan step by step, so he could only practice more when he had more time and less when he had less. After 300 blocking practice sessions, Mel was drenched in sweat. The wooden sword flew out of his hand, and his arm shook with numbness. This guy was clearly getting revenge. Looks like you still have a long way to go, little brother Mel. The man stroked his chin and casually returned the wooden sword to a nearby sword rack. By the way, bearded brother, have you seen Miss Kate recently? I haven't seen her for a while. You little brat, don't give me nicknames casually. I can shave my beard. The man walked towards the drinking table, ready to continue drinking. I don't even know your name, so I can only call you that. Haha. I won't tell you my name, you little rascal. So have you seen Miss Kate? After all, you're often here drinking, right? Mel continued to ask. Who says I'm always here drinking? I have commissions to take, okay? It just takes a long time to complete a major commission, and I need time to rest too. The man first refuted Mel's words, then pondered a bit in his memory. He had a deep impression of the swordswoman named Kate because it was the first time he had seen such a perfect slash. Perhaps compared to real masters, her slashes hadn't reached their peak, but for an ordinary adventurer, that Miss Kate was already considered a swordsmanship expert. I saw her about half a month ago when Kate came to the guild with her companions to resupply. There wasn't any good news. It seems they didn't even find the bodies of her previous companions. The man paused and sat down on a chair beside the drinking table. She is probably still in the dungeon now. Is there a risk of death? Isn't that obvious? Adventurers walk the path of death with every adventure. But why are you so concerned about Miss Kate? You don't have a crush on her, do you? No, I have very few friends, so I cherish every friendship. Mel gently shook his head. This was indeed his true inner thought. He only knew a few people, and if they all died in adventures, he would probably be very sad. Upon hearing this, the man immediately slapped the table. The sound wasn't loud. It was just for Mel to see. Hey. 3 quick slaps. You talk as if I'm not your friend. If I weren't your friend, would I be accompanying you to practice swordsmanship? What kind of friend doesn't even say their name? Trying to provoke me? Save it, I want to tell you. Then I'll ask someone else. If you don't say, someone will know. Mel stood up. The man immediately grabbed him and shouted loudly, Everyone, don't tell this kid my name. I'm intentionally not telling him. Haha. Hearing the man's words, many adventurers drinking nearby laughed. They enjoyed this playful atmosphere, as young people were always full of energy. Haha. Don't worry, we won't say anything. After all, you treated us to drinks before. When will you take another commission? No rush. I'll wait until I've spent all my drinking money. The man sat down again, releasing the grip he had on Mel. With this commotion, Mel didn't want to ask anymore. He estimated that those people would not only refuse to tell him, but also tease him. By the way, what reward did you get from the dwarf shop last time? Can you share? I can't, that's my trump card. I want to use it unless it's a critical moment. Another cup of honey wine, it's on Mel. The man directly ignored Mel and waved for another cup. I didn't say I'd treat you to another cup. Don't be so stingy. It's just a cup of wine. I've trained with you for so long today. Compared to usual, I've worked hard enough. The man wrapped his arm around Mel's neck, firmly locking him in place. Another loss of 10 oren. Previously, he spent 20 oren on the wooden box, received a reward of 200 oren, and now after deducting the 2 cups of wine, he still had 1,200 oren left. Remaining money, 1,360 oren. During this time, Mel had learned that there were indeed houses for sale in the city, but the prices were somewhat outrageous, ranging from 10,000 oren to 100,000 oren. Of course, there were cheaper options, but the cheap housing was not even worth renting a tavern. Having crossed over to another world, he certainly wanted to live in a luxurious villa. If he saved money slowly, he should be able to buy one. There were also some apartments, but to have a slightly better living environment, he still needed to spend more money. With the little money he had now, what could he do? Chewing on a couple of high-end steaks would basically wipe it out. Most of these adventurers were in a drunken stupor, spending their money on eating, drinking, and having fun, with no obsession with houses or various things. It seemed like making money was just for spending it. How would such people manage when they got old? He was overthinking it. Such people probably wouldn't live to old age and might die on the road of adventure one day. I'm leaving now, bearded uncle. Call me brother. Mel. Mel ignored him and hurriedly left. The task was completed, and he could go back, take a shower, grab something to eat to fill his stomach, and then prepare to rest. The city should still have some good bakeries, but he hadn't been to one when he was at the tavern. He occasionally got to eat some fresh bread bought by the landlady. Mel, was today's adventure smooth? Not so good. A woman was attacked by goblins, and all I found at the scene was a hand. I'm not sure if she is still alive. I'll ask at the guild tomorrow. The landlady also had a curious heart, and Mel was happy to share such things, as they were all experiences encountered in adventures. They exchanged a lot about goblins, and from the landlady's words, he learned that the abandoned village had been wiped out due to an outbreak of plague, leaving no survivors. The church handled the aftermath, but because the village's water source dried up, no one lived there anymore. Places without a water source were unsuitable for human survival. Chapter 98. The Guild's Commission. After resting for a night, Mel returned to the Adventurers Guild. The guild's higher-ups had already believed the evidence he brought, but no one had verified the specifics yet. Mel, if possible, we hope you can verify the relevant information. Regardless of the danger level, you don't need to act personally. Just confirming the location of the goblin nest and the number of goblins is enough. Me? Mel pointed at himself, looking at the guild leader in front of him. He didn't want to face unknown enemies at all. This kind of task was different from regular commissions. It was equivalent to having no information, and he needed to search for it himself. It was something a scout should do. The guild leader's meaning was also clear. If he had the ability, he could choose to eliminate the goblins, but the choice was up to Mel. If the enemy was too strong, he could retreat with the information. Yes, the guild can pay you 500 oren as a reward. You don't even need to hunt any goblins. Even if you find nothing during your search, you will still receive the corresponding reward. 500 oren. If I encounter danger and haven't even investigated clearly, can I retreat at any time? Yes. If a novice adventurer like you cannot investigate clearly, it means that such a commission is not suitable for novice adventurers, and we will send more professional personnel to carry it out. According to the operational system of the Adventurers Guild, verifying information is not required for every commission. Only those with a higher degree of danger or significant discrepancies in reported information will have specialized personnel sent to investigate. However, the guild's personnel are ultimately limited. If they are already verifying other information, the extra suitable commissions will be assigned to corresponding adventurers. One important point is that it's best to be literate, so you can write down the situations you encounter or have clear thinking. Relying solely on memory and verbal description may not accurately convey the situation. Otherwise, the guild will not spend money to hire you. Mel happens to meet this requirement. He has studied writing seriously and is the person who understands this commission the most deeply, even bringing back the severed arm. So it is reasonable to assign this investigation to him. Although there are some dangerous monsters in this area, their level will not exceed level 30. After all, Oak City is close to the inland, so there is no need to face the pressure of the Demon King's army and high-level monsters directly. Generally speaking, the levels of monsters near human settlements are relatively low. Whenever high-level monsters appear, human adventurers will eliminate them, so the level of monsters remains relatively fixed. All right, I accept it. Mel did not refuse. After all, he needs to take commissions to make a living, and this investigation commission seems manageable. This is something he has never experienced before. It is his first time doing this, and of course, he has some doubts in his heart. Most people are always wary of the unknown, and Mel is no exception. This is his first time accepting such a commission from the guild regarding investigation, and he is not clear about what precautions he should take. Moreover, there aren't many people at the guild right now, making it difficult for him to find someone with relevant experience to ask. Here, take this paper and pen. You should know how to write, right? I can. Mel took a roll of paper and a carbon stick wrapped in burlap. This hard pen is more useful in the wild than an ink-dipped feather pen. Write down the important points you think of. If your logic is clear, you can take on similar tasks in the future, and the rewards will be higher than usual commissions. After finishing the conversation with the guild leader, Mel directly stepped out. Today, the front desk clerk seems to be on vacation, and even the drunkard who appears on time every day is not here. Perhaps he hasn't woken up yet. Meanwhile, Mel is already preparing to start his work. As he walks out of the city like before, luck isn't on his side. He doesn't encounter any carriages heading to the countryside and can only proceed on foot. As for food, There's no need to prepare. As he still has a large amount of chocolate beans, the calories contained in chocolate are quite high. He can replenish water from the nearby road, where there are wild springs intentionally built by passing pedestrians. After preparing everything, Mel once again arrived at the abandoned village, which was still the same as before. Just one night has passed, and the goblin's corpse is already crawling with flies, since he only used a dagger to cut off the goblin's ears. The goblin's blood has spilled all over the ground, naturally attracting various insects. Indeed, after killing a goblin, he should have burned the body with a torch. Unless it's a place he wants to return to for a long time, he can let it rot. Carefully crossing the stone pile in front of the village, he continued inward, climbed onto a high platform, and saw the goblin he had dealt with before, but something seemed off. The blood on the ground had been stepped on by something. Judging by the footprints, they seemed to be goblin footprints, which are like human palms, but smaller. So the footprints they leave are also smaller. The blood trail leads toward the back mountain. Looking at the already dried footprints, they have completely dried up after just a few steps, leaving no traces behind. He doesn't have any tracking skills. He can only rely on slightly broken twigs to gauge the approximate direction of movement, but following this way is very risky. The grass on the back mountain is already taller than a person, and if he goes in, he can only lower his head, which puts him at a disadvantage in vision and mobility. If he doesn't want to take the main path, he can only climb over the mountain on the side, where there is less grass and trees, but more rocks, and the slopes are steeper. Is it time to climb a mountain? Mel knows climbing is dangerous, but compared to the risk of suddenly getting stabbed while crawling through the grass, it's safer to stand at a height where he can at least see the situation below clearly. This area has been abandoned for a long time due to the village being deserted, and various weeds and trees are growing wildly. It's just that the water source here has dried up, leading to the trees not being very tall. Stepping on loose stones, Mel climbed up step by step, using both hands and feet, traversing one stone step after another. The loose rocks, weathered and fragmented, made a creaking sound when stepped on, and one misstep could cause him to slip down. Just looking down for a moment made him a bit dizzy, so he chose to walk in the middle. At least he wouldn't slide directly down. Occasionally, there are some rounded small stones, generally not too big, following the ridge all the way to the back mountain. He kept paying attention to the situation below. Mel needed to observe. If he doesn't find anything in the depression on the back mountain, he will need to move along the right ridge, cross to the middle, and then go to the left ridge. Being elevated gives him a much better view. But the wind is also strong. The continuous wind makes Mel feel a bit cold, and what he fears most is a sudden strong gust that could blow him down the mountain. The ridge, wide enough for only one or two people to pass, is almost like walking on the edge of a cliff. Fortunately, the middle of the ridge is concave rather than protruding. Chapter 99. Ridge and Goat. If it were a completely protruding ridge, sharp like a blade, Mel wouldn't dare to continue walking down. The eagle circled in the sky, soaring against the blue sky, constantly surveying the area around the mountain. Mel stopped to observe, looked at the size of the eagle, ruled out the possibility of it being a monster, and relaxed. He doesn't want to face flying-type monsters right now. Not just him. No adventurer in this world wants to face flying-type monsters. This world has yet to conquer the sky. The sky is a forbidden zone for humans. Only one subhuman race has the ability to fly, and that is the Harpy. However, from the information he has previously learned, the Harpy race has not yet joined the Demon King, but is not friendly towards humans. Moreover, in the version of the game with Sky Cities, this winged feathered race is the largest. In the game background, the Harpy Queen has been controlled, and players need to defeat her. Looking up at the high mountains, his heart is not filled with the pride of overlooking all mountains, but rather a sense of awe. He can only steady his steps and walk more carefully forward. His small stature actually became an advantage, allowing him to navigate the concave parts of the mountain effectively, providing some protection. Even so, Mel doesn't dare to lean fully against the stone slabs on either side. Some stones are already very loose, and just a touch could send them rolling down. On the mountains filled with stone piles, even grass struggles to grow. Halfway through, the worst-case scenario occurred. A goat unexpectedly approached from the opposite side. Mel had some impression of this thing. Goats are animals that cannot be tamed. Sometimes they charge at people as if possessed. Mel drew his dagger, ready to act at any moment. He didn't want to be shoved off the cliff. He was certain that if he fell, he wouldn't find a martial arts manual, but would definitely die. The goat looked at Mel curiously, showing no signs of fear, and didn't even intend to turn away. Just standing there staring at him. He could take the initiative, But if he couldn't kill the goat outright, it would mean he would be knocked off or tumbled down with the goat. This place wasn't flat. It was harder to deal with than goblins. He picked up a stone and threw it at the goat. Get lost. Go back. The goat only took 2 steps back, startled, and bumped directly into a nearby stone slab, which then slid down the slope. Seeing that the goat still wouldn't leave, Mel unbuttoned his pants and began to relieve himself on the sloped ground. He knew that human bodily fluids contained the salt that animals needed. Go eat salt. The goat quickly approached, walking over to the slope and began licking the damp stone. Taking advantage of the goat's calmness, Mel quickly circled around it. He didn't want to linger with such a brainless creature. Continuing forward, the slope began to descend, and Mel followed suit. After a while, the terrain widened a bit, and he found himself on another hillside. Looking down at the dense grass below, it seemed unlikely there would be a goblin nest. Goblins would live in grass nests. But they were not purely beasts. They could use fire. He needed to climb up, cross the central ridge, and check the left side. Although the view from above became broader, the details became fewer. Goblins were small creatures, and it was hard to leave traces while moving through the grass. This kind of place should just be set on fire, letting the flames burn through the weeds from the inside out. Mel had not yet learned the laws of this world and was unsure if there was an arson law. Although there were several mountains near this village, these connected mountains were mostly isolated from other areas, so the fire wouldn't spread elsewhere after burning here. It was not wise to do something so reckless in the short term. He still had to investigate step by step. Crossing over to the left ridge from the central ridge, he had come from the right ridge, effectively making a detour. He wasn't sure if there was a way down on the left. Otherwise, he might have to spend the night on the mountain. There wouldn't be enough time to return the way he came, especially at night when he didn't want to continue moving. It was too dangerous. But the temperature on the mountain wasn't very high. The drop in temperature later at night could be terrifying. While he wouldn't freeze to death, getting sick was also undesirable. Walking along the right ridge, Mel discovered a windbreak stone slab, perfectly sheltered from all sides by a concave structure, preventing the wind from blowing directly onto his face. When he wanted to exit, he just needed to climb up. He tried lying down. It was relatively smooth. He had never taken on such a task before. And this time he had miscalculated, not returning in a day. He had eaten some chocolate beans, and, combined with the water he collected midway, he could lie down. Finding such a stable place to spend the night wasn't easy. Luckily, he had found it. Moreover, even if it rained, the design would allow the rainwater to flow away from one side, and he could feel the dryness of the stone beneath him. After all, it had rained not long ago, and the smooth stone surface reduced the likelihood of being bitten by small poisonous insects hidden in the rocks. Looking up at the stars, he felt a bit restless outdoors, without a blanket. Even if it wasn't very cold, it was hard to sleep, and he wasn't used to it at all. The main issue was his inner unease. Camping out in the wild without companions meant that if he died, no one would know. By the time he was discovered again, he would likely be nothing but bones. He had not prepared camping equipment in advance, and he needed to be ready next time such a request came along. To be honest, he wasn't a qualified adventurer. He didn't even have the basic gear that adventurers usually carried. Previous requests had all been completed in a day, and he hadn't thought about spending the night outside. Many people like to take on longer requests. Besides the thrill of adventure, there was also more reward. With complex thoughts, Mel eventually fell asleep without realizing it. Bah! Mel turned over and suddenly felt something sticky in his hair, followed by a sharp pain. He woke up to a punch. A stupid goat was chewing on his hair. That hurts. Damn it. How did you come back here again? Earlier, Mel had thought the goat was going to head down the ridge, but now it had walked back. The mountain had a specific shape. The abandoned village was at the mouth of the shape. If it had gone through the grass, it should have gone straight, making the distance much shorter. But no, it took the ridge. He thought the goat was planning to descend since there wasn't too much grass to eat on the mountain. But since the stupid goat had jumped into a stone pit with only one exit, he couldn't blame himself. He drew his dagger. Take that. Savings. Goat 1 Chapter 100. Talking goblin climbing out of the stone pit. He looked at the now clear sky, feeling sore all over. After sleeping in a cold environment for a night, one is likely to feel sore the next day, as your muscles and bones tremble all night to provide heat and prevent hypothermia. However, this trembling might not be noticeable unless it was particularly cold. Continuing down the left ridge, he saw a hidden valley. The road to the abandoned village was mostly blocked here, but looking at the other side of the ridge, there seemed to be other paths. It looked almost like a hidden paradise. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the place he was looking for. where he could see wooden observation towers and stone ruins. Goblins seemed to be capable of building these things. They weren't entirely ignorant of construction. But if goblins could master construction, why couldn't they forge weapons? Was it a matter of raw materials? Indeed, even in this other world, the control over iron ore was very strict. After all, in such an era, even outstanding adventurers could be exhausted under the siege of iron cans. Mel had not yet read any relevant books about apostles because he hadn't considered it important. After all, he wasn't an apostle. He had learned from Uncle Anchor that apostles were terrifying existences in mythology. If he had truly seen an apostle, he wouldn't think that iron cans could stop a real strong person. A truly powerful being could shatter a heavily armored person and their horse into dust with a single sword strike. This was a limitation of perception. After all, he had been in this world for too short a time, and most of his concepts still belonged to the memories of his previous life. He needed time to familiarize himself with this world and integrate into it. Without binoculars or similar equipment, he could only rely on his naked eyes to observe. On the other side of the left ridge, the valley split the ridge in half. To go down, he could only descend along the sloped rocky path. But this might lead to a direct encounter with goblins. If he had to return the way he came and look for the entrance to another small path, it would likely take even more time. The paths taken by these small creatures didn't need to be very high. This was good news, indicating that there were no shamans or trolls inside. If possible, he could finish today and might even receive extra rewards. He decided to head down and take a look. Mel carefully slid down the talc slope, the bottom of the mountain resembling a dry stream, with grass even growing in it. If it weren't for the abundance of stones, one might think it was just a wasteland. As he moved, stones rolled occasionally, and Mel tried to avoid falling. He didn't really want to go down this way. Returning the same way would take too much time, and just watching was exhausting. When he was almost at the bottom, he stopped at a rock platform to look around. He was only 3 meters away from the top and didn't see any goblins, but there were signs of their presence. It seemed relatively safe. His instincts were correct. Mel brushed off the dust from his clothes. Just as he relaxed, a sudden noise echoed in his mind. Bah! Suddenly, he felt a force from behind that knocked him down. 3 meters isn't too high or too low, but he fell hard on the ground, momentarily dazed and unable to move. Lying there, he vaguely saw a black goat approaching him, but he was sure he had already slaughtered that goat. Could there be other goats? He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Such a stupid goat, a creature with no brain. After a moment, Mel slowly got up, looked around, and found no trace of the goat. He felt a bit angry and thought, "Don't let me see such wild goats again. Otherwise, I will slaughter them all." Despite the minor incident, he still needed to continue with his tasks, moving inward along the dry stream. The terrain was relatively open, likely cleared by goblins. Eventually, he arrived at a cave with many small openings above. Mel first climbed into one of those small openings to look inside, and he saw goblins standing guard. This was a goblin nest, and the mountain branch behind the stream led to an abandoned village. It appeared that the village had been abandoned for so long that it was overgrown with grass, but there was still a small path to navigate. He retreated to the cave entrance to prepare for entry. Since the light was relatively sufficient and not a completely dark cave, he felt less nervous. Mel stepped inside, holding a dagger and activating stealth and the assassin's breathing technique. His footsteps disappeared, making no sound as he slowly approached the goblin with its back turned. He plunged the dagger into the goblin's throat and covered its mouth. With the cutting force, the goblin couldn't make a sound. He gently placed the body down and continued deeper into the cave. The stealthy assassination style was comfortable for him, reminding him of a game he played called Old Man Rolling Bar 5. Although it lacked technical depth, it was the most effective style with high rewards. Unlike the Candevan continent, which he enjoyed, when a hobby becomes work, it inevitably becomes somewhat tedious. He had become increasingly professional and mechanical, lacking the passion he felt during his first encounter with games. As he moved forward, each goblin he took down increased his sense of achievement. After cutting off a goblin's left ear, he stored it in his system space. This time, he chose to harvest early to prepare for a potential escape, not wanting to waste his spoils. Of course, he could have chosen to store the goblin bodies, but that required waiting until their life signs completely disappeared. He had tried this before when he went to the abandoned village, but capturing goats was exceptionally easy. Mel continued walking step by step until he reached the interior of the cave. He saw iron cages, various horrifying interrogation tools, and naked women hanging on racks. There were sounds of laughter and goblin cackles, glasses clinking, and burning branches crackling. There were tables, furs, and food. It was hard to believe this was a goblin nest. But why were there humans? Aren't goblins and humans supposed to be natural enemies? Why were humans with goblins? He adjusted his breathing, not daring to relax even slightly. This meant the situation had become complicated. He could handle the goblins, but he might not be a match for the humans. Level. He glanced at them. These people were at least 10 levels above him. If he could throw his dagger at their necks the moment he struck, he might achieve a one-hit kill. But he only had 4 daggers, while there were 5 of them, and the cramped space was not favorable for his actions. Hey, this woman is pretty nice. It's a pleasure to work with you, a goblin said in a sharp voice while interacting with the humans. The other 5 men raised their glasses and drank to their heart's content. They were fortunate that goblins reproduced quickly, even if they consumed resources. They could continue to breed and rob. This was much faster than being adventurers. Burp. A man in leather clothes let out a burp. Chapter 101. The woman with the severed arm. Mel saw a woman in a cage. She had a severed arm, and her mental state was hard to determine. But at that moment, she seemed to notice Mel. She didn't plead for help, but stared blankly at him. She seemed to know she still had a chance of being saved, provided she didn't expose Mel. Mel wasn't part of these bandits. He was just a child. Mel controlled his footsteps and breathing, trying to stabilize his emotions and mind. He wanted to kill these beasts, but had to consider his strength. He could only remember all the features of the scene, especially the goblin, who had a scar at the corner of its eye and many scars on its body. Clearly a goblin that had experienced many life and death situations. The special types among the goblins mixed with the scum of humanity. He noted their features one by one, making sure none would escape. The goblin bodies had to be taken away, but the others would eventually notice the goblin's disappearance and the blood on the ground. He regretted not handling this little matter more cleanly and efficiently. But who could have expected such a situation? From the conversations among the humans in the goblin nest, it could be inferred that they were adventurers or had once been adventurers, now fallen to associate with goblins. Mel thought this was normal. The world couldn't be all rainbows. If he could encounter many good people, naturally, he would also meet wicked ones. Following the small path, he ran like never before. Perhaps the fastest he had run in a long time, even faster than when he escaped the abandoned village. If he let the people inside the cave react, he would lose his chance to escape and would die there. As a 7-year-old child, he wasn't naive enough to think he could outrun adults. So stealth became his only advantage. As long as they didn't notice him, he could escape. Finally, he burst out of the dense forest, noted the escape route, and quickly returned to Oak City along the main road. On the way, he encountered a carriage entering the city and hopped on without consulting the driver. He was too tired and simply handed the driver 20 oren, breathlessly saying, "To the city." He took out his water bottle and drank, confirming his safety. Those bandits were still drinking early in the morning. Either their supplies were too ample, or they had been drinking all night without sleep. The carriage entered the city, and Mel started running again, heading straight for the Adventurers Guild. When he burst into the guild, he stumbled, and a bearded uncle at the bar laughed, slapping his thigh. "Hey, can't you walk slowly?" "Not at all. I have important news to report," Mel replied as he got up from the floor and walked toward the room where the guild leader was. He pushed the door open directly. The guild leader inside the door was somewhat puzzled and slightly dissatisfied with Mel for walking in without knocking, but he guessed that it must be related to the investigation. So he didn't blame him. "I've investigated and found a goblin lair, and there are very special entities inside." "What?" "Take your time to explain," the leader said as he picked up a teapot and poured Mel a cup of black tea. Mel shook his head. He didn't have time for tea. That woman was still waiting for someone to rescue her. He relayed everything he had seen in the goblin lair. "What did you say? Adventurers cooperating with goblins and becoming bandits? And there's a talking goblin?" The leader felt it was somewhat fantastical and doubted whether Mel was hallucinating, as talking goblins had never been reported before. "I am very sure of what I'm saying. I'm not joking. I've noted down all the characteristics. Just wait a moment." At that moment, Mel rushed out, threw himself against the wall to ensure no one could see him, retrieved the goblin corpse from a concealed spot, and then returned to the leader's office. He tossed the goblin's body onto the floor, and this time the leader had no choice but to believe him. "All right, I believe you, Mel. If we can capture that talking goblin, your reward will at least be 5 times the amount. 2,500 oren? That sounds fair. Is a talking goblin really that rare?" "It's not just rare, it's something that has never existed before. Not even in myths. Goblins have always been inferior and cunning creatures. If goblins are cooperating with humans, I must be out of my mind." This matter must be kept confidential. The guild quickly began to mobilize. Since Mel was unsure of the opponent's level, a core team that was resting was directly recruited by the guild, along with several adventurers, including some drunks. Forming a group of 30, these were seasoned adventurers with considerable experience. Remember, during this operation, you all follow Mel's orders. The guild has provided you with horses. The leader knew that rare things are valuable, so he was willing to spend money. As long as they could capture that goblin, it could easily be traded with the nobility for 100,000 oren. Ordinary people didn't have such channels, but the Adventurers Guild specialized in this kind of business. Some nobles liked to keep magical creatures as pets. Most just kept some harmless and cute little creatures. But there were some twisted nobles who preferred the fierce and unique ones that others did not have. Mel, what's going on? Why such a big fuss? Are we going to rob a noble's estate? A man asked. Don't worry, we're going to capture a goblin. Remember the severed hand I brought back the day before yesterday? That woman is still alive in a goblin lair. But the bandits have collaborated with the goblins, and those bandits seem to once be adventurers. Don't worry. Even if those I know have turned into such beasts, I won't hold back. The man patted Mel's shoulder. Can I come with you? Get on. You probably don't know how to ride yet. Miss Kate let out a horse and helped Mel onto it. Mel didn't know how to ride, so he had to be led by someone. Miss Kate, have you returned from the dungeon? Did you find your companions? No, they seem to have vanished. I can't find them at all. Kate also knew it was very difficult to find her teammates. Many people disappeared like that in the dungeon. The dungeon seemed alive, and perhaps it would have changed by the next time she went. If you need help, I can assist you. This is a task assigned by the guild. I just happened to investigate this commission. There is one female survivor, a scarred goblin, and 5 adventurers who have turned into bandits. The guild leader was still explaining the requirements to everyone. To get the reward, they must capture the scarred goblin alive. Chapter 102. Past rumors. The team set off. They moved quickly until they reached the edge of a dense forest. Mel led the way. If he hadn't marked the hidden path when he came out before, it would have been very hard to find. Beneath the thick bushes lay a nondescript path that followed a dry stream bed inward. Mel, why do we need to ensure that goblin is captured alive? Kate asked first. Although the guild leader had instructed this, they didn't understand the reason. Shouldn't they rescue the person first? Well, because I promised the leader. I can't explain the reasons clearly, but you'll understand in time. I hope to rescue the person alive. As for the rest, I don't care. Mel wouldn't risk a person's life for 2,500 oren. Money could be earned later, but he couldn't abandon a life for that. That was a life belonging to a human. The cave's terrain was relatively narrow, making it impossible for all 30 people to enter at once. So he could only take the core team and higher-level individuals inside, while the others stayed outside to prevent the bandits from escaping. Is there no other exit from this cave? There shouldn't be, unless it's deliberately hidden. I've observed that this cave used to be an inundated tunnel. Now that the water source has dried up, it's easy to enter. Water is different from people. As long as there's a crack, water can flow through. Humans and goblins need a certain space to advance. The bandits definitely couldn't escape. The only concern was the goblin. To persuade the guild leader to spend a large sum to eliminate the goblin lair, it was clear that they wouldn't let this goblin go easily. If cooperation was needed, it would rely on the core team. Others lacked the capability. Mel, are you sure? The curly-haired handsome man who had presented Mel with a reward opportunity stepped forward. Yes. If there are any issues, we can retreat at any time, but we absolutely can't have so many people squeezing in at once. Otherwise, we won't be able to exert ourselves. There are 5 bandits, and I'm not sure if more will join later. Mel could only say this much. He couldn't determine if the bandits had any other accomplices. If there were accomplices outside doing other things, they could easily miss each other. And anything could happen during the time he went back to get reinforcements. A group followed, but no one entered because some were wearing heavy armor, making it impossible to completely conceal their sounds. Stop, Mel, and I will continue. The curly-haired man halted the knights in the team while the others moved forward. Miss Kate was crouched outside the cave, holding her sword, while the others began to take advantageous positions. They shouldn't be able to escape. This used to be the mouth of a water cave. I came here many years ago when the water hadn't completely dried up, an older adventurer said to the others. He had come here to adventure in his youth, but not for any commission. He just wanted a place to unwind. At that time, he had considered climbing up the slippery slope, but ultimately gave up because it was too steep. Is there any commission for a place like this? Goblins? Another adventurer asked. No, it's just that many years ago, I heard there was a demonic curse in this place. You know how curious young people can be. So I came to this area to see if there were any treasures of demons. Did you find anything? No. The older adventurer shook his head, probably just a legend. Let's focus on the current commission. The leader promised a reward. Even if we find nothing, we can still each get a silver coin when we return. When I was young, I naturally liked all sorts of strange rumors and didn't feel much fear towards them. Rather, it was more of a curiosity driven by a thirst for knowledge. Now that I'm older, I'm more cautious about many rumors and wouldn't deliberately seek out such troubles. After all, being an adventurer is just to earn a living. Like other workers, they are merely exchanging their abilities for money, risking their lives for money. Most people in the world are trading their lives for money. Suddenly, there was fierce fighting coming from the cave. The sound of swords clashing echoed through the not-so-deep tunnel. It was clear that both sides had engaged in combat, and something was rushing out. Get ready. Kate slowly stepped back a few paces, gripping the sword hilt. Through the light, a green-skinned goblin burst out. And Kate instinctively wanted to slay the goblin, but noticed the scar on its face. Don't use the knife. Capture it alive. A group of burly adventurers surged forward and pinned the goblin down. Their strength had a suppressive advantage, and the goblin could not resist. Once the goblin was completely captured, it glared fiercely at everyone, lying on the ground, and finally roared, "Let me go, you filthy humans." For a moment, the group holding the goblin was startled, almost letting it escape, but after a brief shock, they pinned it down again. Finally, they understood why the leader was willing to spend so much money to gather so many people. This time, at least 1 gold coin per person. The other adventurers who hadn't stepped forward stopped in their tracks, their eyes filled with astonishment. Having lived so long, it was almost unbelievable. The goblin spoke, and in the human language no less. Or perhaps this goblin was specifically speaking for humans. Give me a slap. Am I still dreaming? One adventurer leaned his face toward a nearby companion. The companion didn't hold back and slapped him. Feeling the pain, he confirmed this wasn't a dream. Taking a deep breath, it was really bizarre. It was no different from waking up and hearing his own dog talk. Are we cursed? How can we understand what the goblin is saying? The group was somewhat incredulous. No wonder the guild was offering such a high price. Even the base salary was 1 silver coin. Successfully capturing it, they could return to claim the reward. Haven't the others come out yet? After a while, the sounds of fighting inside ceased, and the core team emerged holding the heads of the bandits. Some of them were familiar faces, guys they had adventured with before, now fallen to become bandits. Money really is a magical thing. However, there was one bad situation. Mel's arm was injured. What is wrong with you, woman? Have you gone mad? Mel was saving you, and you stabbed him with a bone knife. Curly was angrily reprimanding the poor woman, who had lost an arm, yet immediately picked up the bone knife to stab Mel as soon as she was free. Mel didn't react in time and blocked it with his arm, resulting in a cut. At first, Mel was furious, feeling he had been repaid with malice. But soon he calmed down. Chapter 103. Psychological trauma. This woman's mental state might be problematic. Since I had learned about related knowledge in my past life, I knew that when a person is subjected to long-term abuse, they would deceive themselves to protect themselves, making it less painful to survive. This is a self-protective mechanism of the human body, and it can be considered a kind of mental illness. The woman seemed very sensitive to light, hunching over, afraid to look at anyone, her legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to even control her bowels. Forget it, Curly, I'm not blaming her. This is psychological trauma. Curly didn't quite understand, but seeing that Mel didn't care much, he relaxed. I read in a book that victims develop feelings for their abusers, even helping them, due to being tortured to the point of mental collapse, unable to face the harsh reality, and resorting to self-deception to survive. So, you're saying she is sick? Curly could probably understand. Even if he didn't know what kind of sickness it was, he grasped the meaning. Yeah, she is a pitiful person. Mel nodded, starting to clean the wound with alcohol, then applying powder and wrapping it with a bandage. This time, they came in a hurry and didn't bring a priest. The core team's priest had gone back to the church for duty and wouldn't return until the church affairs were over. What should be done with this woman? What else can be done? The poor woman captured by the goblins can only be sent to the church. Curly scratched his head. It wasn't the first time he faced this kind of scene. There would always be someone becoming a victim of goblins, no matter how careful one was. Ultimately, it was just bad luck to encounter goblins. Mel, what is going on? Why can this goblin speak? Someone had leaned in, compared to Mel's injury. They were more concerned about the gossip before them. This was a goblin that could speak human language. Perhaps there was only this one in the world. I don't know. I guess this goblin is special, like you said, a madman among goblins. It's really strange. This is the first time I've seen such a goblin. Once we return to town, it's bound to be lively. The talking goblin had its hands and feet shackled and was tightly bound all over. They were going to take this goblin back. Mel really wanted to slay this goblin. But everyone was here for the money. It was precisely because of the money that they could invite so many strong people, ensuring success. They couldn't let a moment of anger ruin everyone's earnings. Let us go back. Let us go get paid. Mel rode alongside Kate, not wanting to look at the goblin anymore. The goblin, however, glared at Mel with fierce eyes. You brought people here. It's me. But you should worry about yourself, green-skinned brat. You might end up having your limbs chopped off and sent around the world for display. Humans. The goblin started struggling again, eyes filled with endless rage. Be quiet, beast. A nearby male adventurer slapped the goblin, instantly silencing it. Be gentle, don't kill it. If you kill it, we'll all lose our money, an adventurer immediately reminded. The one who struck just now had hit a bit too hard. They followed the forest path back to the main road, mounted their horses, and headed towards Oak City again. Everyone wanted to get their money quickly, so their pace quickened. Mel was still riding the same horse as Kate. Mel, is your arm all right? Yeah, it's fine, just need some rest. If we can find a priest. A healing spell would suffice, but it seems priests are a bit scarce lately. There's nothing to be done. During harvest season, the church has various activities, and as church staff, they certainly can't be absent. It's just a matter of rotation. It will be fine once autumn passes. Kate rode her horse at the back of the group. Adventurers are of course here to earn money. Only by earning money can they upgrade their equipment to take on more profitable commissions and buy what they need. The adventurer industry could thrive precisely because these monsters are endless. No matter how fiercely they are killed, they always come back after a while. The residents in the city were drawn by the returning adventurer team. Adventurers are rare, and with so many people mobilizing, especially equipped with horses. Horses are also a precious resource. Even true knight orders may not have a horse for every person. Those who can have 1 or 2 horses per person are basically the most elite knight orders of the kingdom. The local knight orders are more like private armies maintained by the lords, and having a decent set of armor is already quite good. Everyone received their bounty. Indeed, 1 gold coin each, which amounts to 30 people spending 30,000 oren. This only indicates that the value of the talking goblin far exceeds 30,000 oren. Such matters are not something these adventurers can ponder. Even if they handed over the goods, they wouldn't have the means to act. Professional matters should be left to professionals. And the guild is professional in this regard, so the guild collects various spoils from monsters. Aside from certain items that can be used in daily life, most of it goes into the magical industry, such as potions or magical engineering tools, with a small portion becoming collections for the nobility. Another 500 oren has come in. Let's go check on Cleary. I've just caught a fat lamb. Let's invite her to dinner. Mel first returned to the inn to hand over the wild black goat he had caught to the innkeeper, then paid a processing fee of 10 oren. Mel, what do you plan to do with this goat? The innkeeper asked as she took the goat to the backyard to begin gutting it. Let's try a bit of everything. After all, there is so much meat, and if we have spices, we can add some. If you want to add spices, you'll need to give another 10 oren. You wouldn't want this goat to go to waste, right? Sure, Mel agreed eagerly, as it had been a long time since he had a hearty meal. Normally, it would be impossible for one person to eat a whole goat. If the spices are too few, the taste might not be great. Let us barbecue some. Make some goat soup, and how about steaming some with salt? That works. I'll go call my master. After preparing for dinner, they headed to the potion shop in the west of the city. It didn't take long, and Mel soon appeared at the door of Cleary's potion shop. Cleary, who was sitting inside, felt a familiar magical presence and began to feel annoyed. Was there trouble again? Or did he have some strange thoughts? Can't he first establish a solid foundation before considering those odd ideas? Cleary paused her writing, her gaze fixed on the door of the potion shop. Chapter 104. Delicious food should be shared, Master Cleary? Mel pushed the door open. The bell jingled. What is it now, you little brat? If you don't want to fly away, you'd better get to the point quickly. I caught a wild goat and wanted to invite you for dinner. Mel stated his intention. Cleary, unusually not angry, picked up a book, flipped a page, then pointed to a nearby stool. Sit down, a wild goat? But are there really wild goats around Oak City? That's quite rare. Yeah, I encountered it on the ridge while completing a commission before. Mel replied as he sat down and casually picked up a book to read. There was still some time before dinner, so he could stay at Cleary's and read. Someone like Cleary probably rarely left the west side of the city. She didn't seem to like going out much. By the way, hasn't that cloaked ghost shown up again? Cleary asked with some concern, as she was very interested in this issue. After all, it involved profound magical phenomena and even threatened her disciple's life. From the conversations she had learned before, that ghost seemed to have a significant connection to her. She had been investigating various documents during this time, but unfortunately, the collection in Oak City was still too limited. Understanding some hidden issues was not easy. The Royal Academy or the Magic Academy should have decent collections. But the distance was simply too far. It was difficult for her to make that trip, and it would be inconvenient to have someone ship the books over. She didn't like to trouble others, nor did she like others to trouble her. No, I haven't seen that ghost again during this time. Maybe it has already disappeared, Mel said, not very concerned. The crisis from that incident was beyond his coping ability. It couldn't be resolved just by effort. He still felt that he was too weak now and needed time to grow slowly. As time passed, the two closed their books. Cleary also wanted to taste how the wild goat would be. Since Mel had invited her, she assumed he was prepared, or else he would be in trouble. Cleary followed Mel, walking through the streets towards the Adventurer's Inn. She wasn't pretentious enough to use levitation magic to separate herself from the ground, but she slightly disliked Mel's place, as she had lived there before. Each area in the city had its own function. The rich couldn't tea mix with the poor, so the environment and quality were vastly different. As for the taste, Mel thought there was no problem. After all, he had been living in the inn for such a long time. Meat was actually okay. The only downside was the high price. If dinner was just flour mush for Cleary, he would probably have his head shoved into the pot by her. I can already smell the delicious lamb. You must have caught a good prey. Of course, this wild goat must have been quite active. I hope the meat isn't too tough. It shouldn't be. When I was adventuring before, I tasted it, and even if just salted and oiled, it would still be fragrant. Cleary was quite confident. As she entered the inn, the innkeeper seemed to recognize Cleary. Cleary, it's been a long time. What? Didn't you just see me here half a year ago? Haha for you. That's indeed the case. Enjoy your delicious dinner. I specially improved it for your taste, adding plenty of spices. Of course, Mel here also paid. I figured as much. If it's not tasty, I'll definitely flip your pot over. A plate of roasted lamb was served steaming at the table, topped with some unidentifiable fragrant herbs. And a clay pot was also brought out, with the tender lamb still steaming. The rich aroma wafted from inside the shop to the outside. Innkeeper, what smells so good? Can I buy a portion? Other returning guests also caught whiffs of the aroma. No, this is a wild goat caught by a guest. I'm just responsible for processing it, so I can't sell it to you. The innkeeper directly refused. A wild goat. What a shame. Cleary picked up her knife and fork and began to prepare to eat. She gestured to the guest who had just spoken and the innkeeper. Everyone sit down and eat. Mel, and I can't finish all this. Is that okay? The guest hesitated, pointing to himself, as he sensed that this little figure wearing a witch's hat seemed to be someone not to be trifled with. This was an instinct honed from long-term adventuring. Well, delicious food should be shared. In this weather, even if it can be preserved, it won't taste as good as the first time. Cleary had already tasted a piece of roasted lamb, which was still so fragrant, with the flavors of salt and cumin mingling together. Once the innkeeper sat down, the guest also took a seat beside her. The few people who were already somewhat unfamiliar didn't chat, just ate steadily. Occasionally, they would sip some goat soup. The soup mixed with roasted lamb was sent into their mouths. Beef and lamb are always more delicious than pork at any time. Moreover, in this world, pigs are not castrated. They always have a strange taste. It's quite delicious. It seems your cooking skills haven't declined, innkeeper. Cleary wiped the soup from the corner of her mouth, lazily sitting back in her chair, as she was already full. Cleary, you're not an adventurer anymore? The innkeeper asked while clearing the dishes. Haven't been for many years. I thought you knew that, innkeeper. You never told me about these things. How would I know? I thought you went off to adventure in other places and only returned these years. The boss lady put down the neatly arranged utensils and turned back to look at Cleary. You've taken on a good disciple. That Mel kid works really hard. Mel also ate too much and needed to sit in a chair to digest, along with the stranger sitting next to him. It was completely unexpected for him that Cleary would invite a stranger to dine together. To him, just looking at Cleary should earn a magic spell. Mel, take a good rest. Don't slack off on practicing magic. Although your talent is quite lacking, you're not completely useless. Cleary said some encouraging words to Mel and then floated off towards the west of the city. After Mel finished digesting, He took a nice bath and then entered his room to drift off to sleep. In the following time, aside from practicing regular skills, in the dreamland of sleep, it seemed he could hear the sound of a sheep bleating. Well, what are you calling for? You've already been eaten. Go away and don't disturb my sleep. His eyelids seemed very heavy, and he gradually fell into a deep sleep, not waking until dawn. Chapter 105. Adventure gossip, stretching and feeling the beauty of the world. A new day began. Mel, do you want to go with us today? Ravi approached Mel again. Forget it. I want to practice on my own first. If you guys are taking a team commission, the intensity is a bit high for me. Mel preferred to be alone when he was with a team. It meant the commission had a higher danger level, and he couldn't relax at all. He had to pay attention to himself and his teammates, which was more exhausting than playing games. After all, in games, if someone didn't do well, they could just respawn. At least everyone could handle their own tasks. The other world was quite different. Everyone had different attitudes towards monsters, unlike game players who aimed for total annihilation. This could lead to inconsistencies in their goals. And even within the same team, contradictions might arise. With such thoughts, Mel approached Kate. Miss Kate, how did your team get scattered by goblins? I'm quite curious. Shouldn't your teammates' levels be high? Kate was almost ready to give up, but she didn't want to give in so easily. Death in a dungeon meant that not even their bodies could be retrieved. Even though she had mentally prepared for it, it was still painful. After all, the best friends she had made since becoming an adventurer had disappeared in this one commission. Listening to Mel's words made her think of another issue, the contradictions within the team. Originally, there shouldn't have been any problems. Even if they couldn't win, they could have retreated calmly. But at that moment, severe contradictions erupted within the team. The contradictions were such that the team was almost set to disband upon completing the commission. Kate took a sip of her drink, putting the empty cup aside and exhaling a breath of alcohol. The knight and the archer girl got together, but the priest also liked the archer girl. Doesn't anyone like you? If the priest liked you, wouldn't there be any contradictions? Ah, Mel, this isn't my problem. Before I showed up, those three had already formed a team, and I was the one brought in as an extra. So I can see their entanglements quite clearly. Kate tugged at Mel's mouth, seemingly a bit drunk, but it didn't matter. Most adventurers were in this state, and they returned to normal once the alcohol wore off. If losing a teammate meant crying for half a month, then what kind of adventurer would that be? At that time, I was preparing to persuade them to retreat. But both the archer and the knight wanted to give it a try, and the priest left in a huff at that moment. With a crash, the cup was slammed back onto the bar. But I couldn't just watch them go to their deaths, so I had to continue following them. In the end, things went wrong. The number of goblins was far beyond our imagination, and there were shamans and trolls. We had no ability to resist. Without the priest's help, even retreating became a problem. Later, the knight blocked the goblins, and while I was escaping, I stepped on a trap that sent me to an underground river. I drifted down the dark river until I finally made it back to the surface. Well, you were quite lucky. You haven't given up yet? Mel wasn't worried about Kate's mental state. This incident had likely become an obsession for her. Of course, I can't give up. I didn't see them die with my own eyes. Maybe they are just trapped in the maze. Or they happened to encounter a maze change or some ancient magic and were transported elsewhere. If she had witnessed their deaths, then it would only be about seeking revenge. But since Kate hadn't seen her teammates die, a glimmer of hope would always remain in her heart, and for someone like Kate, that hope was torturous. As they were conversing, a young man dressed as a priest walked in. From the staff in his hand, it was clear he was a healing priest from the church. Very different from a battle priest. Have all of Kate's teammates died? The priest approached Kate, looking very downcast. If he hadn't left in anger that day, would the outcome have been different? He had indeed been very angry. There was nothing he could do, as they all liked the same person. Originally, the team was supposed to disband after completing that commission, but then problems arose. The disbandment was not for the reasons they initially thought. I'm not sure. I didn't find their bodies, nor did I witness their deaths. So I'm still searching. Facing the man before her, Kate seemed to have sobered up quite a bit. No longer speaking drunkenly like before, Mel chimed in at an inappropriate moment. By the way, can church members also date and get married? The man instantly became furious. Of course, although the church has strict regulations, it doesn't prohibit members from marrying. After all, I'm not from the order of discipline. All right, I'm ignorant. I was just curious. Please don't be angry. Mel quickly apologized, realizing that his words were somewhat inappropriate, akin to stabbing a knife into the man's heart. There's no way to find them. The maze keeps changing. If we don't find them quickly, those inside might disappear. Isn't this maze fixed? Mel hadn't studied this aspect in detail, but from their conversation, he could roughly understand that this maze seemed to be alive. No, this type of maze only has a fixed entrance. Certain ancient magic might be maintaining the operation of these mazes and dungeons. Changes can occur periodically, and if a year passes, it might even be impossible to find the path taken last time. Will the exit change as well? Yes, unless you've stayed in the maze for over a year. In that case, you might get lost. There have been adventurers who entered from the central continent's maze and came out alive from the western continent's desert a year later. That truly sounds legendary. How did they survive for a year? What did they eat, monsters? I think so, Kate nodded, pouring herself more wine. The young male priest didn't blame Kate too much. He left alone, feeling dejected. He probably wanted to search for his lost companions in his own way. At least before their feelings were exposed, they were still very good friends. If this incident hadn't happened, they might not even have been able to remain friends afterward. It would have been too awkward. Being caught in such emotional entanglements, any normal person would feel betrayed, usually quiet and ambiguous. Suddenly the trio turned into a pair and a single individual. That's not right. Miss Kate is also human. It should be called a four-person team. But her relationship with them isn't as deep, so it can only be considered friendship. Listening to gossip every day is also quite nice. This is one of the benefits of being an adventurer with all sorts of peculiar things happening. Chapter 106. The Curse of the Black Goat. A week later, Mel completed the commission as usual. Returning to the main road from the high platform, he was preparing to go back to Oak City to rest. Standing on the rock and looking down, the distance wasn't too high, but he couldn't just jump down, so he prepared to go down the side path. Suddenly, he heard a bleat again, bah! Then came a violent impact. Before he could see what was happening, he was knocked down and fell hard onto the muddy ground. For a moment, he couldn't move. Was it that same lead goat again? Is it targeting me? Mel complained, with one side of his face pressed against the ground. And he could see a black goat approaching him, but it quickly turned around and walked away. This time, because of the height, he fell a bit harder and lay there dazed, unable to recover for a long time. Closing his eyes for a moment and then opening them again, he found himself on a carriage. Swaying, they had already arrived at the outskirts of Oak City. You're awake. The child next to him saw Mel waking up and hurriedly informed the adults. Thank you. Mel looked at the two. They seemed like the usual nearby villagers who transported crops to Oak City, as most villagers wore similar yellowish linen clothes. How did you faint by the roadside? Were you too tired from adventuring? No, I was preparing to go back when I was knocked down from behind by a goat. I fell directly onto the road and passed out. Mel felt like he just closed his eyes for a moment, intending to rest a bit, but ended up fainting. Wild goats. There are indeed wild sheep roaming in this area. They might be in heat, which is why they act aggressively, the farmer driving the cart explained. Mel didn't understand. Was his luck just that bad? He had only slaughtered one black goat, and now he had been retaliated against by another goat for the second time. If he could have gotten up immediately, he would have killed that stupid goat. It hurts a bit. I should move my limbs. I won't continue practicing today. I'll go see Master Crilly and read some books to take a break. I really did fall hard today. In autumn, he needed to take on more commissions so he wouldn't have to worry about money. Winter was as annoying as summer, and he didn't want to be working outside in the cold winter months. The geographical location of Oak City is relatively more to the south. It's better than the areas he encountered blizzards before, but that doesn't mean it won't snow at all. After all, when hunting slimes before, he still saw plenty of snow that hadn't fully melted at higher altitudes. After returning to the adventurers and to change into a fresh set of clothes, he headed straight to the potion shop in the west of the city. Crilly was already used to Mel's visits. Liking to read was a good thing. What is it this time? Do you have something to discuss? Or do you just want to look at books? I've been studying the basic principles of magic and chanting. Recently, I wanted to see if there are any books on hunting wild animals, like hunting goats. You can attract goats with salt, right? Are you addicted to catching goats? I'm not addicted to catching goats, but today I was ambushed again by the same goat. I was already close to the main road, preparing to go down the side when the goat knocked me down from behind, and I fainted. Luckily, kind people discovered me in time. Otherwise, I might have been bitten to death by some unknown beast. Mel sat down tiredly on a nearby chair. Crilly didn't know what to say. It was indeed somewhat unlucky. She could only point to the second floor, saying, there are books related to animals on the second floor. You can browse them yourself. But remember to put them back after reading. Okay. Mel walked up to the second floor, rummaging through the shelves until he found a book titled Distribution of Animal Species in Oak City. Turning back, with one hand on the railing, He looked down at Crilly on the first floor. Master Crilly, have you read the book on the distribution of animal species in Oak City? Just as he asked. His gaze fell on Crilly on the first floor, and a brief pause was interrupted by another sound. Bah! With the bleating of the goat, Mel felt the impact. And he almost flew out, crashing through the railing on the second floor and heading straight for Crilly. At the moment Crilly turned around to chant. It was still a bit late. The master and apprentice crashed into each other. That really hurt. Mel thought, what kind of nonsense is this guy up to again? Crilly was somewhat annoyed and angrily pushed Mel away, immediately asking, what on earth are you doing? Is the stair railing so easy to break? No, it was the goat. Master, did you hear the bleating of the goat? Mel looked at the empty second floor and quickly realized. It wasn't he a goat, it was a ghost. According to this world, he was under a curse. When he was reading a book about demons, he had learned about curses. A goat? Crilly flew up to the second floor and carefully examined the broken railing. The break on the railing matched the position where Mel had placed his hand for leverage, indicating that Mel was struck from behind by something, causing him to fall. But the space on the second floor was so small, besides the bookshelves and his living space. There were no other places. The magical response was normal, with no traces of other creatures appearing. The only thing she could think of in a short time was a curse. Curses are not troublesome things. For some curses, it might take 10 to 15 years to kill a person, and lifting a curse is also easy. Just find the object that cast the curse. Goat. A curse related to the black goat. Honestly, where did you get the goat meat last time? I really encountered it on the ridge. At that time, we crossed paths. And I let it go. I rested on another ridge for a night, and in the morning, it appeared in front of me again. And then it turned into goat meat. Mel explained his encounter with the goat. To lift the curse, you need the object that cast the curse. I suspect the source of the curse might be that goat. Did you see the same black goat after you were knocked down? At first I thought they just looked alike. After all, it's normal for goats to look the same. Mel nodded. After all, getting knocked by a goat shouldn't be fatal. Who would think about curses? Curses are usually associated with more powerful entities, like turning people into monsters or preventing them from seeing the sun. That goat was completely consumed by us, right? Do you still have the bones saved? The inn doesn't keep dogs. Do you think I would like to collect goat bones? Then you can just wait to die slowly. Some curses will slowly worsen over time, and you might suddenly die one day. Then I should go back and look for it. Mel left the potion shop and returned to the Adventurer's Inn, but a week had already passed, and he had no idea where the goat bones had been thrown away. Returning to the potion shop again, Mel informed Crilly of this bad news. Chapter 107. High-level curse. Crilly couldn't do anything either. After all, she had also shared in the goat meat. It seemed unrealistic to lift the curse in the short term. If the level of the curse was low, perhaps they could try the purification skill from the church, which is a skill that priests can learn at level 10. To determine the level of the curse, they would need to investigate the form of the curse's activation and the harm it caused. Curses do not have magical fluctuations when they take effect, as if they do not belong to this world. Curses come from hell and belong to demons. What happened to you before? How was this curse triggered? Crilly continued to ask. I didn't do much, just glanced down, and then I heard a boss sound, and in an instant, I was knocked down. I couldn't react in time. Looking down, Cleary noted this feature down. You go up and try again. I'll catch you with levitation magic. Okay. Mel went up to the second floor again, reached the gap in the railing, glanced down, and after a brief stare, the sound of a sheep came again, followed by being knocked away. Cleary caught Mel with levitation magic. She had figured out the trigger mechanism of this curse. And next was to test the height needed to trigger it. Start at the stairs, look down step by step, and see how high you need to be to trigger this curse. Mel started from the ground, looking at her toes or the distant ground, and nothing happened. She stepped back one stair, continued looking down, and still nothing. Step by step, she retreated, glancing down each time, until she retreated to the second floor. When the curse triggered, and Mel was knocked down, Cleary levitated her back again, wanting to test if there was a time limit for the curse to trigger. As a result, Mel was knocked down again, and the conclusion drawn was that a height of about 1 floor was enough to trigger this curse. Triggered by looking down from a high place. An imaginary black goat would knock Mel down. Others couldn't see it, but Mel would be affected. As if truly being knocked by a goat. 3 meters or 25 meters, just don't exceed this height. Look down, at least live like this until the curse ends. Is there a way to lift it? It doesn't seem to affect much. From the phenomenon alone, this curse's level shouldn't be high. Come with me to the church to find an old friend. He has insights on lifting curses. When? Now. even though this curse isn't highly dangerous. The longer it drags on, the worse it gets. No one cursed has lived past 15 years. Generally, by the 10th year, the curse accumulates enough to cause qualitative changes. And demons from hell will reclaim the souls of the cursed, Cleary explained. In other words, starting now, if Mel can't find a way to lift the curse, by the 10th year, maybe the 11th, Mel will die. Those with extremely strong willpower, the legendary figures recorded, also only managed to last 15 years after being cursed, none exceeding that time. Following Cleary, they walked towards the church on the eastern edge of the city. Having been in this world for so long, Mel had never proactively approached a church. Aside from the memories of his past life that made him an unbeliever, he inherently held a wariness towards cults. This world was full of cults, and even legitimate sects weren't much better, at least in the game, that was the case. In the game's background, the church that worshipped the goddess of light had also experienced multiple schisms. That was a major event in the game, as the gameplay was mostly narrative-driven. This was his first encounter with a church. He hoped for a kind old grandpa or a gentle nun, but definitely not a stubborn old fossil. If he was treated as a heretic to be eliminated just because he was cursed, it would be hard to explain. However, with Cleary around, those worries should be unnecessary. Upon arriving at the church hall in Oak City, the external decorations appeared very simple, with blue bricks and various mythological sculptures. And the stone slabs at the entrance were neat and orderly. Pushing the door open, many were praying before a statue of a goddess. Rows of long benches. And at the front, a priest was reciting prayers. Cleary ignored these people and walked towards a side corridor, heading to the backyard, where an old man wearing round glasses was sitting in a chair soaking up the sun. Master Pendram, have you brought a cursed one to the church for help? The old man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly focused his gaze on Mel. Beneath his aged demeanor was a pair of bright eyes, and a smile on his face that, while not exactly gentle, was at least not intimidating. You study curses. Can you help my disciple lift his curse? If you want me to lift the curse, Master Pendram, can't you do it yourself? No, the situation is a bit complex. We can't find the cursed object. Cleary shook her head, continuing to observe the old man. The old man fell into deep thought, his brow furrowing. This is troublesome. Can't we find it? Can you tell me the specifics? Maybe we can still locate it. To be precise, the animal that cast the curse might have been digested by us a week ago. Cleary explained everything she had learned to the old man, with Mel answering some questions along the way. After analysis, it was likely that the curse was caused by killing a goat, and the black goat might be a host for some demon. Originally, that black goat's body could have been used to lift the curse, but now the goat meat had been digested, and probably even its excrement couldn't be found. The old man pondered, thinking about how to help this young fellow. If the curse level isn't high, trying with goat bones could work, but they couldn't find those either. However, performing the purification spell himself should be similar. Let's try the purification spell first. If that doesn't work, we'll try holy water. If neither of these work, it indicates that the additional curse level is very high, but the manifestation isn't that harmful. In fact, the old man already had some guesses in his mind, but he hadn't voiced them yet. The demon had already interacted with Mel before the curse, and at that time, Mel was afraid of being knocked off the ridge. So this became his inner fear, which in a sense influenced the curse's manifestation. It seemed that the impact of this curse wasn't too significant. As long as he avoided looking down from high places, it would be fine. However, the curse also had another side effect of soul harvesting. Although the time was long, it wasn't too long in the span of a person's life. No young person wants to live only until 18. The old man then cast the purification spell on Mel. But it had no effect. The curse remained. Holy water splashed on Mel's face felt like ordinary water, and the curse showed no signs of weakening. The demon that cursed Mel was a high-level demon, and ordinary exorcism methods were completely ineffective. High-level curse, this is troublesome. Without a complete cursed object, it is impossible to lift it. Chapter 108 Update Equipment. I'm sorry, Master Pendram. I don't have the ability to lift this curse. Without a complete cursed object, even if we find the goat bones, it won't help. The old man finally voiced his thoughts. He couldn't lift this child's curse, and starting now, the child only had 10 years left, just enough for him to grow to the prime of his youth. Is there really no other way? Cleary asked again. From the old man's tone, she could tell that there must be other methods. It couldn't be that this foolish little disciple would die young. If you have a holy relic, perhaps it could suppress the curse, but that relic is currently being used by someone in the church. I can't say too much. The old man closed his eyes, feeling the autumn sunlight. You've heard it. You can live for at most 10 more years. Do you have any thoughts? Cleary turned to Mel. Isn't there still 10 years? There are always more solutions than difficulties. I think I can find a way to solve it. Mel wasn't worried about it. He was more concerned about being knocked down by the goat when standing on high ground. He probably had guessed some things. The curse level was high, but its manifestation on him had a slight issue, which was why it didn't show significant harm. When he saw that goat, he was worried about being knocked down from the mountain, and that goat captured his fear, thus forming this curse. In the game, there are many potions or items that can break control. If this world also had red equipment, then this curse would be no problem at all. After all, white, green, purple, gold, and red is of divine quality. Aren't you afraid of dying at all, little ghost? Cleary left the church with Mel, but still couldn't understand this little brat's thoughts. Normally, kids would probably cry when they heard they were cursed. It's not like you're going to die immediately. You just need to be careful in the future and try to avoid triggering this curse. Falling from a height is still dangerous. What should you do normally? What should you do now? Actually, there's another way to solve this problem, which is to find a way to hell and take out the demon who cast this curse. However, this means you need a certain level, which is definitely not achievable right now. Theoretically, as long as your level is above 20 and you're familiar with the mechanics. Without time restrictions, you can eventually take down any creature. To be safe, you should raise your level to at least 30. The higher, the better. So you won't waste too much time. Leveling up in this other world is really slow. Even if you go out every day to complete tasks, the progress is still very slow. Other adventurers level up even slower. Their progress is mostly measured in years, except for a few who train crazily and have excellent talent. If you could find someone to weaken the monsters and then strike the final blow, your level would definitely rise quickly. But the only reliable ally you know right now is Cleary. But just thinking about it makes you feel like Cleary wouldn't agree to such a thing. Asking if they could help you weaken the monsters and let you deal the final blow? It's just wishful thinking. Even if Cleary agreed, it would create drawbacks for you because your habits stem from the game. If you can't gradually change them during adventures, one day they might become a fatal weakness. In the following time, Mel continued to hunt goblins, killing 5 goblins a day, and on some days, he could kill 10. Some days, he would have no harvest at all. It was still too slow, and it was likely to take until next year. In the second month of autumn, Mel checked his status panel again. Stealing proficiency, 300, now 164010000. Blocking proficiency, 6900, gain the Master Gold trait, 100 blocking rate. Stealth proficiency, 6995, gain the Master Gold trait. Speed remains unchanged while in stealth. When stationary, gains a certain invisibility effect. Effort value, 14195, now 69612. Level, 6. Attribute points, 5. Skill points, 25. Money held, 3,250 oren. This indicates that he has certainly hunted 100 goblins, and the level of the monsters he hunted has increased. But his own level has also risen, so he needs more experience. Relatively speaking, the speed of improvement hasn't slowed down or sped up. After all, goblins are relatively numerous, and hunting them is quick. It's time to change his equipment. His current outfit is basically tattered, and it's still the one Levi lent him. Previously, his finances were very tight, thinking only about food and rent, but now he has a stable source of income and doesn't need to be so frugal anymore. Considering food and daily necessities, he should buy some clothes too. Adventuring gear and daily wear should be purchased separately, as daily clothing generally offers no defense. With his current situation, he can only choose leather or cloth armor. Even light armor is somewhat heavy for him, not to mention heavy armor and plate armor, which are only wearable by knights. A little thief in heavy armor would probably struggle to even walk. This is also different from the game. A person's physique and talent limit many choices, and you can't just change classes at will like in the game. Although this other world doesn't require exclusive professions to learn exclusive skills. As long as there is an opportunity to learn, even a tank can learn assassin skills. Mel went to the market alone and first bought himself 2 sets of change of clothes, spending only 60 oren, averaging 30 oren per set. He bought 3 pairs of changeable shorts, also costing 60 oren, as they are worn underneath, so he chose slightly softer materials. In total, he spent 120 oren. Solving the issue of daily change of clothing. Should he return Levi a full set of clothes? It feels a bit too formal since Levi hasn't mentioned it. Maybe he should treat Levi to a meal. Next, he needed to buy equipment for adventuring. The dagger should also be replaced. After such a long time of use, even with repeated sharpening, The blade has become thin and can't be used anymore. The only reward dagger he received last time hasn't been used yet. It seems quite expensive. Walking into the armor shop and inquiring carefully, he found that there was no armor he could buy. With your physique, you need a custom fit. You can't even wear a dwarf set. How much will it cost? Mel currently has 3,130 oren, but this money needs to cover food costs and weapon purchases. He can't spend it all on armor. Leather armor costs 2,000 oren, cloth armor 1,000, and since you need a custom fit, if you're a thief, you also need to contact the Thieves Guild for special fabric. The dwarf craftsman, puffing on his pipe, exhaled a puff of smoke. Chapter 109. The difference between believers and followers. Mel stood there dumbfounded. Adventurer's money comes quickly, but goes even faster. It's really expensive. He finally understood why Luke was so pained by the damage to his armor. Every blow the armor takes seems to cost gold coins. However, Luke's custom armor could last a long time, while he wouldn't need it for long since he is still growing. Even if he doesn't notice it, his body is growing. What fits him this year might need to be custom made again next year. But you're growing. You'll probably need new ones next year. I could also modify old fabric. But the performance won't be as good, the dwarf pointed out. After all, good armor is like a second life for adventurers. Let us go ahead and custom make a set of cloth armor. We'll worry about next year when it comes. Alright, pay a 300 oren deposit. You can pay the remaining 700 oren when you check out. Can it be done like that? Yes, because many adventurers have paid in full and died before their custom armor was completed. The dwarf took out a measuring tape and began to measure Mel. Then I'll pay in full. I hope to get it as soon as possible. Thieves' equipment needs to fit well, so it can't be made larger. It can only be made as snug and comfortable as possible. As the body grows, old equipment being phased out is normal. After all, now he is not facing weak slimes. Goblins can use weapons, and without decent defensive gear, it's easy to get hurt. Now he only has 2,130 oren left. And he still needs to spend some money on a few more daggers. The knives he obtained from the mountain bandits have also become dull and can't be used anymore. In the system space, there are still 50 empty cola cans made of aluminum. The extraction process for aluminum in this world isn't mature, and aluminum seems to be quite expensive, equivalent to a precious metal. However, he can't sell these things right now because he can't explain their origin. He will have to wait until he starts entering dungeons and underground mazes. By then, he can attribute all his issues to the maze, saying that anything with an unclear source was brought out from the maze. If I had a slightly more mature body, I could hunt higher-level monsters to level up quickly. But unfortunately, I'm still a kid and need to wait for my body to grow. Right now, my skills have limited effective range, just like in the game. At least in the game, they used adult models. I swapped out 4 daggers and spent another 900 oren. The money is flowing away like water. Remaining, oren 1330. The old equipment I discarded is recycled at the blacksmiths, but it won't be bought back at the original price. It's like the difference between new products and scrap. Scrap isn't worth much. I saved 100 oren this way. Otherwise, I would have needed 1,000 oren. When I fought the troll earlier, I already noticed the impact of weapons. Poor quality daggers couldn't even cut the troll's muscles. With the reward dagger I received earlier, I now have a total of 5 daggers. Mel, didn't you take a prize dagger from me before? Have you used it? Isn't it particularly sharp? It's one of my masterpieces. Well, it looks good, but I haven't used it yet. Why not? How can you bear not to use such a good thing? It looks like a work of art, unless absolutely necessary. I won't use it in battle, Mel replied. His armor still needs some time, so he can take this time to practice skills and learn culture. After updating my equipment, it seems like I don't have much money left. If I invite Ravi to dinner, I certainly can't choose a shabby place. The Adventurers Inn would be fine, where a silver coin can buy an extremely lavish meal. But the food at the Adventurers Inn can't compare to that of noble restaurants. However, Mel still can't afford the price of a year's rent. The next skills to practice are Blade Drop, Stab, Dragon Slash, Sweep, and Taunt. These skills, except for Taunt, basically require the upper and lower body to move together. The Knight's Taunt skill is used to draw aggro, which I can't use for now. I can't withstand damage. So I can only use conventional methods to attract hate. Blade Drop, attack from a height. The higher the height, the higher the damage. And it has a knockdown effect on the target. I happen to have a curse that I could potentially use to make that sheep a helping hand, increasing my falling acceleration to deal more damage. After all, it's a warrior skill suitable for big guys. They jump up and smash down. Stab is a level 5 warrior skill, or more accurately, a swordsman skill, similar to the lance thrust of a level 20 gunner, just with different damage levels. If I want to learn it, my upper and lower body, as well as my whole body, need to be in motion, so I can only train one skill at a time. Dragon Slash is a level 5 thief skill that can launch enemies into the air, allowing for aerial combos, making it a great connecting skill that suits me well. Sweep is a gunner skill, which is currently difficult for me to use due to my size, so it is prioritized last. I temporarily cannot learn the skills of priests, fighters, and gunners. I'm not sure why, but only the bow shooting skill remains for level 1. For level 5 skills, I currently don't have enough magic power to learn the mage's magic shield and whirlwind magic, and I haven't even learned the level 1 fireball spell yet, so I need to wait for my magic power to grow. The priest's level 5 skills, such as attack, blessing, and healing, are church assets and cannot be given to me. I'm not a believer. Well, after finishing what I needed to do at the Adventurer's Inn, I prepared to disturb Cleary again. I crossed a street and arrived at the potion shop in the west of the city, pushing the door open and walking in. Master Cleary, do you have something for me? Do you want to learn attack, blessing, and healing? Attack, blessing? Cleary paused and continued. Healing. That belongs to the church. I'm not a believer. How could I know it? Why did you suddenly think of learning this? I just want to learn more things that I think would be useful. Blessing magic and life magic are church assets and have a lot to do with the god they worship. You're not a believer, so it's best not to think about this. You don't seem like someone who could join the church. I could become a believer, Mel directly stated his thoughts. Cleary curled his lips and chuckled. You need to understand the difference between a believer and a church member. Believers are like chives. Someone like you, cursed, is even less likely to become a church member. Chapter 110. Please treat Ravi to dinner. Cursed? Mel thought of another thing. The job transfer system that only exists in games. A swordsman can change to a cursed swordsman at level 15, which is related to curses. But right now, he's just cursed and can't utilize the power of that curse. The classification of professions in this world is similar to that in the game, but not exactly the same. After looking at some books in the potion shop, Mel prepared to leave. He only had 1330 Orin left. If he wanted to buy a better short sword, he might only have 330 Orin remaining. For him now, the most effective weapon for attack is still the dagger. So he chose to buy a few more daggers to prevent loss or situations where he might need to use throwing blades continuously. The level 1 archer skill of bow shooting, the level 1 mage skill of staff strike and fireball, and the level 5 knight skill of taunt are all skills he can learn, but they haven't been useful in the short term, so he has set them aside. Blade drop, stab, dragon slash, and sweep all require the use of the whole body, so he can only practice one at a time. And the difficulty of practice has noticeably increased, requiring more time. Magic shield and whirlwind magic have high requirements for total magic power, and he doesn't have the possibility of casting them. His level is sufficient, but his talent is indeed lacking. Even if he puts all 5 attribute points into intelligence, it won't give him enough magic power to learn level 5 mage skills. Let's go check on Ravi at the Adventurers Guild. With this thought, Mel, dressed in his newly bought regular clothes, went to the Adventurers Guild. Ravi was drinking with someone, clearly just a teenager, but acting like a seasoned drunkard at the table. Mel is here, someone called out. Ravi turned around and saw Mel, who looked refreshed in his thick clothes since it was already autumn. Mel, Ravi greeted enthusiastically. Do you have time? Let's have a meal together. Of course. I thought you forgot about me recently. Then I must treat you well. At the inn. You know I'm not financially well off. Mel smiled slightly. He left the Adventurers Guild with the not yet drunk Ravi. Where are Luke, Nana, and Milka? Aren't they here? Luke went to take a single commission, Milka teamed up with others to take some tasks temporarily, and Nana is still busy with things at the church. I can only take a break and occasionally take on some tasks that I can complete alone, Ravi said, noting that lately things have been quite relaxed due to the autumn harvest, making the church quite busy and leading to a shortage of priests at the Adventurers Guild. But it doesn't matter. Priests are already rare, and many teams don't have a priest, so they have to spend money to buy expensive potions. Mel, have you updated your equipment? It looks like you've spent most of your previous money, right? Yeah, I needed to change my gear. After all, my level has increased, and I need to face goblins. But I still have money for food, so don't worry. Mel, you're really leveling up fast. You're quite diligent. I can't fall behind either. The two of them returned to the inn, and Mel directly gave the landlady a silver coin to prepare a good meal. After all, he was treating someone. The most commonly eaten meat in this other world is pork, but it always has a bit of a rancid smell. So most of the time they prefer beef and lamb. In this world, cattle are not a precious resource because there are nearby tribes that specifically raise cattle for sale. Mel, you're in for a treat today. This beef is from the grasslands, raised by the Centaur tribe. The landlady took out a piece of bright red beef and began to prepare it right in front of them. Landlady, do you think the Centaur tribe eats horse meat? Ravi asked. They do. After all, the Centaur tribe is a subhuman species, not horses. Besides, it seems that centaurs have no particular dietary restrictions. They eat what humans eat. I heard that the Centaur tribe is very warlike. Is that true? Mel also asked. As the landlady often did business with the Centaur tribe and must know a thing or two. After all, this area is quite close to the eastern grasslands. To be precise, the eastern grasslands should be north of Oak City. Warlike? That must be a misunderstanding. After all, the Centaur tribe are natural warriors. They are strong and fast. Even the women of the Centaur tribe can easily wield large swords. If you don't offend them, they probably won't attack you indiscriminately. The landlady said with a smile while cutting the meat. Mel had never seen it firsthand. Previously, he had heard about it from some unscrupulous merchants on the way to Oak City. But thinking about it, it made sense. If the upper body is human and the lower body is horse, wouldn't that be akin to natural cavalry? And it would be highly skilled cavalry, able to achieve a perfect unity of man and horse. No wonder they are seen as natural warriors. It's likely that this gap in innate abilities causes fear among those who don't understand them. Most of humanity's fears stem from the unknown. Soon, the beef was cut and placed in the pot, with spices at the bottom. The beef could be eaten after just a quick boil. Ravi was also unreserved, grabbing the beef and starting to eat. Since Mel was treating, he certainly had to eat until he was full. Mel, it seems you haven't practiced blocking recently? Ravi said while chewing on the beef. Yeah, because I think my practice has been sufficient, Mel replied honestly. Continuing to practice wouldn't increase proficiency or effort points. Only muscle memory would remain, and in terms of returns, it wouldn't be that high. After all, whether a block of 100 could truly withstand every attack is still a question mark. Even in games, a score of 100 still requires various calculations of addition and subtraction to determine the success rate. If the opponent is of a lower level, he might achieve a 100 block, but if they are of a higher level, even if he blocks, the outcome is uncertain. It's likely that even the weapon in his hand would be directly severed. His blocking skill, unfortunately, does not produce a perfect counter or perfect defense. It's merely a master-level entry. If it were a legendary level, perhaps he would get the overpowered entry he desires. Apprentice White, Proficient Green, Elite Purple, Master Gold, Legendary Red. Moreover, the problem is quite serious. When the opponent casts a skill, with his current experience, he cannot directly assess the strength of the opponent's skill. Chapter 111. Archery. If it were items, it would be much easier. Common White, Good Green, Excellent Purple, Rare Gold, Artifact Red. He currently has a purple dagger in his backpack, which was a reward for a previous kill. The 4 daggers he bought only qualify as green weapons. He hasn't seen a golden weapon yet. Even those high-level adventurers mostly carry purple weapons. Most weapons do not require identification skills. As long as the item is stored in the system space, it can be viewed directly through the system panel. However, there are still many weapons that cannot be identified even through the system panel, just like unidentified items in games. Identification is really a good skill. No wonder people can make a living from it, Mel said to himself while eating. There's a bottle of golden potion at Keely's place. He had looked at it in the system space when he was feeling curious. Although he didn't know what the potion was for, it was very expensive. Mel, what are you thinking about again? What else could it be? I just want to learn the identification skill, but how can I learn it? It's not possible. Even if you pass the guild staff certification exam, you still have to practice for a long time to master identification. Moreover, even with this skill, sometimes they still misjudge. The landlady replied. Is that so? Mel nodded. The success rate of identification seems to be similar to other skills. Identification also grows with use. They see this as normal and believe that it takes time to gradually accumulate experience. For him, no matter how difficult a skill is, as long as he successfully uses it 10 times, the rest is just a matter of time. After eating and drinking to his fill, Mel sent Ravi off and prepared to rest. In 4 months, another year will pass. He came to this world in the year 200 of the imperial calendar, and now it has long surpassed a year. When he was busy and didn't stop moving, he hadn't really noticed the passage of time. Looking back, time has indeed flown by. Now, a level 5 skill at full proficiency would take at least 3 months to master, and that's under stable practice conditions. Thinking this way, he could first deal with the lower level skills. Practicing theft must also be maintained. Stealing proficiency, 1640100000, with everything arranged neatly. He took a bath and went to sleep, waiting for the next day to arrive. I want to find a small bow, at least one that I can draw. After Mel got out of bed, he walked downstairs, briefly gazing down from the stairs, and then he heard a sheep bleating, causing him to tumble down the stairs. Even though he already knew the triggering mechanism of this curse, it was still easy to trigger it. After all, the trigger condition is too simple. Looking down from a height, he cannot gaze, but how could he not watch his step while walking? Mel, are you okay? The landlady thought Mel had missed a step and quickly helped him to a nearby chair. After Mel took a moment to recover, he prepared to leave. He was going to look for a bow, a practice bow that even a child could easily draw. Even though this skill might not bring him much benefit in the short term, at least the practice cost is relatively low. He just needs to draw the bow and shoot. The mage's staff strike is also a low-cost skill, but the cost of a staff is very high, and he doesn't have a staff yet. Anything related to the word mage tends to have an absurd price. After all, mages even have their own currency, which is magic coins. One magic coin is equivalent to 10 gold coins, a full 10,000 oren, which he heard from Keely before. Mages definitely belong to the high consumption group in this world. After all, just eating could easily cost as much as a year's rent. Mel isn't sure how wealthy Keely is, but as a master, he should at least give his disciple a staff, right? Yet so far, he hasn't received any gifts. It's likely that Keely thinks he is not ready yet. After all, his magic power is still pitifully low. He can release a few skills that don't consume mana, but a fireball spell would still empty his mana bar. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild, he saw Milka and directly approached her, stating his request. I want to practice archery. Do you have a bow suitable for my age? Milka looked at Mel in confusion. Aren't you a thief? I want to learn, Mel answered seriously. All right, but I'm not sure about your talent. If you want to practice archery, I have an old bow that I can repair for you. Although it's made of regular hemp string and a wooden bow body, it should be enough for a child like you. Milka hasn't touched the bow he used as a child for many years, but out of habit, he still maintains it and just recently oiled it with tongue oil. He belongs to the long-eared tribe, and although his bloodline is very thin, he still has some elven heritage, which makes him inherently skilled with bows and arrows. Returning to his residence, he fetched a short bow that looked like it was meant for children. The two went to the practice area. Looking at the target in front of them, Milka demonstrated a shot and then let Mel try. Clearly, Mel had never really used a bow in his past life. He had only seen it occasionally in videos and didn't even know how to properly grip the bow or knock an arrow, relying solely on instinct. Fortunately, Milka didn't specifically instruct him on how to place his hands, but simply told him to stand steady. Stand steady, raise the bow with both hands. Higher. Are you trying to shoot the enemy's knees? You need to aim at the target. Your eyes, the arrow, and the target need to be aligned. Raise it a bit. Arrows will drop over long distances. Milka continuously adjusted Mel's posture, and Mel listened attentively, as Milka was someone who could truly use a bow. He had witnessed Milka's shooting before, and his accuracy was impressive. Just by looking at his pointed ears, it's easy to confuse him with a forest spirit, as that sub-race is very skilled in using bows for long-range shooting. The arrow flew out, but missed the target completely. Can I shoot at a closer target? Mel felt the difficulty. With such a small short bow, just getting the arrow to fly was challenging, let alone aiming, as there wasn't even a sight. Even when playing games, it's tough to aim when the reticle suddenly disappears. Unless one has accumulated enough experience, facing such a hardcore mode is quite difficult. There's no point in using a closer target. You need to understand this isn't child's play. When you actually use a bow to shoot monsters, they won't always approach you to let you shoot. Get used to this now. It will help your accuracy for long-range shots later, Milka said seriously. If it were just for fun, one could easily place a target nearby, and then Mel could hit it every time. If you're going to practice for a long time, you should wear finger guards. Although it may affect the feel of shooting, it's necessary at your age. Milka took out a black strip of cloth and began to wrap Mel's fingers. It was a simple wrapping method, mainly to avoid friction between the bowstring and the arrow upon release. For a skilled archer, it wouldn't matter much, as they would have already developed calluses. But Mel's fingers were still too delicate. After all, he was a child. However, at his age, his palms showed signs of training, indicating that Mel had indeed been training reasonably well without reaching the point of blisters on both hands from excessive training. Training to the point of injury is merely self-torture and would discount the effectiveness of training. After 10 successful shots, Mel gained the skill archery. He gently set the bow and arrow aside, knowing he could practice anytime. Next, he intended to ask Luke about the skill of taunting. As adventurers spend most of their time completing commissions, the next time he would see them could be a while. If he took on a long commission, it might not be until next month, by which time it would be nearly winter. Have you given up already? Milka asked when he saw Mel suddenly put down the bow with a look of regret. No, I've grasped the basic methods. When I practice to a certain level and hit a bottleneck or don't understand something, I'll ask you for help. Do you want to grab a drink? I also have some questions to ask Luke. Mel calmly replied to Milka's concern, as he had asked Milka for help, so he certainly wouldn't give up. All right. I thought you were going to give up, Milka said, following Mel. After a brief training session, Mel realized his biggest problem was that he hadn't practiced enough. He couldn't even identify what he was lacking because he was lacking in every aspect. It would be better to wait until he had practiced more before asking a seasoned pro like Milka some useful questions. Luke was sitting at the bar, carefully polishing his armor with a cloth. Luke, can you teach me the taunting skill? Taunting? That skill isn't really suitable for you, Mel. After all, it's used to attract the attention of monsters. Luke glanced at the thin Mel. Looking like that, if he attracted too much attention from monsters, he would probably get killed. Don't worry, just teach me, Mel replied, signaling for 2 drinks at the bar and placing down 20 oren. Milka chose a glass of wine, while Luke opted for a strong drink. Their preferences were different. Luke took a sip and then looked at Mel. Actually, taunting is quite simple. It's essentially a simple form of magic. Knowing a bit about magical principles is enough. The rest relies on body movements or yelling to attract the attention of monsters. What exactly should I do? For me, I usually just shout or roar to scare the monsters and draw their attention while releasing a bit of magic power, as monsters are quite sensitive to magic. Then, Luke answered Mel's questions in detail. Since Mel had a background in magic and had learned a lot of knowledge before, picking up this skill wasn't too hard. Trash talk, right? You should say some trash talk. Try to provoke me. Luke took another sip of his drink. Because only by angering the target can you attract their hatred to the greatest extent. Different monsters would require different approaches. Although taunting was only a level 5 skill, it wasn't that simple. It requires a considerable amount of knowledge. Otherwise, taunting would be ineffective. It seemed that the big guy's head was not just filled with muscles. Nana wouldn't like you with that bulky body. Mel attempted the taunting action. Luke, who was sipping his drink, turned red, unable to swallow the liquor. Mel's words struck his heart like a knife. As teammates on an adventure, how could they not have thoughts about the gentle Nana? The others in the team probably had thoughts too. It was just a matter of how they expressed it. Mel, Luke was furious. I was just following your instructions to taunt. Sorry, Mel said, feeling a bit helpless. After 10 practice attempts, Mel gained the taunting skill. If he practiced this way, by the time the skill was maxed out, he would probably have offended everyone, becoming a pariah. It seemed he needed to use it on monsters, for example, tying a monster up and constantly releasing magic to taunt them, mixed with some words and actions. This meant he needed to put the target in a state of no resistance. The most suitable choice at the moment was goblins. There was no need for complicated methods. Just remove their tendons. Thinking of this, Mel didn't linger. After all, the only skills left to learn were from the priest class. But he had no access to priest skills and couldn't generate actions out of thin air. Moreover, with this curse, even if he wanted to temporarily become a believer, it would be impossible. As for fighters and gunslingers, one was an extra class and the other a hidden class. He couldn't even be sure if these 2 classes existed in this world, as both classes were mechanisms with rapidly consumed and restored energy bars, not conventional blue bars. According to the background setting in the game, fighters are a profession from the eastern continent, while gunmen are ancient technology hidden beneath the desert ruins. The problem is that I have already studied the map of this world. The desert ruins do exist, and both the western and eastern continents are present. However, what is currently marked on the map does not match the game, because the eastern continent is characterized by deserts and tropical climates, known for its abundant spices. Many sea merchants transport spices through waterways to the southern Holy Kingdom's ports, and then distribute them to the central continent via shipping and land transport. Mel accepted a quest to hunt goblins. Following the information provided, he quickly dealt with several goblins, and then let the last goblin go after severing its hands and feet. He found a safe spot and began to taunt. This couldn't be discovered by others. Otherwise, they would surely think he was mentally unstable. Who would let a goblin's hands and feet go just to taunt it? His actions were swift and decisive. By releasing a bit of magical power and using some words, he successfully taunted, drawing the attention of the goblin. It was hard to fail at this, as the goblin could no longer escape. With a proficiency level of 1, Mel only stopped taunting after his throat became dry. Effort value 1000. Current effort value 56417. Taunt proficiency 1000 10,000. Archery shooting proficiency 0 10,000. If time allowed, Mel felt he could max out his taunt proficiency in a day. Unfortunately, if he didn't return soon, it would get dark. So he decided to head back to the city. He didn't want to sleep outdoors again. The last time he slept on a stone slab on the ridge. His whole body ached. Chapter 113. Winter approaches. Having decisively dealt with the goblins, he cut off their ears as trophies. Upon returning to the Adventurers Guild, he received 75 Orin for 5 level 5 goblins, calculated with a base multiplier of 3. Recently, the price of goblins had dropped. They were previously 4 Orin per level. Mel weighed the Orin in his hand. Although he earned more than when hunting slimes, human nature is never satisfied, always wanting more money. There was no way around it. Although goblin attacks were more frequent in autumn, due to the last large-scale purge and the recent increase in people taking goblin quests, prices had actually fallen. Aner explained that adventurers also followed the principle of supply and demand. When fewer people took such quests, prices rose, and there would be additional rewards. When more people accepted them, the price went down. The number of goblins increased, but not to the extent of a goblin disaster, so high rewards were unattainable. Mel wanted to hunt higher-level goblins, but he was well aware of his own limitations. If he encountered an armored goblin, it would be troublesome to deal with. The only skill he had that could penetrate armor was the powerful slash. If he used a dagger and couldn't hit the throat every time, he would be in a precarious situation. Moreover, areas with high-level goblins would certainly have goblin archers. If he was careless and got hit by an arrow, his life in this other world could come to an end. Previously, he spent 100 Orin treating Levi to a meal and 20 Orin for drinks with Milka and Luke. Now, after earning 75 Orin, he had a total of 1285 Orin left. For now, he decided to give up on the short sword. After all, people need to eat. This wasn't like before when he lived a hard life, spending 30 Orin a day just on food. Previously, 3 Orin for porridge and 2 Orin for vegetables was hardly a life worth living. Now that his rewards had increased, he spent more on food, especially since he was still growing. A day without meat left him feeling miserable. The adventurers always had meat available. As long as he paid, he could eat. And occasionally, he could spend more for a better meal. After careful calculations, Mel realized he seemed to be spending half of his daily quest rewards on food. When would this monotonous life come to an end? He had to become an outstanding magician so he wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Just like Keely, Mel reaffirmed his determination. Even if he couldn't achieve much in this world, he wouldn't give up. Every drop of my sweat will become my stubborn spirit. Becoming a noble in this world is very difficult. Those nobles are determined early on, and the noble class is a huge interest group. Mel didn't have the ability to shake such a large hierarchy, not to mention becoming a noble as a commoner. He didn't even have a distinguished background. Perhaps the most valuable title he could achieve would be that of a disciple of the Pendram Mage. After all, most people showed great respect when they met their master. However, in similar otherworldly stories, there are always those who make great contributions and are ennobled by the king, or those who accidentally become minor nobles and start farming. Back at the Adventurers Inn, Mel spent 10 Orin on a meat dish, which was his dinner for the day. With his current saving pace, he could only save 45 Orin daily and occasionally enjoy a real feast to improve his life. Thus, the actual amount he could save each month would be reduced by 400 or 500 Orin. In the worst-case scenario, he could save 850 Orin a month since he had already paid 6 months' rent up front, so he wouldn't have to worry about rent again. There are still 4 months left this year. If he wanted to break through to level 10, he estimated it would take another 6 months, which would be spring next year. How much he could save would determine how good of equipment he could obtain when it was time to upgrade. The tedious life would continue. He would keep accepting quests and training his skills. For his full-body skill, Mel ultimately chose to prioritize practicing the thrusting skill, which included a displacement feature and attack, and most importantly, did not require him to jump, as he wasn't ready to face curses just yet. The leap and rising dragon slash required jumping, and although the height shouldn't trigger the curse would intensify over time, and different curses had different reasons for intensifying, some even changing like tides. Research on curses in the human world is scarce, and they could only study the operational patterns of curses through a few unfortunate souls. If curses could be used effectively, it might indeed increase the falling damage of skills like leap, as that sheep served as a natural booster. Instead of always being on guard against curses, it would be better to actively study them. After all, there would be moments of carelessness, like when he completely forgot about the curse just after going downstairs in the morning. 10 days later, with taunt proficiency at 9,000, Mel's taunt skill reached full proficiency. Taunt's purple elite trait. Taunt effect is doubled against humanoid units. Archery proficiency 1,000. Archery shooting proficiency 1,000 10,000. Stealing 100. Stealing proficiency 1740 10,000. Orin 450. With a big meal costing 100 Orin. Remaining money 1635 Orin. As usual, after finishing a day of quests and training, he went to Keely's potion shop to read. Now, his magical power was sufficient to sustain 5 training sessions of stealing without excessive fatigue. His daily training volume was split into morning and evening sessions. So as long as he rested normally, it wouldn't significantly affect his daily life. This was the benefit of increased magical power. And Mel had also gotten used to allocating all his attribute points to intelligence, as every extra point in intelligence equated to an additional skill point. And it also increased his values and recovery speed. Winter is coming soon. Are you ready to change into new clothes? Is there any problem? Mel's habit is to change clothes regularly. After all, saving money can be considered a hobby. Seeing you in new clothes. It seems like you can't wear your old ones anymore, but you only have these 2 outfits. Haven't you bought any others? Don't you wear your mage's robe all day? It's different. I don't have to face monsters outside all day, and I wear different clothes every day. Can't you tell? Aren't they all the same? Mel was stunned. He thought that Cleary either wore the same outfit every day or had many sets of the same style. They are actually different? He hadn't observed closely. Get out of here. Even though this place is in the southern region, it's not the real south. If you don't change your clothes, be careful not to freeze to death. Is velvet okay? Can a poor person like you afford that? While speaking, Mel was magically asked to leave by Cleary. But he was used to it, getting up from the ground, brushing off the dust, and walking towards the familiar street. Cleary seemed to be angry again. Was it because he usually didn't pay attention to her clothes? Chapter 114, Long-Term Commission. Another month passed. In the year 201 of the Empire, October, the weather gradually turned cold. Mel, wearing rather thin clothing, had already begun to shiver. It's winter. It seems it's time to thicken up his clothes. But it's hard to wear very thick ones. The only options now are rough wool sweaters or padded velvet clothing. But the price of velvet is really too high. Calculated in gold coins, he really can't afford it. Even in his previous life, down jackets weren't this exaggeratedly expensive. Moreover, given his job, it's easy to get hurt. So he could only choose to wear rough wool clothing inside, which is mainly inexpensive, just 5 to 10 Orin more than regular clothes. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild, with winter approaching, suitable commissions for him had decreased. Normal goblins 5, armed goblins 5-10, goblin archers 10, armored goblins 15, goblin shamans 20, goblin great shamans 30, rare. Unarmed trolls 20, hammer trolls 25, armored trolls 30, berserk trolls 30, rare, immune to control. Usually, when he took commissions, he mostly dealt with normal goblins at level 5, with the highest not exceeding level 2. But now, the commission volume on the guild panel had significantly decreased. Most goblin commissions were around level 10. Those goblins were all above his level, and hunting them felt a bit dangerous. Of course, he could wait until tomorrow, as the guild's commissions would update daily. If there were still none tomorrow, he would have to continue waiting. If he wanted to try dealing with goblins above level 10, he would have to upgrade his equipment. Relying solely on a dagger against high-level goblins was indeed a bit weak. Not every time would luck be so good as to encounter goblin archers without melee weapons, allowing him to control the attack distance. Even normal goblins would pick up wooden sticks as weapons, and goblin archers would also pick up items from melee weapons. Since the great battle with the Goblin Legion, he hadn't seen trolls and shamans for a long time. Wherever there were large gatherings of goblins, there would definitely be these 2 types of creatures, especially inside goblin nests. Forget it, let's buy a short sword. It's just right to try out the thrusting skill. With 30 skill points, he could nearly max out the proficiency of 1 skill, as each level gives 5 skill points and 1 attribute point. He had 25 skill points, plus 1 extra skill point from allocating to intelligence, totaling 30 points. After accepting the next long-term commission, Mel left the Adventurers Guild. He then went to the dwarf's weapon shop and spent 1,000 Orin to buy a short sword. A long sword would be more expensive, and given his current physique, It wasn't very suitable for using a longsword. A short sword, being between a longsword and a dagger, would allow him to effectively use warrior-type skills, and of course, assassin-type skills as well. Mel, are you planning to hunt higher-level goblins? How do you know? Mel looked at the dwarf blacksmith in surprise. He had never said that. It's winter, lower-level goblins must be decreasing, and you hate goblins so much, you would definitely choose to hunt higher-level ones, so you came to upgrade your weapon. Do I hate goblins? What does that have to do with anything? How could such a strange rumor spread? What Mel didn't know was that while practicing taunting, he was indeed discovered by other adventurers, but that person didn't dare to approach, after all. Someone who could chop off all limbs of a goblin and then slowly torture them to death was somewhat insane. Leaving Orc City with his newly bought short sword. Even though his current body wasn't very suitable for a warrior's style, the basic stats of the short sword were higher. However, compared to a dagger, the flexibility of a short sword was somewhat reduced. Mel could feel that he was about to level up. He just needed a little more. Adventurers spend money like running water, and they can't avoid spending. After all, equipment is a life and death matter. Only by synchronously upgrading equipment can they take on more difficult commissions and receive greater rewards. It's barely a positive cycle. This was the first time he accepted such a long-term commission. The task location was 100 kilometers away, and the task was to find the merchant's daughter who had been kidnapped by goblins. There was no need to purchase supplies in advance. Supplies could be supplemented in the towns along the way. After all, everything in Orc City was somewhat expensive. He thought again of that merchant and his daughter. But according to their travel route, they should be headed in a different direction. They were going south. Claire Bernardo, Frelly Bernardo. He had already remembered these two names. But the game didn't provide such detailed descriptions, and the story background was all vague. Only the name Claire was known to him. At that time, he had expressed his thoughts, hoping that if Claire was really that Claire, she wouldn't follow the original fate. After all, Claire's father was still alive. Reborn into the game without the courage to change the original plot, that would be a wasted opportunity. Since he didn't have that kind of luck, he would use all methods to enhance his strength, so that when disaster struck, he would have the courage to face it calmly. Traveling by carriage and on foot. It took Mel 2 days to slowly reach his destination. Without accompanying merchants, he could only rely on luck to find a carriage along the way. Most of them could only take him part of the way before he had to get off and walk. Along the way, he had already restocked enough food. He just needed to make a fire and boil the dry bread with various strange things together. It would surely taste bad, but at least it wouldn't be deadly. Upon reaching the task location, he first met the merchant who posted the commission. For the sake of his daughter, he offered a reward of 5,000 oren, but of course, completing this commission might take more time. This was completely different from Mr. Frelly, a small merchant. This was a local merchant who looked like he had considerable savings. Their profit sources were like a monopoly. They just needed to supply the local nobles on time, and the nobles would tacitly allow this monopoly. Along the way, he passed many shops, and this fat-headed, big-eared man was chattering about the horrors of goblins, yet he hardly mentioned the main point. However, since he was the one paying, Mel patiently listened. By the way, Adventurers Guild, why did they send a little brat like you? Is there no one willing to come? My poor daughter. The obese merchant biting on a handkerchief made Mel feel a wave of nausea. Chapter 115, The Statue Group. Sorry, I guess it's hard to find your daughter? After all, so many people have come, and no bodies have been found. Only this little ghost is willing to take it on. Hey, regardless of whether we find her or not, I'm willing to offer a silver coin. You must search diligently. The obese merchant began to cry again. Mel felt a bit relieved that he didn't know the person. Don't worry, I will search carefully, but you need to explain the details to me first. Where exactly did she go missing? And how long has she been missing? Mel began to listen attentively to the merchant's explanation, afraid of missing any details. But after all, it was a commission that had been around for so long without anyone taking it. How could there still be hidden details? Just as the notice on the guild's bulletin board said, the merchant's daughter disappeared while playing in the statue group. The area of the statue group is vast, with traces of goblins around it, so it is suspected that the goblins kidnapped the merchant's daughter. One must see the living or the dead, otherwise, the family of the missing will always hold a glimmer of hope, a hope as desperate as despair. Not lingering too long in the small town, Mel headed towards the place where the disappearance occurred. Almost a month had passed, and the chances of survival were low. The statue group on the mountain was very expansive, with most statues half buried in the soil, leaving only the sculpted heads, marked with the sun and moon, surrounded by grassland, with not many trees, and signs of frequent activity. It could be people, but goblins also roam this area. Following the traces in the statue group, Mel eventually found a goblin nest, and as he got closer, he could smell a foul odor. Cautiously observing inside the nest, he only found the decaying bodies of goblins, with their ears seemingly cut off. Other adventurers had been here before. After a brief examination, he ruled out this place. He could only move higher up, taking advantage of the sunny weather to get a better view of the surroundings. Being in the statue group made it really hard to see the overall picture. And according to the report, the merchant was also unclear about exactly where his daughter went missing in the statue group, as there were just too many statues. After all, this is a fantasy world. It would not be unusual if the girl was suddenly teleported to another place. On the first day, Mel sketched out the general distribution of the statue group, which appeared to be a fan shape on the mountain, possibly remnants from the past, but later collapsed and buried by the soil. Mel, lacking the ability to identify or conduct archaeology, found it difficult to determine the colors of these statues. Only the patterns on the statues were very familiar, seemingly appearing in a game, but they seemed different, requiring time to verify. After collecting all the observational elements, he returned to the town below. If necessary, he needed to prepare food for a deeper investigation. Moving back and forth between the statue group and the town was truly a waste of time. This time he was prepared for the outing and planned to purchase a set of camping gear in the town to make himself a bit more comfortable while sleeping. As night fell, the waning moon shone in the sky, and Mel returned to the inn in the town. This inn seemed to also belong to the merchant. As soon as Mel returned, the merchant hurriedly came looking for him, anxiously asking if any clues had been found. "Are you ready to give up?" "No. I just conducted a preliminary investigation. I need to procure some supplies. If you can offer extra compensation, I will continue my investigation. If there are no results, I will return to Oak City in a month," Mel replied. Clearly, such a lucrative commission had no adventurers willing to take it on just a month later, which spoke volumes. It wasn't the difficulty of the commission, but rather that those people simply couldn't find anything. Among the adventurers who came before, there were likely individuals with scouting skills because the task log from the Adventurers Guild recorded that the last traces of the merchant's daughter disappeared in the southeastern corner of the statue group, the area closest to the forest. The task log also mentioned that they marked the statues in that area with a red cross to facilitate subsequent adventurers' investigations. Most people were reluctant to come, likely after reading the task log. After all, spending a month to earn just 100 oren was not worth it. Most people left within a week, with some leaving as quickly as 3 days, indicating that this task had been repeatedly investigated. After calming the merchant down, Mel, who originally planned to rest, asked the old man in the inn, "Old man, may I ask about the origins of those statues? They seem quite ancient." The old man scratched his ear and pondered. "Those statues, I heard from the elders in the town long ago, were said to be established by the followers of the goddess of light and the goddess of night, but no one knows exactly when. But the patterns of the sun and moon are quite different from now. Perhaps the people back then used these patterns, and it's us who changed the patterns now. Who knows? Anyway, there's the sun and moon." The old man continued to wipe the table while answering Mel's questions. This opened up Mel's thinking. His thoughts were limited to the games and the books he currently saw. However, if these statues were ancient, the patterns used by ancient followers might differ from what they are now, and after the statues weathered and eroded, they became quite different. However, the goddesses of light and night still have formal churches in the Empire of Guard, and their faith is recognized. Mel had learned about this in books before. As for the bloody cult, he had seen it in the Imperial City during the night of the Lantern Festival a year ago. But this only pertains to the situation within the Empire of Guard. Mel was unclear about other regions. In the game, those related to the goddess of night were all definite villains. The bloody cult does exist. Ironically, they worship the goddess of night, but their style of action resembles that of followers of the god of war and blood. The goddess of light Helena, the goddess of night Vidisiri, the god of war and blood. The exact name is still unknown. After all, it was only mentioned in the game as background. But it was essentially a god of war frenzy. Let's sleep first. We need to continue the investigation tomorrow. I hope it won't involve religious issues. Even if it's a cult, it won't do. Mel was quite resistant to religion. He would not deliberately discriminate against believers, but to wholeheartedly believe, that was basically impossible. His life values were shaped by self-improvement. Most events in the game's story background are related to religion, which is quite dangerous. Feeling the aroma of food wafting in from the morning, he suddenly sensed a sweetness on his tongue, the taste of sweet potatoes he hadn't smelled in a long time. Chapter 116, Teleported. Breakfast was sweet potato porridge, paid for by the merchant, so Mel didn't have to spend any money. Next, he began searching according to the previous task log. First, he needed to rule out places that had already been searched and try to find areas that had not been carefully searched. Only if he finished searching all of them without finding anything would he return to the locations mentioned in the task log. After some time walking, he arrived at the statue group. Although the statues had weathered, he could still see the carved traces. At least the outlines of the sun and moon were still clear. Let's start from the southeastern corner. Mel walked forward, having already stored his supplies in the system space. One hand held a pen, and the other held a notebook. Besides writing the task log, he also needed to carefully confirm the coordinates to avoid getting lost. If people who don't live around here come, they would probably get lost among the stone statues easily. Whoosh! The wind blows over the hillside, passing through the gaps between the statues. The winter sky has no clouds, and the light cuddles with the cold wind, making it somewhat eerie. The only sounds that can be heard are the wind and one's own footsteps. There aren't many unusual smells in the air, not even the scent of decay, which is quite bad. If there were strange smells, one could just follow the scent. But right now, there is no smell at all. The only foul odor comes from the previously decayed goblin. No, not here either. Mel continues to search, carefully eliminating each area. After spending half a day, there are still no gains. Next, she can only go check the location marked in the quest log. Unfortunately, she doesn't have any scouting skills. There are hardly any adventurers with such skills in the game, and she has no idea whom to ask for advice. It's yet another skill that could become a specialty for making a living. In the end, Mel discovers a red cross mark on one of the statues in a spacious group of statues. This is the mark left by the previous adventurer, the last known location of the merchant's daughter. For the remaining half of the day, she searches and inspects carefully, but still finds nothing. Mel even starts to observe if there are any flying-type demons in the sky. A little girl couldn't just disappear into thin air unless she was taken away by something flying. However, when she returned to this area, she had already learned about the distribution of demons, and there shouldn't be any flying-type monsters nearby, as the terrain around this stone statue mountain is flat. Monsters are also cautious creatures. For safety, they usually build nests in hidden places. There are no cliffs here that are difficult for humans to reach, so it's unlikely for flying-type demons to exist. After the first day passed without any results, Mel set up camp in front of the marked statue. On the second day, she began searching in other areas. The forest in the southeast corner was too small to hide anything. On the third day, after careful searching, she realized that she had basically checked the entire statue group every day and burned the decaying goblin corpses. By the fourth day, she was already thinking of leaving. If others couldn't find it, she might not be able to either. She had originally come just to try her luck. There aren't many quests in winter. They are mostly high-level ones or long-term quests. Mel climbed to the top of a statue just as the sunset was approaching, scanning the surroundings until her gaze landed on a stone below. Bah! A sheep bleat echoed, and Mel fell again, this time more painfully. As she crashed directly onto the stone, her arms scratched and bleeding. Blood dripped onto the stone marked with a moon symbol, followed by a strong wave of dizziness. So dizzy did I hit my head? This is serious. After a moment of spinning, Mel began to lean against the wall, feeling nauseous. The blurry world in her eyes gradually became clear, revealing neatly arranged stone bricks on the ground. The blue mineral lamp flickered, illuminating the confined space. Have I crossed over? No, it's an underground maze. Mel quickly regained her senses. The dizziness she felt earlier wasn't from hitting her head, but from teleportation. Just as she suspected. There was a teleportation array in this place, but what was the triggering method? She had no research on magic arrays. Her knowledge on the subject was blank. Her understanding of magic wasn't high enough to reach the level of a cleric, and she couldn't even use magical perception. There were passages both ahead and behind, with incomprehensible inscriptions carved into the walls. The only good news was that her system space was still intact, and she had enough supplies to last a month. As long as she could escape from here, it would be enough. She needed to avoid encounters with monsters, although she had never truly encountered one. She already knew from other adventurers that the average level of demons in the dungeon was quite high. The mineral lamp used in this underground maze was completely different from the ones outside. Although both emitted light, the street lamps in the outside world gave off red light, while the ones used for illumination here were a ghostly blue. There was another difference. The street lamps outside absorbed light during the day and released it at night, rather than glowing spontaneously. Is it phosphorescent? Or is it due to magical energy? Although she wanted to take a lamp with her, her rationality told Mel not to touch anything in the maze, especially something like the wall-mounted lamps, which might be connected to some mechanism. Taking a deep breath, she activated the assassin's breathing technique. Entering a stealth state, she gripped a dagger in one hand and prepared to draw her sword with the other. Slowing her breathing, she cautiously advanced. Step by step, she moved toward the passage ahead, as she could still feel a certain airflow in that direction. She had learned this technique while practicing breathing adjustments with Milka. After all, airflow has an objective effect on archers. It was quiet. Even her footsteps vanished in the darkness illuminated by the light. It was starting to feel a bit eerie. She prayed in her heart that it wouldn't lead to a dead end or an impassable road. Being teleported to a chamber with all sides blocked would mean she had no chance of escaping with her current abilities. After all, her only skill with any destructive power was the fireball spell. But fire consumes air, and her magical power was pitifully low. She would probably suffocate before managing to escape. However, this worry might be unnecessary, since she could feel the faint airflow. Even if this direction didn't lead to an exit, it should at least be passable. Clang! Clang! The sound of weapons clashing came from ahead, and Mel quickly heightened her alertness. She wasn't sure what the situation was. Quickening her pace, she headed toward the source of the fighting. Whatever the situation, she needed to see it clearly first. At least there were two sides fighting. She just didn't know if it was a conflict between monsters or a battle between humans and monsters, or perhaps humans fighting among themselves. In the cruel underground maze, a woman with a bow was engaged in combat with a goblin, while not far away, another goblin was already pinned down by a short sword. The goblin was fully armored. Although it was just simple leather armor, it was not comparable to the unarmored goblins. Stay low. The female archer tried to knock an arrow, but the goblin was too close, making it impossible to draw her bow. This green-skinned brat was cunning, knowing to close the distance quickly to prevent the archer from shooting. A somewhat plump little girl was hiding behind a stone wall. The surroundings looked nothing like a maze, but more like a natural oasis where many passages converged. Chapter 117. The female archer Millie water flowed down from above, like a waterfall falling from the sky. After several exchanges, the dagger in the female archer's hand was knocked away. It's over. The instant the dagger flew into the air, she felt she was about to die. The goblin's sword was raised, ready to fall upon her. It seemed there was no way to leave here alive, and she stared blankly at the approaching blade, reminiscing about the happy days of past adventures. The stingy cleric, the bumbling knight, and the swordswoman who joined later. It seemed there was no way out from here. Bang! What came next wasn't pain, but the spark from the collision of blades. She knelt on the ground, watching a child's figure wielding a short sword block the attack. That little sister? No, it was a little boy. The block was successful. Thrust. Mel thrust forward with her sword in an instant. The goblin was hit, but it wasn't fatal. Strong slash, aiming for the goblin's neck from behind. She swung down with all her strength. With the goblin's head flying off, the kill was completed in an instant. Mel drew her sword again and charged at the other goblins. Flying blades paired with a backward jump, it was as if she was dancing among a group of goblins. Their attacks unable to touch the child before them. Powerful slashes and thrusts served as effective killing methods. These goblins were all around level 10, either unarmored or wearing partial armor. Mel was even more cautious, and after eliminating all the visible goblins, she carefully checked her surroundings. To her surprise, green plants were growing in this underground space. Was it because of the huge glowing crystals providing energy? It was hard to believe. Her fluent slashes even reminded her of Miss Kate. But how old was this child? Were half-dwarfs short? With such questions in mind, Mel approached her. Yes. The girl still lying on the ground extended a hand. Hello, I'm Mel. May I ask your name? The conversation sounded quite mature, completely unlike that of a child. Mel, that name felt familiar. Though she couldn't recall where she had heard it, the woman still extended a hand. After all, the child in front of her had just saved her life. Millie, thank you for saving us. You all. Mel was slightly confused, having not noticed the presence of anyone else. At that moment, she had only thought the woman was shouting something, and when she was almost killed by the goblins. She arrived just in time. It seemed there were others nearby. While she was pondering this, a chubby little girl walked out from behind a wall, around the same age as herself. Wait, she looked a lot like the person she was searching for. As the girl approached, Mel compared her to the image in the quest log. Is this you? The girl, illuminated by the light, recognized the image in the quest log. Yes, that's me. Are you the savior my dad sent for? Mel furrowed her brow, picking up the image and carefully comparing it with the real person. There was quite a difference. Their body shapes were entirely different, and even standing right in front of her, she wouldn't dare confirm it. Only their eyes showed some similarity. Mel's expression seemed to say, "Is this really you?" The girl seemed to sense it. "I used to be very thin." "Well, I'm an adventurer hired by your father. How do we get out of here?" Mel asked the two. Upon hearing Mel's words, the hope that had just sparked in their eyes dimmed instantly. Seeing their silent state, Mel understood that if these two had a way to leave, they wouldn't have been trapped here for a month. Mel took out some food for them to regain their strength before asking the question that concerned her. "How have you survived in this underground maze? What have you been eating?" This maze has many similar oasis areas, where there is a water source and edible plants grow, relying on these oases. Although we haven't eaten enough to be full, at least we won't starve to death. If you have more food, you should save it. The female archer began to clean the battlefield, collecting useful supplies from the goblins. "It's really amazing. I never expected such an ecosystem to grow underground. The light here looks like it's outdoors. Is it because of those crystals? Do the crystals project sunlight directly here?" This extraordinary sight was something Mel had never seen before. The underground mazes she had imagined were always harsh environments, with ancient stone walls or pitch-black soil caverns. This is really completely different from what I imagined. It's a pity I don't have a camera. Otherwise, I would definitely want to take pictures of all this. "Aren't you afraid you won't be able to survive and get out?" The female archer didn't seem to understand Mel's optimism. "Well, there's nothing I can do. What's done is done, and we need to find a way. So, could you tell me how you got in here?" Millie set down the arrows and equipment she had collected and sat on the ground to recount her experience of entering. At that time, she was with another adventurer, but he was already dead, his body buried in another underground oasis. Mel listened patiently. It seemed Millie had accidentally been teleported from another underground maze and had fallen into a trap along with a swordsman, archer, and knight. "Isn't this exactly the teammate Miss Kate has been looking for?" "Excuse me, do you know Kate Green?" "I know her. She is my teammate." "Do you know her too?" "Yes, she is my friend. She has been looking for you, but there were no traces of you in the previous maze." Mel then shared a lot about the situation outside, which surprised Millie a little. That stingy priest actually didn't push the responsibility onto Kate. She fell in love with the knight in the party, and the stingy priest liked her too. She must know that. The three of them have such an ambiguous relationship. Not decisively resolving it instead became the reason for the conflict in the party. If you don't like someone, you should be clear about rejecting them. Why didn't you directly refuse the priest earlier? Why wait until you were about to marry the knight to bring it up? "I was afraid that if I said it, I wouldn't be able to adventure together anymore. So, when you decided not to continue adventuring, you brought it up and directly drove the priest away." Mel listened to these events like gossip. It was much more engaging than an ordinary story. "What do you plan to do next? What happens after we get out, especially since another person has already died in the maze?" "The stingy priest will probably still accept me. After all, only I and he are left from the three who originally ventured together." The female archer spoke quite candidly. "Isn't Miss Kate a human? Miss Kate just came not long ago. The three of us have been adventuring together for a long time. We are many years friends." "How can you say something like that? It's unfair to the deceased and the priest." Mel used magic to create a fire behind the wall. This would be their resting place for the night. "Right, it's selfish, but I really don't want to continue adventuring. I want to live a stable life." Chapter 118. Big berries in the pitch-black underground. The light from the oars illuminated the surroundings, making it hard to tell if time was passing. But the light from the oars was indeed dimming with time. If calculated from the moment she entered, the timing matched up. By the campfire, Millie looked at Mel and recalled what Kate had said. The evaluation at that time wasn't very good, and it didn't sound like a friend's assessment. "That little brat," she asked quite proud. During a casual chat in the party, Kate had mentioned the little brat named Mel, which was why she felt an impression of that name earlier. Now it seemed that this little guy named Mel was even stronger than what Miss Kate had said. Clearly a thief, yet learning swordsman skills and possessing considerable talent. "Have you been collecting information about the maze all this time?" Mel was diligently gathering nearby information and writing it all down. Sister Millie pulled out a scroll from her pocket. It recorded her exploration of the maze centered around this location. Just a glance was dazzling, as there were multiple underground oases serving as central hubs and within different passages. There were various mazes and rooms. After being in here for so long, the maze had undergone a change, so she had redrawn the latter half of the map. Just looking at it gave Mel a headache. Different centers and different passages meant leading to different places. If all combinations were accounted for, it was as if there were infinite possibilities. It was impossible to try each passage one by one. How could they manage that? Was it really just a matter of luck? Or waiting for someone else to rescue them? If it were Clorley, perhaps it could be done. But she hadn't mentioned this to Clorley. If Clorley found the area near the stone statue after she disappeared, perhaps he could discover the teleportation array, and then she would be saved. But if the teleportation array has already reached its limit, it might have been damaged. Even if we find traces of it, we won't be able to use it again. Miss Millie, if there is a genius mage outside who can discover the traces of the teleportation array, could they find us? A genius? There are many self-proclaimed genius mages. They are often arrogant individuals. If the array hasn't been damaged, they should be able to come in. This means if the teleportation array is already damaged, then no one can be transported in anymore. That's about right. I'm not a mage, so I don't understand much. But most arrays I've encountered in underground mazes are like this. They get damaged after one use, especially teleportation arrays that function like traps. Millie explained. Is this considered ultra-ancient magic? After all, it is magic from ancient ruins. It should be. The two fell into silence again, as if they were having a conversation, but more like asking and answering themselves. Clearly has some research on ultra-ancient magic, but to completely reproduce a teleportation spell seems quite difficult in the short term. After all, the only half-baked mage here is Mel. Let's rest. If you're hungry, I have food here. Mel stopped thinking about these things. After the previous battle, he was already very tired. Children's bodies need rest. Closing his eyes, his mind began to wander again. Do liches not need rest? Do vampires possess infinite life? Is there a way for me to transform into a vampire or a lich, and then achieve immortality? But it seems that both vampires and liches are enemies of humanity. His chaotic thoughts gradually faded as he fell asleep by the campfire. When he woke up the next day, a bright red fruit was in front of him, nearly the size of an adult's fist, with a shiny red exterior that looked just like a tomato. However, it had a completely different scent from a tomato, resembling the sweet fragrance of a ripe persimmon, with a hint of apple aroma. It was a very peculiar scent. What is this? Mel picked up the fruit beside him. I don't know either, but it's a very sweet berry. After I ran out of food here, I started trying to eat it, and the taste was surprisingly delicious. Has it been washed? Mel opened his mouth, but still asked. You are quite picky, aren't you? Millie took a bite of the fruit and handed another one to the little girl. I have already washed it. You can eat it with peace of mind. Mel took a bite, and a sweetness that reached the crown of his head spread in his mouth, making his teeth and nasal cavity feel a bit itchy. Too sweet. It's like putting saccharin in my mouth. So sweet. Mel's face looked bad. How much energy could this fruit possibly contain to be this sweet? It's delicious, right? No. It's too sweet. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. I need to eat a couple of bites of dry bread to balance it out. Mel immediately stuffed a piece of bland dry bread into his mouth. This kind of bread wasn't very tasty and was generally used as long-term travel food. And now he had to use it to dilute the sweetness. It's clearly very tasty. The little girl was eating especially happily, wiping the juice from the corners of her mouth with her chubby little hands. It was sweeter than any candy she usually ate. It was delicious. So how could anyone dislike it? Mel cut the remaining fruit with his dagger, and the glistening fruit flesh shone under the light, bright red like blood. He wrapped the thin slices of fruit flesh in dry bread before daring to put it in his mouth. Perhaps it was because he was used to eating sweet things. Previously, chocolate chips and cola were also quite sweet. Now that he suddenly tasted something even sweeter, he felt a bit unaccustomed, as he didn't have a great demand for sweetness. Sweetness can bring joy, especially when one hasn't tasted it for a long time. But Mel was completely the opposite. His life was not lacking in sweetness at all. You are really picky. This is a rare delicacy. It's my first time eating it. Millie was very happy eating. After Mel finished eating, he even wanted to drink some water, taking out a water bag from his system space. After drinking, he quickly put it away, as if he had taken it out from his backpack. Although there was a stream of water here, it flowed down from the upper hollow, where there was vegetation and glowing crystal ore, but it was uncertain whether there were parasites in the water. Even if he wanted to drink the water here, he would at least need to boil it first. What are the plans for today? Are we continuing to explore according to the route you planned earlier? Mel asked Millie. As an archer, Millie's basic scouting skills must be good, and even without scouting skills, it wouldn't affect her. To be honest, I'm not sure if we should keep going forward because some areas are impassable, and it feels like we're going deeper and deeper. Some places have monsters with terrifyingly high levels. After thinking for a moment, Millie pointed to another area and added, besides, a long time has passed since the last maze transformation, so I suspect there might be another change soon. If we are in a place without food by then, we might end up starving.